I am just in my early 20s. Yet, there are only 8 years and 33 days left of my life. But I didn't cherish the remaining days at all. Instead, they resort to methods that continuously consume my lifespan. Because I came through from another dimension, I have obtained the ability to strengthen all things in the world. But every time something is strengthened, an equivalent amount of lifespan is consumed. Small as it is, reinforcing a cracked board consumes a whole day. So vast that it takes over 1,400 years to refine a fairy cultivation technique. And at this moment, I find myself stuck in a mud hole, and I'm also seriously injured. Fortunately, I was rescued by a kind elderly couple and was able to recover from my injuries. I, who have crossed over in my physical form, find myself in the waning years of an empire, but completely unable to obtain information about this world. One can only struggle along while fumbling. But soon, I discovered an anomaly. The first anomaly is that people here seem to be extremely afraid of the dark. As the sun sets, everyone will retreat indoors and light a lamp inside the house. Until dawn, it will remain unextinguished. This point I also asked the elderly couple. But the elderly couple told me that lighting a lamp at night is just a custom here. For the explanation of the elderly couple, I initially didn't feel there was anything different. Until I discovered the second anomaly, which was that during the night when I was sleeping, I always felt as though the elderly couple was hiding at the door, eavesdropping on myself. But I was thinking in my heart that this might just be my illusion. So tonight, I deliberately did not sleep soundly to confirm that. However, in the middle of the night, I heard that familiar voice again. Because the old man who saved me has asthma, his breath is accompanied by a wheezing sound, making it easy to recognize. And another voice, even faint, I could still discern as the old woman's breath, for there was no fourth person in the room. Now I'm completely flustered. I just came through the time travel, and I don't have a single coin on me, not to mention being injured. What could they possibly be thinking about me? At this moment, I forced myself to calm down, even squeezing my arm hard to dispel the drowsiness, and staring intensely at the wooden door 3 steps away. At this moment, I was surprised to find a line of small characters next to the wooden door in my eyes. Consumption of lifespan can strengthen this enhancement. Consumption of days for enhancement, whether to enhance, what the hell is this? To avoid attracting the attention of the elderly couple behind the door, I could only continue to feign sleep. Until just before dawn, after confirming that they had left, I rubbed my eyes and then looked towards that wooden door. Truly, there was an external plug-in, and when I fell, hope instantly blazed in my eyes. But soon, I furrowed my brow. This thing actually requires its own lifespan to be strengthened. This is a death-dealing cheat. A wave of complaints surged through my mind, followed by a new question arising. How much life do I have left? Thinking of this, I began to focus on myself, but this time, no matter how long I looked, no information appeared. Suddenly, his gaze shifted elsewhere. The lifespan of the earthen wall can be strengthened. This enhancement requires 20 days. Shall we proceed with the strengthening? Cracked bedboards can be reinforced to extend their lifespan. This reinforcement consumes 1 day. Would you like to reinforce? Then, as a trial run, I silently recited as I saw the message on the cracked bedplate. The plank extended at random emitted a beam of white light, and at the same time, it received a new prompt: reinforcement successful, remaining lifespan 8 years and 32 days. What the hell, in just over 20, how can I only have 8 years left to live? Even though I was severely injured, it's not as if I should have such a short lifespan. Could it be that these days, the dried meat and muddy water fed to me by that elderly couple have issues, and my own thoughts startled me? But soon, he forced himself to calm down. Now, thinking about these things is useless. He should just take a look at the plank first. I took a deep breath, then looked at the reinforced plank, only to see that it was originally bumpy and uneven, cracked wooden boards on the surface. At this moment, it is brand new beyond measure. Even above, there was a layer of fine red oil brushed on, out of place with this dilapidated wooden bed. Brand new redwood boards, a fine redwood plank. The red oil on the surface can prevent mosquitoes and insects. Is top quality. Absolutely, it really succeeded, and not only did it undergo an external transformation, but it was even coated with preservative oil. I was shocked in my heart, marveling at the absurdity of this enhancement being almost beyond belief. This is no longer as simple as just fixing this piece of wood, it's more about reconstructing its internal structure. If that's the case, upon thinking of this, I immediately looked at my own body and limbs. But a few minutes later, I found that there was still no information appearing. At present, there is some regret in my heart. I had wanted to rely on strengthening and repair to enhance my body, but it seems that I cannot strengthen myself. Thinking of this, I sighed. Hastily hiding the prominent red oil board, he then began to contemplate what to do next. Currently, it appears that this ability can be strengthened arbitrarily, and it can strengthen various things. And those 2 old wall lamps definitely have ill intentions towards me. I need to figure out a way to deal with them as soon as possible. Furthermore, lifespan is also a crucial issue. According to my current lifespan, I'm afraid it can't withstand several enhancements. I think since lifespan can be consumed, it can also be increased. The next day, after I waited for the elderly couple to leave, I began my own plan. A small piece of wood was pulled off the bed, bent in half, and then placed together in a cruciform pattern. A small piece of wood was pulled off the bed, bent in half, and then placed together in a cruciform pattern. Finally, he tore a few long strips of wood from the board, placing them together with the thing he had just made, striving to arrange them into the shape of a bow and arrow. I thought it over and then carved the word's mechanism onto the wood with my fingernails. As I gazed at this homemade gadget, a familiar prompt reappeared before my eyes. Lifespan can be enhanced. This enhancement will consume 30 days of lifespan. Do you want to enhance? Wow, is this really possible? However, how did the lifespan deplete so quickly? Looking at this time, I fell into deep thought. Is it that the things made are too crude, leading to increased reinforcement costs, but this can only be verified later? After pondering for a moment, I chose to try, and the reinforcement was successful, with a remaining lifespan of 8 years and 2 days. The next moment, the simple crossbow lying on the ground was instantly enveloped in a burst of light. After a breath, the light gradually dissipated, revealing an object of a completely different shape, a delicate mechanical crossbow crafted from crystal iron, equipped with a pulling string and a poisoned sword, truly a weapon of murder and theft. Gazing upon this beautifully crafted item, exuding an aura of elegance or sophistication, I couldn't help but be overjoyed. Enduring the pain in my leg, I quickly walked up to him, and indeed, there was even a thin rope attached, proving it was a trap. I stroked the cold, deadly machine on the ground, my heart pounding with excitement. This enhancement could transform anything I desired. It was truly the ultimate among the ultimate. Then I followed suit, making several more mechanized anger weapons, perhaps due to their stunning appearance. This time the enhancement process only took 29 days. But I still felt it was not enough, so I consumed another 60 days of my lifespan to create a delicate trap at the entrance of the room. Satisfied, he cast a contented glance around the small room. I climbed onto the bed and quietly awaited waking up. Not long after, the sound of a chain swinging echoed from the doorway outside, followed by the familiar laugh of the old man, which then reached my ears. As soon as he entered the room, the old man shouted a call towards the inner room. Seems like there's a need to confirm if I'm still here, and I promptly responded, any confirmation of my presence is welcome, I'm always ready. The old man heard my response and his face immediately showed a relaxed expression. And the old woman beside seemed somewhat anxious, glancing at the axe placed in the corner. She wanted to go over there. But the old man pulled the old woman aside, whispering that if the meat was not fresh, the Taoist temple would deduct the price. As the old woman heard the words tonight, she suddenly nodded. In a flash, the sky had darkened. Old Wei, as per custom, lit the oil lamp while saying, the blood bamboo is running out. Fortunately, this time, I can exchange for quite a bit. The old woman, upon hearing this, revealed a set of dry, yellowed teeth and emitted a series of ho-ho laughs. Tonight, sprinkle some medicine, and then, Old Wei, somehow, pulled out a small bag of things and tossed it to the old woman. I was just about to have a bite myself. Such tender flesh is not to be seen often. The old woman chuckled mockingly, shaking her head as she said, ha, so it is. Old Wei also chuckled in agreement. As I lay quietly in bed after dark, I once again heard that breathing sound. Fucking endless, I tightly clenched my fists. Then, he slowly turned around, his gaze firmly fixed on the direction of the wooden door. Under the faint moonlight, my eyes were brimming with tension, yet amidst it all, there was a hint of madness and anticipation. At this moment, the old Wei, through the crack in the door, stared at me on the bed fiercely, and then he licked his dry lips with his tongue. Tomorrow is the incense burning day, and tonight is the best time to start. After saying this, the old man Wei took up the axe and slowly pried open the door bolt. Lying in bed, I could no longer contain myself. I sat up abruptly, shouting loudly, is that you, Wei Lezhen? Ha ha, you've indeed noticed. For my reaction, the old Wei seemed to have anticipated it, and instead, he chuckled. A swift kick was delivered, instantly smashing the dilapidated wooden door open. Ding Shoga, you and your wife have taken care of me for so long, it's about time for you to repay us. Wei Laotu chuckled, then took a step forward. But the next moment, I felt a sudden emptiness beneath my feet. Just as I was puzzled, I felt a surge of dizziness and darkness enveloping the surroundings. A pain swept over his brain, as he looked up at the massive hole above, emitting a piercing scream from his mouth. On the other side, the old woman, upon seeing this, her withered yellow eyes instantly turned into a fiery gaze. Little brat, I want you dead. Said that, the old woman, like a mad dog, leaped up on all fours, instantly leaping over the big hole at the doorway, and rushed towards me. I was startled by the old woman's agile and swift movements. Still, I haven't forgotten that there are 2 big weapons under my bed that haven't been used yet. Suddenly, he violently pulled at his wrist, and immediately, the attached to his wrist snapped off. The next moment, a cold glimmer flashed in the darkness, followed by a deep, rumbling sound in the air. At the same time, the old woman, flying at full speed, let out and was instantly swept away by a powerful force, flying out of the room. This is too intense. I stood there, wide-eyed in mouth agape, watching the elderly woman fly out, filled with profound thoughts. Not bad for something that consumes lifespan to enhance. It truly is a case of a penny for your life, a penny for your goods. Honest at this moment. The cries of despair in the hollow gradually faded, obviously indicating that the old man's life was drawing to its end. And outside, there was still some movement, which caused me to brighten my gaze and quickly pull out another mechanism from under the bed, furiously aiming it at the door. You little bastard, you're dead for sure, you're dead for sure. Suddenly, outside the door, there came a crazy shout from the old woman, like the crying of an infant, causing me to shiver all of a sudden. As I was nervous, I suddenly heard a crackling sound, and in an instant, I understood what the old woman was doing. She was breaking the wooden board that was blocking the window. Now, I could no longer contain myself. Holding the mechanical slave, I endured the pain in my legs and hurriedly walked out of the house, and saw the old woman, covered in blood, reaching for the flickering oil lamp on the table, and the wooden board sealing the window behind him was torn in half. causing the originally sealed window to be fully opened. "You old scoundrel, though I don't know why the old woman is doing this, I know that I must stop her at this moment." Even as he raised the crossbow and aimed it at the old woman, he pulled the trigger with a sudden, fierce pull. A crisp sound of a bowstring's vibration followed, and the old woman was hurled across the room once more, her body pinned to the wall by the arrows that had been loosed. Then, my gaze was instantly drawn to the oil lamp on the desk. At the same time, a jolt ran through my heart. The oil lamp went out, and I had been too slow, allowing that old woman to destroy the lamp. At the same time, an inexplicable terror swept over my entire body, causing me to tremble involuntarily. Simultaneously, from outside the window, there came an eerie, mysterious laugh. At the same time, a bone-chillingly cold wind blew into the room. Without a second thought, Ding Chen hopped over to the table, grabbed the oil lamp with a sudden jerk. It was only now that Ding Chen first touched this mysterious oil lamp and saw its appearance for the first time. It was an ordinary-looking oil lamp, with the only difference being a strange pattern carved in red paint on the lamp base, resembling the eye of some beast. The dried oil in the lamp emitted a pungent, fishy odor, like fermented vomit that had been left for over a dozen days, made from an unknown substance. Just then, a pitch-black shadow surged into the room from the window, causing the temperature in the hall to drop several degrees. "What the hell is that?" Ding Chen felt his vision turn red, as if submerged in a pool of blood, and a rotten stench came from all directions, giving him a suffocating sensation of falling into an abyss. Ugh! Ding Chen tightly gripped the oil lamp, at a loss, when suddenly a flash of inspiration struck his mind. He bit his tongue, trying to wake up from the illusion by pain, as seen in movies. But instead of biting through his tongue, he hit his teeth, causing him to wince in pain. Although his tongue didn't break, the pain did jolt him, and he snapped out of the strange state. This time, Ding Chen finally saw what had surged in from the window. It was a swarm of pitch-black, shadow-like flying insects. But calling them insects wasn't quite accurate, as they only had the size of insects, with their true form hidden beneath the shadows. Now, these strange creatures were gathering in the hundreds and thousands, forming a massive black cloud rushing towards Ding Chen. In a critical moment, Ding Chen looked at the lamp he was holding and saw the familiar prompt again. "Consume lifespan to enhance. This enhancement consumes 80 days of lifespan. Enhance?" "Yes." Without hesitation, Ding Chen chose yes in his mind. Instantly, the lamp in his hand flashed with light and transformed into an ancient bronze lamp. The lamp was engraved with intricate patterns, and what surprised Ding Chen even more was that the oil in the lamp was plentiful, with a flickering red flame on the wick, casting an eerie red glow over the entire room. In an instant, all the black strange insects illuminated by the firelight emitted a piercing screech and exploded right before Ding Chen's eyes. Bang 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 bang! A series of dull sounds echoed in the room. Seeing the strange lamp was indeed effective, Ding Chen raised the lamp high, like the Statue of Liberty, pushing against the black torrent flooding into the room, slowly moving towards the window. Killed Shadow Scorpion, lifespan plus 0. 1 days, killed Shadow Scorpion, lifespan plus 0. 1 days, killed Shadow Scorpion, lifespan plus 0. 1 days. At that moment, a series of prompts appeared frantically before Ding Chen's eyes, making him stop in surprise. So that's how to gain lifespan. Ding Chen was overjoyed, as finding a way to gain lifespan significantly increased the usability of the enhancement system. But now was not the time to study this. Gritting his teeth, Ding Chen continued to move forward, holding the lamp aloft. Although the creatures called ghostly crabs could no longer harm Ding Chen at this moment, he still felt a chill all over his body, as if his blood was beginning to coagulate. It was clear that his body was now too weak, forcing him to abandon the idea of continuing to collect life force. Soon, Ding Chen reached the window and placed a broken wooden board on it, his eyes fixed on the window. Upon seeing the prompt to enhance, he immediately chose to do so. In the next instant, the previously empty window was instantly covered by a thick wooden board, and the buzzing sound inside the room ceased, returning to normal. Phew! Phew! Ding Chen heaved a heavy sigh upon seeing the scene, then plopped down on the ground. A strong sense of fear finally spread through his mind. If he hadn't reacted quickly, the whole village would be having a feast tomorrow. Thinking of this, he glanced at the old woman pinned to the wall by an arrow, only to find her horrifyingly transformed into a dried-up husk, her flesh withered like a mummy that had been desiccated for decades. Damn! Ding Chen jumped up in fright, instinctively backing away. No wonder my blood felt like it was coagulating. Without the protection of the oil lamp, I would probably be in the same state as that old woman. With this thought, Ding Chen glanced at the lamp in his hand and carefully placed it on the table. Then, he nervously approached the window, listening to the outside through the wall. Finding no abnormal sounds, he cautiously returned to the table. Damn! What kind of place is this? Too dangerous, too dangerous. Ding Chen was panicking. He then thought of something and quickly got up, heading towards his small room. At the door of the small room, Ding Chen peered into the pit below, only to see the way old man with his eyes wide open, his body contorted and pinned to the ground by several sharp wooden spikes piercing through his chest. Ugh! Ding Chen was instantly nauseated by the gruesome sight, his head spinning. He instinctively grabbed the doorframe to keep from falling. Those who often kill on screen know that the first time one kills passionately, the brain secretes dopamine, putting the person in an excited state and avoiding fear of the dead. But once this hormone decreases, one will completely fall into panic. As an ordinary young man before his transmigration, Ding Chen had never seen such a scene up close. This sudden shock left him feeling oxygen deprived, as if all his strength had been drained, and he felt like he was floating. After a while, Ding Chen remembered that he had already transmigrated. At least here the police wouldn't come looking for him. He began to recover and leaned against the doorframe, thinking about his current situation. Clearly, this world was very different from what Ding Chen had imagined. Not only were the people here very strange, like the way old man and the old woman, showing agility and strength inconsistent with their age, making Ding Chen wonder if younger people here were stronger and faster. Most importantly, there were things here that he had never seen before, like the ghostly crabs mentioned by the system. All signs indicated that survival here was not an easy task. With this in mind, Ding Chen clenched his fists, his gaze turning resolute. My life is my own. If anyone wants to take it, they'd better watch out. Ding Chen took a deep breath, then forced himself to look back at the old man way at the bottom of the pit. After a moment, he turned and walked towards the old woman's corpse hanging in the living room. The crossbow mechanism was extremely powerful. The last arrow not only pierced through the old woman's body but also had enough force to embed itself halfway into the earthen wall. Fortunately, the old woman had been drained of her essence by the ghostly shadow, leaving her as a dried corpse, which made it easy for Ding Chen to pull her down from the wall. Enduring the strong discomfort in his heart, Ding Chen dragged the old woman to the entrance of his small house and threw her into the pit. Now you two can reunite down there. Oh, I'm such a good person, he muttered, listening to the muffled sound from the pit. Only then did he clap his hands and start rummaging through the house. There wasn't much of value in Old Man Wei's house, and more importantly, food was scarce. The black porridge he had eaten earlier, Ding Chen found a jar of it in the corner of the kitchen, but he dared not eat it again. However, Ding Chen seemed to think of something and moved the jar to the living room, continuing to search the house. After about 10 minutes, Ding Chen sat at the table in the hall, examining the few items on the table and began experimenting. The first was a small piece of jerky. This jerky, of unknown origin, had dried into a black, pungent state, but Ding Chen knew it was edible, as he had seen Old Man Wei eat it once. The second item he found was an illustrated book. To his surprise, it depicted some biological illustrations. Not only did it indicate what was edible, but it also marked the locations, clearly made by Old Man Wei, as the map in the book was centered around his house. The third item was a rusty sickle. This sickle was likely carried by Old Man Wei when he went out to find food or herbs, but due to its age, it was heavily rusted, and Ding Chen was more afraid of its tetanus properties than its sharpness. The fourth item was a small box containing a green, paste-like substance. Unexpectedly, even without opening the box, Ding Chen could smell the herbal scent and guessed it might be a medicinal box used by Old Man Wei. There were also some miscellaneous items that Ding Chen deemed worthless and didn't pay much attention to. Next came the moment he was most looking forward to. Let's see what surprises these items can bring me, Ding Chen muttered, picking up the black porridge first. Consume lifespan to enhance. This enhancement consumes 28 days of lifespan. Enhance? Seeing the prompt on the jar, Ding Chen silently affirmed, and a light emanated from the jar in his hand. When the light faded, Ding Chen found the jar had changed, and a line of text appeared beside it. Black death porridge, poisonous rice porridge, fragrant, irresistible to ordinary people. Damn! Ding Chen quickly put the jar back on the table, regretting not carving non-toxic on it with the sickle, as he might have gotten a jar of safe-to-eat porridge. But enhanced items couldn't be enhanced again, a fact Ding Chen had already tested. Although he felt some regret, he didn't dwell on it and turned his attention to the next prompt. Enhancement successful, remaining lifespan, 8 years and 11 days. The lifespan has increased back to 8 years. This means that in just a short while, I gained several months of lifespan from those shadow crabs. It's worth mentioning that if it weren't for my body's inability to withstand the chilling aura when a large number of shadow crabs swarm, I would consider leaving the window open at night to gain lifespan. Ding Chen then turned his gaze to the second item, a crudely drawn booklet. After pondering, he fetched a piece of charcoal from the kitchen and drew some symbols on the cover of the booklet, adding the words "Dynamic Identifier" behind the symbols. Dynamic Identifier, such an advanced concept, I wonder if it will work. Consume lifespan to enhance. This enhancement will consume 1 year of lifespan. Enhance? Holy cow! It really works. Ding Chen was pleasantly surprised by the prompt and immediately chose yes. Although 1 year of lifespan is a lot for him now, undeniably, having a dynamic identifier map would bring more significant benefits to him at present. Obtained, Sand Map, a map that judges the movements of the earth and sand based on wind direction changes. Remember to keep an eye on it, there might be unexpected surprises. Remaining lifespan, 7 years and 11 days. Seeing the brand new booklet in front of him, Ding Chen quickly picked it up and opened it, only to find that the previous multi-page booklet had turned into a single thick parchment. Under the dim light, Ding Chen noticed that the parchment was marked with many symbols, which were quite vivid and could be understood at a glance, just like the maps in games from his previous life on Earth. The 3 grass patterns naturally represented herbs, the boar head symbol probably indicated wild beasts, but what caught Ding Chen's attention the most was a large red cross marked on a location slightly farther from him. What does this mean? A dead end? A forbidden area? Danger? Ding Chen speculated in his mind but firmly remembered this place. This is truly a treasure. With it, at least my safety and efficiency in traveling will be greatly improved. Ding Chen happily folded the sand map and placed it aside, then picked up the sickle. To be honest, there was no need to enhance such a sickle, because even if it became sharper, it would be overkill for cutting grass, and without experience and skill, it would be inadequate for hunting beasts. However, the sickle made Ding Chen think of something else. Is there any martial arts or secret manuals in this world? This thought made Ding Chen quite eager, especially after experiencing those absurd events. Who could guarantee that there are no immortals in this world? If there are immortals, there must be secret manuals. Thinking of this, Ding Chen quickly returned to Old Wei's room, rummaging through it until he found a tattered piece of clothing. Ding Chen took this piece of clothing and found scissors in the room, then cut the clothing into rectangular cloth pieces, stacked them neatly, and sewed them together with coarse thread. Next, Ding Chen began to draw on the cloth pieces with charcoal. Each piece had a simple little figure performing various actions, and finally, he wrote the word Xianxia on the first cloth piece. Quick, enhance it! Having finished all this, Ding Chen felt extremely excited, his eyes glued to the cloth pieces on the table, feeling all his hopes were concentrated at this moment. Consume lifespan to enhance. This enhancement will consume 1,462 years and 7 months of lifespan. Enhance? The cold prompt was like a bucket of cold water poured over Ding Chen's head, extinguishing his passion completely. What kind of joke is this? Over 1,000 years? Why would I even bother cultivating immortality if I have over 1,000 years? Ding Chen was on the verge of tears but had no choice. However, there was finally some good news. This thing really could enhance a cultivation technique. Ding Chen suspected that his draft was too rudimentary, which was why the cost of enhancement was so high. Thinking about it, Ding Chen wasn't ready to give up. He erased the word immortal from the cover and wrote martial arts instead. Consume lifespan to enhance. This enhancement will consume 132 years and 7 months of lifespan. Enhance? Well, this system doesn't let anyone get a bargain. Although Ding Chen had anticipated this, he was still a bit disheartened. But he didn't give up. He erased martial arts and finally wrote basic martial arts. Consume lifespan to enhance. This enhancement will consume 6 years and 7 months of lifespan. Enhance? It worked. Ding Chen looked at the prompt in front of him, gritted his teeth, and directly chose yes. All in. As Ding Chen made his choice, the book on the table, crudely stitched together from rags, was instantly enveloped in a soft light. The light then suddenly contracted and disappeared into the book, which also completely changed its appearance. Evergreen art, a very good internal cultivation technique, characterized by its balance and longevity. Remaining lifespan, 5 months and 11 days. Hopefully, it's worth it. Ding Chen picked up the book and found that it was now entirely made of paper, which once again amazed him about this miraculous system. Flipping to the first page, Ding Chen saw a passage of text. All things in the world have an end, but the Tao returns to its origin, capable of everlasting youth. What's this? An author's note? Ding Chen muttered, then continued to the second page. On this page, images finally appeared. A small figure sitting on the ground assumed a strange posture, with detailed annotations on the essentials of this posture, such as the right foot heel pressing against the left knee, the whole body leaning on the ground. What's this? Ding Chen carefully read the text introduction on the first page and realized this page was teaching him a sleeping posture. Interesting. Ding Chen mumbled and continued to flip through. The following pages detailed various resting postures, such as sitting, standing, and meditating. By the time he finished reading, Ding Chen found that this so-called evergreen art was entirely about teaching him how to rest, which left him a bit disappointed, thinking what use could such martial arts be? However, he had no other options at the moment, so he decided to learn this martial art first. After all, it was enhanced by the system, and there might be some unexpected effects. With that in mind, Ding Chen glanced at the jar of herbs left on the table and gave up on the idea of enhancing them. With less than a year left of his lifespan, he should quickly try if this martial art could strengthen his physique and then use the oil lamp to kill the shadow turtle to increase his lifespan. However, there were still 2 corpses in his small room that needed to be dealt with, which made Ding Chen a bit troubled. After thinking it over, he couldn't come up with a good solution and could only wait until dawn to handle it. For now, he didn't dare to sleep, so he chose a sitting posture from the evergreen art and started to try practicing. Right hand against the left kidney, left leg straight, right leg bent, left hand gripping the right shoulder, body slightly leaning back. Ding Chen quickly assumed the posture as described in the evergreen art and began his first attempt at cultivation using the unique breathing method. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. With Ding Chen's chest rising and falling rhythmically, within just a few short minutes, he felt a scorching energy surge from his lower abdomen and begin to flow up his right arm towards his head. It's working! Ding Chen was overjoyed, thinking that the system had not deceived him. It truly delivered on its promise of extending life. This marvelous sensation was something he had never experienced before. As time passed, with his eyes closed, Ding Chen felt the heat from his lower abdomen increasing, soon completing a full circuit around his body before returning to his lower abdomen. With each cycle, he noticed the heat in his lower abdomen seemed to increase slightly. Intrigued, he continued to practice according to the instructions in the evergreen art. Unconsciously, Ding Chen lost track of how many times the warm current had circulated from his lower abdomen, but when a beam of light shone through the crack in the door onto his face, he was startled and opened his eyes. How is it already morning? Ding Chen looked at the light streaming into the hall, astonished, and quickly tried to get up to open the door, only to feel his body suddenly lighten, as if he had lost 10 pounds overnight. However, this illusion quickly disappeared when he stood up, leaving Ding Chen puzzled. What's this? My leg! But the next moment, Ding Chen was astonished to find that his leg no longer hurt when it touched the ground, realizing that his injured right leg had somehow healed. Is this really that powerful? Ding Chen clenched his fist, not feeling any increase in strength, but just a sense of smooth breathing and lightness in his body. Just as Ding Chen was about to continue his exploration, a commotion outside the door suddenly caught his attention. Hearing this noise, Ding Chen immediately suppressed his smile and approached the door, peeking through the crack to look outside. At the moment, the stone path in the center of the village was crowded with residents, all with wooden expressions and emaciated figures like Old Wei, most of them carrying large bundles, as if preparing for a long journey. What are they doing? Ding Chen was puzzled, squinting to observe for a while, when suddenly he saw an old man walking towards his direction. Oh no! Ding Chen quickly moved aside, glanced around, and hurriedly put the items on the table back into Old Wei's room, gently closing both his and Old Wei's doors, then sat quietly at the table to wait. Soon, Ding Chen heard a knock on the door. Old Wei, it's time, we should head to the temple. The hoarse voice was devoid of emotion, like a walking corpse, making Ding Chen inside the room frown. When it seemed there was no response from within, the old man suddenly began pounding on the door. Boom! 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 The loud noise shook the beams, leaving no doubt that the old man was doing it on purpose. Seeing this, Ding Chen quickly thought through the situation and then rushed to the door, yanking it open. Old Wei! It's you, where's Old Wei? The old man outside seemed surprised to see Ding Chen and asked. He got injured while hunting yesterday and is lying in the room. Ding Chen pointed to the closed door. Heh, at his age, trying to hunt, he must have been pecked by an eagle, the old man said with a meaningful tone. What do you want? Ding Chen frowned and asked. Since Old Wei is not convenient, you can take his place and go to the temple, the old man slowly said. What is the temple? Ding Chen was taken aback. It seems that Old Wei didn't tell you when he brought you back, the old man said with a grin, revealing his yellowed teeth. Every month, our village, Shaotan village, has to go to the Taoist temple to fetch lamp oil. Every household must go, unless that household is completely wiped out, the old man said emotionlessly. Hearing this, Ding Chen looked past the old man's figure to the group of villagers waiting behind him, noticing that they were all looking in his direction, as if waiting for his response. This scene made Ding Chen feel parched. He had no doubt that if he dared to say no, these villagers would rush at him like madmen and chop him into mincemeat. At that moment, Ding Chen could only grit his teeth and say, alright, what do I need to bring? Seeing Ding Chen's response, the old man finally showed a grim smile and said, bring meat if you have it, blood if you have it, and if you have nothing, just bring yourself. Hearing the old man's words, Ding Chen felt a chill run down his spine. He glanced at the villagers in the distance again and noticed that many of them had bloodstains seeping from their packages, while others had empty hands, clearly bringing nothing. Damn, did Old Wei want to kill me to go to the Taoist temple? Ding Chen had a ridiculous thought but felt it was quite possible. He gulped and said with gritted teeth, "Okay, wait for me." After saying that, Ding Chen closed the door and hurried to Old Wei's room, taking out the large piece of dried meat he had found the previous night. Thinking for a moment, he also took a few wooden boards and cloth strips, wrapping them all together in a package before reopening the door. The old man glanced at the package in Ding Chen's hand and said emotionlessly, "Follow us." Then, the old man walked towards the group by himself. Seeing this, Ding Chen followed the old man to the group, and the people in the group no longer paid attention to him, resuming their wooden expressions and looking forward. A bunch of lunatics, Ding Chen thought to himself as he watched the strange scene, but he kept a straight face and quietly stood at the end of the line. It seemed that Ding Chen was the last household, and after he arrived, everyone began to set off. Despite their emaciated appearance, these people walked very fast, almost like a normal person jogging. After keeping up with them for a while, Ding Chen felt a tightness in his chest and soreness in his calves. What do these people usually eat? They don't look like they practice martial arts. Ding Chen was puzzled but didn't dare to fall behind. While hurrying along, he suddenly remembered that there was a page in the Qinggong about walking as a form of practice. His heart stirred, and he unconsciously adjusted his breathing according to the description in the manual. Huff, puff, huff. At the same time, Ding Chen slightly bent his body, feeling the familiar warm current rise from his abdomen and flow along the route from the previous night, making him feel much more comfortable. His stumbling steps gradually stabilized, and his speed increased instead of slowing down, as if he were just taking a leisurely stroll and keeping up with the group. The Qinggong is truly miraculous. Not only can you practice while sleeping, but you can also do so while walking. I wonder if it only has this effect of increasing endurance. Ding Chen suppressed his joy and continued to follow the group without drawing attention, secretly observing these strange villagers. Each of these strange villagers was extremely thin, giving the impression of malnutrition. Moreover, their expressions were almost always numb and unchanging, like soulless walking corpses. This, Ding Chen had deeply felt through his recent interactions with Old Wei. But none of that mattered. Ding Chen couldn't understand why the villagers of Shaotan village didn't move away despite the dangers of the night. Was the darkness outside even more terrifying, or even worse? This was Ding Chen's first time leaving the village. He was curious about everything around him and even took out the sand map to verify it. This sand map is indeed magical. Not only is the route clearly marked, but it also dynamically shows the locations of some herbs. Ding Chen occasionally peeked at the sand map, becoming more and more satisfied with its enhanced effects. But soon, he couldn't smile anymore. He noticed that the direction the group was heading was towards the red cross marked on the sand map. An ominous premonition suddenly appeared in Ding Chen's mind. No way, am I really this unlucky? Ding Chen was startled by his own thoughts but didn't dare to run away. According to the old leader, visiting the Taoist temple not only allowed them to exchange for fresh lamp oil but also some dried meat, which was the reason every villager could survive in the village. Ding Chen's family only had one oil lamp, which was more effective and lasted longer, but once it was used up, it couldn't be refilled through secondary enhancement. Therefore, he had no choice but to go to the Taoist temple. Secondly, although Ding Chen was at the back of the group, he always felt that the villagers in front were watching him and occasionally looked back to check if anyone was missing. This meant Ding Chen had no chance to escape. Take it one step at a time. It should be fine. Otherwise, the people of Shaotan village would have been wiped out hundreds of times by now. Ding Chen took a deep breath to calm his anxiety but became more cautious. He also pressed the wooden board in his bag, feeling a little comforted. The scenery outside the village seemed normal, with birds flying by and a lively atmosphere. The road was lined with varying heights of vegetation, and a distant sound of a stream could be heard, making Ding Chen doubt whether his previous night's experience was a delusion. Why was it so normal during the day? But Ding Chen didn't ask anyone and could only suppress his doubts, observing everything around him as much as possible. The group walked for most of the day, taking a break once before continuing. Finally, before sunset, they arrived at a small mountain. Seeing the dense vegetation covering the mountain ahead, Ding Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. The place in front of him was exactly where the red cross on the sand map was marked. Murphy's Law, what you fear will happen. Ding Chen felt a bitter taste in his mouth, but seeing the group already starting to climb the mountain and the sky gradually darkening, he didn't dare to stay behind and quickly followed them up. Based on the experience of the past half day, the wilderness was relatively safe during the day, but at night, it was another story. The place called the Taoist Temple actually looked like a real Taoist temple. Ding Chen followed the group to the halfway point on the mountain and saw the temple standing on the hillside. Perhaps because the red cross on the sand map left a deep impression, the first sight of the red-painted high courtyard temple didn't bring peace to Ding Chen's mind but instead stirred a strange unease. Damn it! Ding Chen gritted his teeth and tried to calm himself before continuing to follow the villagers along the path carved into the mountain. After a while, they finally arrived at the temple. A Taoist priest in a gray hemp robe stood in front of the temple gate. The Taoist priest appeared to be around 30 years old, with a gaunt face, and he smiled at the group of people who had just arrived, saying, "You all come at just the right time, please follow me into the temple." Ding Chen, standing at the back of the group, looked at the Taoist priest and felt a sense of unease. Although both were human, the Taoist priest, though also lean, exuded a hint of humanity that was noticeably different from the villagers. Nevertheless, Ding Chen still felt he could not be careless, as the sand map had been consistently accurate in its symbols, and the red cross it marked here was certainly no coincidence. Realizing this, Ding Chen immediately composed himself, pretending to be as expressionless as the villagers, and followed the group slowly through the temple gate. As the last person entered, the temple gate slowly closed, emitting a grating creak in the dim twilight, which echoed distinctly in the quiet mountains. The villagers of Little Altar Village seemed to be frequent visitors here, and under the lead of an old man, they passed through the front courtyard of the temple and walked along the corridor on the side of the main hall towards the back. Soon, they arrived at the rear courtyard of the temple. Ding Chen, at the back of the group, was covertly observing everything in the temple. Upon entering this rear courtyard, he found it to be quite spacious, with strange symbols carved on the surrounding walls, but what stood out even more was the statue in the center of the courtyard. This statue was about 3 zhang tall, standing in the middle of the courtyard, depicting the image of a Taoist priest, though it was unclear what connection it had with this temple. "Hurry, hurry!" At this moment, the old man leading the group showed an urgent and hopeful expression, directing everyone to stand around the statue in the courtyard. Although Ding Chen didn't know what was about to happen, he had no better options and could only follow the others in lining up around the statue. When all the villagers had taken their places, the Taoist priest who had led them and earlier stroked his beard with a smile and said, "This month's sermon is given by our Taiping Temple's abbot, the White Cloud. All of you villagers must listen carefully and comprehend deeply. Do not miss this opportunity." As he spoke, the Taoist priest suddenly bowed towards the side, and Ding Chen noticed that there was a person standing in the shadows beside him. "I am Bai Yunzi. Today I will give a sermon to all of you." With a slightly hoarse voice, an old Taoist with gray hair, narrow eyes, and long eyebrows and beard stepped out from the shadows and slowly descended the steps to the courtyard. Seeing this person, the villagers, who had been expressionless, suddenly became frantic, all falling to their knees and shouting, old immortal, please save us, immortal." Ding Chen was startled by this scene, but fortunately, he had been paying attention to the surroundings and quickly knelt down, slapping the ground with his hands, pretending to be frantic. After all, when it came to acting, he wasn't afraid of anyone. The way of heaven changes, all things are doomed, the greedy wolf passes, the purple pivot turns 8 times. Seeing the villagers' reaction, Bai Yun waved his whisk and slowly began to speak. As Bai Yun spoke, the villagers on their knees became even more frenzied, some even banging their heads on the ground, producing dull thudding sounds. "Damn, is it really necessary?" Ding Chen, glancing at the surroundings with his peripheral vision, cursed in his heart, but suddenly felt the sound becoming blurred, a dizziness overwhelming his mind. "This is bad." Ding Chen instantly broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that Bai Yun seemed to be giving a sermon, but in fact, he was casting a spell to confuse people's minds. "What should I do now?" Ding Chen felt a surge of panic and couldn't help but glance at the other villagers, only to find that they were all oblivious to the anomaly. Instead, their faces were filled with a trance-like ecstasy, and their frequency of kneeling and worshipping the statue in front of them had increased significantly. Could it be that these villagers, in their dazed state, are the result of this so-called preaching? A ridiculous yet highly plausible conjecture suddenly flashed through Ding Chen's mind, making his heart sink. "I can't just sit here and wait for disaster to strike, I need to find a way out." Without much thought, Ding Chen believed that pain might help dispel the hallucinatory sounds in his mind, so he bit down hard on his tongue. The next moment, the intense pain shooting from his tongue directly into his brain caused his face to contort, but the agony did bring a moment of clarity, reducing the cacophony of voices in his mind. Meanwhile, everyone in the courtyard was frantically kneeling and worshipping, and although Ding Chen's expression was somewhat contorted and strange, it didn't attract the attention of the 2 Taoist priests. Time passed second by second. Just as Ding Chen felt his tongue was becoming numb from the biting, his forehead drenched in sweat, and he was on the verge of collapse, a surge of warmth suddenly emerged from his lower abdomen and quickly spread through his veins into his brain. This sudden influx made Ding Chen feel much clearer-headed, and his eyes gradually regained their lucid expression. Could this be the Chongqing Gong? In an instant, Ding Chen identified the source of the energy within him and was overjoyed. He quickly glanced around with his peripheral vision, noticing that the 2 Taoist priests were not looking in his direction. He then subtly adjusted his posture to the kneeling position described in the Changqinggong. Following this, Ding Chen regulated his breathing. In no time, the warm current from his lower abdomen intensified, and the distracting noises in his mind diminished significantly, making him feel instantly relieved. I never thought the Changqing Gong would have such an effect. It truly lives up to my all-in gamble. While practicing the gong, Ding Chen kept an eye on the Taoist priest in front of him. Time passed without him noticing, until Bai Yunzi finally stopped preaching. By now, the originally dim sky had completely darkened, marking the true onset of night. The walls around the courtyard were eerily silent, except for the muffled sounds of the still worshipping villagers' foreheads hitting the ground, giving the Taoist temple an unsettling, sinister atmosphere. At this moment, Bai Yunzi scanned the kneeling crowd before him, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He then flicked his whisk and announced, "The immortal feels pity for your plight and wishes to bestow upon you elixirs of spiritual power. However, you must also make offerings. According to the old custom, you shall offer your flesh and blood." With that, Bai Yunzi flicked his whisk again, and a red light shot out from it, directly into the statue in the courtyard. In the next instant, the statue, which had been standing motionless, slowly opened its eyes. "The immortal has shown his divine presence. The immortal has shown his divine presence. We are willing to offer our flesh and blood. Please bless us, immortal, and protect us from disaster." The villagers had stopped their prostrations and instead clasped their hands together, their faces filled with a frenzied yet excited expression as they gazed at the slowly awakening giant statue. In the corner, Ding Chen's heart was pounding violently, almost leaping out of his chest. No words could describe the state of Ding Chen's mind at this moment. The utterly bizarre scene unfolding before his eyes had completely shattered his worldview, causing his limbs to tremble uncontrollably. Before his transmigration, he was just a fresh university graduate. How could he have ever witnessed such a preposterous spectacle? Even though he had witnessed the terrifying shadow crabs last night, the oil lamp had protected him, causing the shadow crabs to disintegrate before they could even approach, leaving him with no real sense of the bizarre and absurd nature of this world. But now, he saw it all, completely and utterly. The Taoist statue's eyes, devoid of any emotion, swept over the crowd kneeling below, and then, from its body, countless fleshy tendrils shot out, landing in front of each person. The villagers below, seemingly prepared, showed no surprise or fear, but rather, with feverish smiles, they opened their bags and took out what was inside, placing it in front of them. It was only then that Ding Chen saw what was in those bags: flesh, all bloody flesh. Some looked like the hind legs of beasts, some like their organs, but some, Ding Chen couldn't help but think, resembled human heads. The flesh was exceptionally fresh, still oozing blood, filling the courtyard with a pungent smell of blood. "I can't believe they're playing this big." A strong urge to vomit surged from Ding Chen's stomach, but he knew that any unusual sound now could make him the next lump of minced meat on the ground. So, he clenched his teeth, trying his best not to make a sound, and then looked at the villagers who hadn't brought bags. Those villagers raised their arms high to meet the incoming tendrils, which then inserted themselves into the villagers' arms and began to suck. Why say suck? Because after the tendrils entered the human arms, they started contracting rhythmically, as if someone was using them as straws to drink. As for those who had taken out flesh, the tendrils could also accurately insert themselves into the flesh and suck, causing the sanity value in the courtyard to skyrocket. Ding Chen's scalp tingled at the sight, but there was no other choice. He had to extend his arm to meet the incoming tendril. The next moment, a sharp pain shot through Ding Chen's arm, followed by a strong suction from the tendril on his arm. "Oh no, am I going to be sucked dry?" Ding Chen's head was spinning, and his gaze involuntarily fell on the wooden board in his bag, but glancing at the two Taoists still standing in the courtyard, he immediately gave up the idea of a desperate fight. Come on, these were marked with red crosses on the quicksand map. Ding Chen didn't think he could take them down with a few crossbows. Fortunately, the tendrils seemed to know the principle of not draining the pond for fish, and after sucking for a while, they suddenly pulled out from the flesh, followed by the tubes wriggling and spitting out lampstands coated in mucus. What? Ding Chen stared dumbfounded at the lampstand that had fallen in front of him, suddenly realizing that the strange lampstand in Wei Laoda's house must have come from here. Thinking of this, Ding Chen stealthily looked around, only to find that the villagers around him had acquired various items, most of them lampstands, and those who had brought flesh also had small bottles at their feet. Probably medicine bottles? I've seen them in Wei Laoda's house, so they must come from here too. Ding Chen looked at those bottles, feeling a bit surprised. Today's sermon ends here. You all will follow Kenjianzi to the guest rooms for a night's rest, said Baiyunzi, who had been standing in the courtyard, seeing the statue retract its tendrils, and then waved his whisk expressionlessly. Is it over? Ding Chen listened to Baiyunzi's words and looked at the giant statue that had closed its eyes again, feeling a lingering fear for his boldness earlier. But Ding Chen dared to do so for a reason. These villagers obviously come here frequently. If they were to die in one visit, Shaotan village would have been wiped out long ago. It's clear that as long as certain conditions aren't triggered, such as angering the two Taoist priests or interrupting the ritual, there shouldn't be much of a problem. However, it's unclear how much blood was just drawn from him. Ding Chen suppressed the urge to touch his arm and quietly observed the villagers around him, then suddenly understood. No wonder the villagers of Shaotan village all look sallow and emaciated, it's because they've been regularly drawing blood in this Taoist temple. Combined with the difficulty in finding food and the extremely poor living conditions here, leading to insufficient nutrition, over time, they naturally become thin and skeletal, like dried corpses. This Taoist temple is clearly abnormal, but why give such a lamp after receiving offerings? Ding Chen shifted his gaze to the lamp in front of him and then to the strange symbol carved on it. Obviously, this lamp is identical to the one he had before his enhancement last night, except this time the oil inside is almost full, indicating that his blood quality is quite high and the statue is very satisfied. At this moment, the surrounding villagers began to stand up one by one. Seeing this, Ding Chen quickly closed the oil box on the lamp, slipped it into his bag, and then stood up himself. This sudden standing made him feel dizzy, but he quickly assumed the standing posture of the Qingjing, and the warm current once again surged from his lower abdomen, restoring a bit of color to his pale face. This damn thing, how much blood did it suck from me? Ding Chen was shocked in his heart but still managed to maintain a calm expression, gritting his teeth and following the villagers who had already started moving towards the round archway on the right side of the courtyard. Under the lead of Qin Jianzi, everyone lined up and passed through the archway, arriving at the guest room area on the far right of the temple. It's not very peaceful outside the mountain at night, so please rest here for the night, Qin Jianzi said with a smile as he looked at the crowd. Thank you, Taoist priest. Thank you, Taoist priest. The villagers responded one after another, though their expressions were wooden and their eyes lifeless, almost indistinguishable from a group of dried corpses. Qin Jianzi merely smiled slightly at this and then turned and quickly left. After Qin Jianzi left, the villagers began to enter the guest rooms one by one in order. The guest rooms in the temple were not small, designed with large communal sleeping arrangements, each capable of accommodating about 10 people. Shaotan village had brought about 30 or 40 villagers this time, and 4 rooms were sufficient. Ding Chen watched the villagers enter the guest rooms one by one without rushing in himself. He patiently waited until the second-to-last room began to fill up before quickly slipping in front. Spending the night in this eerie temple, Ding Chen didn't dare to stay in the first room or the last one. After considering, he found the second-to-last room to be more suitable. Ding Chen's actions did not attract the attention of the other villagers, as they seemed to care only about matters related to the ritual. When Ding Chen entered the guest room, he was immediately hit by the stench of decay in the air, like the smell of garbage left out in the summer heat, making one want to vomit. Clearly, these guest rooms had never been cleaned, and Ding Chen even suspected that something was rotting inside. However, the villagers who entered after him showed no reaction at all. One by one, they took off their shoes and socks, lay down on the communal bed, and started to rest. Throughout the process, these villagers did not exchange a single word, not even a greeting, moving like robots, which made the only normal person in the room, Ding Chen, feel an extremely strong sense of eeriness. Damn, that Baiyunzi Taoist is indeed a character from the Red Fork area. He managed to sway these people just by preaching. Why is that? Ding Chen's mind flashed with a hint of doubt, and then he followed the villagers' example by taking off his shoes and socks, lying down on the long wooden bed in order. His eyes, however, did not close. He secretly watched the closed door. For some reason, in this eerie Taoist temple, Ding Chen always felt uncomfortable. Besides the 2 Taoist priests, Bai Yunzi and Xing Yunzi, who seemed abnormal, there were some other strange things, but he couldn't pinpoint what they were. As Ding Chen pondered, snoring sounds had already started around him. Clearly, the villagers' spirits were extremely exhausted. As soon as they lay down, they couldn't control themselves and fell into a deep sleep. Sleeping fast, Ding Chen muttered to himself, listening to the snoring sounds all around. Then, he thought for a moment and assumed the sleeping posture from the Qingjing, beginning his practice. Time passed without him noticing. In the midst of his closed-eye practice, Ding Chen's heart suddenly skipped a beat, as if he had thought of something. He abruptly opened his eyes, and cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. Smell! The smell! Ding Chen finally realized what was wrong. From the moment he entered the temple until now, he hadn't smelled any fragrance. Where is there a Taoist temple that doesn't burn incense? Even if it's the most destitute, there should be some incense, right? This realization made Ding Chen even more terrified. This place was definitely not a Taoist temple, it must be a demonic lair. At that moment, Ding Chen suddenly heard a baby-like giggle coming from outside the door. Hee hee! Ding Chen immediately shrank into the crowd, no longer assuming the practice posture. His eyes slightly closed, but he kept a small gap to watch the windows and doors not far away. The next moment, 2 crisp footsteps approached from a distance and soon stopped in front of Ding Chen's room. Today is another day for these villagers to receive the towel. Yes, we can have a good meal again. Which room should we choose this time? I want to eat them all. No, only one each. If we eat them all, the master will eat us. The voices continued, then fell silent. Fuck. What is this? Ding Chen, who vaguely heard the conversation behind the door, was so scared that he didn't even dare to breathe heavily. A sudden urge to urinate shot from his tailbone to his skull, making his eyes widen. Damn, I forgot to pee before coming. Ding Chen was in despair but had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure, praying that the monsters outside wouldn't choose his room. But the next moment, footsteps sounded again outside, approaching Ding Chen's room and stopping. Then, the tightly closed door suddenly creaked open on its own. Fuck you! Ding Chen, seeing this scene, felt his heart almost leap out of his chest and couldn't help but curse inwardly. As the door gradually opened, a small figure appeared at the entrance. Its shadow, illuminated by the moonlight, stretched long and was reflected on the people lying on the beds inside. Ding Chen, lying at the innermost part, also saw the visitor's appearance by the moonlight and felt that he might not make it through the night. Standing at the doorway was a short infant wearing a large red robe, with 2 heads on its shoulders. Both heads were pale and hairless, with thick red rouge on their lips, making them look airy and terrifying. At the sight of the 2-headed ghostly infant at the door, Ding Chen felt his blood rush to his head, and his thoughts were momentarily blank with fear. Once upon a time, scenes that could only appear in movies were now vividly unfolding before his very eyes. How could he remain calm? At this moment, Ding Chen's only thought was to find a way to survive. To survive in this bizarre and eerie world. The 2-headed eerie baby stood at the door, each head turning in different directions before one of them let out a cheerful laugh. Hee, let's choose the last one by the wall, it's less likely to be noticed. The other head shook its head in response. I choose the first one, the last one is too far. Listen to me, the last one is safer. The first one. The 2 heads began to argue, their pale faces showing anger. Damn it, of course, choose the first one, then get out of here quickly. Ding Chen, lying slightly further back, cursed inwardly upon hearing the eerie baby's argument. Why don't we each take one? Just as Ding Chen was cursing, one of the baby's heads suddenly suggested. Hee, that's a good idea. The eerie baby seemed delighted with the idea, clapping its hands happily, causing cold sweat to break out on Ding Chen's forehead. Although he wasn't the last one, who could guarantee that the eerie baby wouldn't take an interest in him as it passed by? However, Ding Chen had no better options at the moment. He could only slow his breathing, pretend to be asleep, and tightly close his eyes. Tap. The sound of heels on cotton shoes was particularly clear in the silent room, indicating that the 2-headed eerie baby had entered. Lying on the bed, Ding Chen felt a chilling cold air slowly approaching from the direction of the door, then stopping right in front of him. Oh no! Ding Chen's heart skipped a beat, already preparing for the worst. He had placed the oil lamp and wooden board from his bag into his arms before going to sleep. If this thing really intended to do something to him, Ding Chen was ready to fight back. Hey, this person has strong qi and blood. Oh, really? It's rare. I really want to eat him. The taste must be good. Are you crazy? If the master finds out, we're dead. The blood flesh idol loves people with strong qi and blood. Let's go. The master must have already marked this one. The 2-headed eerie baby chattered a few words above Ding Chen's head before actually continuing further inside, seemingly giving up on him. Yet, Ding Chen felt even more terrified. What the hell? I've been marked? What is the blood flesh idol, the statue in the courtyard? A series of questions surfaced in Ding Chen's mind. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a strange sound from behind. Slurp. The sound, like sucking a milkshake through a straw, was normally harmless but now felt incredibly terrifying, making Ding Chen almost vomit. Time passed agonizingly slowly. After an unknown duration, the creepy sound finally stopped, replaced by another noise. Creak. It was the sound of a stone slab being pushed open, the friction between stones distinct. Ding Chen realized that the bedboards beneath them could be slid open. Sure enough, after a heavy thud, the sound of the stone slab closing echoed, and then Ding Chen felt the cold air approaching him again from inside the room. This time, the chill did not linger and went straight to the front of the room, followed by that eerie sound again. Ding Chen finally realized what the foul smell he had smelled upon entering the room was. It was the stench of decaying corpses. Perhaps the corpses here had been drained of their flesh and blood by the monster, causing the smell of decay to be not so overwhelming that it was unbearable, thus only emitting a smell similar to rotting garbage through the stone slabs. But the thought of dried-up corpses possibly hidden beneath him made Ding Chen's heart clench again, wondering what kind of sin he had committed to end up in such a bizarre place. Fortunately, the two-headed ghoul baby left after feeding on the first person, and the room immediately returned to silence. But Ding Chen dared not make a sound, still tightly closing his eyes and lying on the bed, pretending to be in deep sleep. He could sense that the two-headed ghoul baby was perched on the window outside the room, silently watching him, ready to pounce and devour him at the slightest movement. Time passed second by second, and just as Ding Chen was about to give up, his spirit faltering, he suddenly felt a ray of light shining on his cheek. Is it dawn? Ding Chen's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but slightly open his eyes, only to find the room illuminated by the light coming through the window, clearly indicating that the sun had risen. Phew! Only then did Ding Chen's heart, which had been hanging, inexplicably relax, thinking that the night had finally passed. Although he couldn't be sure that the temple would be safe during the day, it was at least better than at night, otherwise the monster wouldn't have chosen to come at night. While Ding Chen was lost in his random thoughts, it seemed that the villagers in the room woke up one by one due to the light. Seeing this, Ding Chen could no longer control himself and slowly sat up, immediately looking towards the position closest to the wall. Empty. Indeed. Ding Chen's eyelids twitched involuntarily, and he dared not delay any further, quickly getting off the bed with the others. But what puzzled Ding Chen was that the disappearance of the two people in the room did not seem to attract the attention of the others, as if they had just vanished like two flies. Although this was strange to Ding Chen, he couldn't ask about it and could only pretend not to know. When Ding Chen walked out of the room, he saw that people from the other three rooms were also coming out one by one, and the old man who seemed to be the village head was standing in the center of the courtyard waiting. Ding Chen stood in the line with the others, glancing around and finding that neither Bai Yunzi nor Qing Yunzi were present, not knowing where they had gone. After a while, it seemed that all the villagers had come out of the rooms. The old man glanced at everyone and then silently started walking towards the courtyard gate. The group of people passed through the corridor where they had come from and returned to the front yard of the temple, where the gate was already open, as if anticipating their departure. Looking at the lush greenery outside the courtyard gate, Ding Chen felt that the past 2 days' experiences were like a dream. He couldn't help but turn back to look, only to suddenly notice a vague figure standing in the shadows of the temple, watching them from afar. Is it Bai Yunzi? Or Qing Yunzi? Ding Chen couldn't be sure but didn't dare to look again, quickly turning back and stepping out of the temple with the others, heading down the mountain. By the time they returned to Shaotan village, it was close to evening. The terror of Shaotan village's nights goes without saying, and there were no polite farewells among the villagers, who all returned to their respective homes directly. Ding Chen was no exception. After Ding Chen entered Wei Laoda's house, he immediately went to the pit to check the bodies. After all, in such an eerie place, it wasn't impossible for overnight corpses to turn into zombies. Fortunately, the two people in the pit were still lying there, which relieved Ding Chen, who had rushed into the house in a hurry. Nevertheless, Ding Chen still found the current situation extremely troublesome. Based on this experience of preaching, each visit to the Taoist temple could potentially result in not returning, let alone the possibility of being targeted by the Taoist priests there. This made Ding Chen even more certain that he absolutely could not take the risk of going to such a haunted place next month. I'll leave tomorrow and first explore the way out. After a moment's consideration, Ding Chen made up his mind to investigate the way out of the village tomorrow. After all, based on this experience of preaching, there was basically no danger during the day, and he also had the divine object of the Sans map in his possession. Even if he was alone outside, his survival rate was somewhat guaranteed. Thinking of this, Ding Chen's flustered heart finally began to calm down. He thought that as long as he left this haunted place, with the vast world, what could the Bai Yunzi of that Taoist temple do to him? Tonight will be the last time I accompany the two elders, and tomorrow I will leave. Ding Chen said to the two people in the pit, then shook his head, closed the door, and sat down at the table in the living room, preparing to spend the night there. At this moment, the light outside the window had gradually faded, and Ding Chen quickly took out the oil lamp he had obtained this time, lit it, and placed it on the table, then blocked the window with a wooden board. Although he was extremely lacking in lifespan at the moment, Ding Chen believed that with his already weak physique and having been drained of blood by the statues in the temple, tonight was not suitable for facing those eerie shadows. After doing all this, Ding Chen took out the dried meat from broke off a small piece, and ate it with a bowl of cold water he had just fetched from the kitchen. Then he lay down on the long bench beside the table, tightly gripping the sickle in his hand, and soon fell into a deep sleep. At this moment, in the Taoist temple dozens of miles away, Bai Yunzi and Qing Yunzi stood side by side in front of the enormous statue, as if waiting for something. "Brother, there seems to be a new face in the village of Shaotan this time," Qing Yunzi suddenly said. With abundant qi and blood, it should be someone who recently entered the village, Bai Yunzi replied calmly. Could it be that the people from the Yin Yang Palace have discovered this place? Xing Yunzi frowned. Although that young man has strong qi and blood, his body is weak. He is neither a martial artist nor a follower of the Yin Yang Palace. He probably wandered into this place by mistake while fleeing, Bai Yunzi said. But I always feel something ominous, Xing Yunzi still said. It doesn't matter. The statue will generate evil energy in about a month. After sacrificing the entire village, we will leave this place, Bai Yunzi said, waving his eyes flashing with anticipation. Speaking of which, the taste of the flesh infused with Yin evil is really good, Bai Yunzi said, suddenly sticking out his long tongue to lick his lips. Then he waved his in front of the stone statue, and a thin, long meat tube shot out from the enormous statue towards Bai Yunzi. Seeing this, Bai Yunzi, as if he had expected it, did not dodge or avoid. Instead, he opened his Taoist robe in front of his chest, revealing a bizarre human face on his exposed chest. The face, upon seeing the light, suddenly opened its tightly closed eyes and extended a bright red tongue, sucking in the flying meat tube, while its expression showed a sense of satisfaction. Glug, glug. The sound of swallowing echoed in the quiet courtyard, making Xing Yunzi beside him show a trace of envy. Congratulations, brother. Once this blood and flesh statue finishes devouring, your strength will reach a new level, Xing Yunzi said with a smile beside him. You need not envy, this time the sacrifice was successful. I will report it truthfully to the temple, and then reward you with a white jade statue. Bai Yunzi closed his eyes slightly, savoring the pleasure of consuming flesh and blood, while speaking slowly. Thank you, senior brother. Qin Yunzi, upon hearing this, immediately bowed deeply, then turned his gaze back to the stone statue in the courtyard, his thoughts unknown. The next morning, Ding Chen suddenly woke up from a dream. He first looked around, finding that the traps he had set up the previous night had not been triggered, and then he relaxed and slowly sat up from the stool. Last night was too exhausting, so he couldn't practice the sleeping posture of the Changqing Gong and directly fell asleep. Phew, fortunately, I can leave this wretched place today. Ding Chen sighed, his face showing a look of confusion. After all, he had only been in this world for a few days and had no understanding of the outside situation. Was this place dominated by demons or humans? Would the outside of Shaotan village be normal, or even worse? A series of questions swirled in Ding Chen's mind, making him feel both fear of uncovering the mysteries of this world and anticipation. After all, with the enhancement system, as long as he found a safe place to develop steadily, it would undoubtedly be the most prudent choice at present. Thinking of this, Ding Chen quickly got up and began searching through Wei Laota's room again. Yesterday, he left in a hurry, and this time he might not return, so Ding Chen carefully searched the entire house, and surprisingly, he managed to pry out a small piece of silver from the crack in the wall of Wei Laota's room. Silver? Ding Chen looked at the small piece of silver in his hand, feeling a surge of joy. Great! Since there's silver, there must be trade, which means there must be large places like towns in this world. Ding Chen tightly gripped the silver, then suddenly stood up, packed all his belongings, quietly opened the door, and then, locking it, hurried away in the direction opposite the temple. The sky had just brightened, but the doors of every household were tightly closed, as if still in fear of the night. But Ding Chen understood that these villagers, having been drained of blood and flesh for a long time, were on the verge of collapse, and this sleep might last until the sun was high. However, Ding Chen was indifferent to this, as he was leaving this wretched place today, and everything here would have nothing to do with him. May Buddha bless you, if there is a Buddha in this world. Ding Chen walked quickly, murmuring to himself. After leaving the village, Ding Chen followed the markings on the quicksand map, observing as he walked, and soon arrived at the outermost marked location on the map. It's a fork in the road. Ding Chen, looking at the fork in front of him, frowned. In this desolate place, without road signs, without passers-by to ask for directions, and without a map, this was a very troublesome situation. After all, once the wrong direction was chosen and he accidentally entered a place marked with a red cross, it would truly be courting death. However, the quicksand map in Ding Chen's hand showed no reaction at this moment. All the markings ended here, as if the paths behind were abruptly cut off by something, which made him feel a bit unusual. After a slight hesitation, Ding Chen decided to choose a path and see where it led, otherwise, staying here was not a solution. May heaven bless me. Ding Chen tightened the bundle on his back and then chose the right fork, resolutely taking a step forward. 10 minutes later, Ding Chen stared dumbfounded at the same fork in the road in front of him, rubbing his eyes and then looking at a large rock by the side of the road. This large rock left a deep impression on him. It was the same large rock that had been in the center of the previous intersection, and now it reappeared at the center of this fork in the road, which inevitably made Ding Chen feel an ominous premonition. No way! Ding Chen's forehead suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Then he ran to the large rock, carved a few scratches on it with his sickle, and without further ado, quickly headed towards the left fork again. About 10 minutes later, Ding Chen once again stood at an identical three-way intersection. Looking at the massive rock in front of him and the familiar patterns carved on it, he finally confirmed a fact. He was trapped here. I never thought I would encounter the legendary ghost wall here. No wonder the quicksand map couldn't display the icons behind it. Ding Chen's eyes lost focus, muttering to himself, and his right hand holding the sickle hung weakly. Being unable to leave meant facing that eerie Taoist temple again in a month. Thinking of the various eerie scenes he encountered in the temple, Ding Chen felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Damn it! I just wanted to develop peacefully. Why force me? Ding Chen's eyes stared blankly at the large rock in front of him. After a long while, the fear in his heart was gradually replaced by a complex emotion. He was unwilling to face the threat of death just after arriving in this world. He hated his own weakness, hated his own cowardice. He was angry that under this bright sky, why were demons and monsters rampant, yet no one could control them? It turns out that the principle is universal anywhere. People can only rely on themselves. After a long while, Ding Chen slowly tightened his grip on the sickle and then resolutely turned around, striding towards the direction of Shaotan village. Clearly, Shaotan village was sealed by a mysterious force, and anyone trying to leave would encounter the so-called ghost wall. Ding Chen knew that further attempts would be futile, so he had to choose to return, hoping to find a glimmer of hope. Thus, Ding Chen returned to Shaotan village, and by now it was close to noon. The villagers of Shaotan village had already woken up and began to appear on the village roads in small groups. Some of these villagers carried axes on their backs, obviously going hunting or chopping wood. Some carried buckets, presumably to fetch water from the old well in the village, and some stood blankly under the sun, as if they had lost their minds. Those who can still move on their own have relatively strong recovery abilities, but it's almost over. Shaotan village is already a shell of its former self. I wonder what that temple is up to. Ding Chen watched this scene and shook his head, then quietly returned to Old Wei's house. Creak. As the wooden door opened, a stench of decay hit Ding Chen's nose. Looks like I need to deal with these two corpses. Ding Chen frowned. He had originally planned to leave today and could ignore the corpses in the room, but encountering the ghost wall left him somewhat helpless. Fortunately, it was now daytime, so Ding Chen directly went into the kitchen, picked up a fire starter, and then came to the door of the small room where he used to sleep. Pushing open the door, Ding Chen looked at the deep cave in front of him, then surveyed the room's surroundings, and jumped over the pit to enter the room. He first opened all the windows in the room, then began to pry off the wooden boards on the small bed. After prying off more than 10 boards, Ding Chen picked up one of them and wrote flammable, ultra-high temperature, smokeless, durable on it with charcoal, then narrowed his eyes slightly. Consuming lifespan can be enhanced. This enhancement consumes 6 days. Enhance? Seeing the familiar words appear, Ding Chen immediately chose yes. In the next moment, the wooden board in his hand flashed with a light, then transformed into a deep black wooden object. Strengthening successful, remaining lifespan, 4 months and 1 day. High combustion wood derived from a highly flammable tree that continuously releases high temperatures, commonly found in high mountains with abundant spiritual energy. It is an invaluable fuel. My lifespan is only left with this much? Ding Chen was somewhat shocked as he looked at his remaining lifespan, his pupils slightly dilated. He remembered that his lifespan was originally left with more than 5 months. Even after strengthening this wooden board, it shouldn't have been reduced to just over 4 months. That's right, that stone statue. Ding Chen's mind instantly recalled the stone statue in the Taoist temple, murmuring to himself. Obviously, if there was any reason for the loss of lifespan, it could only be that statue. Damn it! Ding Chen's hand gripping the wooden board was so angry that it bulged with veins, grinding his teeth and muttering in a low voice. After a long while, he relaxed a bit, then began to mechanically strengthen the remaining wooden boards. After strengthening 7 or 8 pieces, Ding Chen stopped, then picked up some dry grass piled in the corner of the room, lit it with a fire starter, and kicked it into the pit. Next, Ding Chen began to throw the strengthened wooden boards into the pit, and soon, a blazing firelight emerged from the pit. A scorching heat wave hit him, forcing Ding Chen to take several steps back, inwardly marveling. No wonder it was a strengthened product. Just these 10 or so wooden boards could raise the temperature to such an intensity. It was almost no different from a furnace. Moreover, the fire was so vigorous yet smokeless, which slightly eased Ding Chen's anxious heart. He stood in the corner of the room, quietly watching the flames leaping out of the pit in front of him, not knowing what he was thinking. After an unknown amount of time, it seemed that there was nothing left to burn in the pit, and the flames finally began to die down. Only then did Ding Chen walk over slowly, standing above the pit and looking down at the bottom, which had been burned black and empty, before stepping over the pit and returning to the front room. The calendar hanging on the wall of Old Wei's house shows that a month here is also 30 days, which means, at most, there are 29 days left. Ding Chen sat at the table, looking at the 2 oil lamps placed on it, lost in thought. His time was running out. He needed to think of a way quickly, either to escape from Shaotan village, or to avoid the blood-sucking of the statue during next month's sermon. After all, by then, his remaining lifespan would not be enough to offset the loss of lifespan caused by the blood-sucking, which was certain. Killing them is the only solution. Ding Chen picked up the lamp, looking at the unfamiliar runes carved on it, and suddenly had this thought. But Ding Chen then felt a headache. After all, he was still in a vague understanding of this world, and this time in the Taoist temple facing those demonic Taoists, he didn't even have the courage to make a move, let alone counterattack. No matter what, I have to try. After a slight hesitation, Ding Chen made up his mind and began to think about the next actions by stroking his chin. In that Taoist temple, it seems that Baiyunzi has the highest cultivation, but it's not ruled out that there are still some demonic Taoists hidden in the dark. This is troublesome, unless I can ensure that I am invincible, otherwise, once I make a move, there will be no turning back. There's also the strange wall at the village entrance. If there's a way to break it, directly leaving the village would be the best solution. But no matter what, both methods have a prerequisite: strength. Thinking about this, Ding Chen clenched his fist and couldn't help but feel a bit of helplessness about his current weakness. Too weak, he thought. With that, Ding Chen stood up and began pacing around the room while pondering. Although my system can't directly add points to martial arts like other systems, it can create objects out of thin air. I need to make good use of this ability. With that thought, Ding Chen rubbed a mud ball off his body, then found a piece of white cloth. He wrote, "Increases cultivation significantly, perfect absorption, medicinal pill, no side effects" on the cloth with charcoal, placed the mud ball on it, and squinted at the black mud ball. Soon, text appeared near the mud ball. Consumes lifespan for enhancement. Current enhancement consumes 1 year and 3 months of lifespan. Enhance? So much. Ding Chen was startled by the lifespan required for enhancement, but then it made sense. After all, the mud ball was directly rubbed off his body and had no medicinal properties. Forcing it to become a pill that increases cultivation would indeed require a significant amount of lifespan. If only I could get my hands on a real medicinal pill. Thinking about this, Ding Chen suddenly remembered a scene from the temple where many people had received a small vial after offering fresh flesh and blood. Could that be a medicinal pill? Ding Chen's heart raced at the thought. He looked around, grabbed some jerky, and hurried out the door. He first went to the door of a neighboring villager and knocked loudly. Ding Chen's actions naturally attracted the attention of other villagers, but they merely glanced over and then turned back, indifferent. Creak! With a grating sound, the wooden door slowly opened, revealing a thin figure. This was a villager from the house next to Wei Lao Tu. In Ding Chen's memory, he had received a vial after contributing fresh flesh and blood to the temple. "I want to trade for the contents of the immortal's vial," Ding Chen said, quickly showing the jerky to the lifeless, expressionless face. Upon hearing Ding Chen's words, the villager glanced at the jerky in his hand, then the yellowed eyeballs slightly shifted and a low voice emerged. "To trade for the immortal pill, fresh flesh and blood are required." "No way, this jerky." Bang! Before Ding Chen could say more, the villager retreated into the house and slammed the wooden door shut with a loud bang. "Damn, they won't take the ready meat, they've really been brainwashed," Ding Chen said, exasperated, looking at the tightly closed door. However, Ding Chen did hear some good news. The villagers called the contents of the vial immortal pills. If I can get my hands on one and enhance it, it might really have unexpected effects. Ding Chen furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment, then returned to Wei Laotu's house, grabbed a sickle and some broken wooden boards, and hurried out the door. This time, Ding Chen headed towards the direction of the temple, as the map indicated more beasts in that direction. But this map only has icons, no specific beasts marked. I'm afraid of running into something fierce, that would be troublesome. As Ding Chen walked, he looked at the map in his hand and finally decided to find the nearest beast to check the situation. After about half an hour, Ding Chen arrived at an area with slightly more weeds. This should be it. Ding Chen looked at the map in his hand, then glanced around. Sure enough, he spotted a gray figure in the grass not far away. "It looks like a rabbit," Ding Chen speculated, squinting for a closer look. However, even if it was a rabbit, Ding Chen had no way to catch it, as it was fast and all he had was a sickle. But Ding Chen had come prepared. He took out several wooden boards from his bag, stacked them on the ground, and carved the words "Deadly Beast Trap" on one of them. Then he took out a piece of dried meat and wrote "Deadly Allure to Rabbits, Wide Range" on a rag. Finally, Ding Chen chose to enhance both items, consuming a total of 19 days of his life. Moments later, a wooden beast trap appeared on the lawn, with a small piece of jerky placed inside. Seeing this, Ding Chen quickly ran to the side and lay down, waiting quietly. As soon as Ding Chen lay down, the figure digging in the grass far away suddenly looked in this direction. Ding Chen was overjoyed, thinking his setup was indeed effective, and now he just had to wait for the rabbit to come to him. Sure enough, as Ding Chen was thinking, the gray figure rushed towards him at an astonishing speed, startling him. Is that a rabbit? Ding Chen barely caught a glimpse of a gray blur before hearing a loud noise from the trap, followed by a series of shrill cries. Damn! Ding Chen quickly grabbed his sickle and ran towards the trap. When he arrived, he found the trap almost shattered, with wooden fragments struggling around a massive gray rabbit. The rabbit was huge, its eyes red, and even with its belly impaled by the wooden spikes of the trap, its legs still thrashed powerfully, digging a small pit in the ground, showing its incredible vitality and strength. Seriously, even the rabbit is this fierce? Ding Chen gritted his teeth and swung his sickle at the rabbit's head. After several strikes, the rabbit finally stopped moving. This rabbit has so much strength. Good thing I used the enhanced trap, an ordinary one wouldn't have held it. Ding Chen poked the motionless gray rabbit with his sickle, confirming it was dead before finally putting it in his bag. Creak! Under the scorching sun, the door of Wei Laota's neighbor opened again. The emaciated man, seeing Ding Chen appear once more, was about to say something when his nose twitched, and his yellowish-brown eyes immediately focused on the package Ding Chen was holding. Gulp! The man swallowed and slowly said, 1 pound of meat, 1 elixir. Ding Chen nodded without speaking and handed the package to the man. The man took the package, weighed it in his hand, then turned and went into the house. After a dozen breaths, the man returned to the door and handed a small cloth bag to Ding Chen. 10 pounds of meat, 10 elixirs, the man said slowly. Ding Chen took the bag, didn't open it, and left directly, heading towards Wei Laota's house. Next time, you can trade again, the man's voice suddenly rang out, making Ding Chen pause slightly. But he quickly continued, speeding up to return to Wei Laota's house and bolted the door from the inside. Back in the house, Ding Chen immediately opened the small cloth package and found 10 slightly reddish, soybean-sized round pills inside. Are these the elixirs of immortality? Ding Chen fiddled with the 10 pills, murmuring to himself. However, he dared not take these elixirs directly. After all, they were from the Taoist temple, and one couldn't be sure what tricks were hidden within. Thinking of this, Ding Chen quickly took out the prepared cloth and charcoal pencil to start experimenting. Non-toxic, harmless, greatly enhances cultivation, easily absorbed. First, Ding Chen experimented with the best enhancement direction, which required 1 month of lifespan. Although the time was greatly reduced, the cost-effectiveness was too low, with 1 pill costing a month, so he abandoned this option. Non-toxic, harmless, enhances cultivation, easy to absorb. Slightly reducing the restrictions, the lifespan required for enhancing the pills was directly reduced to 8 days, but Ding Chen was still not satisfied. After all, although 1 pill only took 8 days, 10 pills would take 80 days, consuming most of his lifespan, which was not worth it. Non-toxic, harmless, enhances cultivation. Finally, Ding Chen abandoned the easy absorption direction, as it overlapped somewhat with enhancing cultivation. Given his current conditions, he could only reluctantly give it up. This time, the lifespan required for enhancement did not disappoint Ding Chen, reducing to 3 days per pill. 3 days, it's not unacceptable, let's give it a try. Ding Chen looked at the red pills on the table and then chose to proceed. In the next moment, a familiar light flashed, and the pills placed on the cloth had completely transformed into a different appearance. Blood Marrow Essence Pill, a unique elixir of the Blood Flesh Temple, condensed from flesh essence into blood marrow, combined with Heavenly Corpse Grass, Bitter Heart Branch, and Floating Duckweed Water, a rare medicinal pill. It's done! Ding Chen looked at the pill, which was now significantly larger, and an indescribable excitement surged in his heart. The success of the pill meant his idea was correct, and if his idea was correct, he had the potential for improvement. With the potential for improvement, he could easily suppress the mere temple. Ding Chen happily thought, completely forgetting his nervousness from just a cup of tea ago, even imagining himself one day soaring through the clouds and ascending in broad daylight. I'm thinking too far ahead. After a while, Ding Chen scratched his scalp and then carefully picked up the pill with 2 fingers, examining it closely. As the distance closed, a distinct blood smell entered Ding Chen's nostrils, reminding him of the Blood Flesh Temple mentioned in the introduction. Blood Flesh Temple, could that be the true name of the temple? Ding Chen had a guess, his eyebrows furrowing slightly. If it weren't for the introduction, I really wouldn't dare to eat this. Ding Chen shook his head, clearing the messy thoughts from his mind, and then, without hesitation, threw the bright red pill into his mouth. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, it turned into a cotton-like liquid that flowed directly down his throat into his stomach. In the next instant, a scorching heat surged from Ding Chen's abdomen. So hot! The thought just appeared in Ding Chen's mind when blood-red lines, like spider webs, appeared under his skin, covering his entire body. Ding Chen's pupils slightly contracted, feeling a bit panicked, but he followed his previous plan, adopting the standing posture from the evergreen art, and began to adjust his breathing. In a moment, a scorching breath rose from Ding Chen's abdomen and started circulating in his body as usual. What surprised Ding Chen was that every time this heat circulated through his stomach, it would draw out a bit of the heat inside, circulating it throughout his body. In this way, each cycle of the heat flow would grow slightly, and after just dozens of cycles, it had reached the thickness of a hair. This growth rate was 10 times faster than before. It really works! Ding Chen was pleasantly surprised, his eyes glowing with excitement. He then calmed down and continued to practice the Changqing on the spot. Time passed minute by minute until the sky was completely dark, and Ding Chen slowly exited his meditative state, exhaling deeply. It takes about 3 hours to digest a pill, but my body. Ding Chen raised his arm and examined it carefully, then pressed on various parts of his body, feeling puzzled. There doesn't seem to be any change, but the internal flow has grown significantly. Ding Chen speculated that this flow might be the internal energy often mentioned in novels. With a sudden thought, he assumed a stance of the Changqing Gong and directed the heat flow rising from his abdomen to his palm. The next moment, Ding Chen slammed his palm onto the table in front of him, producing a crisp crack sound, but the table only wobbled slightly, not shattering as he had imagined. Strange, it doesn't seem to work? Ding Chen touched the table, his face showing a hint of confusion. I guess I was overthinking it. It's unrealistic to expect the power to split mountains and break stones after just one day of practice. Ding Chen shook his head and then looked out the window. Tonight, he didn't cover the window with wooden boards but instead lit 2 oil lamps on the table to attract the ghost scorpions to kill, in order to increase his dwindling lifespan. Ding Chen first spread the hunting bag he had gathered in the morning on the table and then sat beside it, waiting quietly. The bag was stained with the blood of the gray rabbit, which, even though dried, still emitted a pungent smell. Ding Chen guessed that the last time the ghost scorpions attacked, it was probably due to the blood of the old woman who was pierced by the crossbow mechanism. Otherwise, even with the window open, they wouldn't have found this place so quickly. Sure enough, not long after, Ding Chen, sitting at the table, seemed to sense something, his eyebrows raised, and his gaze suddenly turned to the window. Buzz! The familiar sound came from the dark outside, and the next moment, black shadows rushed into the room. There are quite a few. Seeing this, Ding Chen was not frightened but rather delighted. He grabbed an oil lamp and walked forward, facing the swarming shadows. The familiar text continuously appeared in Ding Chen's vision, like joyful notes, lifting the corners of his mouth. Killed a ghost scorpion, gain 0. 1 days of life, killed a ghost scorpion, gain 0. 1 days of life. Ding Chen was overjoyed but also felt the chilling aura pressing in. Times had changed. Unlike a few days ago, Ding Chen no longer felt panic. Instead, he skillfully assumed the stance of the Changqing Gong. The surge of heat from within instantly made him feel warmer. It really works! Ding Chen was thrilled and filled with a sense of ambition. Standing amidst the swarm of ghost scorpions, he let out a light laugh, as if to vent all the hardships he had endured on these ugly creatures. It was unclear how long this lasted, but the swarming ghost scorpions seemed to realize Ding Chen's resilience and collectively retreated, quickly disappearing into the dark night through the window. Damn, I wasn't done yet. Seeing this, Ding Chen immediately burst into a tirade. At this moment, he felt that his mastery of the Changqing Gong was becoming increasingly proficient, and his entire body was brimming with inexhaustible energy. He was just about to battle these shadow scorpions until dawn, but unexpectedly, they retreated. You know what? You really can't deny it. This pill is really awesome. The retreat of the shadow scorpions made Ding Chen feel the tremendous progress he had made tonight, and he couldn't help but feel a bit smug. This is only after taking 1 pill. If I were to strengthen and consume the remaining 9 pills, I wonder how much more progress I would make. Thinking of this, Ding Chen's heart was filled with excitement. He quickly walked to the window, closed it, and fastened the shutters. Then, he took out the remaining pills from the room, deciding to continue his cultivation tonight. After all, in such a place, danger could arise at any moment. The most important thing right now is to quickly enhance oneself. With this in mind, Ding Chen followed the same procedure and began to strengthen the second pill. Strengthening successful. Current lifespan, 6 months and 11 days. After the strengthening was successful, Ding Chen also saw his current lifespan. It's increased by 3 months, and it's only been a short while. Ding Chen was stunned, then felt a bit incredulous. Could it be the effect of the Changqing Gong? But the next moment, Ding Chen thought of another possibility and began to ponder while stroking his chin. If it's the Changqing Gong, it's not entirely incomprehensible. If the Changqing Gong can increase lifespan, it would indeed be the most suitable technique for me. This thought flashed through Ding Chen's mind, but he quickly shook his head. I'll experiment when I have the chance. For now, enhancing my strength is the most important. Ding Chen muttered to himself as he swallowed the strengthened pill. The next morning, when the first ray of light seeped through the crack in the window, Ding Chen, who was lying on a bench in a sleeping posture, suddenly opened his eyes. He immediately stood up from the bench, feeling the difference in himself. After a night of cultivation, the current flow of energy in his body had grown to the thickness of a chopstick, and even after stopping his practice, it continued to circulate within his body, almost becoming a habit. Is this a breakthrough? Ding Chen wasn't sure, as he was completely ignorant of the realms of this world, but he was certain that he had grown stronger today. Considering my relentless cultivation and exceptional talent, it's no wonder I've achieved this. Hard work truly is the mother of success. Ding Chen chuckled, then quickly filled his stomach with jerky before rushing out the door. And so, Ding Chen spent his days setting traps to catch prey and trading with villagers for pills, while in the afternoons and evenings, he consumed pills and cultivated frantically. At night, he used preserved beast blood to attract shadow scorpions to increase his lifespan, leading a very regular life. One day, Ding Chen took out a piece of cloth from the room and wrote basic blade technique on it with charcoal. Indeed, these days of life made Ding Chen feel fulfilled but also a bit uneasy. Although the current flow of energy in his body had grown to the thickness of a finger, no matter how he experimented, it didn't seem to exhibit the effects of internal energy as described in novels. Apart from feeling a bit stronger and more energetic, Ding Chen didn't notice any difference. This made him think that it was time to learn something truly tangible. After pondering for a while, Ding Chen decided to focus on blade techniques. Although Ding Chen had always harbored a martial dream, imagining himself carrying a long sword and roaming the Jianghu as a carefree swordsman, settling scores with ease, in the current environment, he still felt that a blade was more substantial and could bring him more peace of mind. Currently available for strengthening. Strengthening requires a consumption of 5 years and 1 month of lifespan. Proceed with strengthening? Ding Chen frowned slightly as he looked at the prompt that popped up in front of him. It wasn't that the required lifespan for enhancement exceeded his limit. Over the past few nights, he had continuously lured and killed shadow crabs, already increasing his lifespan to 10 years. The 5-year consumption, although it pained him, wasn't enough to make him hesitate. However, Ding Chen suddenly thought, everything has a process of talent, and while the cultivation technique could be sped up with pills, how could the sword technique be accelerated? So, standing by the table, Ding Chen pondered for a while, then added the words, most suitable for myself to the tattered cloth. Current enhancement available, requires 7 years and 4 months of lifespan, enhance? Seeing the prompt that had increased by more than 2 years of lifespan, Ding Chen was not alarmed but rather delighted, thinking he was indeed a genius, and quickly chose yes. In the next moment, with a flash of light on the table, an old, worn leather booklet appeared in front of Ding Chen. Enhancement successful. Current lifespan, 3 years and 71 days. Ding Chen's sword technique. A sword technique seemingly created for someone named Ding Chen, consisting of 13 forms, ordinary yet extraordinary, possibly with miraculous effects when practiced to a profound level? Wow, this name. Ding Chen looked at the prompt in front of him, thinking the name of this sword technique was really down to earth, causing his mouth to twitch involuntarily. Fortunately, it was the coveted cultivation manual, so he hurriedly picked it up and eagerly flipped to the first page. The first page that met his eyes was a pattern of a tree. Under the tree, there was also a small line of text. Meditate on this image each time you practice the sword, for twice the effect. What is this? A meditation diagram? Ding Chen was taken aback, thinking he had enhanced a basic sword technique, so why was there such a profound thing as a meditation diagram? Could it be influenced by the last added condition? Ding Chen scratched his head, then flipped to the second page. First form, horizontal slash. Such a straightforward name. Ding Chen looked at the little figure in the drawing, then at the various annotations marked on the figure, such as the range of motion, the angle of the sword technique, the speed of the evergreen technique. Wait, evergreen technique? Ding Chen's eyes widened, his mouth gaping open. No way, you're serious. By a small pond outside the village, a figure stood under the scorching sun, holding a long sword, constantly making one movement after another on the sandy ground. At first glance, it seemed clumsy, but upon closer inspection, there seemed to be some method to it. I can't do it, too tired, can't hold on. Ding Chen stopped his movements, panting heavily as he sat down under the shade of a tree, picked up a gourd beside him, pulled out the wooden stopper, and gulped down the contents. Since obtaining that sword technique a few days ago, Ding Chen had been practicing by this pond every day, rain or shine, all for the sake of making a breakthrough as soon as possible. The long sword in his hand was a refined sword made from a piece of iron sheet, which had cost him 3 months of his lifespan. At first, Ding Chen was very interested in the sword technique and could practice for 3 to 4 hours a day, which was 3 hours in the morning and 3 hours in the afternoon. But after a few days, his whole body ached, and now he couldn't even last an hour, panting heavily and sweating profusely. This is bullshit. Those people in the novels who practice for a whole day are pure nonsense. Ding Chen leaned against the tree trunk, put down the gourd, and complained while catching his breath. This is troublesome. Although practicing this sword technique feels quite natural, I don't know how effective it is. There's no concept of a realm at all. Ding Chen tugged at the grass on the ground, feeling quite troubled. But compared to these, there was one more thing that made Ding Chen feel even more troublesome. That was in the recent nights, when he could clearly feel the reduction in the number of eerie shadows creeping into his room. Even with a bowl of beast blood prepared, he couldn't attract more of those eerie shadows, which meant his source of extended life was restricted. Could it be that I've killed them all? Ding Chen thought more and more panicked, as once these things were gone, he really didn't know where to get life to support his enhancements. Never mind, I'll observe for a few more days. Ding Chen sighed helplessly, then stood up, twisted his sore wrist, and picked up his knife to continue practicing. On the other side, at Baiyun Monastery. In the central hall of the monastery, Baiyunzi sat on a straw mat, his hands forming a mudra on his knees, his eyes half closed, murmuring incantations. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and slowly opened his eyes towards the direction of the door. Is my brother summoning me? A voice entered the hall, followed by the figure of Qin Jianzi walking in from the door. The deity statue below the mountain seems to have a problem. Recently, the blood aura hasn't been growing, and there's even a weakening phenomenon. Please go and take a look, brother, Baiyunzi slowly said. Oh, is that so? Qin Jianzi frowned and slowly spoke. The blood deity statue buried under Shaotan village was brought by Baiyunzi from the main temple, connected to his mind. Even from dozens of miles away, Baiyunzi could faintly sense the statue. Don't worry, brother, I'll go down the mountain right away. Qin Jianzi bowed to Baiyunzi sitting there, then turned and walked towards the hall's exit, soon disappearing outside. Seeing this, Baiyunzi in the hall slowly closed his eyes and continued his meditation practice. The blood absorbed from the statue this month needed to be refined quickly, otherwise, over time, it would produce impurities, which would be detrimental to cultivation. This was why he sent Qin Jianzi down the mountain instead of going himself. Boom! A sudden thunderclap resounded across the sky, and the next moment, large raindrops like pearls poured down, making a crackling sound as they hit the dry, yellow ground. The gloomy sky stretched endlessly, giving rise to a sense of oppression. This is the first time I've seen such a heavy rain. Ding Chen stood in the room, looking at the misty scene outside the door, and said with some emotion, "There's always a feeling of unease in my heart." Ding Chen rubbed his temples, wondering if he was overworking himself from practicing the blade too much lately. Today doesn't seem suitable for going out, so I'll practice the Changqing Gong indoors. Ding Chen shook his head and then turned to sit down at the table in the hall. Now my lifespan is back to about 7 years, and the growth rate has slowed down. The nearby beasts are. Ha! As Ding Chen opened the sand map to look at it, he suddenly startled, thud standing up, staring intently at the sand map in his hand, his breathing gradually becoming heavy. On the sand map, which originally marked a red cross for the temple, a smaller red cross was slowly separating and moving towards his direction. Has that Taoist priest come? A thought instantly appeared in Ding Chen's mind. Is he coming for someone? The people of Shaotan village? Did I attract their attention, or someone else? Confused thoughts crowded into Ding Chen's mind like cotton, and a huge sense of panic once again descended, making Ding Chen's breathing heavy. Too fast. Too fast. I've only been practicing the blade for a total of 7 days, just a bit familiar with the 13 forms of the blade technique. The giant tree visualization can only appear in my mind as the trunk part, but it's far from being ready to be used. Ding Chen held the sand map and couldn't help but pace rapidly in the room. And who exactly is coming? Was it that double-faced ghostly baby, Qin Jianzi, or Baiyunzi? Ding Chen had never thought that the unexpected would come so quickly, like the violent and sudden downpour outside the house. No matter what, be prepared, he finally decided after much deliberation. He then took the straw raincoat hanging on the wall and picked up the fresh meat he had hunted yesterday, preparing to go out and exchange it for the last batch of pills. Being prepared for rain, although the demonic beings in this temple might not be coming for him this time, Ding Chen had already prepared for the worst. The rain grew heavier, and between heaven and earth, there was nothing but the sound of raindrops hitting the ground. All the beasts had hidden in the forest or caves, waiting for the sudden rain to stop. Pitter-patter. But in the midst of the heavy rain, a Taoist priest in a green robe was walking slowly on the muddy path, holding a green oil umbrella, his figure graceful and elegant. Could it be that the people from the Yin Yang Palace have discovered it? Qin Jianzi reached a hill and stood at a high point, looking towards the direction of Shouten village, as if trying to see something. But the mist before his eyes was disappointing. "I hate the rain," Kim Ji-eunzi shook his head, then jumped down from the hill and continued towards Shouten village. As evening approached, the rain finally began to subside. Shouten village was still quiet, and people did not come out to breathe fresh air even after the rain stopped. Outside the village, Kim Ji-eunzi folded his umbrella and looked at the lifeless small village, then sniffed. "I don't smell the stench of those Inyang Palace people, let's wait until tonight and see." Kim Ji-eunzi did not hesitate and walked directly into the village, knocking on the door of the house closest to the village entrance. Knock knock knock. The slow and forceful knocking immediately startled the villagers inside. "Who is it?" "Ah, it's a celestial being visiting us." The villager opened the wooden door, and upon seeing Kim Ji-eunzi, his sallow face flushed with a hint of red, exclaiming in surprise, "Old man, can you invite me in for a seat?" Kim Ji-eunzi looked at the old man in front of him, glanced at the old woman inside who also had a surprised expression, and asked softly. In the dim light, Ding Chen looked at the map in his hand and found that the red cross had entered the village's range and stopped moving, as if it had entered a villager's house. He got up cautiously and approached the window, peeking through the gap between the cover and the frame to see if he could find anything in the direction of the red cross, but due to the obstruction of the houses, he couldn't see anything. Trouble, it seems this guy's target is indeed here. Ding Chen frowned behind the window, then returned to the table and began to think of a countermeasure. The oil lamp on the table had already been replaced with a reinforced lamp because the oil lamp spit out by the statue wouldn't last a week if lit every night. Only the reinforced lamp could last longer and cause more damage to the ghostly shadow. But this thing definitely couldn't be discovered by the demonic Taoist, otherwise, he would immediately recognize it as not belonging to their temple. After thinking about it, Ding Chen blew out the oil lamp on the table and felt his way into the kitchen in the dark, hiding them in the firewood pile. With the faint moonlight, Ding Chen then came to Wei Lao's room and lay down, pretending to be asleep, while secretly continuing to practice the evergreen art on the bed. Meanwhile, in the small house near the village entrance, in the dim light, two heads with slightly open mouths and wide open eyes were placed side by side on the table. Beside the table, Kim Ji-eunzi sat upright, drinking the dark red liquid in the cup in front of him, then licking his lips and letting out a satisfied sigh. The blood tainted by bloodthirst is indeed a great tonic. I have been running errands for my senior brother, and this is what I deserve. Kim Ji-eunzi glanced at the two heads on the table and let out a sinister chuckle. But this shadow scorpion is truly strange. There was no movement, so why is it missing so much? Thinking of this, Kim Ji-eunzi got up and walked to the window, slowly pushing it open. Instantly, the thick smell of blood in the room spread out. In a moment, the buzzing of wings grew louder from a distance, and then a dark shadow carrying a chilling aura appeared in Kim Ji-eunzi's sight. Seeing this, Kim Ji-eunzi flicked his sleeve at the oil lamp on the table, and it went out with a sound. Then, the shadow scorpion rushed into the room. In the pitch-black space, these shadow scorpions pounced on the two mutilated bodies on the ground, not even sparing the heads on the table. Strangely, they seemed to ignore Kim Ji-eunzi standing by the window, as if he didn't exist. Kim Ji-eunzi stood quietly, watching the shadow scorpions devour the corpses in front of him and then fly out the window. Only then did he return to the table and relight the oil lamp. As the flickering flame reappeared on the wick, the chaotic ground gradually came into view under the dim light. The dry, yellowish ground was now covered with splotches of blood. The two corpses had been gnawed clean, and only an occasional strand of gray hair and torn fabric in the soil indicated that there had once been two people wearing clothes here. The little ones have a good appetite, no problem at all. Kim Ji-eunzi, looking at the eerie scene before him, seemed unaffected and even crouched down with interest to pinch a small amount of the ground's meat paste and lick it, revealing a puzzled expression. Strange. Kim Ji-eunzi stood up and went to the window, leaning to look outside, staring into the night for a while until the shadow scorpions completely disappeared into the darkness, before returning to his stool and sitting down. Since it's not a problem with the little one's appetite, then it must be a human issue. Although the oil lamps bestowed by the inner sect can harm these little ones, they only ensure the basic survival of these villagers. Relying on the oil lamps to exterminate all the shadow scorpions is undoubtedly a pipe dream. Unless, someone is buying a large number of these oil lamps. Kim Ji-eunzi stroked his beard, pondered for a moment, and then reached a conclusion in his mind. Interesting, could it be that there is someone among these villagers who has not yet been tainted by the poison of bloodthirst? Come to think of it, there seems to be one person. As Kim Ji-eunzi thought, the image of a young man suddenly appeared in his mind. Let me see if it's you, little one. Kim Ji-eunzi thought of this, let out a strange chuckle, then got up, opened the door, and with a step, he disappeared into the night. In the darkness, Ding Chen, lying in bed, suddenly frowned, and his hand under the blanket quietly grasped the hilt of a knife. Ever since he started practicing the Changqing Gong day and night with the aid of the elixir, Ding Chen had reached a level of acute hearing and vision. Any slight sound within 10 meters was within his grasp, especially in this quiet midnight. His perception was amplified by 30%. At this moment, Ding Chen clearly heard footsteps approaching from outside the house and stopping near the window. Although he didn't know whether the person outside was human or even if it was the Taoist who had just entered the village, Ding Chen knew that he had been targeted. Damn, could it be that I've been buying too many elixirs recently? That shouldn't be the case. These villagers are all so foolish. How could they pay attention? Wait! Ding Chen's heart suddenly skipped a beat as he thought of a possibility. Although each of these villagers seemed to be in poor spirits, it was safe for him to blend in with them. However, from an outsider's perspective, his behavior, which was completely different from everyone else's, would be like a bright light in the dark, impossible to ignore. Damn, has this demonic Taoist already questioned every household? Ding Chen cursed inwardly, thinking the demonic Taoist was incredibly clever, unlike the villains in the novels he had read. His heart was tightly gripped with anxiety. No, I can't panic. This demonic Taoist's purpose for coming here is unclear, but perhaps he merely noticed my abnormality and came to take a look. Maybe he'll leave tomorrow. Thinking of this, Ding Chen quickly calmed his breathing and suppressed the tension in his heart. In fact, Qin Yunzi was silently standing outside the window of Ding Chen's house at that moment, looking inside through the gap with an expressionless face. By the faint moonlight, Qin Yunzi saw the extremely simple environment inside the house and even caught a whiff of an elusive blood scent. This discovery made him tremble with excitement, causing an exaggerated smile to involuntarily spread across his lips. However, Qin Yunzi had no intention of alarming Ding Chen. Instead, he slowly retreated backward, and soon he blended back into the darkness as if he had never been there. Inside the house, Ding Chen's right hand, which had been gripping the knife handle, slowly relaxed, but his left hand clenched into a fist, indicating his turbulent inner state. After an unknown amount of time, a warm ray of sunlight finally penetrated the dimly lit room, causing Ding Chen to slowly open his eyes. Pretending nothing had happened, he put on his clothes and got out of bed, then sat at the table to eat some jerky before opening the wooden door to go outside. To his surprise, as soon as he stepped out, he saw an unexpected figure. "Young friend, you're up early and seem full of energy." Qin Yunzi stood in front of the house opposite Ding Chen, his figure bathed in the light of dawn, like a sage who had attained enlightenment, smiling as he greeted Ding Chen. Ding Chen, looking at Qin Yunzi across the path, felt a chill rise from his feet to his head, his pupils contracting imperceptibly. "It's him who's come." Ding Chen felt both relieved and panicked. Relieved that it wasn't Bai Yunzi, the most powerful figure in the Taoist temple, but panicked because Qin Yunzi, despite his slender appearance, was undoubtedly formidable, likely stronger than the two-headed ghost baby. Though anxious, Ding Chen had prepared himself mentally overnight. Upon hearing Qin Yunzi's question, he slowly replied, "So it's Taoist Qin Yunzi. I wonder what brings you to this small village of Tan." Qin Yunzi smiled, squinting at Ding Chen, then slowly walked over. "I heard that you suddenly appeared here and were saved by villager Wei Dasun. But since a few days ago, neither Wei Dasun nor his wife have left their home. Do you know where Wei Dasun is?" Qin Yunzi stopped 3 steps away from Ding Chen and asked slowly. "I don't know. Come to think of it, a few days ago, Elder Wei and his wife went out and never returned. I'm very worried." Ding Chen shook his head, putting on a worried expression. "Well, it seems you're going out. I won't delay you then." Qin Yunzi nodded with a smile and turned to walk towards the house opposite Ding Chen, as if he had merely greeted him. Ding Chen watched Qin Yunzi's back for a moment in silence, then stepped towards the path at the back of the village. After the recent rain, the path was still muddy. Ding Chen walked steadily, heading towards the small pond where he used to practice his swordsmanship. His brows were tightly furrowed as he pondered his next move. It was clear that Qin Yunzi's purpose in coming to Xiaotankan, even if it wasn't initially aimed at him, had now certainly turned his attention towards Ding Chen. If a woman's curiosity about a man marks the beginning of her falling in love, then Qin Yunzi's curiosity about Ding Chen was a scene he absolutely did not want to see. "With only a few more years of life left, I hope I can get through this crisis." As Ding Chen walked, he looked up at the clear sky, feeling a heaviness in his heart. Soon, he arrived at the clearing by the pond and found a relatively clean spot to practice his swordsmanship. But for some reason, today Ding Chen felt his swordsmanship becoming increasingly uncomfortable, with a strange sense of obstruction in his chest. Huff! Ding Chen abruptly stopped his movements, exhaling deeply, and then looked at his right hand holding the sword. "My fear is affecting my swordsmanship, greatly impacting my movements and sword stance." Suddenly, a thought crossed Ding Chen's mind. Rather than waiting passively, it's better to take the initiative. Ding Chen gazed at the rolling sea of clouds in the distance, as if making a decision, then quickly sat down on a nearby large rock and took out the Sans map from his. On the Sans map, the small red cross representing Kinjianzi still remained within Xiaotankan, which slightly reassured Ding Chen. Since the other party hadn't pursued him, it meant he was still safe for now, and he must make good use of this safe period. Thinking of this, Ding Chen quickly gathered a pile of wood and placed it on the rock, then took out a small knife and began to carve. Soon, a shape resembling a handgun made of several wooden pieces appeared on the large rock. Yes, Ding Chen wanted to try and strengthen a handgun to deal with Kinjianzi. As a transmigrator, besides his uncertain swordsmanship, the other method Ding Chen thought of when facing a strong enemy was the famous American draw. Initially, Ding Chen had considered this idea, but he was facing a group of villagers and a few Taoist priests from Baiyun Temple. Even if he could strengthen a handgun, it wouldn't solve the problem unless he could strengthen a rocket launcher or a Gatling gun. But needless to say, the lifespan required for these heavy weapons might be astronomical, and whether they would be effective against those Taoist priests was still uncertain. However, with only one enemy for now, a handgun was undoubtedly a highly cost-effective choice. At this moment, the barrel of the wooden handgun was clearly engraved with the words Blue Star Pistol, no recoil, and the grip part of the handgun was hollowed out by Ding Chen, with a long wooden piece resembling a magazine inserted inside. Most importantly, a complex pattern was carved on the magazine, which Ding Chen had imitated from the pattern on a lamp. In the past few days, Ding Chen had also studied that pattern but found no results. However, since the lamp with that pattern could deal with strange creatures like the Shadow Claw, the handgun with the pattern should be even more effective. After placing all the parts on the rock, Ding Chen nervously stared at the handgun, and then the familiar text reappeared before his eyes. Current item can be strengthened, requires 7 years of lifespan, strengthened now? Indeed. Although it can be strengthened, the lifespan required is too much, almost my entire remaining lifespan, and that's after I've carved it quite detailed. Ding Chen stared at the text, feeling a sense of, this pistol would definitely be powerful on Blue Star. But here, Ding Chen wasn't so sure. After all, there were too many strange things here, and Qing Yunzi didn't seem simple. What if he could block bullets with his sword? That would be a huge loss. Enhance. After hesitating, Ding Chen still chose to enhance it. After all, he had no other choice at this point. He had to prepare everything he could to deal with more unexpected situations. As Ding Chen confirmed, the wooden object on the large stone was gradually enveloped by a light. After a few breaths, the light disappeared, revealing a wooden-colored pistol. Demon-slaying gun, a thing that does not exist in this world. Although it is cleverly designed, it can only deal with some weak opponents. However, you can still say, 7 steps away, I am invincible. When using it, Ding Chen's eyes lit up when he saw this and quickly picked up the pistol, feeling a mix of emotions. Never did he expect that his first time touching a real weapon would be in this environment. It truly is fate. Although the wooden gun in Ding Chen's hand was close to the color of wood and looked similar in material, it felt heavy when held, not knowing what material it was made of. Then Ding Chen ejected the magazine and found that there were 8 bullets inside, which were also made of wood. However, they were engraved with the same patterns as the enhanced lamp, apparently due to Ding Chen's spontaneous idea. If I had traveled to ancient times, I could have walked sideways with this thing. But here, forget it, let's test its effect. Although this gun only had 8 bullets, each use would reduce the count. Ding Chen felt that if he didn't familiarize himself with the gun in advance, a mistake at a critical moment would be disastrous. At this moment, Ding Chen held the demon-slaying gun and aimed it at a small flower 10 meters away, then pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the bullet hit the target accurately, with the sound of the shot being extremely small, as if it had a silencer. Wow, is this the effect of no recoil? Ding Chen excitedly looked at the small flower that had been headshot by the pistol and exclaimed in surprise, suddenly feeling a bit more confident. Putting away the pistol, Ding Chen looked at the sky and found that it was already close to sunset. Most of today's time had been spent carving the pistol, but Ding Chen felt that as long as it was useful, it was worth it. Picking up the long knife, Ding Chen wrapped it in cloth and slung it over his back, then hurried towards Shaotan village. Now, the stream of true energy in his body had grown to the size of a thumb, significantly enhancing his endurance, speed, and strength. In just half an hour, Ding Chen returned to the village. After glancing at the already shuttered windows of the houses, he did not hesitate and quickly headed towards Old Wei's house. Creak! As Ding Chen entered the house and was about to close the door, he suddenly felt his eyelids twitch. He noticed that the hair he had tied to the door crack when he left was now broken, clearly indicating that someone had been here while he was away. Seeing this, Ding Chen's muscles tensed up, as he had no idea if the person was still hiding in the house waiting for him. Thinking of this, Ding Chen pretended not to notice and slowly turned around, then sat down at the table and took out the sand map to look at it. When he saw that the small red cross on the sand map was still some distance away from him, Ding Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The reason was simple. At this moment in Xiaotan village, the only one who posed a threat to him was Qing Yunzi. But for caution's sake, Ding Chen still held the long knife and checked all the rooms, even rummaging through the firewood pile in the kitchen. Finally, Ding Chen's face was somewhat heavy as he sat back down at the table and took out the lamp from the lamp on the table, which he had taken with him during the day just in case, turned out to be a lucky bet. Qing Yunzi not only suspected him but also had quite a skill, managing to enter the room without damaging the lock, suggesting he had a knack for picking locks. After pondering, Ding Chen re-entered the room and began preparations. The night sky after the rain was exceptionally clear, with moonlight like water, draping the entire Xiaotankan in a hazy veil. Creak! In the silent night, the wooden door of a small house slowly opened. Qing Yunzi stepped out and looked up at the moon. The moon is full, a good omen. Qing Yunzi stroked his long beard and chuckled, then walked towards the small house ahead. Meanwhile, inside the house, Ding Chen suddenly felt something and abruptly sat up in bed, unfolding the sand chart beside him and examining it under the moonlight. On the sand chart, the conspicuous red cross was slowly approaching the house where Ding Chen was, clearly indicating that Qing Yunzi was coming. If Ding Chen had still harbored any last night, today's events had shattered that hope. The tacit understanding between the two meant that tonight would inevitably see a confrontation. In the quiet midnight, under the bright moonlight, Ding Chen's breathing grew heavier. The excitement before the battle stimulated his adrenaline, mixing biological panic with excitement into a sensation he had never felt before. Without hesitation, Ding Chen picked up his long saber and quietly moved to the hall, glancing around before standing in a corner, completely hidden in the shadows. Just as Ding Chen hid himself, the next moment, a dull sound came from the wooden door, which then shattered under the strain, splintering into pieces that flew into the room. "Little friend, where are you? Old Taoist is here to see you." With a sinister voice, Qing Yunzi entered the room holding a thin sword. "Little friend, don't hide anymore, come out. I want to see how you've managed to endure in this room full of bloodstains." After saying this, Qing Yunzi let out a cold laugh and waved his hand, causing a black shadow to roll into the room, accompanied by a pungent smell of blood. Hiding in the corner, Ding Chen looked closely at the shadow and was shocked to find it was a shriveled head, resembling the middle-aged man who lived in the opposite house. At that moment, a series of buzzing sounds came from outside, and Ding Chen's heart sank, knowing they were coming. Without hesitation, Ding Chen took out the lamp and struck his saber against it, causing sparks to fly and a bright light to illuminate half the hall. Seeing this, Qing Yunzi raised an eyebrow and was about to say something when he suddenly noticed the lamp in Ding Chen's hand, his face changing dramatically as he demanded harshly, "Where did you get that? Want to know? Come and take it yourself." Ding Chen placed the lamp on the ground, his eyes betraying a hint of fear, but he still said firmly, "Good, good, good." Qing Yunzi said 3 times, then took a step forward, charging at Ding Chen like a leopard. "Here it comes." Seeing this, Ding Chen's eyes narrowed sharply, and he pulled a nearby rope, causing a large net to drop from the darkness above the hall, directly enveloping Qing Yunzi. Trifling trick. Qing Yunzi detected the sound of the net descending from above, slightly raised his head, and then revealed a cold smile. With one hand holding a sword, he casually twirled it in the air, and the descending net was torn apart like paper by the long sword. But at that moment, Qing Yunzi suddenly felt a chill breeze by his ear, startling him. He sidestepped and blocked with his sword, hearing a loud clang beside his ear. Turning his head, he saw Ding Chen had somehow reached his side, sweeping his broadsword down, nearly decapitating him. "Good lad!" Qing Yunzi snorted coldly, his figure flickering as he leaped up through the hole in the net, stabbing at Ding Chen 3 times in quick succession. On the other side, Ding Chen's right hand gripping the sword was drenched in sweat. After all, this was his first real fight since learning the sword technique, filled with intense nervousness but also a strange excitement. Seeing Qing Yunzi attack again, Ding Chen hurriedly blocked with his sword, but by the second strike, the immense force transmitted through the blade forced him to stagger back several steps. Strange, not a martial artist, nor a deity worshipper, how could he block my 2 strikes? Qing Yunzi stood under the moonlight, curiously observing Ding Chen, murmuring to himself. In contrast, Ding Chen's right hand holding the sword was trembling slightly. Were it not for the continuous flow of warmth in his body, he might not have been able to hold the sword at all. "Tell me where you got the lamp, and I can give you a quick death," Qing Yunzi said slowly, not attacking again but standing still. "Screw you!" Ding Chen cursed, then charged at Qing Yunzi, his sword sweeping upwards towards Qing Yunzi's groin. "Hee, seems like you won't talk without some pain," Qing Yunzi said with a sinister laugh, his sword striking first towards Ding Chen's blade. But the next moment, Qin Jianzi's expression changed dramatically. Ding Chen had fainted and then changed his move, slashing towards Qin Jianzi's waist. What kind of sword technique is this? Such a strange feint. Qin Jianzi was startled by the unexpected move and quickly retreated, his figure landing 3 inches behind. Seeing this, Ding Chen did not feel disappointed by the failed move. Instead, he revealed a mysterious smile, then flung his sword, which flew and embedded itself in a nearby wooden post. Thud! The sword hit the wood, snapping 2 strings, followed by the twang of 2 bowstrings. In the dim room, 2 cold glints shot towards the stunned Qin Jianzi. You! Qin Jianzi, seeing the approaching glints, grew furious, his sword dancing to deflect the 2 arrows, producing 2 crisp sounds. I had intended to spare you. Bang! 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 Before Qin Jianzi could finish, he saw several flashes of fire and instinctively blocked with his sword, but was forced back by the mysterious projectiles, his right hand aching and failing to block the last one. Ugh! Qin Jianzi felt a sharp pain in his chest, looking down to see his clothes torn, revealing slightly reddened flesh. A strange-looking projectile was embedded in his chest, only half in, the other half protruding. Hee, I am at the Taishu realm, such a trifling projectile, Qin Jianzi was sneering at the stunned Ding Chen when his expression twisted in agony, his mouth letting out a piercing scream. In the next moment, his neck retracted, his eyes widened, and he staggered backward, nearly falling, but managed to steady himself with his sword against the ground. It's done! Ding Chen, holding the demon-breaking spear, watched the scene and felt a surge of joy. Just as he was about to deliver another strike to Chang Qingzi, he suddenly noticed Qin Yunzi straighten up and give him a sinister smile. Ding Chen had been on guard against Chang Yunzi, knowing this was a demonic cultivator marked with a red cross on the sand map. If he died so easily, it would be a shame for the red cross. Without hesitation, Ding Chen ducked to the side, feeling something flash before his eyes and a burning pain in his shoulder. While in midair, he fired 2 shots at Chang Yunzi's head before crashing to the ground. Chang Yunzi, facing the 2 shots, seemed to have no more strength to resist, his head jerking slightly, revealing 2 bullet holes in his forehead. Damn it! After landing, Ding Chen rolled into the light of a lamp, only to find that the ghostly scorpions had already rushed into the room, charging towards him. Killed a ghostly scorpion, +0. 1 day of life killed a ghostly scorpion, +0. 1 day of life killed the demonic cultivator Qin Yunzi, +16 years and 76 days of life. A series of notifications flashed before Ding Chen's eyes, but one significantly longer one made his eyes widen. Holy crap! Ding Chen rubbed his eyes, confirming the notification, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. 16 years. It felt like he had just added a century to his life. Excited, Ding Chen ignored the ghostly scorpions and sat up straight, his face filled with excitement. But the next moment, the severe pain in his shoulder reminded him of the attack he had just suffered. Turning his head, he saw a bloody gash on his shoulder, with blood gushing out, making the ghostly scorpions even more frenzied. Ouch! Ding Chen had been in a state of extreme excitement, but now that his spirit relaxed, he realized the severity of his injury. What attacked me just now? Ding Chen didn't dare to be careless, picked up the lamp, and approached Chang Yunzi while fending off the ghostly scorpions. Only when he got close to Qin Yunzi did he understand what had attacked him. It was a long, thin, red, ribbon-like flesh strip. Now, this flesh strip lay limp on the ground, its end connected to Qin Yunzi's chest, as if it had shot out from there. Is it poisonous? Ding Chen felt uneasy looking at the disgusting flesh strip, poked it with his sword a few times, and then slashed it. Thud! The flesh strip didn't break but just twitched on the ground, looking extremely tough. This also proved that the flesh strip had lost its mobility with Qin Yunzi's death, and Ding Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he approached Chang Yunzi, looking at the forehead with 2 holes, feeling a lingering fear. To be honest, Ding Chen knew Qin Yunzi was much stronger than him. If not for his obsession with uncovering the secret of the lamp, he would have been killed in an instant. However, revealing the lamp was part of Ding Chen's plan. The art of war lies in winning the heart. Facing a formidable enemy, one first uses lanterns to disorient their mind, then drops a prepared coarse cloth net to lower Qin Yunzi's expectations of oneself. Next, one takes the opportunity to bring Qin Yunzi within the attack range of the crossbow mechanism, and finally uses the demon-slaying spear to kill them. Each step is fraught with peril. Even if Ding Chen were to repeat this process, he would be unwilling to do so. Fortunately, I won, Ding Chen murmured. At this moment, the eerie shadow scorpions circling Ding Chen seemed to sense something amiss and began to retreat slowly towards the door. Ding Chen did not attempt to stop them. He was more interested in the Qin Yunzi before him. He first used a long knife to lift Qin Yunzi's robe, revealing the upper body, and finally saw what the blood-red fleshy strip protruding from his chest was. It was a tongue. On Qin Yunzi's chest, there was clearly a human face outline. However, this face, apart from a mouth, had extremely vague features, as if not fully formed. And that tongue extended from the mouth of the face. Indeed, a demonic path. How did this thing grow? Ding Chen frowned at the sight, then shifted his gaze to the bullet hole in Qin Yunzi's chest. Around this hole, fine black lines had spread radially, like veins growing on Qin Yunzi's chest. It seems the enhanced rune had an effect, otherwise Qin Yunzi wouldn't have lost combat ability so quickly. Seeing this, Ding Chen's mind immediately recalled the mysterious pattern on the lantern, then pressed the tip of his knife against Qin Yunzi's chest. Ordinary strength can only break the skin, full force is needed to draw blood. What kind of monster is Qin Yunzi? Why is his flesh so strong? Feeling the leather-like toughness from Qin Yunzi's body, Ding Chen's heart grew even heavier. A single Qin Yunzi was already so difficult to deal with, let alone another Bai Yunzi in the temple? Originally planning to confront Bai Yunzi, Ding Chen now had no such thoughts and quickly returned to the house to fetch the sand map and spread it out to look. Fortunately, the Bai Yunzi in the temple seemed unmoved by Qin Yunzi's death. The red cross pattern still remained on the mountain, which made Ding Chen breathe a sigh of relief. There's still a chance, if I can break the barrier at the village entrance, then. Ding Chen thought this and suddenly looked at Qin Yunzi's corpse. If this guy hadn't met me on this trip to Shaohan village, would he have left the village? If he were to leave, how would he do it? Ding Chen suddenly had an idea and returned to Qin Yunzi's corpse to ponder. Ding Chen had never imagined he would search a corpse for so long. But this Qin Yunzi, who looked formidable, had nothing of value on him. Apart from the slender long sword he held, Ding Chen found nothing else, which made him frown. Could he have put the items in the opposite house? Ding Chen's heart stirred, feeling it was highly possible. With this thought, Ding Chen quickly grabbed the lantern and rushed out the door, heading towards the opposite house. It was late at night, with every household's doors and windows tightly shut, and boards placed behind them, clearly fearing the invasion of the shadow scorpions. Compared to these villagers, Ding Chen was less afraid of the shadow scorpions at this moment, even hoping for more to come. After all, even a small mosquito was meat, no one with their lifespan short. But unfortunately, it seemed these shadow scorpions had recognized Ding Chen's terror. Not a single one appeared until Ding Chen reached the opposite house. Since Qin Yunzi hadn't closed the door when he came out, Ding Chen easily entered the opposite house. He first closed the door, then bolted it from the inside, and began searching the room with a lantern. The floor of this house was paved with several flagstones, indicating better conditions than Wei Laodu's, which raised Ding Chen's expectations. If he could find a bottle of elixirs here, it would truly be a windfall. Ding Chen first searched the front hall, but despite the better appearance, he found nothing useful, which disappointed him. However, upon entering the bedroom, he spotted a green cloth bundle on the wooden table. This style doesn't look like something villagers would use, it must be Qin Yunzi's, Ding Chen thought, raising an eyebrow. Holding the oil lamp, he cautiously approached and used a knife to open the bundle from a distance. No poison smoke or traps appeared. Under the light, he found only some silver and dried food. Still nothing. Ding Chen frowned and looked around the room. Soon, he discovered a broken oil paper umbrella in a corner, its handle missing, which reminded him of Qin Yunzi's slender sword. So they're a set, Ding Chen mused, though recognizing the umbrella's origin didn't help him now. This can't be right. Frustrated, he searched the room further but found nothing. Did he really carry it on him? Ding Chen suddenly thought. Wait, why did the shadow scorpion ignore Qin Yunzi when it rushed in? Ding Chen pondered, his expression changing. He quickly returned to Wei Laodu's hut and examined Qin Yunzi's body again. This robe. Ding Chen touched the green Taoist robe, narrowing his eyes, and a line of text appeared in his vision. Current enhancement available requires 1 year and 7 days of lifespan. Enhance? Indeed, this requires over a year of lifespan. It's definitely not an ordinary robe, but I wonder if it's what I think. Ding Chen hesitated, knowing the cost of enhancement. At that moment, he remembered something and hurried back to the kitchen for charcoal, then wrote "can pass through Xiaotankan village entrance" on the robe after stripping it off Qin Yunzi. Afterward, he stared intently at the robe until the familiar text reappeared. Current enhancement available requires 1 year and 7 days of lifespan. Enhance? It worked! Ding Chen, excited, punched the air but winced from the pain in his shoulder. Damn rogue Taoist! He cursed, then packed the robe and prepared to gather other items. Having found a way out of Xiaotankan, Ding Chen decided to leave at dawn before Bai Yunzi on the mountain realized. He spent the night organizing and was ready by daybreak. When the first rays of sunlight entered the room, Ding Chen picked up his bundle and, wearing the robe, left the house. After Ding Chen left, a flame suddenly ignited in Wei Laodu's house, and the fire grew larger and larger, quickly spreading through the wooden beams and engulfing the entire small hut. Meanwhile, Ding Chen had already arrived at the fork in the road at the village entrance. He turned back to look at the village and saw a thick plume of smoke rising from the direction of Wei Laotu's hut. He shook his head and then turned around, pondering for a moment before choosing the right path and continuing on his way. As he walked a few steps further, Ding Chen, dressed in a Taoist robe, suddenly felt the air around him tighten and then loosen, as if he had passed through a thin membrane. His heart stirred, and he quickly took out the sand map to look at it. To his great delight, the sand map now clearly showed the roads outside the village entrance and various markers. Finally, I'm out. Ding Chen felt like crying. Just a few days ago, he was facing the prospect of being drained of blood by the mountain's demonic Taoists, and now he had managed to temporarily escape the danger, feeling like he had been reborn. Ding Chen tightly clenched the sand map in his hands, his knuckles turning white from the exertion, and his arms trembling slightly. After several deep breaths, he finally exhaled a long sigh, folded the sand map, placed it in his chest, and then strode forward. This was Ding Chen's first time leaving Shouten village, so he was very curious about everything around him. He looked around as he walked, occasionally checking the markers on the sand map, and before he knew it, he had traveled dozens of miles, and it was already noon. He found a cool spot under a tree, sat down to rest, ate a simple meal, and then opened the sand map again. Why haven't I seen any new villages or towns, or even a single traveler, after walking for so long? Ding Chen felt puzzled but more worried. If he couldn't find a place to stay before nightfall, he would have to spend the night alone in the wilderness, which was undoubtedly very dangerous. Who knew if there were things more terrifying than the shadow scorpion out here? If the lantern didn't work, he would be doomed. After thinking about it, Ding Chen decided to continue walking. If he didn't see any hope before nightfall, he would have to prepare for a night in the wild. Since taking those blood marrow essence pills, Ding Chen's progress in the evergreen skill had been rapid. The warm current in his body, which he named Evergreen Genuine Qi, was something he had learned from martial arts. Although he didn't know exactly what it was, he felt it was similar to Genuine Qi. With the Evergreen Genuine Qi in his body, Ding Chen could run a mile without stopping and not get out of breath. If he walked quickly, he could cover 10 to 20 miles without a problem. After resting, Ding Chen picked up the pace and continued down the path. The path was about a zhang wide and looked like a road maintained by the government, which gave Ding Chen a glimmer of hope. Since there were government roads, it meant there was still a ruler in this world, even though he didn't understand why such demonic Taoists were causing trouble within his jurisdiction. Thinking of this, Ding Chen quickened his pace, almost jogging forward. Finally, after another few dozen miles, Ding Chen's vision began to show some dilapidated buildings. These buildings stood alone on both sides of the road, looking like abandoned inns or tea stalls. Although there was no sign of human life, the presence of these buildings still stirred some excitement in Ding Chen's heart. After all, the presence of buildings here indicates that the road beneath Ding Chen's feet must have had significant foot traffic in the past, which suggests that following this road should lead to a major town. Finally, as evening approached, Ding Chen saw on the sand map a village marker ahead, similar to the one for Shouten village. It's not even a town, just a small village. Ding Chen frowned, feeling a bit uneasy. Due to his experience with Shouten village, Ding Chen was now wary of such small villages, not knowing if another Kinjianzi might pop out. However, the sand map did not show any red crosses, which slightly eased his mind. No big deal. Ding Chen tightened the long sword hanging at his waist, then looked at the sunset's colorful glow before hurrying towards the village. No matter what, he had to spend the night here. To Ding Chen's surprise, when he reached the village entrance, he found it in ruins, with collapsed houses and weeds everywhere, clearly abandoned for a long time. Looks like it's deserted. Ding Chen stood at the entrance, took another look at the sand map, and saw that the village's internal layout was visible, indicating no tricks like the one outside Shouten village, so he stepped in. The warm evening breeze gently blew through the weeds on the village path, adding a touch of warmth to the desolate scene. Ding Chen walked along the path for a long time without any special discoveries. Most houses were half collapsed, some even overgrown with weeds inside. After searching, he finally found a slightly intact house near the village center. He drew his sword and pushed open the half-closed wooden door with its tip. A cloud of dust rushed at him as the door opened, and Ding Chen covered his face with his sleeve, squinting as he entered. With the last light of the setting sun, Ding Chen waved his sleeve and surveyed the room. Perhaps due to better preservation, there weren't many weeds, and even a few intact plates were on the table, holding dried, walnut-like things that looked like some kind of fruit. Ding Chen glanced at the items on the table, then turned his gaze to the wooden door of the side room. Just in case, Ding Chen lit a lamp and carried it towards the bedroom. As soon as he entered, a strong moldy smell hit his nostrils, making him wrinkle his nose. On the wooden bed, a blanket was half pulled back, indicating the owner of the house must have left in a hurry. The bedside cabinet was also open and disheveled, empty inside, and Ding Chen lost interest after a quick glance. Though the moldy smell is strong, at least I can spend the night here. Ding Chen quickly checked the room and decided to stay for the night, planning to continue his journey tomorrow. To avoid trouble, Ding Chen extinguished the oil lamp after the sun set completely and sat in a corner of the living room, holding his sword and leaning against the wall, while practicing the evergreen art. By now, all the pills Ding Chen had were used up, significantly slowing down his cultivation speed. However, the evergreen art was the only technique he could rely on, so he practiced whenever he could, almost becoming a habit. And so, before he knew it, it was already past midnight. Sitting in the corner, Ding Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide and immediately took out the sand map from spreading it open in his hands to examine it by the faint moonlight. No red crosses, not an enemy, or not a threat to me? At that moment, Ding Chen's eyebrows furrowed into a knot, as he suddenly heard faint footsteps outside the house. Just as Ding Chen was pondering, a creaking sound suddenly echoed through the silent room. The wooden door, which had been closed, slowly opened inward, and a figure walked in. Ding Chen in the corner tensed his muscles, gripping his long saber in his right hand, and stared intently at the figure by the door. The person who entered the room, using the moonlight, also noticed Ding Chen in the corner and let out a surprised "Huh? Brother, where are you from? I'm just staying here for the night, mind if I join you?" The man spoke, with a strong accent, and entered the room as if he wasn't afraid of Ding Chen at all. "Where are you from?" Ding Chen didn't move, slowly asking. "Li Baozhang from Qingfeng County," the man slowly said, then looked at Ding Chen with some pride. "You don't know me?" Li Baozhang was taken aback and stopped in his tracks. "Why should I know you?" Ding Chen was equally puzzled. "Qingfeng County, Li Baozhang." Li Baozhang emphasized again. "Don't know." Ding Chen's left hand had already touched the handle of his gun. "You're not from around here?" Li Baozhang seemed to realize something and continued to ask. "No," Ding Chen slowly said. "Ha, that's what I thought. Otherwise, in this neck of the woods, who wouldn't know me, Li Baozhang?" Li Baozhang proudly patted his chest and then sat down in the farthest corner from Ding Chen. "Brother, what brings you to the Qingfeng County area? Visiting relatives? Or running for your life?" Li Baozhang seemed to be a sociable person, not feeling sleepy at all at midnight, and directly asked Ding Chen. "More like running for my life," Ding Chen said. In this messed up world, every outsider is running for their life. Who told us to be under the jurisdiction of the Yinyang Palace?" Li Baozhang chuckled. "Brother Li, what brings you here late at night?" After a while, Ding Chen tentatively asked. "Brother, where did you come from? Have you encountered a place called Shaotan Village?" Li Baozhang didn't answer and instead asked Ding Chen. "Haven't encountered it." Ding Chen's tone remained unchanged, directly saying, "That's good. I heard there were traces of the Blood Flesh Temple, so I went to check it out," Li Baozhang said with a smile. "Blood Flesh Temple? You're going alone?" Ding Chen was taken aback. "Just the Blood Flesh Temple, a bunch of cowards who don't dare show their faces. What risk is there?" Li Baozhang disdainfully said. "Almost forgot, you don't know. I am Li Baozhang from the Qingfeng County Supervisory Department." After saying that, Li Baozhang slowly stood up and pointed at Ding Chen. "You bloody coward from the Blood Flesh Temple, I can smell the stench of your robe from afar. Let me strip your skin and dig out your bloody flesh, so you know the might of your Li grandpa." Hearing Li Baozhang's words, Ding Chen was instantly stunned. "Damn, I've been mistaken for someone else." Ding Chen looked at his robe and finally came to his senses. But the next moment, Li Baozhang suddenly drew the long saber he was carrying and charged at Ding Chen. "Hold on. Wait." Ding Chen quickly dodged to the side and shouted. "What the hell are you yelling for?" Seeing Ding Chen's clumsy dodge, Li Baozhang burst into laughter. Li Baozhang's movements were swift. In the time it took to speak, he had already rushed to Ding Chen's side, his standard-issue longsword sweeping horizontally, aiming to cut Ding Chen in half at the waist. Ding Chen quickly raised his own sword to block, and an ear-piercing sound of metal scraping filled the dark room. Screech! Sparks flew as Ding Chen used the tremendous force from his sword to push back, immediately creating distance between him and Li Baozhang. "I'm not from the Blood Flesh sect, I took this from them on the way." Ding Chen gripped his sword and said gravely, "You bloody scoundrel, the Blood Flesh sect's rats are all cunning and deceitful. Do you think I'll believe you just because you say so? I'll capture you first and then we'll talk." Li Baozhang, hearing Ding Chen's words, believed even less, and with a leap, he swung his sword down at Ding Chen's head. Seeing this, Ding Chen quickly rolled to the ground, and a sudden inspiration struck him, shouting again, "There's no face on my chest." Indeed, upon hearing Ding Chen's shout, Li Baozhang stopped his attack and instead looked curiously at Ding Chen's chest, asking, "Really?" Ding Chen, hearing this, didn't hesitate and directly lifted the robe over his chest. Initially, Ding Chen had planned to shoot Li Baozhang to eliminate the trouble, but then he thought, since this man claimed to be from the Qingfeng County Supervisory Office, he should be an official figure of Qingfeng County. If Ding Chen wanted to enter Qingfeng County smoothly, he might be able to use this man. At this moment, Li Baozhang, illuminated by the moonlight, looked at Ding Chen's bare chest and stopped his movements, continuing to ask, "There really isn't a blood-flesh official, but you're not a martial artist, nor do you worship gods. How could you have taken this blood-flesh sex blood-stained robe?" The blood-flesh sex priest seemed to be seriously injured. "I practice my family's farming techniques, which aren't strong, but dealing with a seriously injured priest isn't a problem." Ding Chen spoke without blushing or skipping a beat, making it up as he went along. "Ha? Could there be others who went there?" Li Baozhang's eyes rolled around, then he looked Ding Chen up and down again, suddenly saying, "You're heading north, are you planning to go to Qingfeng County?" "Yes, but I don't know how far it is from here to Qingfeng County?" Ding Chen quickly asked. "Continue along the official road for 3 more days, and you'll reach Qingfeng County," Li Baozhang said, taking out a badge from his waist and throwing it to Ding Chen. "You can use this badge to enter the city when you reach Qingfeng County." Ding Chen, seeing this, didn't instinctively catch it but instead stepped aside. Plop! The wooden badge fell to the ground with a crisp sound and then lay there quietly, seemingly without any traps. "Quite cautious, not bad," Li Baozhang said without anger, nodding and continuing. "Fighting brings us together. What's your name, little brother?" "Ding Hai," Ding Chen said indifferently, glancing at the wooden badge on the ground. "Ding Hai, huh? I don't think you're a martial artist, nor do you follow the path of worshipping gods. How could you block my sword strike?" Li Baozhang suddenly asked. Hearing this, Ding Chen's eyebrows slightly furrowed, but after a moment's thought, he said, "I was born with a bit more strength. Many people have asked me that." "Heh, your strength is indeed not small," Li Baozhang said, his face showing no change, just laughing a few times. Whether he believed it or not, only he knew. "Since you encountered the blood-flesh sex evil priest, you must have passed through Little Altar Village. How is it there? Can you tell me about it?" Li Baozhang asked again. Although Ding Chen had just said he hadn't passed through there, it was their first meeting, and mutual suspicion was logical. Now that they were being open, there was no need to hide anything. Indeed, after a moment's thought, Ding Chen spoke up. "It seems something is sealed off Shouten Village. I dare not enter." "Damn it! It must be the blood-flesh sect's doing. These cowards love to seal off villages for blood sacrifices." Li Baozhang cursed, then turned to Ding Chen. "Brother Ding Hai, I advise you not to wear that Taoist robe when you're out. The stench of blood is overwhelming. It's fine if you encounter our patrol, but if you run into the Yinyang Palace, he. With that, Li Baozhang turned and left the room, not choosing to stay. As Ding Chen listened to Li Baozhang's footsteps, he noticed the man went into the adjacent room, clearly not trusting him. Next, Ding Chen looked at the wooden plaque on the ground, illuminated by moonlight from the roof. He discovered a strange symbol carved on it, with Li Baozhang inscribed in the center. Ding Chen fiddled with the plaque using his long knife, finding nothing unusual, then took a piece of cloth from his and covered it, rolling it several times until it was entirely wrapped. He relaxed slightly. No one in this cursed place can be trusted, but Li Baozhang doesn't seem to harbor any killing intent towards me. Ding Chen moved to another corner, taking out the sand map to examine it. After days of study, he found that red crosses on the map indicated threats with killing intent. The Qinjianzi and Baiyunzi in the Taoist temple, though they hadn't met him, targeted the entire Shouten village, hence the red cross marking the temple. As for Li Baozhang, judging from their recent encounter, his strength should be slightly inferior to Qinjianzi's, otherwise, Ding Chen wouldn't have dodged the first strike so easily. The reason Li Baozhang, with such limited power, wanted to check on Shouten village remains a mystery. Li Baozhang's mention of martial artists and worshipping gods also brought back memories of Qinjianzi's words that night, which seemed to mention martial artists. This piqued Ding Chen's interest, prompting his imagination to run wild. Martial artists, worshipping gods. The next morning, Ding Chen picked up his long knife and prepared to continue his journey. As he stepped out of the house, he saw Li Baozhang standing ahead. "Brother Ding Hai, why not give me that blood-flesh sect robe? It's more dangerous for you to wear it," Li Baozhang said with a smile, seeing Ding Chen in ordinary peasant attire. "I buried it in the house, dig it up if you want it." Ding Chen glanced at Li Baozhang, then bowed slightly before walking towards him. As they passed each other, Li Baozhang gave Ding Chen a sidelong glance, his lips curling into a strange smile, quickly suppressed. Inside the house, Li Baozhang looked at the robe in the pit, his lips curling into a smile. What a cautious man, perhaps he could make a name for himself in Qingfeng County, if he survives the Yin-Yang curse. Li Baozhang shook his head, then looked around, not seeing the badge he had given Ding Chen. He chuckled to himself, so cautious, but the more so, the more likely he'll keep my badge, hee. What Li Baozhang didn't know was that in a dilapidated house opposite, a pair of eyes was always watching him. Ding Chen stood behind a broken window, slightly turned, watching Li Baozheng enter the house. His expression remained unchanged, merely waiting quietly. Before long, Li Baozheng hurried out of the house and headed towards the outskirts of the village. However, Ding Chen did not rush out immediately. Instead, he continued to wait inside for about an hour before climbing out of the bedroom window and quietly leaving in the opposite direction of Li Baozheng. It seems that Li Baozheng is not a member of the Blood and Flesh sect, otherwise he wouldn't be so interested in the Taoist robe, Ding Chen thought as he walked. I'll see when I get to Qingfeng County, but I still need to be cautious. After leaving the village, Ding Chen rerouted to the main road, opened the sand map again to confirm the direction, and continued walking along the road. If Li Baozheng hadn't lied, Ding Chen estimated that he would reach Qingfeng County in about 2.5 days based on his current speed. It seems the ruling class still divides the administrative regions down to the county level, but I wonder what the situation there is really like. Along the way, Ding Chen occasionally speculated about the situation in Qingfeng County, but every time he thought of the experience in Shoutman Village, he felt a pang of worry. The ruling class allowing such chaos caused by evil Taoists within its jurisdiction could be due to 2 reasons. The first reason was that the incident in Shoutan Village was tacitly approved by them. There might be a secret agreement between the Blood and Flesh sect and the higher-ups in Qingfeng County, or even involvement from the county's administration. But Li Baozheng claimed to be from the Qingfeng County Supervisory Office and did not seem to be cooperating with the Blood and Flesh sect, so this reason didn't hold up. The second reason was that Qingfeng County was in complete chaos, too preoccupied to care about a small village over 100 miles away. This seemed more plausible, and it was also the reason Ding Chen had been uneasy. I hope it's not too bad there, at least not worse than Shouten Village. Thinking this, Ding Chen couldn't help but stop, take out his gourd, pull out the stopper, and gulp down several mouthfuls of water. He then looked up at the blazing sun in the sky and wiped the sweat from his forehead, muttering to himself, "It would be nice to have a car. Unfortunately, the parts are too numerous and assembly too complex to even start, otherwise I could try to reinforce one with low-cost materials." With a self-deprecating shake of his head, Ding Chen put away the gourd and continued walking along the main road. On the way, Ding Chen didn't encounter any more trouble. In fact, by the 3rd morning, he noticed scattered pedestrians appearing on the main road. This discovery brought Ding Chen a great deal of joy. After all, besides Li Baozheng, Ding Chen hadn't seen a single person these past few days, and he even suspected he had arrived in a post-apocalyptic world, given the desolate villages and lack of human presence. However, excited as he was, Ding Chen didn't rashly approach those people. After all, they all looked hurried and sallow-faced, with only their eyes retaining a semblance of humanity. Otherwise, Ding Chen would have thought he was seeing the villagers of Shouten Village again. As he walked further, Ding Chen saw more and more people, and even groups of people in carriages began to appear, making him realize he must be getting closer to Qingfeng County. Finally, as dusk approached, a magnificent city appeared in Ding Chen's sight. Wow, this big? Is this a county town? Ding Chen looked at the city in front of him, unable to believe it. After all, a city with complete city walls was quite a sight for a modern person who had just traveled through time. Even as the sun was about to set, the flow of people entering and leaving the city gate was still bustling, a stark contrast to the deserted Shoutan Village. It doesn't seem like a situation where they can't even take care of themselves, does it? Ding Chen thought with some confusion, but as the sky grew darker, the most urgent matter at hand was to enter the city quickly. With this in mind, Ding Chen quickened his pace and finally arrived at the city gate half an hour later. Standing at the foot of the city, Ding Chen truly felt the grandeur of the city before him. The towering walls, dozens of meters high, seemed like an insurmountable barrier, dividing the world behind the walls from the world in front. Above the main gate, there were 3 large stone-carved characters that Ding Chen recognized as Qingfeng County, as mentioned by Li Baozheng. But it was hard to imagine what Qingfeng County's walls were built to defend against the martial artists mentioned by Li Baozheng, or the Blood-Flesh sect. Ding Chen suppressed all his doubts. There were still many things in this world that needed to be explored, but now was not the time to ponder these matters. Everyone entering the city queued up, entering through a side gate next to the main gate. On both sides of the side gate, armored soldiers stood guard, their chests out and backs straight, their gazes cold and stern, full of vitality and an invisible aura of authority, quite different from the people Ding Chen had seen along the way. Under their watchful eyes, none of the people in line dared to make a noise, they all hung their heads low, like errant refugees. Seeing this, Ding Chen also lowered his head and walked towards the city, thinking he would enter smoothly, but when it was his turn, he suddenly felt a gust of wind beside his ear, followed by a gleaming spear blocking his path, causing him to look up in surprise. "You don't look like you're from around here. Where are you from?" Following the shaft of the spear, Ding Chen saw a guard staring at him intently, shouting loudly, "Damn, what kind of eyes are these? How can they tell I'm not from here just by looking at me? Ding Chen thought, feeling a bit unlucky. Although he was indeed an outsider, he didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. I'm from out of town. Ding Chen quickly replied. Do you have a letter of recommendation? The guard continued to ask. No. Go over there to register. The guard pointed to a small shed at the city gate. Ding Chen followed the guard's direction and saw a makeshift thatched hut with a table inside, behind which sat a thin old man, his face buried in a thick ledger, presumably for registration. I'm going, Ding Chen quickly said to the guard and jogged towards the shed. The old man inside was dozing off when he suddenly heard someone calling him. He looked up and saw a young man who had somehow entered the shed. Sir, I need to register to enter the city, Ding Chen said, looking at the old man whose eyes seemed a bit vacant. Register, huh? Oh, from out of town. The old man mumbled, flipping through the ledger on the table and dipping a brush in ink. Which province are you from? I can't remember. I have amnesia. Ding Chen pointed to his head. To have escaped is a blessing. Losing your memory might be a good thing. The old man chuckled and began writing on the paper. Name? Ding Hai. Age? 23. So young. I was full of energy like you more than 10 years ago. The old man chuckled. Ding Chen didn't catch the oddity in the old man's words and continued to ask, Sir, do I have a place to stay after entering the city? I have money. Well, there's no shortage of places to stay. Someone will guide you when the time comes. Also, try to get into the inner city as soon as possible and don't get attached to the life in the outer city. The old man suddenly looked up at Ding Chen, revealing a cryptic smile. Ding Chen, seeing the old man's mysterious smile, furrowed his brow slightly, then took out something wrapped in coarse cloth from his bundle and placed it on the table, saying, Sir, take a look at this, is it useful? The old man glanced at the item Ding Chen brought out and asked curiously, What is this? Open it and you'll know, Ding Chen said, nodding towards the item. The old man became interested and casually unfolded the cloth, only to find a wooden plaque inside. So it's from Li Baozhang. The old man seemed quite familiar with the plaque and examined it, then muttered to himself, Another windfall for that guy. Sir, what windfall? Is there a problem? Although the old man spoke softly, Ding Chen, having practiced the Changqing Gong, had keen hearing and heard the old man's words clearly. Nothing, just that he recommended you, so he gets credit, the old man said with a smile and stopped talking. Then he took out a badge from under the table and handed it to Ding Chen. This is your identity badge, don't lose it. In this city, not having an identity is a very bad thing. Also, you need to pay taxes monthly per person. If you buy female servants or laborers, their taxes are also your responsibility. Ding Chen took the badge and, at the old man's gesture, returned to the queue to enter the city. Soon, Ding Chen reached the city gate again. This time, the guards did not stop him but let him enter. After a series of twists and turns, Ding Chen finally entered Qingfeng County. Upon entering the city, a wide and straight road greeted him. The road was paved with large rectangular flagstones, extending from the city gate into the distance, leading to an unknown destination. On both sides of the road were rows of low houses, interspersed with slightly taller buildings, all of which were clearly old and some were even beginning to collapse, indicating they had not been maintained for a long time. In the distance, another thick city wall blocked the view, making Ding Chen frown slightly. There's an inner city too? This is just a county, is it really necessary? Ding Chen was a bit puzzled but, not knowing much about this world, didn't dwell on it. As the sky darkened, he decided to find a place to stay first. Just as Ding Chen was about to walk along the main road, a voice called out from behind him. Ding Hai! Ding Chen initially didn't react, but soon remembered that Ding Hai was his alias and turned to look in the direction of the voice. A man in a green uniform waved at him, indicating he should come over. Is he calling me? Ding Chen was puzzled but, after a moment's hesitation, walked over. When he reached the man, the latter looked him up and down, then took out a small booklet, glanced at it, and said to Ding Chen, First time in Qingfeng County? Yes, Ding Chen replied without hesitation. Your house is at 333 Sangafang, near East Street. Here's the key to your house. The man handed Ding Chen a key. They assign houses too? Ding Chen was taken aback by the man's words. Enough chit-chat, take it and go. Know the way? Turn right here, go to the end, then turn left. The 7th row is it. The man impatiently said, then tossed the key to Ding Chen, adding, There's a curfew at night. Without the supervision of the Inspection Bureau or the Patrol Bureau, no one is allowed to go out. With that, the man left Ding Chen in a hurry. Ding Chen looked at the key in his hand, then at the man's retreating back, and his brow furrowed. I've never heard of being assigned a house, as if they're afraid people will leave. Ding Chen muttered to himself, but then thought, even if there's something strange about this place, it can't be stranger than Xiatankan. He felt a bit overly cautious and decided to follow the direction the man had pointed and head towards the eastern part of the city. Half an hour later, Dingchen finally found his house. No. 333, Sango Alley, an old and somewhat dilapidated residence. But what surprised Dingchen was that this small house even had a small courtyard, a front yard style residence, which compared to the broken wooden house in Xiatankan, was practically a mansion. Creak. Dingchen unlocked the lock hanging on the wooden door with the key and pushed the door open, his eyes lighting up. Although the house looked quite old from the outside, the courtyard was clean and tidy, not a single weed in sight, as if someone lived there regularly. Just to be safe, Dingchen took out the sand map from his and opened it to take a look. After entering the city, the sand map displayed the content like a magnifying glass, directly showing the layout and markings of the city. When he first entered the city, Dingchen had opened it to check and found no red cross marks, which was why he felt safe coming here. However, this didn't mean the city was without danger, it just meant there were no hostile people towards Dingchen at the moment. The map doesn't show any problems. Dingchen put the sand map back into his and walked towards the house. The residence was a 2-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen layout, covering about 60 to 70 square meters, but without any public area. It felt quite spacious upon entering. Dingchen looked around and found that besides the wooden bed, there were no bedding or cushions, not even a cabinet to store things. Truly a house with nothing but the walls. Ah, what am I thinking? It's good enough to have a place to stay. Dingchen shook his head, then threw his casually onto the wooden bed and lay down on the bare bedboard, still thinking about the events in Xiatankan. Undoubtedly, this world, even at first glance, still had a significant impact on Dingchen. The Taoist priest with a face on his chest, the statue that could spit out treasures, the blood-sucking shadow claw, and the skilled Li Baozhang. Anyway, first settle down, then find a chance to understand what this world is really like, and whether the way to gain longevity is only by killing the Taoist priests of the Blood-Flesh Temple or those related to them. Dingchen thought and gradually fell into a deep sleep. The 3 days had exhausted his mental strength to the limit, and now that he was in a slightly stable environment, he couldn't resist any longer. Having developed the habit, Dingchen still instinctively operated the evergreen technique after falling asleep. The internal energy in his body flowed like a gentle stream from his lower abdomen, circulating throughout his body. Time passed, and in a hazy state, Dingchen suddenly felt he smelled something fragrant. The scent was so familiar yet nameless, like the rich fragrance of lilies in bloom or the distant scent of plum blossoms in the snow, making Dingchen feel as if he were in a dreamy atmosphere, lying not on a hard wooden board, but on soft clouds. Ha! In the midst of the dream, a woman in a thin red gauze suddenly appeared beside Dingchen. Her face was veiled, making it hard to see clearly, but her figure was alluring, and her tightly fitting, graceful waist was revealed beneath the gauze. Her snow-white hand gently caressed Dingchen's face, and her seductive red lips blew warm breath towards him. Dingchen, being of a young and vigorous age, found it impossible to resist such a scene. Immediately, he felt his ears burning and a fire-like sensation in his lower abdomen, with cold sweat pouring down his back. Damn it! What the hell? Dingchen suddenly sat up in bed, realizing he was drenched in sweat, as if he had just crawled out of water. Something was wrong. With his experience from Xiatankan, Dingchen immediately sensed the abnormality of the dream. After all, even in his dreams, he had never experienced such vivid scenes. When the woman touched his face, he could even feel the warmth of her hand. But what made Dingchen certain that something was amiss was the Changqing Gong within him. Just moments ago, his internal energy seemed to have been stimulated, causing it to flow rapidly and waking him from that bizarre dream. Realizing this, Dingchen dared not delay any further. He fumbled in the dark to open the nearby, then took out the oil lamp inside. This oil lamp was something he had brought from Xiatankan. Even after being reinforced, it now only had half a lamp's worth of oil left, unsure how much longer it could last. Dingchen then took out a fire starter, opened it, blew a few times, and lit the oil lamp. As the dim red flame suddenly flickered on the lamp, a series of prompts appeared before Dingchen's eyes. You have refined a trace of yin-yang sorrow, lifespan plus 0. 1 days. You have refined a trace of yin-yang sorrow, lifespan plus 0. 1 days. Seeing these prompts, Dingchen felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his eyes wide open, with a throbbing pain at his temples, and all sleepiness instantly vanished. He had gone through great lengths to escape from Xiatankan, hoping to find a safe place to live peacefully, but never expected that on the first night, such a situation would arise again. Dingchen stared blankly at the lamp in front of him, feeling like a clown under the dim light, mocked by the shadowy figures that suddenly appeared in the surrounding darkness. Why? Dingchen clenched his fists tightly. He just wanted to find a place to live peacefully, but why was even this simple wish unattainable? Only now did Ding Chen suddenly realize that in this world, safety was a joke, happiness a luxury. From now on, his life would likely be like walking on thin ice. Taking a deep breath, Ding Chen did not sink into helplessness and fear. Instead, he quickly got out of bed with the oil lamp, went to the living room, and then quietly approached the window to observe the outside. To Ding Chen's surprise, there seemed to be no movement outside. The entire Sangafang was quiet, with only the bright moonlight falling on the courtyard, making it exceptionally serene. Strange, is it only targeting me? Ding Chen frowned slightly, his mind racing with thoughts. However, not all news was bad. At least Ding Chen consoled himself that he could refine this so-called yin-yang sorrow with the oil lamp to gain lifespan, though he didn't know how long he could keep it up. After a few minutes, Ding Chen didn't find much, so he returned to the table and sat down, staring at the oil lamp in deep thought. Thus, Ding Chen did not sleep for the entire second half of the night, only blowing out the oil lamp on the table when the sky began to lighten. This yin-yang curse is different from the shadow scorpion, it seems to be phased. It only appeared once last night, lasting for about an hour. Although it hasn't appeared again since, we only have one night's worth of sample information, and we need to verify it for at least a week. Ding Chen rubbed his slightly swollen temples, feeling a wave of fatigue in his mind. Although he had woken up in time from that enchanting dream last night, it seemed he was still affected. It was hard to imagine that without the protection of the evergreen art, he might not have been able to get up today. The trouble is, the lamp oil is almost gone. Once it runs out, I'll have to rely on empty enhancement, which could require an astronomical amount of life force. Ding Chen glanced at the oil box of the lamp, his brow furrowing tightly. In any case, I'll go out today to gather some information. Ding Chen made up his mind and sat down in a chair, closing his eyes to practice the evergreen art. He felt more and more that this art was extraordinarily important, having saved him several times from dire situations. After an unknown amount of time, Ding Chen slowly opened his eyes, hearing the commotion outside on the street. Glancing at the water clock in the hall, he was taken aback. It's already the hour of the dragon. Do people here get up so late? Ding Chen was puzzled and then got up to go to the front courtyard. Pushing open the courtyard gate, Ding Chen saw a continuous stream of pedestrians outside. Some pushed two-wheeled carts, some carried two baskets, and others had baskets on their backs, as if they were going to the market. However, Ding Chen also noticed that the faces of these people looked unwell, as if they hadn't slept, causing his brow to furrow as he seemed to think of something. At that moment, the courtyard gate of the house next to him was also pushed open, and a young man in a green robe and long sleeves walked out. The man looked around and immediately saw Ding Chen standing at the courtyard gate, smiling and bowing to him, saying, "So this is the new neighbor." Ding Chen turned his head upon hearing the voice and saw the green-robed man bowing to him, so he also politely bowed. After greeting, Ding Chen turned back to continue observing the pedestrians, but the man next door was very sociable, running over to Ding Chen. "Hee, brother, you look unfamiliar. Where did you come from before?" The man came to Ding Chen's side, his face showing curiosity. Ding Chen glanced at the man, feeling a bit wary. Such overly proactive socializing made him think of old Wei. However, times had changed, and Ding Chen's expression remained unchanged as he said, "I'm from another state." "You're from another state? Impressive. The man was surprised and couldn't help but raise his thumb. "I heard that other states are like hell on earth now. Brother, you managed to survive and come here, that's quite a feat." Places like the Yin-Yang Palace are good, at least there's a chance. If you were born in Hangzhou, where the White Jade Temple is, you wouldn't even know how you died." The man sighed. Ding Chen raised his eyebrows upon hearing the man's words and asked, "Brother, you seem to be very familiar with the outside world?" "Hee, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Miao Buzhen, and I am a storyteller at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion." The man said this with a proud look. Upon hearing this, Ding Chen looked Miao Buzhen up and down more seriously and asked in surprise, "A storyteller?" "That's right." Ding Chen looked at Miao Buzhen with shining eyes. Although he didn't know why such a place would have a storyteller, he couldn't deny that he needed someone like this right now. "My name is Ding Hai, and I feel a connection with Brother Miao. Why don't you come in and sit down? I have some things I'd like to ask you," Ding Chen said seriously. "Brother Ding, that will have to wait a bit. I'm heading out to the Drunken Immortal Tower to tell stories. If you're interested, come with me. I'll tell the manager, and you can just pay for the tea." Miao Buzhen quickly added, "That would be great. I've just arrived in Qingfeng County, and it would be nice to explore with Brother Miao today," Ding Chen said, turning to lock the door and preparing to head out to the Drunken Immortal Tower with Miao Buzhen. In the Three Valleys Market, Ding Chen followed Miao Buzhen through the streets, heading towards the Drunken Immortal Tower. The sides of the road were already lined with various stalls, offering steaming rice porridge, fragrant oil cakes, thin-skinned dumplings, and white noodles sprinkled with green onions, which greatly intrigued Ding Chen. He had thought that this world was like Shouten Village, impoverished, but now it seemed that the living standards in the county were far higher than in Shouten Village. "Haven't had breakfast yet?" Miao Buzhen asked, noticing Ding Chen's gaze on the breakfast stalls. Ding Chen nodded. "Let's eat on the way to the drunken immortal tower. Their osmanthus cake is the most famous. Once you try it, you'll never forget it," Miao Buzhen chuckled. "Brother Miao, why do most people here seem so listless?" Ding Chen suddenly asked. Miao Buzhen stopped in his tracks at this question and asked in surprise, "You came to the territory of the Yinyang Palace and don't know about the Yinyang sickness?" Ding Chen's heart skipped a beat, but he pretended to be clueless and said, "I really don't know. Shoo, this isn't the place to talk. Follow me." Miao Buzhen cautiously glanced around and then led Ding Chen through a series of twists and turns to a small alley. "Brother Ding, not knowing about the yin yang sickness, did you come here just to experience it?" Miao Buzhen said with a teasing tone, nudging Ding Chen with his elbow. "Well, last night was indeed a bit unusual. Is this what they call the yin yang sickness?" Ding Chen asked. "It seems you've already experienced the effects of the yin yang sickness. Every night at the hour of show, the yin yang sickness will flood the outer city. Those who inhale it will be filled with desires and lose essence and vitality. However, you can buy tranquility pills at the Yin Yang Palace's outpost, which can protect you from the yin yang sickness. Of course, these pills aren't cheap, otherwise, I wouldn't have to work from dawn till dusk to earn copper coins." Miao Buzhen sighed. Hearing this, Ding Chen finally understood. It turned out that all the residents in the city were affected by the yin yang sickness every night, and they could also buy tranquility pills to avoid harm. This was no different from the practices of the Blood Flesh Temple in Shouten Village. Brother Ding. Miao Buzhen, seeing Ding Chen lost in thought he was scared by the yin yang sickness and quickly patted his shoulder. "Brother Ding, there's no need to be too alarmed. All divine temples and immortal palaces operate like this. The yin yang palace uses desires as a guide, which is relatively good. At least there's no immediate danger to life, and many people even indulge in it." Miao Buzhen opened his folding fan, fanning himself and shaking his head. Hearing this, Ding Chen finally understood. Organizations like the Blood Flesh Temple were purely for collecting blood and flesh resentment, aiming to sacrifice the entire village in a short time to obtain something. The Yin Yang Palace, on the other hand, employed a strategy of slowly boiling frogs. Although the yin yang sickness appeared here every night, the duration was short, and with money, one could buy tranquility pills. This not only gave the city's residents hope but also, even if they couldn't afford the medicine, they wouldn't blame the Yin Yang Palace but themselves for not working hard enough. The opportunity was given, everyone was working hard to earn money, why couldn't you afford the medicine? Have you asked yourself if you're working hard enough? High, really high. Ding Chen muttered to himself. Brother Ding, let me give you a piece of advice. That feeling is good, but it's harmful to your health. How old are you? You should buy some tranquility pills instead. As he spoke, Miao Buzhen shook his folding fan and walked out of the alley. Seeing this, Ding Chen remained silent and followed quietly. As Ding Chen walked back onto the street, he began to notice a change in the vendors around him. Their faces still showed signs of fatigue, but more so, there was a sense of helplessness and confusion. The bustling crowd and the noisy cries gave Ding Chen a momentary illusion of returning to Earth, but the weary expressions on their faces brought him back to reality. Survive. This thought suddenly appeared in Ding Chen's mind, and his gaze turned cold. The two of them walked side by side, chatting along the way, and finally arrived at the so-called Drunken Immortal Tower after half an hour. It was a two-story pavilion, apparently quite famous, as there were already many people inside enjoying tea and snacks when they arrived. Mr. Miao is here. Mr. Miao, you made us wait so long. Hurry, hurry. Miao Buzhen seemed to be a well-known figure here. As soon as he appeared, the people in the tavern started clamoring, with some even getting up to pull him in and urging him to come inside quickly. Everyone, don't panic, I'm here. Miao Buzhen laughed heartily and then sat down at a small square table at the front of the first floor. The table was already set with tea and pastries. Miao Buzhen sat down, took a sip of tea, and then opened his folding fan before beginning to speak. Yesterday, I spoke of the descending demon star, which caused the Great Liang dynasty to be in turmoil. Today, I will talk about the life of the Great Liang martial god, Jin Wu Huan. Below the stage, Ding Chen found a table at random and listened to the biographical tale Miao Buzhen was telling, his expression immediately becoming lively. From Miao Buzhen's words, Ding Chen learned that the country he had traveled to was called Liang, and the current emperor was Emperor Zhou Yuanjing of Liang. The Great Liang ruled over 12 states for hundreds of years, producing many talented individuals, among whom the Tianwu Bureau was the most dazzling. In the 12th year of the Xianzhou era, a disaster star descended, and demon gods and evil spirits appeared in various states, causing the Great Liang's 100-year foundation to be in turmoil overnight. The source of the calamity claimed to worship gods, belonging to the 4 celestial palaces and 108 constellations. Ding Chen listened to Miao Buzhen's storytelling, his eyes wide with astonishment, so much so that he forgot to eat the osmanthus cakes on the table. He hadn't expected the world he had traveled to be so complex and bizarre, and he wondered if Miao Buzhen was exaggerating. However, the audience below the stage seemed to be very interested, nodding from time to time, which made Ding Chen feel that even if Miao Buzhen's story was somewhat exaggerated, it wasn't far off. So the Yinyang Palace is also one of the disaster stars, belonging to the Tianwei star, and is the actual controlling institution of Qingzhou, but it is officially referred to as the Upper Sect or Divine Palace. After listening for a morning, Ding Chen finally learned some information about the Yinyang Palace from the discussions of the surrounding people, and his brow furrowed slightly. Qingzhou included 39 prefectures, each with dozens of counties, so it was impossible to escape the influence of the Yinyang Palace. The people in other states were even worse off. When they encountered a particularly ruthless disaster star, the destruction of entire cities was not uncommon. The Great Liang now existed in name only. Although the central states still recognized the royal family, the other 11 states were beyond the control of the royal family, who could only symbolically send personnel to enter, but in reality, they had little effect. The current world was one where immortal palaces stood side by side, dividing and ruling. It could be said that Ding Chen had traveled here at the most chaotic time. As noon approached, Miao Buzhen finished his storytelling, said goodbye to the crowd, and prepared to go home. Seeing this, Ding Chen quickly got up and called out to Miao Buzhen. "Brother Miao, I'm planning to go to the Yinyang Palace's outpost to take a look, so I won't go back with you." Ding Chen said to Miao Buzhen. "Oh, it seems that Brother Ding has already made a decision, so I will take my leave." Miao Buzhen seemed to have anticipated this, bowed to Ding Chen, and then left the drunken immortal tower, fanning himself with a folding fan. Ding Chen watched Miao Buzhen's retreating figure, then called over the waiter, took out some silver pieces to pay the bill, and also inquired about the location of the Yinyang Palace's outpost before leaving the tavern. The Yinyang Palace has 3 outposts in Qingfeng County, one of which is located in the Shuangli Alley of the outer city. It is worth mentioning that the entire Qingfeng County is divided into inner and outer cities. The tall city wall that Ding Chen saw upon entering the city gate is the boundary between the inner and outer cities. The people living in the inner city are either rich or noble, with the 3 major families being the most prominent. However, these are not within Ding Chen's current reach. His current goal is simple: first, obtain some Enshun pills to study what these things are, and then deal with the immediate crisis. Half an hour later, Ding Chen arrived in front of a 3-story wooden pavilion. Undoubtedly, in the dilapidated outer city, this red-painted wooden building stands out like a crane among chickens, making it easily recognizable for its extraordinary appearance. Ding Chen looked up at the plaque hanging above the pavilion, which read Yinyang Palace in bold, flowing characters. On the vertical plaque to the left of the door was written Tian Di Yinyang Shenji Dao, and on the right was one Fa Gui Yi Shi Weizhen. Wow, someone might think they've arrived at some immortal palace or blessed land, Ding Chen thought to himself, slightly furrowing his brow. Clearly, these calamities have begun to consider themselves orthodox, indicating that the constraints from the Great Liang dynasty have become extremely lax, much like the version Ding Chen heard in the tavern. However, Ding Chen naturally did not show any unusual expressions and stepped into the pavilion. Upon entering, Ding Chen found that the interior was much more spacious than he had imagined, and there were already many people gathered around the counter, paying and receiving goods. Behind the counter were 2 elegantly dressed young people, a man and a woman, both of whom were smiling as they attended to the crowd. Both had handsome features, especially the female attendant, who stood gracefully, drawing extra glances. Ding Chen moved silently to the back of the crowd and observed for a while, learning the price of the so-called Enshun pills. 10 pills for 1 tael of silver, each pill allowing one person to sleep peacefully for a night without being affected by the yin-yang sickness. When Ding Chen heard this price, he couldn't help but feel a sharp pain in his heart. It was too expensive. The silver he had taken from Old Wei and Shang Yunzi added up to only 3 or 4 taels, which he had thought would last him a while in Qingfeng County. But now, he realized he couldn't even afford a month's worth of Enshun pills. Even he, a lone wolf, found the price exorbitant, let alone those with families to support. As Ding Chen watched the people in front of him shouting, "Give me 5. I want 7. He couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow. Calamities descend, the end of an era, and it is still the most vulnerable who suffer. After some thought, Ding Chen decided to buy 5 pills to try them out and see how effective these so-called Enshun pills really were. After all, his oil lamp could only last for another half a month, and Ding Chen had tried to strengthen such a lamp that could dispel evil spirits, but it had greatly increased his lifespan consumption, making it no longer cost-effective. Therefore, once this oil lamp was exhausted, he would have to rely on the Inshin pills. Half an hour later, Ding Chen returned to his small courtyard. It seems that as long as I can dispel the evil spirits, I can gain lifespan, but currently, the only means I have is this oil lamp. Once the oil in the lamp is used up, although I can continue to avoid the yin-yang sickness with the Inshin pills, I won't be able to gain lifespan. Ding Chen sat at the table, pondering, his hand caressing the small medicine bottle he had just bought from the Yin-Yang Palace outpost, his brow slightly furrowed. A moment later, Ding Chen stopped thinking and instead opened the medicine bottle, pouring out a tranquility pill and holding it in his hand, examining it closely. Currently upgradable, requires 10 days of life, upgrade? Indeed. Ding Chen looked at the prompt that appeared before him, hesitated slightly, and then chose to upgrade. In the next instant, as a flash of light passed before his eyes, the tranquility pill in Ding Chen's fingers suddenly grew larger by a circle, and a new prompt appeared before him. Spirit Nurturing Pill. A pill refined with yin and yang energy, capable of nurturing the spirit and calming the mind, effective for half a month upon consumption. Wow, the effect lasts a full half month. Ding Chen looked at the prompt before him, raising an eyebrow, feeling quite surprised. However, this half-month effect was obtained at the cost of his own life, and it was uncertain whether it was a gain or not. After pondering, Ding Chen tossed the pill into his mouth and then pushed the door to enter the courtyard, deciding to practice his swordsmanship. After several days of traveling, although Ding Chen occasionally practiced the evergreen art, his swordsmanship had been neglected. Now that he had a place to stay, he naturally needed to practice diligently. After all, this world seemed to be fraught with danger at every step, and Ding Chen's desire to improve his strength was growing more urgent. The walls of the small courtyard were as tall as a person, so Ding Chen wasn't worried about being seen by outsiders. After practicing for an hour, he finally stopped, drenched in sweat. Phew! Ding Chen panted, sitting on the stone bench in the courtyard, picking up the gourd and gulping down water vigorously. According to Miao Buzhen, before the disaster star descended, the Great Liang dynasty valued martial arts, and the establishment of the Heavenly Martial Department, headed by a first-rank official, shows the importance placed on it. But after the disaster star descended, the worship of gods emerged, suppressing traditional martial artists to the point of suffocation. Even so, this world still has profound martial arts. If I could get my hands on one and enhance it, maybe I wouldn't need to spend so much life. Ding Chen suddenly had a thought. The evergreen art, as it currently seemed, could only extend life and increase strength. Although Ding Chen had a feeling that the evergreen art was not so simple, it was not the right time to delve deeper into it. If he could come into contact with the complete martial system of this world, Ding Chen was confident that with his efforts, his achievements would not be bad. Thinking of this, Ding Chen's eyes rolled, and then he put down his long sword and hurried out of the courtyard. Dong dong dong. Ding Chen knocked on the door of his neighbor Miao Buzhen's courtyard. Who is it? Soon, Miao Buzhen's voice came from behind the door. Brother Miao, it's me, Ding Hai. Ding Chen called out. Oh, it's Brother Ding. As the voice drew closer, the wooden door in front of Ding Chen slowly opened, revealing Miao Buzhen's smiling face. Brother Ding, please come in quickly. Miao Buzhen gestured with one hand, inviting Ding Chen in. Sorry to disturb you. Ding Chen clasped his fists towards Miao Buzhen, then walked into the courtyard. Miao Buzhen's courtyard had several unknown small trees, and as soon as Ding Chen entered, he felt a burst of vitality, much better than his own barren courtyard. Seeing Ding Chen's gaze, Miao Buzhen smiled and said, Brother Ding, these are fragrant fruit trees. When the fruits ripen, I will definitely send a few to Brother Ding to taste. Ahem, Brother Miao is too kind. I came today to ask for your advice, Ding Chen said, turning his gaze to Miao Buzhen and then coughing. Brother Ding, please speak. Miao Buzhen pulled Ding Chen to sit on the stone bench in the courtyard and then asked with a smile. Well, I want to ask Brother Miao, where in the city can I find a job? Ding Chen asked. A job? It seems Brother Ding has also found that making money is not easy. Miao Buzhen's face lit up with realization upon hearing this, and then he continued with a smile. The ways to make money in Qingfeng County are limited to a few methods: selling crafts, trading, farming. But these are all for ordinary people, and they don't earn much, especially in such times. But the other methods are different. If you are a martial artist, you can apply to be a guard for one of the 3 great families. Not only will you receive free calming pills every month, but the salary is also good. If you have good skills, you can open a martial arts school in Qingfeng City, taking in some starry-eyed disciples, and your life will be carefree. If you have talent and are noticed by the Yin-Yang Palace, congratulations! You will rise to prominence in a day. By then, please remember to help me, Brother Ding. After Miao Buzhen finished speaking, Ding Chen pondered for a moment and then asked, "Are there any jobs that involve dealing with yin-yang energy?" "Oh?" Miao Buzhen looked at Ding Chen with some surprise, then thought for a moment before saying, "The city's patrol bureau does have opportunities to encounter yin-yang energy, but they mostly deal with divine energy from other palaces. After all, there are many immortal palaces in the world, and even though the yin-yang palace nominally governs a state, there are still many sects eager to share in the benefits." Hearing this, Ding Chen's mind flashed with the image of Li Baozhang, who had once claimed to be from the patrol bureau and went to Shaotan village to investigate the blood-flesh temple incident. It seems that although the yin-yang palace dominates Qingzhou, there are still many malevolent forces dissatisfied, Ding Chen thought to himself. Later, Ding Chen continued chatting with Miao Buzhen until the sky darkened, then he got up to leave and returned to his own courtyard. Miao Buzhen saw Ding Chen off and then turned back to his small courtyard, sitting back down on the stone bench. "Ding Hai," Miao Buzhen murmured softly, tapping the stone table with his folding fan, a strange smile appearing on his lips. That night, Ding Chen did not lie in bed but sat at the table, waiting for something. After an unknown amount of time, Ding Chen suddenly opened his eyes, clearly sensing something. At that moment, the agitation from the previous night returned. Ding Chen frowned and glanced at the water clock in the room, finding it was already the hour of Chou. It seems the time the yin-yang energy appears every night is the same, probably due to some kind of formation, Ding Chen thought. Next, Ding Chen resisted the urge to light the oil lamp and prepared to see what was special about the spirit-nourishing pill. Soon, Ding Chen seemed to notice something and raised an eyebrow. When the yin-yang energy attacked Ding Chen the previous night, he had felt an intense heat throughout his body, and in his dreams, there were erotic scenes, similar to a spring dream. But tonight, when the yin-yang energy attacked, Ding Chen only felt a brief agitation before it quickly subsided, and he found himself like Lu Xiaohui, losing all reaction to human instincts. In other words, he was impotent. Damn! Ding Chen was greatly surprised, feeling both shocked and speechless. He thought, if someone with impotence came here, wouldn't they be invincible? However, although this medicine could resist yin-yang energy, would it really be okay to take too much? Ding Chen thought to the end and couldn't help but shiver, quickly lighting the oil lamp on the side table. The red flame of the lamp gave Ding Chen a slight sense of warmth and also revealed the familiar prompt. You have refined yin-yang energy, lifespan plus 0. 1 days, you have refined yin-yang energy, lifespan plus 0. 1 days. There's no other way, just endure for now and find a solution as soon as possible. Ding Chen looked at the prompt flashing before his eyes and thought to himself. Early the next morning, Ding Chen got up and left his house, then prepared to head to the patrol office first. The patrol office in Qingfeng County, under the jurisdiction of the county government, was a military institution under the rule of the Great Liang. The patrol office's job was to patrol the entire county, dealing with troublesome cases such as disasters, chaos, robbery, and murder. Needless to say, the threshold for entering such a violent law enforcement institution must be terrifyingly high. But Ding Chen had no choice. As to gain longevity, he inevitably had to deal with various malevolent energies, and the patrol office was the best option at the moment. Soon, after some inquiries, Ding Chen arrived at the outpost of the patrol office in the outer city. The outpost of the patrol office in the outer city was also a small courtyard, much larger than the one Ding Chen lived in, and there were guards at the gate, giving off an air of no entry for strangers. In fact, there were very few pedestrians outside the patrol office, and the residents here seemed to be very afraid of it, always taking detours when passing by. Ding Chen stood at the road junction, looking at the patrol office across the street, and his heart was filled with doubts. Should I just go up and ask directly? While Ding Chen was hesitating, he heard two passers-by whispering to each other. The patrol office is really unreasonable. The incident in Ma Lu Fang yesterday was quite big. Was it that Du Wu? I heard he was beaten and had his teeth shattered just for cursing the patrol office and was then arrested. Shoo, don't talk nonsense. If I were a martial artist, I'd also want to join the patrol office. How impressive. You, a martial artist? Why don't you take a shit and look at yourself? The two men chatted while stealthily glancing at the patrol office, and soon disappeared from Ding Chen's sight. Martial artist. It seems that there are certain conditions to join. This is troublesome. Ding Chen muttered, his brows furrowing. Although he currently knew a basic saber technique and had practiced the evergreen art, both Qing Yunzi and Li Baozhang, upon seeing him, said he was not a martial artist. Clearly, there was a unique method to determine a martial artist. Thinking of this, Ding Chen glanced at the patrol office again, then quietly left. Obviously, with his current conditions, joining the patrol office seemed unlikely. Ding Chen, who had left the patrol office outpost, was deep in thought, his head lowered, when he suddenly noticed the increasing number of pedestrians around him. Lifting his head, he found himself in front of another large courtyard. Unlike the patrol office, There was a constant flow of people coming and going at the entrance of this courtyard, with people occasionally entering and exiting. This made Ding Chen subconsciously glance at the horizontal plaque hanging above the courtyard. Bai's Martial Arts Hall. Ding Chen's pupils constricted as he muttered to himself. He had unknowingly followed the crowd on the street and arrived at the gate of this martial arts hall. Right, the martial arts hall. Ding Chen seemed to have thought of something. Looking at the open door of the Bai's martial arts hall, his eyes darted, and he immediately followed a man into the courtyard. As soon as he entered, Ding Chen saw an old man sitting at a square table in the center of the courtyard, with a few scattered people queuing in front of the table, apparently registering for something. At the entrance of the front hall facing the courtyard stood two bare-chested, muscular men, their hands behind their backs, like two door gods watching the pedestrians entering the courtyard. Ding Chen surveyed the courtyard, then inconspicuously moved to the back of the square table where the old man was sitting, intending to see what they were registering. Registration fee is 30 taels, monthly food fee is 10 taels, totaling 40 taels. The old man said to the first person crowding in front of the table. Understood, understood, I'll register right away. The man carefully took out a small cloth bag from his, then respectfully handed the bag to the old man. The old man took the cloth bag, opened it to have a look, then weighed it in his hand, and finally nodded. He then took out the roster and began to register. Name: Zhou Hai. Age 21. Alright, take the badge and go in. The old man fished out a badge from under the table and handed it to the man named Zhou Hai, who quickly thanked him and, holding the badge, dashed excitedly towards the front hall. Ding Chen, who was at the back of the line, was stunned by this scene. What the hell? 40 taels? He hadn't misheard, had he? This was outright robbery. Although he had mentally prepared himself for the high cost of the registration fee, he was still deeply shocked when he heard the actual number. The fact that Zhou Hai could produce 40 taels made Ding Chen even more incredulous. Weren't they saying that the outer city was a slum? How could someone still be so rich? As Ding Chen was still in shock, the second person began to pay and register, which suddenly gave Ding Chen an idea. So it's not that there are no rich people, it's just that I haven't met them. Ding Chen sighed inwardly, feeling the 3 taels of broken silver he had been hiding at his waist, and then quickly slipped out of the Bai Clan martial arts hall. On his way home, Ding Chen felt that everything around him was bleak, like a faded old photograph, giving a sense of desolation. Where could he get 40 taels of silver? Without money, he couldn't enter the martial arts hall. Without entering the martial arts hall, he couldn't gain the experience and knowledge to become a martial artist. Without becoming a martial artist, he couldn't join the patrol squad. Without joining the patrol squad, his lifespan would be like water without a source, always running out. It's a dead end. By the time Ding Chen returned to his small courtyard, it was close to noon. On the way, he had stopped by a roadside stall to order a bowl of noodles. Although he added chili, he couldn't taste anything. Clearly, Ding Chen was preoccupied, worrying about the registration fee for the martial arts hall. However, after sitting down in his room and taking a sip of cold tea, Ding Chen calmed down a bit and suddenly had a new idea. He quickly went to the courtyard, dug up a small piece of mud, wet it with water, and shaped it into the form of a silver ingot. Then, Ding Chen used a bamboo stick to carve the word gold on the mud, and then stared intently at the mud in his hand, waiting for the prompt to appear. After a breath, the familiar words appeared in Ding Chen's vision, but this time, it didn't make Ding Chen happy at all. Current item can be enhanced. Requires consumption of 1 year and 3 months of lifespan. Enhance? This. Ding Chen looked at the text in front of him. The excitement he had just felt was extinguished by a splash of cold water. The mud he had shaped was at most worth 1 tael, and even if it was enhanced into gold, it could only be exchanged for 10 taels of silver. To gather the registration fee, it would require consuming 4 years of lifespan, which was an astronomical price. No, let's try again. Ding Chen kneaded the mud in his hand, erasing the carved characters, then reshaped it into the form of a silver ingot and carved the word silver on it. Current item can be enhanced. Requires consumption of 3 months and 7 days of lifespan. Enhance? Damn it! The same weight of silver actually requires 5 months, it's better to directly enhance it into gold. Ding Chen cursed inwardly, casually throwing the mud out the door, feeling restless as he stood up and paced around the room. After circling the table a few times, Ding Chen suddenly thought of another method. He sat back down at the table, took out a tael of silver from his waist, and stared at it intently, frowning. Current item can be enhanced. Requires consumption of 1 month of lifespan. Enhance? 1 month? It's not unacceptable. This time, Ding Chen didn't hesitate and directly chose yes. A large piece of broken silver, an ordinary small piece of silver, you can use it to buy something delicious. Feeling the increased weight in his hand, Ding Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he didn't have a steelyard, Ding Chen estimated the weight by hand and found that the piece of silver in his hand was about 3 taels, possibly close to 4 taels. This meant that this enhancement had directly tripled the weight of the silver. Luckily, I can handle it. Ding Chen breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and quickly enhanced the remaining silver. In the end, he spent 3 months of his lifespan and obtained about 12 taels of silver. It's a pity that enhanced items can't be enhanced again, but it doesn't matter, silver is something you don't worry about spending. Ding Chen looked at the pile of broken silver on the table, then packed it into a cloth bag, drank a few sips of water, and hurried out the door. It was close to evening when Ding Chen finally returned to the small courtyard. Only when he closed the door and sat back in his chair did he reveal a hint of joy on his face. He carefully took out several cloth bags from his chest and poured the contents onto the table. Clink clink. The broken silver fell onto the table with a crisp sound as Ding Chen poured them out. These broken pieces of silver were exchanged by Ding Chen in the afternoon at several different places using the enhanced silver. And because they were scattered exchanges, it was very safe, and the small amount would not attract any attention. In this way, these silver pieces, having been exchanged once, had turned from second-hand goods into first-hand goods and could be enhanced again. Thinking of this, Ding Chen excitedly rubbed his hands and then picked up one piece to start enhancing. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the total amount of broken silver on the table had exceeded 40 taels. However, this round of enhancement had cost Ding Chen nearly a year of his lifespan, leaving him with only about 15 years of life left. It's too difficult, this lifespan is not enough to spend. Ding Chen sighed inwardly, but he knew this was the fastest way to make money, so he didn't complain any further. Instead, he gathered the silver on the table and put it into a cloth bag. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to the Bai Clan martial arts school to sign up. I don't believe that a mere martial artist can stump me, Ding Chen thought to himself, then stood up, stretched, and slowly walked towards the bedroom inside the room. For the past few days, he had been running around outside, and tonight he was going to get a good rest. Tomorrow's registration was no small matter, and Ding Chen naturally had to take it seriously. Late at night, in a small house in Sango Valley, a family of 3 was sleeping on 2 beds pushed together. Before going to bed, they had mixed a tranquility pill with water and then divided it among themselves. Although the dosage was reduced, it could still withstand most of the yin-yang evil spirit. This method was commonly used by the poor residents in the outer city. At the hour of Cho, all 3 on the bed felt something and frowned slightly, clearly affected by the yin-yang evil spirit in their dreams. The child was fine, being only of the age to start learning, and still ignorant of the matters of men and women. He just turned over, mumbled a few words, and fell back asleep. But the couple next to him were sweating profusely, their skin flushed, their hands tightly clenched, clearly suffering greatly. To minimize the impact on their child, they each day left most of the medicine water for the child, and only drank the remaining portion themselves, which made their resistance to the yin-yang evil spirit not as strong. It was hard to imagine how the residents of the outer city lived under the influence of the yin-yang evil spirit, especially with a man and a woman in the same room, making it even harder to resist. As men, unless born with disabilities, they must find a wife to carry on the family line. This is a deeply ingrained thought in this world, not something that can be resisted by mere yin-yang sickness. And this is where yin-yang sickness is most intractable. However, both of them were well aware that as long as they endured a little longer, it would pass. After all, they had drunk the potion. Even if the dosage was insufficient, it could at least alleviate some of the pain. They had grown accustomed to this pain, which, in the face of life, was not much. But tonight, they gradually noticed something amiss. Normally lasting for an hour, the yin-yang sickness tonight showed signs of worsening. What was even more terrifying was that a chill suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the usually warm room, and this chill carried an eerie coldness, making the couple shiver involuntarily. Husband. The woman was the first to wake from her dream, abruptly sitting up in bed and calling out to the man beside her. The man, still groggy, woke up, tightened his blanket, and asked curiously, "Huh? Why is it so cold?" "Don't sleep, quickly cover the child, this is strange, am I still dreaming?" The woman snatched the blanket from the man's hands, muttering to herself as she prepared to cover the boy beside her. Just as she turned her head, her pupils suddenly contracted, and a high-pitched scream escaped her lips. "What's wrong?" Hearing the woman scream, the man immediately sat up in bed, hurriedly asking, Tianer. The woman's face was filled with panic as she pointed at the boy in the small bed beside her, her voice trembling. The man, following the woman's finger under the moonlight, saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. The boy's entire head was wrapped in something pitch black, and this thing was constantly wriggling out from the boy's mouth, like a living creature. Tianer. The man frantically rushed over, grabbing the black thing on the boy's head, trying to pull it off, but found it impossible to move. It was as if this thing had taken root on the boy's head. Is it hair? The man murmured, feeling the smooth texture in his hand, and the next moment, he suddenly felt an itch at the back of his head, as if something was growing wildly under his scalp. Aha! A shrill scream echoed from the small house, but strangely, such a commotion did not attract the attention of the neighbors, as if everyone in Qingfeng County was in a deep sleep. Bai's Martial Arts Hall, one of the two major martial arts halls in the outer city, is located in Shuangliu Lane of the Eastern District. The hall master, Bai Wang Yun, is a martial artist who has reached the level of blood transformation. It is said that he was a retired military officer from the battlefield, and later came to Qingfeng County to retire. Although a martial artist at the level of blood transformation is nothing special in the entire Qingzhou, in this small Qingfeng County, he can naturally stand out. Moreover, with some connections in the military, he has established a foothold in Qingfeng County. At this moment, Ding Chen stood in front of Bai's martial arts hall, looking at the freshly opened door, took a deep breath, and then stepped into the courtyard under the surprised gaze of the servant who opened the door. I've seen early risers, but never this early. A servant who opened the door winked at another, whispering with a hand over his mouth. Probably another guy who wants to rise to the top in one step. The other servant also showed a hint of mockery. They had seen many young people like Ding Chen. They spent all their wealth to gather enough registration fees to enter Bai's martial arts hall, thinking they could rise to the top and no longer be those smelly, rotten people in the outer city. Little did they know, this was just the beginning of their even more painful journey. Of those who entered the Bai clan martial hall, only 1 in 10 could endure the hardships of martial training and stay. Among them, only 1 in 10 could achieve something. It could be said that to establish oneself and stand firm in the Bai clan martial hall, there was only a 1% chance. To take it a step further and make a name for oneself, known throughout the outer city, was a 1 in 1,000 probability, worthy of being called a dragon among men. Since these two young servants entered the Bai clan martial hall, they had never seen anyone at Ding Chen's age rise to prominence. After all, martial arts training emphasizes the foundation of childhood, truly requiring early cultivation. The older one gets, the more mixed their blood and the more limited their achievements. Meanwhile, when Ding Chen stepped into the courtyard, the old man in charge of registration was leisurely moving things to the table. When he noticed someone entering, he was taken aback and then looked at Ding Chen. "Old sir, let me help you." Seeing this, Ding Chen quickly stepped forward, taking the heavy roster and inkstone from the old man and heading towards the table. "Oh, that's rare," the old man muttered, somewhat surprised as he watched Ding Chen's back. However, since someone had come to register, the old man couldn't afford to be slow. He quickly followed Ding Chen to the table, sat down, and then skillfully opened the registration book and began to grind the ink. "Young man, from which neighborhood?" "Three Valleys neighborhood." Not far." "Name?" "Ding Hai." "Age?" 23. 23, a bit late, but with diligence, you can still achieve some level of toughening. Don't harbor any unrealistic ambitions, the old man said slowly after hearing Ding Chen's age, pausing his actions. As the accountant of the Bai clan martial hall, he had seen countless applicants in his lifetime. If it weren't for Ding Chen's sensible demeanor, he wouldn't have bothered to mention it. Understood, Ding Chen quickly replied without rebuttal. 30 taels for the registration fee, 10 taels for this month's food, clear? Clear. Ding Chen quickly took out a bundle of silver from his and handed it up. The old man weighed the money bag, then made a few marks on the roster, finally taking out a wooden plaque and writing Ding Hai on it before handing it to Ding Chen and saying, "Alright, take the plaque and go in." Ding Chen took the wooden plaque and finally looked towards the main hall behind him. After thanking the old man, he hurried towards it. Showing the wooden plaque to the two burly men on either side of the entrance, Ding Chen smoothly entered and soon heard the noisy sounds coming from behind the entrance hall. Ha! What's this? Ding Chen was taken aback by the sound and quickly walked around the screen towards the back door, only to find about 7 or 8 people practicing in the courtyard behind the main hall. Ding Chen's arrival naturally attracted the attention of those in the courtyard. "Ha! Another one, what's going on this month? A little fatty came yesterday, and today an outsider. When did the martial hall become so easy to enter?" A sturdy man with his upper body bare said in a deep voice. 40 taels of silver, TSK. Others also shook their heads. "Alright, stop talking nonsense, have you all perfected your skills?" Amidst the chatter, a loud voice interrupted their conversation. Ding Chen looked towards the source of the voice and saw a young man no older than 20. To Ding Chen's surprise, as soon as this person spoke, the others immediately withdrew their gazes from Ding Chen and continued their disciplined practice, causing Ding Chen to take a few more glances at the young man. "Newcomer? At that moment, a middle-aged man in gray hemp clothing approached Ding Chen, sizing him up before asking, "Indeed, I am Ding Hai. And you, brother, are?" Ding Chen quickly clasped his fists and inquired. "Don't call me brother. I'm just a few years ahead of you in joining, and I haven't even mastered skin toughening yet. I'm not worthy of being called brother. Just call me Wang Hong from now on," Wang Hong said with a smile. "So it's Brother Wang," Ding Chen quickly responded. "Come with me. I'll introduce you to Master Bai," Wang Hong said, turning and walking down the corridor. Ding Chen followed closely behind. They passed through the courtyard's covered walkway, heading deeper into the compound until they reached the back. This rear courtyard had several side rooms on either side and a slightly larger hall in the center. Wang Hong led Ding Chen towards the hall. Upon entering, Wang Hong approached a side room, gently knocked on the door, and softly said, "Master Bai, there's a new arrival." As soon as Wang Hong finished speaking, the side room door creaked open, revealing an elderly man with a few white hairs and a stern face. He wore a large, patched green robe that, despite its patches, looked neat and carried a faint scent of sandalwood. Ding Chen quickly stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Disciple pays respects to Master Bai." The old man, with a single hand, lifted Ding Chen up and said, "You have good eyesight, but joining my martial arts school doesn't make you my disciple. I cannot accept this bow." Ding Chen was taken aback but quickly realized the old man was quite selective and didn't approve of him. "Don't be disheartened. If you succeed in toughening your skin within a year, I'll take you as my 7th disciple. Until then, you're just a martial arts school trainee." The old man's hand swiftly moved from Ding Chen's arm to his neck, then down his spine to his tailbone. He then said with a smile, "Work hard, and you may achieve something in the future. Wang Hong, this young man is now your responsibility." Wang Hong stood motionless beside the old man until he suddenly bowed in response. The old man then waved his hand, indicating they could leave. Wang Hong quickly led Ding Chen away, back along the corridor to the rear courtyard. "Brother Wang, what just happened?" Ding Chen asked as they distanced themselves from the hall. "Master Bai was examining your bones," Wang Hong said with a smile. "And, did he find anything?" Ding Chen inquired further. "What could he find? Out of billions of ordinary people, only a few hundred are born with martial bones. Good bone quality is extremely rare. If you had good bones, you wouldn't be with me now, you'd be Master Bai's 7th disciple." Wang Hong patted Ding Chen's shoulder. Ding Chen was momentarily stunned, regretting that he wasn't that rare martial arts prodigy. But thinking of his strengthening system, he felt he might not be inferior to those so-called geniuses. He then asked, "Brother Wang, what's next?" "Look at my memory. Come, let me briefly explain the situation at our Bai Martial Arts School. The head of the Bai Martial Arts School is Master Bai, Bai Wang Yun. Master Bai is a great expert in the blood exchange realm, someone even the major families in the inner city respect," Wang Hong said with admiration. "Brother Wang, how many realms are there for martial artists?" Ding Chen asked, eager to know the answer. "Those who have not reached the skin grinding realm are not considered martial artists. Those who practice a few moves at most are merely martial practitioners. But once one enters the skin grinding realm, they truly step into the threshold of being a martial artist. After the skin grinding realm, there is the bone forging, organ refining, and blood changing. As for the realms beyond blood changing, I'm not too clear about them, they are too distant for us," Wang Hong slowly explained. Ding Chen, upon hearing this, roughly understood the threshold of being a martial artist and couldn't help but feel excited. This world seems to value martial artists highly. Perhaps practicing to the end could really allow one to turn rivers and seas, pluck stars and moons? Wang Hong saw Ding Chen lost in thought and thought he might be feeling discouraged, so he patted Ding Chen's shoulder and continued, "Don't worry, Ding Shitty, as long as you work hard, you will surely have your day." After saying this, Wang Hong gestured for Ding Chen to follow him again. The two of them once again arrived at the back courtyard, where Wang Hong stopped and addressed the few people practicing there. "These are like us, all probationary disciples. Only the young man at the front is Bai Shi's true disciple, Cui Wanchang, who has reached the bone forging realm. Ding Shitty, you should be aware that in the Bai Martial Arts Hall, one must show absolute respect to Bai Shi, and his disciples must not be offended." Ding Chen nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this and then asked, "What about Bai Shi's other disciples?" Cui Wanchang is Bai Shi's youngest disciple, with the lowest realm, staying here to hone himself. Bai Shi's other disciples are at least bone forging experts, all working in the inner city, Wang Hong said with a smile. "I see." Ding Chen nodded, listening as Wang Hong continued, "Today is your first day of entry, so I'll first introduce you to the other senior brothers and then teach you the skin grinding technique." Ding Chen's eyes lit up. After all, he had exhausted his efforts and consumed his lifespan to join here, all for the sake of succeeding in skin grinding and becoming a martial artist. "Thank you, Wang Shixian," Ding Chen hurriedly bowed in gratitude.
Time flew by, and soon it was evening.
Ding Chen returned to his small courtyard, his body exhausted. After meeting the other senior brothers today, Wang Hong had taught Ding Chen a skin grinding technique. This technique was essentially body refining through medicinal baths. However, the materials used in these baths were secret, with core ingredients exclusive to the martial arts hall, never disclosed or available for purchase elsewhere. Before the medicinal bath, one needed to master specific stances to open the 108,000 pores of the body, enhancing the bath's effect. Generally, upon entering the martial arts hall, one could choose to live there, which not only facilitated morning practice but also strengthened camaraderie among fellow disciples, a traditional path for martial arts hall students. However, Ding Chen still chose to commute, as he didn't need to take tranquilizers these few nights. If others suspected something, it would be counterproductive. The introductory stance of the Bai Martial Arts Hall was called the Hanyuan stance, said to be passed down from the military, one of the most neutral among various starting stances. Being neutral meant it was easy to start with but not very effective. Since only a few people in the world are exceptionally talented, and the military consists mostly of ordinary people, stances that require too much foundation or talent are actually harmful. Ding Chen spent a day under Wang Hong's guidance to understand the Hanyuan stance's force points and breathing methods, then hurried back before it got completely dark. However, upon returning to his courtyard, Ding Chen encountered another problem: the medicinal bath barrel. The medicinal bath naturally required a barrel. However, barrels sold in the outer city were not cheap, as anything related to martial artists often had high premiums. The saying "poor people study literature, rich people practice martial arts" is no joke. Just the fact that Ding Chen has already spent 40 taels of silver before even starting his training speaks volumes. The medicinal barrels in the martial arts school are custom-made and can be used by multiple people in rotation, so they are a bit expensive, but if Ding Chen insists on soaking in them at home, it becomes quite troublesome. With the late hour, it's too late to go out and buy a barrel now, not to mention that Ding Chen only has a few taels of silver left after paying the registration fee today, so whether he can afford a barrel is uncertain. There's no choice but to continue pushing his limits. Ding Chen quickly assembled a makeshift barrel by nailing together some prepared wooden boards and placing a board underneath to form a rough barrel shape. He then carved the words "medicinal barrel, reduces medicinal loss," ergonomically designed onto the barrel and waited for the prompt text to appear. Sure enough, a breath later, a line of text appeared in Ding Chen's vision. Current enhancement available, requires 2 months and 15 days of lifespan. Enhance? Yes. Ding Chen didn't hesitate and chose yes. Immediately, in the dimly lit room, a flash of light appeared, and a rustic but fragrant wooden medicinal barrel materialized in Ding Chen's sight. Comfortable medicinal bath barrel, a medicinal bath barrel that provides a comfortable space for the user, designed with reference to the works of many masters, and crafted from superior Longxiang wood. Wow, it even has a seat. Ding Chen approached and noticed the arc-shaped seatboard inside the barrel, complete with 2 raised lumbar supports, which was essentially like taking the backrest of an esports chair and putting it inside. With this barrel, it's hard not to be amazing. Ding Chen chuckled, patted the barrel with satisfaction, and then went outside to boil water. While waiting for the water to boil, Ding Chen stood in the courtyard and practiced the Hanyuan stance as he had learned today. The Hanyuan stance in this world is quite miraculous. Ding Chen only practiced for an hour before feeling ants crawling all over his body, with his legs aching unbearably. He immediately understood that this was the so-called opening of the meridians. Hurry! Ding Chen quickly stopped, dragged his aching body into the house, and took out the medicinal package he had brought from the martial arts school. Wait, although I don't know what's mixed in this package, if I enhance it, wouldn't it be even more powerful? Thinking of this, Ding Chen quickly took out a charcoal pencil and wrote "high efficiency, mild" on the package, then waited. Current enhancement available, requires 1 month of lifespan. Enhance? 1 month? That's too long. I don't know when I'll get a large amount of lifespan. This package needs to be soaked twice a day, and at this rate, it's unsustainable. Ding Chen frowned, then gritted his teeth and erased the word "mild" with the charcoal pencil. Current enhancement available, requires 7 days of lifespan. Enhance? Enhance. Indeed, removing the mild attribute greatly reduced the lifespan required for enhancement, which immediately relieved Ding Chen. As the familiar light flashed before his eyes, Ding Chen didn't bother reading the text of the enhanced package and simply threw it into the steaming medicinal bath barrel. The package dissolved upon contact with water, and a thick, dark color quickly spread from it, turning the water in the barrel black in no time. This black color was like thick ink, but it emitted a pure medicinal fragrance, which, combined with the barrel's natural wood scent, gradually relaxed Ding Chen, who had been a bit tense. Let's try it. Ding Chen removed his last piece of clothing and stepped into the barrel with 1 foot. Ouch, it's hot. Even though he had already added some cold water to temper the temperature beforehand, Ding Chen still felt a searing pain shoot up from his leg and into his mind. It's too painful. Could this be the effect of the Hunyuan stance combined with the medicinal bath? Ding Chen's face showed a hint of bitterness, as he hadn't expected that practicing martial arts would be so agonizing. He had barely taken the first step, and it was already so unbearable, he couldn't imagine what else was in store for him. No wonder only those who succeed in toughening their skin can get a job in the patrol department. This process really isn't something ordinary people can endure. Ding Chen cursed inwardly, realizing that practicing martial arts not only required money but also tortured the body, truly a form of self-inflicted suffering. But there was no other choice. While others could afford not to practice now, if he gave up, he would only have 15 years left to live. Thinking of his pitiful lifespan, Ding Chen gritted his teeth and stepped his other leg into the barrel, then went all in and sat down inside. Pain! Heart-wrenching pain! After 3 seconds, Ding Chen felt the burning sensation from every pore on his body, as if he were sitting on a fire. Damn it! No wonder the attribute gentle costs so much lifespan. Who can endure this? Ding Chen's eyes were bloodshot from the pain. It was hard to imagine that this was the inevitable path for every martial artist. After a dozen seconds, Ding Chen was in such agony that he was on the verge of losing consciousness. His hands instinctively reached out to the sides and found 2 grip-like handles, which he firmly grasped, also marveling at the thought. This enhanced barrel is amazing, even considering the need for handholds. But this thought only lasted a second before Ding Chen could no longer hold on. He felt as if the water in the barrel was boiling, bubbling vigorously, and he was like a fully cooked shrimp inside, just waiting for the call to serve. According to Wang Hong, each medicinal bath needed to be soaked for a full hour, or 2 hours, to ensure the absorption of the medicinal properties. Any earlier exit would be a blatant waste. I can't take it anymore. Ding Chen felt his teeth grinding, but just as he was about to pass out from the strain, the Changqing internal energy that had been flowing within him suddenly surged into his limbs and bones. The normally hot energy, encountering the external heat, unexpectedly gave Ding Chen an instant sensation of coolness, causing his body to relax and almost let out a pleasurable moan. What is the true meaning of ice and fire? Ding Chen finally experienced it. Lying in the barrel, Ding Chen's skin began to ripple like waves, a phenomenon caused by the collision between the Changqing internal energy and the medicinal water. But Ding Chen was unaware of this. He simply leaned comfortably against the cushion and hummed softly, soon falling into a deep sleep. After all, after being mentally strained to the limit and then suddenly relaxing, anyone would feel drowsy and unable to resist the sleepiness in their mind. After an unknown amount of time, Ding Chen suddenly woke up, standing up abruptly from the barrel with a splash. I actually fell asleep? Ding Chen looked oddly at the completely dark night outside the window, murmuring to himself. This can't be blamed on me, it was too comfortable. Ding Chen muttered while touching his skin. By the moonlight, Ding Chen stepped out of the barrel and pulled a towel from the wooden rack beside him, casually wiping his body before lighting an ordinary oil lamp and examining the barrel. In the light, the once black medicinal water in the barrel had turned transparent, with some gray and black residue at the bottom, unknown what it was. It's unbelievable, who would have thought that this evergreen art is so amazing? Sorry, evergreen art, I misunderstood you before. Ding Chen muttered to himself while wrapped in a towel, staring at the medicinal barrel in front of him, and a hint of joy gradually appeared on his face. Who said I, Ding Chen, am not a once-in-a-million genius? Just this skin toughening, who can be stronger than me? Excitedly, Ding Chen swung his right fist and then walked towards the bedroom wrapped in a towel, ready to sleep first. As for the water in the wooden barrel, it's too noticeable at night, so to avoid drawing attention, it can only be dealt with tomorrow. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Ding Chen got up, dealt with the medicinal water, and excitedly headed towards the martial arts hall. As a frequent visitor to the martial arts hall, he had to arrive early to avoid missing the daily morning practice. When Ding Chen arrived at the back courtyard of the martial arts hall, he happened to meet a group of senior apprentices coming out of the side rooms, clearly arriving just in time. Wang Hong also noticed Ding Chen at a glance and called him over with a smile. How is it, junior brother Ding, feeling good? Wang Hong asked with a smile, seeing Ding Chen's spirited appearance. Senior brother Wang, you didn't say it would be so painful, Ding Chen said with a bitter face. Junior brother Ding, we martial artists are all about tempering ourselves and forging our will. If you want to enter the ranks of martial practitioners without any effort, what's the difference between that and those who worship gods? Wang Hong said with a rare seriousness when he heard Ding Chen's words. Worship gods? Ding Chen repeated upon hearing this term again. Worshipping gods refers to those who join the world's Taoist temples and palaces, worshipping statues of gods. Worshippers can enter the ranks of cultivation without the suffering of training.
Alas, how did the world become like this?
Wang Hong said with a sad face, his eyes showing a hint of confusion. Ah, senior brother Wang, if worshipping gods is so amazing, why do we still practice martial arts?
Ding Chen asked puzzledly. Amazing? Do you mean powerful?
Hee, although worshipping gods takes a shortcut, once you do, you are no longer yourself.
Wang Hong said in a low voice. No longer yourself? Ding Chen was taken aback.
I don't know either, Master Bai once said this when he was drunk. Let's not talk about this, morning practice is starting, come on.
With that, Wang Hong led Ding Chen towards the courtyard. At that moment, an inappropriate voice appeared beside them. Oh, isn't this junior brother Ding?
How come you look down on us senior brothers and want to sleep alone? Hee, with your delicate skin, could you be a fake girl? A man with triangular eyes leaned on a wooden post in the courtyard, looking at Ding Chen and Wang Hong with a sinister smile.
Ma-san, what are you talking about? Wang Hong immediately shouted in anger.
TSK,
Wang Hong, you're really a good-for-nothing, aren't you?
Even your own sister was sold, and you can still hold back, I really admire you.
Ma-san didn't care about Wang Hong and continued to sneer.
You! Wang Hong's eyes turned red as he was about to rush at Ma-san, but was stopped by a hand on his arm.
Don't stop me!
Wang Hong roared, but when he turned to see who was holding him, he deflated like a balloon, regaining his sanity and weakly saying, Senior brother Cui. Cui Wancheng looked expressionlessly at Wang Hong, then at Ma-san, and slowly said, Ma-san, slap yourself 3 times. Ma-san, who had been carefree, immediately changed his expression upon hearing Cui Wancheng's words. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he gave himself 3 hard slaps. After fanning, Ma-san let out a cold snort and walked to the corner of the courtyard by himself, where he began practicing the Hunyuan stance. Seeing this, Cui Wancheng did not say anything more but glanced at Ding Chen before walking to the center of the courtyard and assuming the Hunyuan stance himself. The rest of the onlookers quickly found their own positions and followed Cui Wancheng in assuming the Hunyuan stance, and the entire courtyard fell into a pin-drop silence. Quick, Wang Hong gave Ding Chen a meaningful look, then found a spot to practice, while Ding Chen raised an eyebrow, glanced around, and then walked to a corner with a blank expression, standing in the stance as well. It seems there's still disharmony within this group, Ding Chen thought as he stood at the back, surveying the people in front of him. Although Ding Chen had a feeling that life in the martial arts school might not be smooth, he didn't expect to encounter such a melodramatic situation on the first day, which made him doubt whether he had some kind of jinx constitution.
Is Ma-san just purely displeased with me? There's no reason for that, is there? Just because I went home last night?
Ding Chen frowned and thought, but after a while, he still couldn't figure it out and had to temporarily suppress his suspicions, deciding to observe for a few days first. Soon, a cup of tea's time passed, and some of the people began to struggle, their legs trembling, and they let out painful groans.
What the hell?
Ding Chen was puzzled seeing this, as he had stood for over an hour last night without any discomfort. How could these guys, who had been practicing longer than him, not last this long? Although he was suspicious, Ding Chen reacted quickly, showing a painful expression on his face, his legs trembling as if he were about to fall.
Hold on, all of you.
Cui Wancheng, who was sitting in a half-squat, said coldly. Hearing Cui Wancheng's words, everyone steadied themselves and gritted their teeth to endure. It was then that Ding Chen discovered the reason for his endurance.
The evergreen art. It was still the evergreen art.
Ding Chen found that his evergreen chi was now concentrated in the leg area, although it was still circulating in his body, it was slightly reduced when passing through the leg area. Ding Chen guessed that this accumulation of chi could greatly reduce or alleviate the soreness in his legs, similar to the effect of the evergreen chi during the medicinal bath last night. Going all in is a kind of wisdom, Ding Chen thought to himself at this moment. If Ding Chen hadn't gone all in on his lifespan to obtain the evergreen art, he would probably be facing all the pains of the skin-grinding realm right now. From this point of view, the significance of the evergreen art was far more than just strengthening the body. Finally, after half an hour, Cui Wancheng ended the stance, signaling the end of the morning practice, and the next step was the medicinal bath. At this moment, in the courtyard, except for the 2 martial artists who had already entered the skin-grinding realm and could still chat and laugh, the others were all staggering, their faces pale, struggling to take a few steps, looking like they were limping. Ding Chen also pretended to have numb legs, sighing as he walked towards the side room, following a few senior brothers to the medicinal bathroom. At this time, the medicinal bathroom already had servants from the martial arts school boiling hot water and adding medicinal herbs, filling the room with a pungent medicinal smell. 1 person per tub, hurry up. With a loud shout from Cui Wancheng, everyone's faces showed a hint of pain, then they all gritted their teeth, flipped over, and plop jumped into the wooden tubs like dumplings. Ding Chen, being the newest, was left with the oldest wooden tub, but he didn't care much, as no matter what, it couldn't be better than the one at home, and with the evergreen art protecting him, any tub was the same. Arriving at the last barrel, Dingchen stripped off his clothes and, like the senior disciples, jumped directly into the water. Instantly, the familiar burning sensation from the previous night surged back into his mind along his nerves. However, Dingchen now had experience. He immediately circulated the Changqing Jinqi, spreading it across his skin. Soon, the soothing coolness returned to his skin, causing his eyebrows to relax and his entire body to relax as he sat in the medicinal barrel. Compared to Ding Chen, others were not so comfortable. Except for Cui Wancheng and 2 senior disciples who had reached the dermal refinement stage and did not need this medicinal bath, everyone else had tense expressions and bloodshot eyes, clearly enduring unimaginable pain. At this moment, Ding Chen naturally did not show any abnormalities. However, the medicinal bathroom was filled with white steam, making it difficult for outsiders to see his current expression. Moreover, everyone was preoccupied with their own struggles, so there was no time to worry about others, which was not a big problem. Cui Wancheng stood outside the room, with 2 newly arrived martial artists who had just reached the dermal refinement stage standing behind him. The 3 of them stood with their hands behind their backs, watching the disciples in the room to prevent anyone from fainting due to the overwhelming medicinal strength. This lasted for nearly an hour before Cui Wancheng waved his hand. The servants who had been waiting for a long time then entered the room one after another, helping the martial arts apprentices out of the barrels. The medicinal meal is ready in the dining hall. If you're late, you'll miss out. A martial artist standing behind Cui Wancheng said to the crowd who were putting on their clothes, then followed Cui Wancheng without looking back. Oh, when will this end? Someone wailed in the room. Simple, when you reach the dermal refinement stage, you won't suffer like this anymore, someone replied. Ah, I've been practicing for a year and haven't made any progress. Do you think I don't have talent? Nonsense, if you had talent, you'd have become Master Bai's true disciple by now. Damn, I don't get it. Why do we all do the same stances, the same medicinal baths, but get different results? Talent is a mysterious thing. Forget it, let's hurry to eat. I wonder what's on the menu today. As they spoke, everyone had already put on their clothes and, trembling all over, headed towards the dining hall. Ding Chen walked at the back, trying hard to look miserable, but unexpectedly heard an unfamiliar voice in his ear. New here? Ding. Ding, what was it? Ding Chen turned his head to see that the person talking to him was the little fat guy who had arrived a day earlier, the blue-clothed man he had seen when he came to the martial arts school to inquire about information. Ding hi, Ding Chen replied with a smile. Ding shitty, huh, even though you only arrived a day later than me, a junior is still a junior. The little fat guy was clearly not feeling well either, his fat trembling with pain, but he still tried to walk while saying, I saw what happened between you and Ma-san today. Are you curious why Ma-san suddenly targeted you? Ding Chen was a bit surprised by this and looked at the fat guy again, asking strangely, why? Because he wants to first undermine you, then win you over. Ding Chen's eyebrows shot up at this, and a word immediately came to mind, PUA. I'm being PUA'd? As Ding Chen was feeling speechless, he heard Xue Bao continue, anyone who enters Master Bai's sect is a well-known figure in the outer city. That Ma-san, his father is the deputy leader of the Black Dragon Gang. The little fat guy chuckled. The one always following Ma-san, Huang Shuyan, is the eldest son of the drunken immortal tower in the outer city, and the other, Shou Yuan, has relatives working for the Zhou family in the inner city. Master Cui is said to be on the verge of another breakthrough in the Forging Bone realm, after which he will no longer stay at the martial arts hall but will move to the inner city. Therefore, the situation at the martial arts hall will become quite complicated in the future. The leader of the Black Dragon Gang is about to retire due to illness. At this critical juncture, his purpose for coming to the martial arts hall is to recruit a few good hands for his father. As a newcomer with no background and mediocre talent, you naturally became the target. Ding Chen raised an eyebrow upon hearing the little fatty's words and then asked, how do you know so much? Hee hee, there's nothing in the outer city that I don't know. My family runs a medicine shop, and every day, at least 100 or 80 people come to buy medicine from us. What news haven't I heard? The little fatty chuckled. Oh, then why are you telling me all this? Ding Chen appropriately showed a hint of realization and asked. Hee hee, it's just that I can't stand him. The little fatty grinned, revealing an innocent smile. The little fatty's real name is Xue Bao, the eldest son of Xue Rohai, the owner of Shueji Medicine Shop in Shuangliu Lane of the outer city. Xue Rohai used to run a small business, but by chance, he switched to dealing in medicinal herbs and gradually established himself in Qingfeng County, setting up the Shueji Medicine Shop. Although Ding Chen had heard Wang Hong introduce Xue Bao's background, he hadn't expected that despite his young age, Xue Bao's thoughts were quite deep, and he had already set his sights on Ding Chen upon arriving at the martial arts hall. Xue Bao,
I'm putting it bluntly, don't drag me into your affairs. Ding Chen glanced at Shui Bao and slowly said, hee hee, what could I possibly be thinking? I just wanted to make friends with you. Aren't you worried that once Cui Wancheng leaves, I'll have no acquaintances here and get bullied? You see, among us registered disciples, very few can make a name for themselves. The Bai Family Martial Arts Hall sees a new batch of people come and go every year, and no one remembers the names of any registered disciples. Shui Bao seemed very familiar with the Bai Family Martial Arts Hall. Alright, if you train diligently, who would deliberately pick a fight with you? By the way, do you know what the deal is with Ma San mentioning Wan Hong's sister? Ding Chen suddenly remembered something and asked. Wan Hong is someone who is determined to learn martial arts to turn his life around, and his family fully supports him. To gather enough tuition fees, they sold his sister. Shui Bao whispered. Ah, Ding Chen was stunned upon hearing Shui Bao's words. He looked at Wan Hong walking ahead and his expression changed. He hadn't expected that behind the honest and simple Wan Hong, there was such a melodramatic story. Hey, this kind of thing happens all the time. I heard Wang Hong didn't want to, but it was his father's idea, and he couldn't resist. Shui Bao patted Ding Chen's shoulder in a mature manner, but it seemed to hurt him, and he couldn't help but grimace in pain. How about this, we're both newcomers here, with no backing. Why don't we team up so that we can look out for each other in case of any trouble in the future? Shui Bao continued. Focus on your training, that's more important than anything else, Ding Chen said and then ignored Shui Bao. Although Shui Bao didn't explicitly say what he wanted to do, Ding Chen had a general idea. He, Ding Chen, might be young, but he wasn't naive. Shui Bao's purpose for coming to the Bai Family Martial Arts Hall, whatever it was, certainly wasn't to train sincerely. But Ding Chen was different, he only had 15 years left to live. Thinking of this, Ding Chen felt an even greater sense of urgency. Indeed, it's only when something is about to be lost that one truly appreciates it. At this moment, Ding Chen looked at Shui Bao and felt a pang of pity. Shui Bao had a normal lifespan and the opportunity to become a martial artist, yet he was preoccupied with other matters. Little did he know that in this chaotic world, strength was everything, the foundation for standing tall in the world. At this moment, Shui Bao was unaware of Ding Chen's inner thoughts and instead chuckled, continuing, no rush, no rush. After all, we are fellow disciples. Let's eat first, let's eat. The dining hall of the martial arts school was located in a side room of the front courtyard. It was undeniable that the food here was far superior to that of ordinary households. A fist-sized fatty pork elbow, stewed together with medicinal herbs in a porridge, emitted a rich aroma that could be smelled from far beyond the windows. No wonder the meal fee is 10 taels of silver a month. This is something that ordinary people can't afford to eat. Ding Chen sat at a table in the dining hall, looking at the large bowl of meat porridge placed in front of him, and sighed inwardly. However, it was undeniable that after the morning practice, Ding Chen did feel a gnawing hunger in his stomach. Although he had experienced a similar intense stomach cramp after the first medicinal bath last night, it was nowhere near as strong as today's. Ding Chen speculated that it might be due to the enhanced medicinal package he used last night, which efficiently reduced the burden on his body. Eat quickly, there's not much, once it's gone, it's gone, Shui Bao said as he grabbed a piece of the elbow and stuffed it into his mouth. It was clear that he was really hungry. Ding Chen, having paid for the meal, naturally didn't hold back, lifting the large bowl and slurping loudly. The dining hall was soon filled with the sounds of swallowing. After breakfast, it was time for the morning training. It was also at this time that the master, Bai Wan Yun, would stroll into the courtyard to give guidance. Including Cui Wancheng, everyone practiced a martial art called White Fist. Judging from the name, it was easy to see that the White Fist was a technique created by Bai Wan Yun himself. In reality, this fist technique was a simplified version of the martial arts he learned in the military, infused with his own understanding, resulting in a powerful and fierce style. Relying on this fist technique, Bai Wan Yun had made a name for himself in his youth. Later, when he came to Qingfeng County, he also taught this technique, spreading it like branches and leaves. Ding Chen was learning the fist technique for the first time. Although he had experience in self-taught swordsmanship, the two were not the same, so they couldn't be mixed. The one teaching the fist technique was naturally Cui Wancheng, the highest-ranking person present. He had the authority to act as an interim instructor when Bai Wan Yun was not around. However, Cui Wancheng didn't seem too keen on teaching. He simply demonstrated the fist technique once, mentioned a few key points, and then left with his hands behind his back, presumably to attend to other matters. You see, this is the difference between a direct disciple and us, the registered disciples, Shui Bao whispered to Ding Chen as Cui Wancheng left. This scene was naturally observed by the other senior disciples. Wan Hong glanced over but didn't pay much attention, while Ma San frowned and looked over several times. Ding Chen noticed Ma San's gaze, exchanged a brief glance with him, and then ignored it, focusing entirely on practicing the fist technique. Ding Chen stood at the back of the courtyard, observing the movements of others while practicing himself. Time passed without him noticing, until an old man in a green robe slowly walked into the courtyard. Master Bai! Master Bai! Everyone stopped their movements and bowed to Bai Wangyun. Bai Wangyun waved his hand, signaling everyone to continue, and then sat down at a small stone table in the courtyard, sipping the cold tea on the table. Seeing this, no one dared to slack off and resumed their practice, hoping to impress Bai Wangyun. However, Bai Wangyun only watched for a short while before quietly leaving, causing everyone to sigh inwardly and relax their minds. After Bai Wangyun's figure completely disappeared from the entrance of the small courtyard, everyone's tense bodies relaxed, and they began chatting and laughing, clearly not taking the practice seriously. This is not their fault. In the Bai Martial Arts Academy, if one cannot reach the dermabrasion realm within a year, they lose the opportunity to become a direct disciple of Bai Wangyun. Although they can stay in the second year by continuing to pay the full tuition, even if they manage to cross the threshold of dermabrasion, they can only remain as an old-timer in the outer courtyard. Just like the two dermabrasion realm martial artists in the courtyard now, they both entered the dermabrasion realm in the second year but chose to stay at the Bai Martial Arts Academy to gain the title of a Bai Martial Arts Academy disciple. After all, the title of a Martial Arts Academy disciple still carries significant weight in the entire outer city, even allowing discounts when gangs collect taxes, as a gesture of respect to Bai Wangyun. Although Bai Wangyun is old, he is still a genuine blood exchange realm expert, a top-tier figure in the outer city, and no one wants to provoke such a being. However, amidst the laughter and banter, Ding Chen remained stern, diligently training in the courtyard. As someone with a lifespan of only 15 years, Ding Chen deeply understood that every second was precious and he couldn't afford to waste any. Ding Chen's performance quickly caught the attention of his senior brothers. Hey, full of energy from the start, huh? I remember I was like that when I first came, training until late at night every day. Wait until he trains for half a year, then he'll know that without talent, martial arts just don't work. They exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. Even Xuebao shook his head at Ding Chen. Why doesn't Ding Hai understand? On the first day of joining, the outcome was already decided. Days passed like this, and Ding Chen only used the enhanced medicinal pouches at home each night, combined with the stimulation of the Changqing Gong, feeling rapid progress every day. His entire body's skin, under the dual stimulation of Changqing Qi and medicinal water, had now begun to show slight keratinization, a sign of taking the first step into dermabrasion. One day during breakfast, Xuebao mysteriously approached Ding Chen and said to him, "Training maniac, I've got a secret for you." Ding Chen initially didn't want to pay attention to Xuebao, but hearing the word secret made him curious, so he raised an eyebrow and asked, "What secret? You live in Sangu Alley, right? Do you know that Sangu Alley recently discovered external malevolence?" Xuebao whispered. External malevolence? Ding Chen was taken aback. After a few days at the Martial Arts Academy, Ding Chen had gained some knowledge and understood more about this world. External malevolence, in essence, refers to malevolence other than yin-yang malevolence, meaning other temples and shrines have infiltrated Qingfeng County to cultivate malevolence and worship gods. As the actual ruler of Qingzhou, the Yin-Yang Palace suppresses other temples and shrines, but with the vast territory of Qingzhou, other calamities need to survive, so they often secretly cultivate malevolence within Qingzhou, like the situation in Shaodan Village. Qingfeng County, being a county, naturally experiences such external malevolence invasions, but it's rare, as it takes real skill to act in a place where the Yin-Yang Palace is stationed. The powerful calamities in Qingzhou are few, and Ding Chen has heard of them. Which one? Ding Chen continued to ask. It's said to be the Green Silk Temple, a family of 3, discovered with their entire room covered in hair, just like a spider's nest. Xuebao shook his head in amazement. Didn't the patrol department find anything? Ding Chen frowned, his tone low. It's undeniable that the routine life of the past few days had made Ding Chen somewhat complacent, but Xuebao's news today jolted him awake. He, Ding Chen, was not in some peaceful blue planet, but in this damnable alien world. The scene from Shaotan Village once again surfaced in Ding Chen's mind, and his right fist clenched imperceptibly, the veins on his hands suddenly standing out. What else can be said? Do you think the people from Qingxi Temple are still waiting there for you to catch them? Xuebao shook his head. Qingxi Temple has already bullied us to this extent, and the Yin-Yang Palace hasn't reacted? Hey, this Qingfeng County seems like a big city to you and me, but in the eyes of the Yin-Yang Palace, it's just a tiny speck, not worth bothering with. The Yin-Yang Palace won't intervene unless something happens in the prefecture city. Xuebao slurped a mouthful of meat and mumbled, "I see." Ding Chen's eyes lost focus for a moment, and after a few breaths, he started eating with his head down, not knowing what was on his mind. On the other side, in the inner city, the patrol bureau, Wu Qingfeng looked at the documents in his hand, his brows furrowed. Sir, Qingxi Temple hasn't appeared in this area for a long time. Should we inform the people from the Yinyang Palace? A young man in a green uniform asked beside him. That's not the point. What I find strange is how these guys managed to infiltrate. Wu Qingfeng rubbed the stubble that had just grown on his chin, then put down the documents and paced around the room. Tomorrow, I'll take a team and go door to door with the evil-testing talismans. I don't believe we won't find them, the young man said through gritted teeth. Xiaotian, you and I are martial artists, not worshippers. Sometimes, you need to understand your place. Wu Qingfeng looked at the young man and then said, Is Jin Wuwan strong? What's his current fate? How do you compare to Jin Wuwan? As he said this, Wu Qingfeng patted the latter's shoulder and said with a smile, I know you're not satisfied, but until you believe you're stronger than Jin Wuwan, don't talk about change. After saying that, Wu Qingfeng put down the documents and walked towards the door. But this matter can't be ignored. I'll go see the county magistrate. The young man watched Wu Qingfeng's back inside. Since joining the patrol bureau, Nangong Tian had hoped that one day the world's calamities could be eradicated, and the Great Liang would regain its former prosperity and vitality. But every day that passed, Nangong Tian became more desperate, now even doubting whether the royal family of the Central Zhou could hold on. Will this world completely become a breeding ground for calamities? Nangong Tian murmured to himself, looking at the rows of huge bookshelves in the archive room. On the other side, in the rear quarters of the county magistrate's office, a corpulent man was lying on a large cushioned wooden chair, squinting at the figure kneeling in front of him. Sir, the frequency of calamities appearing in the city is increasing. I'm worried that someone is plotting something. I humbly request that you inform the Yinyang Palace to cooperate in the investigation. Wu Qingfeng bowed his head and said to the figure above. The figure above did not speak, and the entire room fell into a strange silence. After a long while, a tired voice finally spoke. Do your own job, Patrol Chief Wu. Wu Qingfeng's face flashed with disappointment, but he quickly responded, Understood, sir. With that, Wu Qingfeng stood up and, with a flick of his sleeve, strode out of the quarters. As Wu Qingfeng's footsteps faded away, the quarters returned to silence. In the room, smoke from a bronze beast head incense burner continuously dispersed, slowly circling the burner, adding a touch of vitality to the oppressive silence. You're being too obvious. After a long time, the man on the chair slowly said to the air in front of him, Amitba, may I ask Lord Wang, how can we be less obvious? With a low chant of the Buddha's name, a figure slowly emerged from behind the screen in the quarters. This person had a single hand placed on his chest, wore a white monk's robe, and had a calm expression, revealing a bald head. Qingxi evil is inherently fierce. Why not choose something else? Wang Dingshan shifted his obese body slightly and looked sideways at the big monk next to him as he asked, Your Excellency Wang, the distinction between strength and weakness varies from person to person. The Qingxi curse from Qingxi Temple is naturally fierce and unyielding to ordinary people, but to the Yinyang Palace, it seems rather ordinary. Moreover, the Qingxi curse was originally meant to attract the attention of the Yinyang Palace. In my humble opinion, it is just right, just right. The monk smiled gently as he spoke. When will the fetus mother and flesh baby elixir be ready? Wang Pingshan did not respond to the conversation but continued to ask. It's not easy to plant our Buddha's sacred image without the Yinyang Palace noticing. We need more chaos. The monk shook his head. I can't hold out for too long, at most another half a month. If you still can't plant the sacred image by then, I will personally kill you all. Wang Pingshan glanced sideways at the monk beside him, and suddenly a blood-soaked aura seemed to emerge out of thin air in the room. The brass beast head censer began to tremble with a humming sound, like the wailing of a baby. I understand, the monk said, seemingly unaffected by the atmosphere, still smiling and bowing slightly to Wang Pingshan before slowly retreating and disappearing behind the screen. Disasters and chaos, the end of an era. Those who know me understand my worries, those who don't know me wonder what I seek. Wang Pingshan murmured, looking out the door of the room. In the evening, Ding Chen was pondering the progress of his skin grinding practice when he heard a shout from the side. Brother Ding, it's been a few days, where have you been busy? Ding Chen turned his head to see Miao Buzhen just about to enter the house. Oh, I found a job as a helper, just to make ends meet, Ding Chen said with a smile. He had no intention of broadcasting his martial arts practice. Before he had sufficient self-protection capabilities, Ding Chen still planned to live low-key. Backstabbing, betrayal by relatives, fratricide, these stories, as someone who had crossed over from Blue Planet, Ding Chen had heard so many times that his ears were numb. Such things were common on Blue Planet, let alone in this land of disasters and chaos. Well, having a job is good. See you tomorrow, Miao Bujin said, glancing at Ding Chen and then smiling as he bowed slightly before pushing the door open and entering the courtyard. This Miao Bujin always feels a bit off, Ding Chen muttered to himself but quickly dismissed the thought. After all, he had no real connection with him, he had only followed him to the tavern to gather information. Shrugging his shoulders, Ding Chen also pushed open the courtyard door and entered. He had more important things to do tonight. Back in his room, Ding Chen took a quick cold shower and then lit an oil lamp, sitting down at the table. He picked up a wolf hair brush he had prepared earlier, dipped it in ink, and began to draw something on a piece of paper. For the past few days, Ding Chen had been drawing small figures practicing punches on the paper every night when he returned. Although the drawings were somewhat abstract, if Bai Wang Yun were here and looked closely, he would surely recognize that Ding Chen was drawing the postures of the white fist he had taught. Indeed, Ding Chen had spent some silver to buy writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones these past few days and was preparing to draw the entire set of white fist. The reason was simple: after practicing the white fist for a few days, although he felt some progress, relying on this half-baked fist technique to enrich his blood and break through the skin grinding stage seemed like it would take forever. Therefore, to speed up and enhance the effect, he had no choice but to spend his life force. Tonight, Ding Chen drew the last action on the paper and detailed the force application route and the method of exerting power in the blank spaces, striving to minimize the life force required for enhancement. Finally, he wrote high compatibility increases skin grinding probability on the paper, then combined these sheets into a small booklet and stared at it quietly. A few breaths later, a line of text appeared as expected. Currently available for enhancement. Requires 4 months and 18 days of lifespan. Enhance now? Ding Chen looked at the text in front of him and immediately felt a surge of joy. He thought to himself that detailing the martial art and adding annotations had indeed saved a significant amount of lifespan. If he had used the old method of reinforcing with rough cloth and text, the lifespan consumed would certainly have been much more. Am I really a genius? Ding Chen grinned, then chose yes. In the next moment, the small booklet on the table was enveloped in a light, transforming into a bound book in an instant. White Ape Serpent Fist derived from the White Ape Fist created by Bai Wang Yun of Qingzhou and the Great Liang, later improved and integrated with the Serpent's turnaround force, merging into the Ape Serpent force. The moves are bold and expansive, yet detailed, making it a rare mortal-level martial art. White Ape Serpent Fist. Ding Chen looked at the text and his eyes gleamed with delight. Ape Serpent Force, sounds pretty awesome. Ding Chen muttered, blowing on his hand and rubbing it vigorously before flipping open the book. The first page that greeted him was a portrait of a white ape. The ape had blood-red eyes, a massive frame, and sat like a human on a giant rock, with a snake as thick as a bowl coiled around its body. This bizarre scene instilled a sense of fear at first glance, as if facing a true, peerless fierce ape. Ding Chen couldn't help but shudder, thinking, what a fierce ape. At the same time, he suddenly remembered the first page of his own saber technique, which also had such a visualization diagram. He wondered if this was a common feature in martial arts of this world or if it was only present in martial arts that had been enhanced. However, there was no condition to verify this at the moment, so he would have to wait for an opportunity in the future. Ding Chen didn't dare to look at the visualization diagram on the first page for too long and continued to flip through the book. After about 10 minutes, Ding Chen closed the book with a strange expression, murmuring, "The first few moves are quite similar to what I drew, but it gets more and more absurd later, never seen before. Did Bai Wang Yun keep some secrets?" However, Ding Chen then thought that the few people in the outer courtyard were all unpromising disciples, merely acting as a cash cow. If he were Bai Wang Yun, he wouldn't have taught the white fist in its entirety either. With that thought, Ding Chen reviewed the fist manual again and then stood up, directly practicing the moves according to the illustrations. Under the lamplight, Ding Chen closed his eyes, visualized the white ape playing with serpent image in his mind, lowered his arms slightly, and then executed the first move of the white ape serpent fist. Following that, Ding Chen swayed his body, bent his legs and retracted his arms, executing the second move. Pa 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 pa. Ding Chen's movements accelerated from the second move onwards, his clothes fluttering in the air from the powerful actions, making pa pa sounds. By the end, Ding Chen's movements became faster and faster, his skin slightly reddening, and white steam even rising from his head, a clear sign of accelerated blood flow. The white fist was originally practiced after a medicinal bath, while the effects were still present, to enhance and speed up blood circulation. The faster the blood flow, the better the absorption of the medicinal effects, and the greater the stimulation to the skin, making it easier to toughen the skin. However, Ding Chen hadn't expected the enhanced white ape serpent fist to be so effective that he could already feel the abundant blood flow in his body after just one round, his face flushed and hot, as if he had taken a blue pill.
Obviously, this exaggerated effect had further advanced Ding Chen's skin toughening progress, with the keratin on his skin thickening slightly. Skin toughening, in essence, is the process of stimulating skin growth, shedding old skin, and giving birth to new skin. It's just that this new skin, formed through medicinal baths and blood chi impact, is more resilient and stronger, like cowhide, hence it's also called the cowhide realm. As a transmigrator from Earth, Ding Chen was experiencing such an exotic martial path for the first time. He touched his arm, now hardened with skin, and excitement surfaced on his face. This enhanced manual is indeed far superior to the White Fist. And this visualization diagram is incredibly profound. Merely practicing while visualizing doubles the effect. The entire book is unforgettable, as if I've read it 1,000 times. Ding Chen recalled the white ape image that had appeared in his mind while practicing the fist technique, feeling somewhat moved. This immersive sensation had also occurred when he practiced the blade technique in Shaotan village. Back then, the first page of the enhanced blade technique depicted an ancient tree. Each time Ding Chen practiced, the evergreen true chi in his body would automatically circulate, giving a sense of endless vitality. At the time, Ding Chen didn't pay much attention, but now he realizes the significance of the visualization diagram is extraordinary. He speculates it might be due to the fit tag he added during the enhancement. Regardless, Ding Chen feels that achieving the skin hardening goal is within reach, not needing a year, perhaps even less than half a year. Although I have good talent, I still need to work hard. Thinking this, Ding Chen didn't slack off. He took a deep breath and continued practicing the white ape and python fist in the room. A week passed in a flash. These days, Ding Chen noticed that the patrol division frequently appeared in the Three Valleys market where he resided. They wore uniform attire, 3 to a team, often seen on the streets, as if searching for something. Such unusual actions naturally caused panic among the residents of the Three Valleys district. However, to Ding Chen's surprise, after the initial panic, the residents chose to adapt, like a fish on a chopping board, only flopping for a few minutes at the start. The yin-yang curse has successfully turned most people here into tools. It's terrifying. Ding Chen felt helpless but had no solution, only practicing the fist technique more diligently each day in hopes of a breakthrough. One day, as soon as Ding Chen arrived at the martial arts hall, he heard commotion in the courtyard. The fellow disciples were not standing in the courtyard but surrounding someone, laughing and chatting, piquing Ding Chen's curiosity. "Brother Wang, what's this about?" Ding Chen approached Wang Hong, puzzled. "Oh, you weren't here last night." Shui Bao successfully cultivated horn skin, taking the first step in skin hardening and officially entering the skin hardening realm. He's been here less than half a month and has a good chance of breaking through within a year. Wang Hong turned to see Ding Chen and explained with a smile. "Horn skin? What is that? Isn't that something I cultivated on the 3rd day?" Ding Chen looked at Shui Bao and the crowd, shocked. Shui Bao's chubby face was full of smiles, his already small eyes squeezed into slits, indicating extreme happiness. "Brother Shui is truly a dragon among men. I felt his extraordinariness when he first arrived. We'll have to rely on you in the future. I never thought the 7th disciple of Master Bai would be Brother Shui. Brother Shui, today I'll treat you to a feast at the Drunken Immortal Tower." The crowd surrounded Shui Bao, showering him with praise, a stark contrast to their previous cold demeanor. The only one standing coldly in the corner was Ma San, who had verbally provoked Ding Chen before. Ma San's brows were furrowed, deep in thought as he watched Shui Bao surrounded by the crowd. Ding Chen found the scene amusing but chose not to join the crowd, instead standing beside Wang Hong, observing Shui Bao closely. "This Shui Bao, it doesn't make sense. Did Master Bai misjudge during the bone touching?" Ding Chen's mind raced through several thoughts before he shook his head. "Alright, everyone, go stand in your positions and learn from Shui Shidi." Even the usually aloof Cui Wancheng today had a hint of a smile on his face, and his usual scolding was less harsh. Hearing Cui Wancheng's words, everyone moved to their positions and began their daily morning practice. After breakfast, Bai Wangyun strolled into the courtyard as usual. At that moment, everyone was practicing their punches, and upon seeing Bai Wangyun, Cui Wancheng immediately approached him, whispering a few words in his ear. "Oh!" Bai Wangyun let out a soft exclamation upon hearing Cui Wancheng's words, then fixed his gaze on Shui Bao, who was practicing in the courtyard. "Here it comes." Feeling Bai Wangyun's gaze, Shui Bao's face lit up with excitement, his heart silently shouting. Sure enough, Bai Wangyun walked straight to Shui Bao, grabbed his arm, and rolled up his sleeve. Bai Wangyun felt the skin on Shui Bao's arm and then moved up to his neck, suddenly asking, "How many days have you been here?" 3 days, Master Bai, Shui Bao quickly replied. Have you practiced martial arts before?" "My family taught me a style, but it's not presentable," Shui Bao answered cautiously. Not bad." Bai Wangyun merely left those words and then sat down at the stone table in the courtyard, continuing to watch everyone practice. Although it was just a simple not bad, in the eyes of those in the courtyard, Xuebao's promotion to a true disciple was practically a done deal. Bai Wangyun was notoriously stingy with praise, so a simple not bad was enough to indicate Xuebao's promising future. The expressions on everyone's faces then varied. Some were envious, some sighed, and some harbored a subtle resentment. Ding Chen, observing from the back of the courtyard, showed no change in expression. In fact, he had been deliberately holding back during his practice these past few days, to the point of feeling awkward. Ever since he learned the white ape and python fist a few days ago, due to the meditation diagram, Ding Chen found the others' practice of the white fist to be full of flaws, like children playing house. Ding Chen had a feeling that if he were to spar with them now, except for Cui Wanchang and the two skin-hardened martial artists, the rest wouldn't last a single move under his hands. Of course, this was also why Ding Chen hadn't rushed to reveal his skin-hardening progress. He had forgotten the original white fist routine. Now, whenever he got serious, he would instinctively perform the white ape and python fist. If Bai Wangyun asked him to demonstrate the white fist, his current mediocre level would surely expose him, and he wouldn't be able to explain it. Seeing the interaction between Xuebao and Bai Wangyun today, Ding Chen suddenly thought of a compromise. The sword technique. Besides the white ape and python fist, Ding Chen also knew a sword technique. Although it was ordinary, it was at least a style. If Bai Wangyun asked, he could say he had been practicing the sword since childhood and could now reach the level of stimulating blood energy. After all, when Ding Chen enhanced this sword technique, he didn't add the increased skin hardening probability tag, so the enhanced technique was just an ordinary sword technique. To outsiders, a sword technique with a style could be considered as having practiced martial arts and having a foundation. Thinking of this, Ding Chen felt a bit more at ease and continued practicing his punches. A few more days passed, during which it seemed that another incident of the Green Silk Fiend had occurred in the Three Valleys market. The green-clad patrols appeared more frequently, even starting to search house by house. One day, just as Ding Chen was about to leave, he heard a knock on the courtyard door. Bang bang bang! The door was knocked loudly, clearly without any restraint. Ding Chen was startled by the knock on the door, but considering the various rumors he had heard recently, he had a hunch about what was coming. He quickly walked to the door and unlatched it. Standing outside the courtyard were two unfamiliar men. Both were dressed in dark green uniforms with golden thread embroidery of clouds on the sleeves and hems. Ding Chen had seen this attire multiple times recently. It was the flying cloud uniform of the patrol bureau. Ding Hai, residence 333 at Sangu Feng, from another state, age 23, one of the men said, looking at Ding Chen with a blank expression. Yes, sir, Ding Chen replied, forcing a smile. Routine registration, the two men said without waiting for Ding Chen's response, then stepped into the courtyard as if they didn't care about Ding Chen's thoughts at all. Ding Chen watched them stride into the courtyard, thinking that the patrol bureau indeed acted without restraint as rumored, and quickly followed them. The two patrol officers first walked around the courtyard and then entered the inner room. Upon entering, they saw the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone on the table, and one of them let out a "Ha! Little brother Ding, you live quite comfortably, with such leisure," the man said, his eyes scanning the rest of the room while his hand stealthily rested on the hilt of the saber hanging at his waist. Clearly, Ding Chen's expenses did not match his status, raising suspicions. "You jest, sir. It's a habit from childhood. To be honest, I've been too busy practicing martial arts lately to bother with these," Ding Chen said calmly from behind them. "Oh, you practice martial arts?" The other man suddenly turned around, looking at Ding Chen with a surprised expression. Residents of the outer city, except those connected to the inner city, were all impoverished, unable to even afford tranquility pills. Ding Chen not only bought stationery but also practiced martial arts in the outer city, indicating considerable wealth. Yet, such ostentation did not seem to be related to the Green Silk Temple. Thinking of this, the man asked again, "Where do you practice martial arts?" Ding Chen quickly replied, "At the Bai Martial Arts Hall." "Oh, and here's my badge." Ding Chen took out his identification badge from his waist and handed it to the man. One of the patrol officers took the badge, examined it carefully, and passed it to the other. The other man only glanced at the badge and did not take it, instead pulling out a yellow talisman from his and walking around the room with it. Seeing no reaction, the two men regrouped, and the one holding the talisman subtly shook his head. "I heard you were recommended by Li the constable. How well do you know him?" one of them suddenly asked. "Not very well, just a chance encounter," Ding Chen replied after quickly thinking it over. "Well, Sangu Feng has been a bit unstable lately. If you notice anything unusual, report it to the patrol bureau promptly." The two men finally nodded and left after saying that. After seeing them off, Ding Chen pondered for a moment and did not stay in the room. Instead, he locked the door and hurried towards the direction of the martial arts hall. After Ding Chen left,
Two figures slowly emerged from the corner of the house, clearly the two patrol officers from earlier. "What do you think?" one asked, looking at Ding Chen's back. "The demon-detecting talisman didn't react. It shouldn't be him," the other replied. "A foreigner, surviving to get here is already difficult, yet he still has so much money left. You know Lee the constable, if he really found a fat sheep, he wouldn't let go so easily," the other man said, frowning. Either Li Baozhang misjudged the situation, or he wasn't confident in keeping this person, so he gave away a recommendation spot, preferring to take the recommendation fee instead. "Let's go to the Bai Clan Martial Arts Hall at noon to ask about it. If there's no problem, we'll continue to observe. These demons from the Green Silk Temple are becoming more and more active lately. The higher-ups have us checking one place after another, but what can we really find out?" one person said, with a hint of disdain on his face. "Be careful with your words. I heard that the Yinyang Palace has already found out about this and sent an envoy," another person whispered. "An envoy? Why would the envoy from the Yinyang Palace come to this place? Aren't the supervisors from the Inspection Bureau taking care of it? Don't spread this around. It's not public knowledge yet. I have a friend in the Inspection Bureau who told me. This is getting interesting. Do you know who the envoy is this time?" "No idea. Things are getting more and more mysterious. Stay low-key for now. Ding Chen, walking on the road, seemed calm and unaffected by what had just happened, but in reality, his heart was filled with rage. If he hadn't buried some sensitive items underground in his house earlier, he might really have been in danger this time. It seems joining the martial arts hall was the right move. Otherwise, those two might have just arrested me on the spot. Ding Chen felt very fortunate about his decision to join the martial arts hall and reminded himself to always be prepared for any situation in this chaotic world. What had just happened was a perfect example. As he walked, Ding Chen found himself at the entrance of the martial arts hall without realizing it. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. As soon as he reached the back courtyard, Ding Chen noticed a stranger standing there. The man was wearing a flying cloud robe, but on the hem of the robe, there was an additional embroidery of a white crane, indicating a higher status than the two men who had questioned him earlier. Ding Chen's footsteps caught the man's attention, and after glancing at Ding Chen's unfamiliar face, he turned back to continue talking with Cui Wancheng. "Ding Hai, hurry, come here." Wang Hong waved and whispered to Ding Chen. Ding Chen quickly walked over and stood next to Wang Hong. "Inspection Bureau people?" Ding Chen asked directly. "Yes, they are from the Inspection Bureau, and also our third senior brother, Nangong Tian," Wang Hong said. "Oh?" Ding Chen's face showed a hint of surprise, then he asked, "Is he here to visit relatives?" "I don't know. I haven't seen senior brother Nangong much, and it doesn't seem like he's here to see Master Bai," Wang Hong whispered. "Hey, what are you two talking about?" Shuebao approached and asked the two of them. "What else, senior brother Nangong?" Wang Hong said casually, unlike the cautious Ding Chen. "Keep your voice down. A martial artist at the bone forging stage can greatly enhance their hearing if they open their ear bones. You're discussing so close by. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble?" Shuebao chuckled. "Ah." Wang Hong didn't know the trick and looked panicked. Ding Chen shook his head and continued to ask Wang Hong, "When did he arrive?" "Just now," Wang Hong said. The timing matches. It seems to be related to the Green Silk Temple incident," Ding Chen muttered. "What, Green Silk Temple?" Wang Hong was taken aback. Shuebao, on the other hand, immediately understood and said to Wang Hong, "It must be about the Green Silk Curse incident in Sangufeng. Ding Hai lives in Sangufeng." Wang Hong seemed to understand something after hearing this. At that moment, Nangong Tian suddenly left the place and walked towards the courtyard exit, as if he didn't intend to see Master Bai at all. After seeing off Nangong Tian, Cui Wancheng instructed the others and then headed towards the back courtyard side room, apparently intending to find Master Bai. "Hey, Ding Hai, why don't you stay with us recently and not go back?" Wang Hong suddenly said, watching Cui Wancheng hurry off. "No need, I've got it under control," Ding Chen replied with a smile, dismissing Wang Hong's concern. After Cui Wancheng left, everyone continued their usual routine of practicing the Hunyuan stance. However, not long into their practice, Cui Wancheng and Master Bai arrived in the courtyard. "Master Bai! Master Bai!" Upon seeing Master Bai, everyone was initially surprised but quickly bowed in greeting. Master Bai said, raising his hand slightly to signal them to stop. "Hold on a moment, I have something to say. Recently, things have been unstable in the outer city. The worshippers of the Qingxi Temple, who are demonic cultists, might be lurking there. Be careful. Just now, your senior brother Nangong came by and gave me a few dispelling talismans. You'll each receive one from Wancheng later, as a means of self-protection. Additionally, the patrolling guards might be very active recently.
If you encounter them, just say you're from the Bai martial arts school, and they won't trouble you. After Bai Wangyun finished speaking, everyone in the courtyard looked at each other, clearly surprised by such a significant matter. How many years had it been since an external evil had invaded? However, the fact that Master Bai had come out personally to speak indicated he took it quite seriously, suggesting the matter was far from simple. Watching this scene, Ding Chen had a new realization. The superiority of martial arts schools at such times was evident. As the highest authority of the martial arts school, coming out to reassure the apprentices at the first sign of crisis and pointing out the school's connections not only calmed the apprentices but also served as excellent publicity. It was easy to imagine that once this incident reached its peak, the name of the Bai martial arts school would soar dramatically. Just imagine, with an identity badge from the Bai martial arts school, one could stand tall and calm in the face of questioning from the patrolling guards. How envious would others be? After this, I'm afraid more people will come, Ding Chen thought, looking at Bai Wangyun. After Master Bai left, everyone crowded towards Cui Wancheng to receive the dispelling talismans. Although these talismans came from the patrolling guards, they were actually products of the Yin Yang Palace. The moment Ding Chen received the dispelling talisman, he felt a sense of familiarity. Upon closer inspection, he found the symbols on the talisman were somewhat similar to those on the lamp he had obtained in Shaotan village. It's this kind of symbol again. Ding Chen was puzzled, wondering if all dispelling talisman symbols were so similar. However, now was not the time to study it. Ding Chen put the talisman away, planning to research it at home. If he could unravel the secrets of this symbol, he might be able to mass-produce weapons with dispelling effects. At that time, no matter if it was Qingxi or Yin Yang, he could simply overwhelm them with firepower. As Ding Chen pondered, he suddenly heard Cui Wancheng call out to him, "Ding Shitty, come over here." Ding Chen looked at Cui Wancheng in surprise, not knowing why he was called at this moment, but he quickly jogged over. "Yes, Shi Xiang, you called me?" Ding Chen asked with a smile. You live in Sangu Alley, right?" Cui Wancheng first asked. "Yes, Shi Xiang," Ding Chen replied without hiding it. "Alright, take an extra dispelling talisman. They say Sangu Alley is the most dangerous. Also, if you encounter the demonic cultists from Qingxi Temple, remember to run first," Cui Wancheng advised. "Run?" Ding Chen was taken aback. The temples and monasteries of the world start their worship with fetal organs, equivalent to our martial artists' skin-grinding realm. How? Are you still thinking about killing them to claim credit? Cui Wancheng found Ding Chen's expression somewhat amusing and then patted his shoulder. "Alright, if you can kill the demonic practitioners of the Green Silk Temple, it will bring honor to our martial arts hall. If anyone dares to steal your credit or say anything, I will be the first to object." "Thank you, Senior Brother Cui." Ding Chen immediately bowed in gratitude upon hearing this. Cui Wancheng shook his head with a smile again. In his eyes, Ding Chen was just an insignificant outer sect disciple. If he really encountered someone from the Green Silk Temple, it would be good enough to save his own life. This idea of counter-killing was probably something he had heard too much from storytellers, thinking himself to be a chosen one. In the afternoon, Cui Wancheng mentioned that due to recent special circumstances, those who didn't stay overnight could leave early. Ding Chen knew this was aimed at him, as he was the only one in the vast outer courtyard who practiced martial arts every day. Ding Chen quickly informed Cui Wancheng and then hastily left the martial arts hall. Returning to his small courtyard, Ding Chen checked the few hidden tricks he had set up in his room and found that none had been triggered, indicating that no one had entered after he left. He breathed a slight sigh of relief. Returning early today, Ding Chen first closed the windows and doors, then lifted a floorboard in the bedroom, taking out the quicksand map and the lamp he had brought from Shaotan village. After entering Qingfeng County, Ding Chen hadn't used the quicksand map for a long time, but now, with the current situation, he needed to observe it daily to prevent any accidents. Unfolding the quicksand map, Ding Chen glanced over it roughly and found no special markings. He felt a slight relief in his heart and then brought the lamp to the table in the inner room. Ding Chen took out the broken evil talisman he had brought back from the martial arts hall and placed it flat on the table, comparing it carefully with the talisman on the lamp. They are indeed somewhat similar. Could the principle of breaking evil be this talisman? Ding Chen looked at the two talismans in front of him, having a guess, and then took out a piece of white paper to experiment. First, Ding Chen copied the talisman on the lamp onto the white paper, then copied the talisman on the broken evil talisman onto another piece of paper. Finally, Ding Chen placed the two pieces of white paper in front of him, only to find that the prompts were exactly the same. Current enhancement available. Requires 1 day of lifespan. Enhance? This result was obviously wrong. Not to mention the difference in the talismans, even the degree of copying was different. Ding Chen didn't think it was a coincidence that both pieces of paper, after being copied, would only consume 1 day of lifespan, and this lifespan was too short. This meant that the talismans he drew were useless, and the enhancement was only for the white paper. Ding Chen seemed to have expected this in his heart, then wrote the word break evil on both pieces of paper. This time, the difference between the two pieces of paper appeared. The paper with the talisman of the Yin Yang Palace required 15 days of lifespan, while the paper with the talisman from the lamp required 27 days of lifespan. The difference was so great. Ding Chen was stunned. Even if his copying might not be perfect, he had copied the talisman from Shouten Village several times, so the required enhancement days should be less. The reason for this result, according to Ding Chen's experience, could only be that the talisman of the Yin Yang Palace had a stronger effect of breaking evil, thus requiring fewer days to achieve the same effect. This shows that the Yin Yang Palace is indeed much stronger than the Blood and Flesh Temple. The difference in breaking evil has already been reflected in the talismans. Thinking of this, Ding Chen felt a surge of excitement. This was the first time he had ever traced the Yin Yang Palace's exorcism talisman, and the materials he used were just ordinary white paper, not the special yellow talisman paper used for talismans. If he were to use the latter to enhance it, perhaps the required lifespan would be even lower. Glancing at the sky outside, Ding Chen had a plan in mind. He quickly tidied up the items on the table, burned all the papers, and then set up several concealed detection methods before heading out again. Half an hour later, Ding Chen returned to the courtyard. This time, he brought back a bundle of yellow talisman paper wrapped in rags and a bottle of cinnabar specifically used for drawing talismans. To avoid drawing attention, Ding Chen wrapped the yellow talisman paper in rags and maintained a calm expression as he walked. Ordinary people wouldn't notice him at all. Entering the house, Ding Chen first checked the detection methods he had set up, finding no issues. Only then did he take out the yellow talisman paper he had just bought and start drawing the talisman. Although the Yin Yang Palace's exorcism talisman looked complex, it was essentially just a disordered line pattern. After tracing it dozens of times on white paper, Ding Chen could draw it skillfully. Feeling confident, Ding Chen took out the newly bought yellow talisman paper and cinnabar, dipped a wolf hairbrush in them, and prepared to trace it for the first time. In just a minute, Ding Chen finished drawing the first talisman. Although the talisman he drew this time was quite good, even indistinguishable from the exorcism talisman he had brought back from the martial arts hall, Ding Chen was certain that his talisman had no exorcism effect. The reason was simple: if such a simple tracing could achieve an exorcism effect, then the world wouldn't have allowed this calamity to wreak havoc for so many years. Thinking of this, Ding Chen wrote the word exorcism on the back of the talisman and then focused his gaze on it. After a breath, a line of text appeared in Ding Chen's vision. Current enhancement available, requires 12 days of lifespan. Enhance? 12 days? Not bad. Ding Chen raised an eyebrow, then took a deep breath and took out another piece of yellow paper to draw the second exorcism talisman. This time, the required lifespan for enhancement dropped to 11 days. Although there was only a one-day change, progress was progress, which made Ding Chen even more excited. Next, after dozens of experiments, Ding Chen finally reduced the required time for enhancement to within 10 days. 9 days, is this the limit? An hour later, Ding Chen looked at the stacks of yellow talismans neatly arranged on the table and muttered to himself. After dozens of experiments, the required lifespan for enhancing the talisman had reduced to 9 days and no longer decreased. Ding Chen speculated that this might be the limit. In that case, let's prepare 10 for now. Ding Chen picked up the last stack of talismans on the table and began to enhance them one by one. As for the other talismans, they could only be used as kindling. The exorcism talisman was not just effective against external evils. Ding Chen had once used bullets inscribed with talisman patterns to break Qin Jianzi's defense, killing him in the house. This indicated that the exorcism talisman pattern also had considerable destructive power against practitioners of the worshipping god's lineage. Therefore, the exorcism talisman was strictly controlled throughout Qingfeng County. Without approval from the Yin Yang Palace's supervisory department, it could not be circulated to ordinary people. At this moment, Ding Chen looked at the thick stack of talismans in his hand and couldn't help but smile. Great Yin Yang Exorcism Talisman derived from the Yin Yang Palace's small Yin Yang Exorcism Talisman, capable of dispelling all evils in the world, and also effective against practitioners of the worshipping god's lineage who have absorbed evil spirits. Not bad, just as I expected. Ding Chen was very satisfied with the effect of the Great Yin Yang Exorcism Talisman, thinking that if he were to encounter Qin Jianzi again, he would definitely let him experience what it meant to be overwhelmed by firepower. Subsequently, Ding Chen divided the exorcism talismans in his hand into two parts. One part consisted of 7 talismans, which he buried along with the sand map under the floor tiles of his bedroom.
The other part, containing 3 talismans, he mixed with the 2 given by the martial arts school and carried them with him. After all, being out and about, one might encounter danger, and with these 5 exorcism talismans, he had a certain degree of self-protection. Ding Chen didn't dare to carry all the talismans with him because he still needed to go to the martial arts school every day to practice boxing. If someone found 5 talismans, he could explain it, but if they found 12, no one would believe there was nothing wrong with him. Having done all this, the sky had completely darkened, and Ding Chen felt extremely tired. But thinking about his current situation, he forced himself to stand in the Hunyuan stance in his room. However, after soaking in the medicinal bath, the comfortable sensation produced by the interaction of the Changqing energy and the medicinal water made Ding Chen's already exhausted body completely relax. He couldn't help but lean against the wooden tub and fall into a deep sleep. The next day, before dawn, Ding Chen was abruptly awakened by the cold water. Looking out the window, he cursed under his breath and then stood up from the wooden tub with a splash. Damn, I fell asleep again. This is too dangerous. If someone attacked, I wouldn't even know how I died. Ding Chen felt regretful and then sighed. The physical fatigue was beyond his control. Perhaps only someone with iron-like willpower could remain alert in such a complex environment. Before his transmigration, Ding Chen was just a recent college graduate who had managed to make it from Xiatankan to here, which was already quite an achievement. However, the next moment, Ding Chen was startled when he noticed a faint red glow on his chest. This light could only be seen in the dimly lit room. It would be undetectable under brighter light. Trembling, Ding Chen reached out to touch his chest and immediately felt the sensation he had longed for. Rough yet slightly soft, with a little force, a thick layer of keratin came off. Seeing the slightly red skin revealed after the keratin fell off his chest, Ding Chen couldn't help but clench his fists and murmur, "Blood and chi refining the skin like red clouds, it's done. I've done it." Indeed, the shedding of the keratin signified that the skin refining stage was 90% complete. The remaining 10% involved persisting in refining the new skin with blood and chi until it turned from a light red to a normal color, thus declaring the successful completion of the skin breaking stage. Calculating from the day Ding Chen entered the Bai martial arts school, it took him 21 days to complete this transformation and step into the first stage of the martial path. Calm down. The skin refining stage is just the beginning. Ding Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, but the joy on his face was impossible to hide. Only those who have truly experienced the struggle and attainment can understand Ding Chen's current feelings. If one had to describe it, it would be like encountering a great terror only to find it was a dream. An hour later, Ding Chen arrived at the martial arts school as usual. Today, nothing unusual happened at the school, not even any gossip. Everyone practiced their punches in an orderly manner, as if the visit from Nangong Tian yesterday had become a thing of the past. Xuebao remained the center of attention, and Master Bai still casually showed up around noon. Everything seemed normal, everything seemed routine. The only difference was that Ding Chen, standing at the far end of the courtyard, had already stepped into the bone-forging stage. In 3 days, the Bai martial arts school would have another bone-forging martial artist. Late at night, in the courtyard, Miao Buzhen sat in the chair of the inner room, staring silently at the dimly lit oil lamp in front of him, as if lost in thought. After a while, Miao Buzhen suddenly asked, "Is the information reliable?" Seated across from Miao Buzhen was another person, completely shrouded in a black robe, their face indiscernible. "It's accurate. He's currently at the Bai Clan Martial Hall," the person under the black robe said indifferently. "Ah, it's really strange. Just when we got rid of one, another even more troublesome one appears." Miao Buzhen fanned himself with a folding fan, appearing somewhat troubled. "I told you not to kill him. This outer city is already short of people. Once a house is vacant, newcomers will inevitably be assigned to it." The black-robed figure snorted coldly. "What could I do? He insisted on visiting me and saw things he shouldn't have. If I didn't kill him, we would be the ones dead." Miao Buzhen sneered sinisterly. At this moment, Miao Buzhen exuded a sinister aura, completely different from the person Ding Chen had previously seen. "What are you planning to do with Ding Hai?" the black-robed figure asked after a moment of silence. "Although he's not a martial artist, he's still a potential threat. The old man at the Bai Clan Martial Hall is no simpleton. We can't just kill him so easily." Miao Buzhen said slowly. "I'll leave this matter to you. The recent atmosphere is tense, so I won't be coming around," the black-robed figure said as they slowly stood up and prepared to leave. "Have the people from White Cloud Temple set a date for the operation?" Miao Buzhen suddenly asked. "That's not your concern. You just need to collect the green silk sorrow." The black-robed figure paused and said, "Hee, don't think I don't know what those bald monks are up to. The Yin Yang Palace being the sole dominant force in Qingzhou, I don't believe they can compete. Miao Buzhen chuckled. Upon hearing this, the black-robed figure abruptly turned and stared at Miao Buzhen, saying, "Remember what I said. The Green Silk Temple's future in Qingzhou depends on you." With that, the black-robed figure waved their sleeve and strode out of the courtyard. It was curfew time, and the entire Qingfeng County was eerily quiet. The black-robed figure, upon exiting the courtyard, leaped onto the roof of a neighboring house and disappeared into the vast night with a few more leaps. Inside the room, Miao Buzhen stroked the folded fan he had put away, his eyes flickering uncertainly, lost in thought. The breakthrough to the skin-polishing realm happened faster than Ding Chen had anticipated. The following night, while soaking in medicinal bath, Ding Chen found the outer layer of his skin peeling off layer by layer, sinking to the bottom of the barrel with the movement of the water. This peculiar sensation made Ding Chen feel like an onion, and he couldn't help but hum a tune. If you want to peel off layer by layer to see my heart. The successful breakthrough to the skin-polishing realm alleviated Ding Chen's tense mood, making him feel he had finally found his footing in this world. What a wonderful night! Ding Chen leisurely lay in the medicinal barrel until the black color in the water completely faded. Then, he abruptly stood up, looking at his now smooth, milky white skin, and couldn't help but smile. Washed away the impurities, the skin-polishing realm is complete. Ding Chen chuckled, not bothering to cover himself, and leaped out of the barrel, landing firmly on the ground. He stood with legs apart, arms spread, twisting his waist and sending force through his body, causing ripples to spread across his skin, like waves from his waist to his arms. Great! Only by breaking through the skin barrier can I better utilize the ape and python strength. Ding Chen exclaimed excitedly in his heart, then proceeded to perform the first few forms of the white ape and python fist. In an instant, the room was filled with the heavy sound of feet stomping on tiles, as deep and resonant as a drum. Although Ding Chen had been practicing the white python turnover fist for nearly a month, he had never felt as wonderful as he did tonight. At this moment, he felt as if he had transformed into a real ferocious ape, with the thunderous force of his punches seemingly tearing through the air in front of him, splitting the chaotic world open with a bright gash. Phew! Phew! After finishing the set of punches, Ding Chen felt a wave of fatigue, but at the same time, the evergreen true qi within him arrived as expected, like sweet rain nourishing his weary body, making Ding Chen feel invigorated again. Not bad, not bad. Ding Chen chuckled, quite satisfied with the set of punches he had just performed. He then took a towel from the nearby rack and draped it over himself before heading to the inner room to rest. As usual, Ding Chen had been taking out the sand map to look at it before bed recently, but it was this glance that made Ding Chen's hair stand on end, and he suddenly stood up from the edge of the bed. Damn! On the sand map, a small red cross had appeared right next to Ding Chen's location, and the proximity of this red cross was so close that Ding Chen almost thought the enemy was hiding under his bed. At this moment, Ding Chen's hands holding the sand map were trembling, not out of fear, but out of anger. You mother are you done yet? I've been keeping a low profile, and you're still coming? Ding Chen gritted his teeth, the joy of breaking through the skin barrier instantly dissipating, replaced by endless frustration and anger. But after 3 days, one should look at a person with new eyes. Since his transmigration, Ding Chen had also learned to face things head-on. After taking a few deep breaths, he calmed down. The red cross was not large, even smaller than Chang Yunzi's, which was enough to indicate that this person harbored killing intent towards him, but the threat was limited. There was a lot of room for maneuver here. But Ding Chen also noticed something else. The position where the red cross appeared was quite subtle. It's next door, Miao Buzhen? No, I haven't offended him, have I? But no matter what, the sand map definitely won't be wrong. I've always felt there was something off about this guy, and now it seems my sixth sense was right. Ding Chen put down the sand map, quickly put on his clothes, and placed the break-evil talisman close to his body, preparing for Miao Buzhen's sudden attack. Then, Ding Chen lit an oil lamp and hurried to the table to start thinking about a countermeasure. First, he wasn't sure what path Miao Buzhen was on. Was he a worshipper of gods? Or a martial artist? If he was a worshipper of gods, judging by the size of the red cross, he should be about the same as Qing Yunzi, and the break-evil talisman in his hand would be enough to handle it. But if he was a martial artist, Ding Chen was a bit troubled. Although he had broken through the skin barrier and entered the forging bones stage, his experience in fighting martial artists was pitifully low, almost non-existent. This meant he needed extra preparation. Fortunately, Ding Chen had now stepped into the threshold of a martial artist, and after a month of diligent study at the martial arts hall, his understanding of martial artists was far beyond what it was a month ago. At this moment, Ding Chen began to think by rubbing his temples. After a moment, Ding Chen suddenly thought of something, quickly went to the kitchen, took out a bamboo tube for holding chopsticks, and then scooped a finger of lard from the oil jar and put it inside. Next, Ding Chen took the bamboo tube to the table, sprinkled a little dust from the ground into it, and then wrote the words flashbang on the bamboo tube with a brush. As everyone knows, the main materials of a flashbang are magnesium powder, gunpowder, and oil. Ding Chen was sure that there wouldn't be any magnesium powder here, and even the concept of magnesium might not be known. As for gunpowder, in ancient Blue Star, it was strictly controlled by the military, and Ding Chen didn't expect to get his hands on it in this world. So, the only thing that could be used to reduce the required lifespan for enhancement was oil. Under Ding Chen's tense mood, a line of text gradually appeared in front of his eyes. Currently available for enhancement, requires 2 months and 6 days of lifespan. Enhance now? You know what? You really know what? It really can be enhanced. Ding Chen stared at the text in front of him, his eyes wide with astonishment. Perhaps because the flashbang didn't have an offensive attribute, the lifespan it consumed was slightly less than when Ding Chen had previously enhanced his pistol, but this was already enough to make Ding Chen feel extremely delighted. Yes, enhance it for me. With a firm resolve, Ding Chen chose to enhance it. The red cross appearing next to him made him feel uneasy. If he didn't kill Miao Buzhen tonight, Ding Chen wouldn't be able to sleep. A flash of light passed, and the bamboo tube on the table instantly transformed into a slender, dark green cylinder. Bamboo flashbang, a scientific achievement from another world, seems to have some effect on low-level martial artists? Ding Chen picked up the flashbang from the table and examined it closely. It was indeed strange to see something reminiscent of his past in this world, making Ding Chen even question whether he had really traveled through time. But the ancient surroundings constantly reminded him that he had indeed arrived in a strange and dangerous place. Let's see the technology from Earth. Ding Chen tucked the flashbang into his chest, then thought for a moment and went to the room to select a dark outfit, bringing it to the table. He spread the clothes flat on the table and began to paint key areas with ink using a wolf hairbrush, aiming to make the entire outfit look black. Soon, Ding Chen looked at the hastily processed night clothes on the table, wrinkling his nose in disdain. If only I had enough lifespan, I really want to enhance it. Ding Chen sighed, then took off his clothes and put on the outfit that was still dripping with black water. After a slight movement, Ding Chen didn't feel anything wrong, then prepared everything and picked up the long sword hanging on the beam, pushing the door open and stepping out. The quiet Qingfeng County at midnight. Only the patrol officers moved on the 4 streets of east, west, north, and south, while the people in the outer city had long since extinguished their lights. Under the long-term torment of yin-yang evil spirits, they needed to sleep early to replenish their energy. Inside the house, Miao Buzhen lay on a reclining chair, resting with his eyes closed, but his eyebrows were slightly furrowed. The sudden visit of the black-robed man tonight had disrupted his plans, making him feel restless, even unable to calm down in his sleep, as if something big was about to happen. At that moment, a crisp creak sound came from the roof, causing Miao Buzhen to suddenly open his eyes and lock his gaze on the direction of the sound. Who? With a shout, Miao Buzhen quickly rolled to the side and threw the folding fan he had been holding towards the roof. In the next moment, the fan turned into a cold light that pierced through the roof tiles, making a bang sound in the quiet night. The shattered tiles fell continuously onto the floor tiles inside the house, making a sharp crackling sound, and the roof immediately revealed a hole the size of a human head. Miao Buzhen stared intently at the hole in the roof, but instead of the expected figure falling, a strange, dark green object rolled down. Miao Buzhen watched it roll in front of him, a cold smile appearing on his face, quickly covering his nose and mouth, holding his breath, and quickly retreating, thinking to himself, "What era is this, and you're still playing the gas trick with me?" But the next second, a muffled explosion sounded in the room, followed by Miao Buzhen's scream. "Ah, my eyes!" At the moment Miao Buzhen let out a scream of agony, a figure plummeted through the hole in the roof and landed firmly on the floor. Dressed in black with a long sword at his waist, it was Ding Chen, who had just left in the dark. Ding Chen watched as Miao Buzhen, clutching his eyes, careened wildly around the room. A cold smile appeared on Ding Chen's lips, and he then took out a broken spirit talisman from his. This broken spirit talisman was one of the 2 given to Ding Chen by the Bai Martial Arts School. To create a sense of disparity and deceive his opponent, Ding Chen had not chosen to use the enhanced talisman from the start. As soon as he took it out, Ding Chen felt a pulling force from it, and his eyebrows shot up. He thought to himself that Miao Buzhen must indeed be from the divine worship lineage, possibly even someone from the Qingxi Temple, which has been causing a stir in the Sanggo Valley recently. "Who are you? Who exactly are you? Do you know what you're doing?" Miao Buzhen's mind was flooded with 1,000 curses. He had just watched that strange thing explode right in front of his eyes, instantly losing his vision, taking a direct hit, becoming the first person to stare at a flashbang. Now, Miao Buzhen felt a white haze before his eyes, his ears ringing, but he could sense someone jumping down from the roof,
and immediately let out a shrill scream. Seeing Miao Buzhen on the verge of collapse, Ding Chen said nothing, merely tossing the broken spirit talisman towards him. The talisman flew straight towards Miao Buzhen as if pulled by an invisible thread. Miao Buzhen, having just managed to lean against the wall and catch his breath, was about to stall for more time with some questions when he suddenly felt a sense of danger and looked forward sharply. The talisman, just within 3 feet of Miao Buzhen, began to burn without fire, emitting an invisible ripple. Broken spirit talisman. Leaning against the wall, Miao Buzhen seemed to recognize what was coming and was stunned for a moment, then his face turned venomous. "You're a dog of the Inspection Bureau. Did he send you?" As Miao Buzhen screamed, the hairpin on his head automatically fell off, and his black hair, without wind, began to lengthen and twist visibly, quickly forming a circle in front of him, resembling a shield. Boom! The ripple from the broken spirit talisman collided with Miao Buzhen's hair, producing a dull explosion, followed by a burst of fire that illuminated Ding Chen's astonished eyes. What the hell? Can hair do that? Is this the weirdness of the Qingxi Temple? Without hesitation, Ding Chen pulled out 2 more broken spirit talismans and threw them at Miao Buzhen. The 2 talismans shot into the fire in front of Miao Buzhen like arrows, followed by 2 more explosions. The explosions grew increasingly muffled, especially the last one, which shook the entire beam, and Miao Buzhen finally let out a scream, followed by the sound of a heavy object falling, thud. Ding Chen frowned at the fire in front of him, not moving forward to check, but taking out a 4th broken spirit talisman. However, this time, the talisman in Ding Chen's hand did not exhibit the strong pulling force as the previous 3, which made Ding Chen pause slightly. Dead? Ding Chen held the talisman, waiting quietly for the fire to extinguish, not moving forward to check. After about 10 minutes, the fire finally subsided, and the room once again became dark and quiet. A few rays of moonlight fell through the hole in the roof, allowing Ding Chen to see the scene in front of him clearly. A pitch-black figure, charred all over, lay motionless on the ground, its body significantly shrunken compared to before, eliciting a sense of pity. But Ding Chen remained expressionless, his feet unmoving as he watched the scene. "Get up, stop pretending to be dead," Ding Chen suddenly said. This time, Ding Chen wasn't just speaking aimlessly to provoke Miao Buzhen and see if he was truly dead. From the moment the flames extinguished until now, Ding Chen hadn't seen any text prompts indicating the gain of life expectancy. When Xing Yunzi was killed by him, a text prompt had appeared immediately. Although Ding Chen didn't know why his talisman had lost its reaction, he had reason to believe that the charcoal-like Miao Buzhen in front of him was not yet dead. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The air was so silent that one could hear a pin drop, and Ding Chen seemed to be certain that Miao Buzhen was feigning death, so calm that even his breathing remained steady. Finally, the charcoal-like figure suddenly sprang up, leaping towards Ding Chen. "So it was you. You damned scum. I should have." Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Miao Buzhen's body flew back, crashing heavily to the ground. His shriveled face, with eyes wide open, glared fiercely in Ding Chen's direction, as if trying to stare him to death. Ding Chen wiped the muzzle of his gun, put it back in his waist, and a cold smile appeared on his face. You might wonder why Ding Chen didn't engage in close combat with Miao Buzhen to test his martial prowess. Please, who would use close combat when they have ranged weapons? And this time, after 3 breaths, a line of text that Ding Chen had been eagerly waiting for finally appeared in front of him. Killed Qing Si Guan Demon Miao Buzhen, gained 21 years and 7 days of life. Only after seeing this text did Ding Chen relax completely, thinking that this had indeed been a thrilling battle, and he had almost been injured. Indeed, besides dispelling evil, killing these worshippers of gods can also gain life expectancy. This way, my life expectancy is finally close to 60 years. At this moment, Ding Chen truly felt a sense of relief after surviving a disaster. The past few days, with only a decade of life expectancy, had made him extremely cautious, always feeling inferior to others. But from today on, he, Ding Chen, could at least be considered half a normal person. Thinking of this, Ding Chen couldn't help but smile, then walked over to Miao Buzhen's side with a long knife, examining his condition. Miao Buzhen remained motionless, apparently dead. Ding Chen used the long knife to poke at Miao Buzhen's body and stabbed it a few times, finding no reaction before squatting down to examine his head. Ding Chen had clearly seen that Miao Buzhen's hair had instantly grown wildly and could form a shield to block attacks, which was quite bizarre. But it seemed that his talisman was too powerful, as there was not a single hair left on this charred corpse, and even a large blackened hole was visible on his chest, exuding a pungent burnt smell. What a good man, Ding Chen thought, looking at the corpse in front of him. Miao Buzhen had not only provided him with the idea of going to a martial arts hall during his most confused time in the city, but now also offered him 21 years of life expectancy, truly a model. Ding Chen shook his head and stood up, then took out a sand map from his, spreading it out to look at under the moonlight. Indeed, the small red cross mark had disappeared, confirming that the threat was gone, and Ding Chen's mouth finally revealed a smile. Then, Ding Chen picked up the oil lamp from the ground, lit it, and walked into the adjacent inner room with it in hand. There must be a reason why this guy suddenly wanted to kill me. I wonder if I can find any clues. Ding Chen muttered to himself as he rummaged through the inner room. Before long, Ding Chen stood before a tile in the inner room with a peculiar expression. The reason was simple. Ding Chen found that the tile beneath his feet sounded hollow when tapped, indicating that something must be hidden inside. It was undeniable that Miao Buzhen and he were indeed fated. Not only did Miao Buzhen facilitate everything for Ding Chen from start to finish, but even the way he hid things was quite similar. I guess I'll have to find a new place to hide things in the future. Ding Chen shook his head, then crouched down and used a long knife to lift the stone tile from a distance. As expected, no poison smoke or hidden weapons appeared, which was understandable. After all, hiding something in the bedroom was for convenience, and setting up traps would only be a nuisance to oneself. Ding Chen cautiously approached the pit and looked inside, only to find a white statue placed there. The statue had a face that was both masculine and feminine, with long hair tied up behind its head, sitting in a lotus position. It was unclear whether this was the true face of the green silk deity worshipped by the Green Silk Temple. A statue? Ding Chen was startled, and the word worship immediately came to mind. This worship was for the statues of the 108 calamity stars. Ding Chen had also heard that the statues were ranked from highest to lowest as gold, purple, jade, blood, and white, totaling 5 colors. The pure white statue in front of him was exactly as described in the rumors about the worship statues, and coupled with Miao Buzhen's identity as a worshipper, it wasn't hard to guess the name of the statue. It said that just one of these can create a master of the fetal realm, equivalent to the level of a martial artist's skin-hardening stage. Ding Chen mused as he stood by the pit. It seems that the green silk curse and the recent disturbances at Sangu Fong was the work of Miao Buzhen. Every night, Miao Buzhen would take this statue to the target location to release the green silk curse, kill the residents, and then return here. Ding Chen speculated about the sequence of events, but at the same time, he became increasingly puzzled. He didn't know Miao Buzhen's identity, nor did he know about the hidden worship statue here. So why did Miao Buzhen suddenly want to kill him? Ding Chen refused to give up and began to search Miao Buzhen's room meticulously. Eventually, he found a letter hidden in the cotton quilt layer on the bed. Following the usual precautions to prevent the letter from being poisoned, Ding Chen tore off a sheet and wrapped his hand several times before taking the letter to the inner room to read it by moonlight. After a while, Ding Chen closed the letter expressionlessly and looked at the charred corpse in the corner, murmuring, "Miao Buzhen, you were at least a storyteller. How could you believe the nonsense from Baiyun Temple?" This letter, in fact, had nothing to do with the information Ding Chen wanted to know, but it was related to another secret. The letter was from Baiyun Temple to Qingyun Temple, stating that Qingyun Temple should cooperate with Baiyun Temple to create some chaos in Qingfeng County. Once Baiyun Temple's plan succeeded, they would fulfill the demands of the Green Silk Temple. The letter was signed by someone named Du Ji, which seemed to be a monk's name. Although Ding Chen didn't get the answers he wanted, he understood why Miao Buzhen dared to cause such trouble in the outer city. As for why he wanted to kill Ding Chen, it was likely because Miao Buzhen considered him an outsider whose death wouldn't cause much of a stir, making him an easy target. Shaking his head, Ding Chen folded the letter and wrapped it in the sheet, then returned to the inner room, slashing the quilt and bed to pieces with a knife and overturning the cabinet to create the illusion of searching for something. Finally, Ding Chen wrapped the statue in cloth and carried it out, wrapping it in padding, and then tidying up the scene. After confirming that nothing was left behind, he quietly left with all the items. Although Ding Chen's courtyard was right next door, he wasn't foolish enough to climb over the wall directly. Instead, he followed the path he had taken, jumped onto the roof using a vertical scaffold, and then leaped down from the back, hurrying away in the opposite direction of his home. Half an hour later, after circling around for a full loop, Ding Chen quietly arrived at his own doorstep. After glancing around to ensure everything was fine, he pushed open the door and entered the courtyard. Back in his small room, Ding Chen first removed his night clothes. Although the ink on them had already dried, he was quite satisfied with their performance tonight. Before entering Miao Buzhen's courtyard, he had deliberately circled around other areas of Sangu Alley, smearing ink on the ground to confuse future investigators. Although this world lacked cameras and fingerprint identification, Ding Chen believed that one must be extremely cautious in their actions and have necessary deceptive measures to avoid leaving any potential dangers. Ding Chen first took out the letter, lit it with the flame from a lamp, and then threw it on the ground. After the letter was completely burned to ashes, he went to the kitchen, lit some firewood in the stove, and then threw the night clothes inside. Finally, Ding Chen approached the table, opened the padding, and revealed the white statue. Ding Chen brought back this white statue not for worship.
Although worshipping a god could allow an ordinary person to enter the fetal cavity overnight and even help a martial artist with declining chi and blood to break through, Ding Chen believed that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Wang Hong's words, "Once you worship a god, you are no longer yourself," were still fresh in his mind, and Ding Chen dared not experiment casually. The reason Ding Chen brought it back was that after seeing the statue, he suddenly had an idea. Could he obtain longevity by milking this statue? Since his lifespan increased by breaking curses, Ding Chen thought, if he could activate this statue to emit an endless stream of curses, and he could infinitely produce breaking curse talismans, wouldn't that be a perfect closed loop? Sorry, I didn't expect my mind to be so active. Ding Chen looked at the statue in front of him and muttered. Acting on impulse, Ding Chen, who had just killed a formidable enemy and was in high spirits, probably wouldn't be able to sleep anyway, so he directly took out a breaking curse talisman and began the experiment. Facing the white statue, the breaking curse talisman in Ding Chen's hand showed no reaction, which was obviously because there were no curses present, as expected by Ding Chen. Ding Chen didn't hesitate, directly sticking the breaking curse talisman on the statue's head, then quickly stepping back several paces, readying the remaining talismans in his hand. The next moment, under Ding Chen's tense gaze, the statue on the table suddenly began to shake violently, and the breaking curse talisman on its head fluttered without wind, making a rustling sound. Strangely, despite the intense shaking, the talisman did not fall off the statue's forehead, as if glued to it with super glue. But after just a few seconds, the talisman suddenly popped and ignited, instantly turning into ashes in the air, as if the previous resilience was a joke. Ding Chen was momentarily stunned by this scene, but the next moment, a series of prompts made his eyes light up. You refined a strand of white-level Qingxi statue, lifespan plus 1 day. You refined a strand of white-level Qingxi statue, lifespan plus 1 day. You refined a strand of white-level Qingxi statue, lifespan plus 1 day. The torrent of prompts cascaded down like a waterfall, continuing for several minutes before gradually subsiding. Ding Chen roughly estimated that in just that short moment, he had gained at least 5 months of life. Damn! Ding Chen stared at the statue on the table, his heart pounding with shock. This was just from a single exorcism talisman, and it had granted him so much life. If he were to enhance the statue, wouldn't he ascend to the heavens? The thought filled Ding Chen with excitement. Could he possibly live to be 100 years old today? Outlive even immortals? Ding Chen quickly strode to the table, his eyes fixed on the lifelike statue before him, his face unable to hide his excitement as he waited for the text to appear. This statue is indeed exquisitely carved. I wonder who the artist is. Ding Chen had never examined the white statue so closely before. Now that he was closer, the thought suddenly crossed his mind. But the next moment, Ding Chen felt a sudden dizziness. In the already dim surroundings, bright beams of light and ink-black cloud-shaped patches appeared. These light and shadow patterns moved slowly in Ding Chen's vision, and then, a colossal figure with a radiant halo behind its head suddenly appeared in his mind. The figure's face was unclear, sitting quietly, exuding a sense of sanctity and solemnity that made one want to prostrate in worship. Ding Chen's eyes gradually became hazy. In this bizarre scene, a soft, sweet voice seemed to echo in his mind, "Worship, worship. Current enhancement available, requires 17 years and 121 days of life. Enhance?" Although Ding Chen saw the prompt, he was unable to respond. At that moment, the evergreen true qi in his body surged out from his abdomen, rushing towards his limbs and bones. In an instant, Ding Chen felt a sharp pain in his head and snapped out of the strange illusion, stumbling back 3 steps, his eyes filled with terror, his body drenched in cold sweat. Too terrifying. What just happened? Ding Chen couldn't be sure, but he was certain that if it weren't for the evergreen true qi protecting him again, he might have fallen into an irreversible mistake. No, I can't keep staring. This thing is already so sinister. If it's enhanced, it might just devour me. Ding Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead, recalling the experience, and a question also arose in his mind. Where did this statue come from? Was the figure just now the so-called god? What is the process of worshipping a god? Why did the appearance of the god cause the entire Liang dynasty's order to collapse instantly, leaving even the powerful Zhengzhou barely able to protect itself? I originally wanted to keep it for research, but now it seems this thing is too sinister. It's better to deal with it sooner. Ding Chen thought, then took out an exorcism talisman and quickly walked to the table, sticking it on the statue's forehead, covering its eyes. Then, he took out 2 more and placed them on the statue's chest and back, nodding in satisfaction before stepping back to observe. Indeed, Ding Chen hadn't even stood still when the 3 exorcism talismans on the statue began to twitch violently, and a waterfall of text prompts appeared before his eyes. This time, Ding Chen was more experienced. He counted the text from beginning to end, finding that he had gained about a year and 8 months of life. Adding to what he had previously obtained,
Ding Chen estimated his current lifespan to be around 62 years. This statue of the god is truly a great boon for me.
When Ding Chen thought about his remaining lifespan, he couldn't help but sigh.
Since his transmigration, he had never fought such a luxurious battle. Once his lifespan exceeded 100 years, he could venture anywhere in the world. Thinking of this, Ding Chen pulled out 3 talismans and walked towards the table. Just as he was about to stick them on, he noticed a distinct crack had appeared on the statue on the table.
What is this?
Injured? Ding Chen avoided the statue's eyes and turned to look at the crack on its back. He was certain there was no such crack when he first brought it back, meaning it had just appeared. It seems the depletion of malevolent energy is fatal for this statue,
Ding Chen thought.
Originally, he thought the statue would become an ordinary one after consuming all its malevolent energy, but now it seemed more like a disposable item. No wonder those who worship gods treat them as treasures, Ding Chen muttered, then stuck all the remaining dispelling talismans onto the statue. In the second half of the night, Ding Chen kept drawing talismans, reinforcing, and dispelling. After an unknown number of rounds, the statue on the table finally let out a crisp sound and quickly turned into a pile of white powder, scattering on the tabletop. Ding Chen raised an eyebrow at the sight and drew the final stroke on the white paper beside him. A total of 32 dispelling talismans were consumed, truly terrifying, but the return is also astonishing, giving me 17 years of lifespan. Ding Chen looked at the record on the white paper, feeling a bit surprised. Perhaps due to the experiences of Cheng Yunzi and Miao Buzhen, Ding Chen had thought this statue could at least provide him with 20 years of lifespan, but unexpectedly, it was only 17 years. After deducting the lifespan cost for reinforcing the dispelling talismans, he was left with just over 16 years, barely the same as Cheng Yunzi. However, Ding Chen thought, this risk-free way of gaining lifespan was like a bonus, and getting so much was not bad.
Phew! Ding Chen put down the pen and paper, exhaling heavily.
Only then did he feel a sense of fatigue. Those 32 dispelling talismans were drawn by him, and even though he was quite proficient in the dispelling talisman script of the Yin-Yang Palace, drawing so many at once was still exhausting. Fortunately, there's no need to figure out how to dispose of this statue, Ding Chen said to himself, looking at the pile of powder on the table.
Looking at the time, Ding Chen sighed.
The statue issue was resolved, but there were still some other minor details to handle, and whether he could get any sleep tonight was uncertain. As the sun rose, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the window, illuminating the tiles inside the room. The warm light gradually filled the room, causing Ding Chen, who was sleeping on the long bench, to stir and slowly open his eyes, turning to look at the source of the light. I only planned to take a short nap, and I woke up so late. Ding Chen rubbed his sore eyes and quickly stood up from the bench, then pushed open the door and walked into the courtyard. He first stretched, then looked towards a small tree in the courtyard. Following Miao Buzhen's example, Ding Chen had moved everything from his bedroom to the courtyard last night and buried them under the soil at the base of this small tree. To cover up the fresh soil, he had even moved the stone table in the courtyard and placed it over the new soil. This way, even if someone moved the stone table, they wouldn't suspect anything due to the difference in soil color. When leaving the courtyard, Ding Chen didn't even glance at Miao Buzhen's courtyard, but walked straight towards the direction of the martial arts hall. When Ding Chen arrived at the martial arts hall, the crowd in the courtyard had already been standing in a stance for a while, and Ding Chen was naturally late.
Ding Hai, why are you so late today? Cui Wancheng, seeing Ding Chen just entering, immediately showed an expression of dissatisfaction.
Ah, senior brother Cui, I was pondering the martial arts last night and slept late, Ding Chen quickly explained. Ding Chen's diligence was evident to everyone, so Cui Wancheng didn't doubt his words and just waved his hand saying, hurry up. Ding Chen quickly ran to his position and started standing in a stance with the others.
Last night, you didn't take the tranquilizing pill, did you?
Xue Bao, standing next to Ding Chen, turned his head and grinned at him after Ding Chen had just assumed his posture.
Brother Ding has been alone for so long, what's wrong with experiencing something?
Huang Shuyang suddenly turned his head and winked at Xue Bao.
You! Ding Chen was somewhat taken aback by Huang Shuyang's action and couldn't help but look at Xue Bao, as if asking something.
In Ding Chen's impression, Huang Shuyang had always followed Ma San, but unexpectedly, he now seemed to be hanging out with Xue Bao. Brother Huang has seen the light, Xue Bao grinned, knowing what Ding Chen was thinking. Brother Xue has made progress again today. I think it's better to seize the day. Let's all go to my family's restaurant for a good meal at noon.
Huang Shuyang added. Excellent.
I've heard that the 8 treasures duck and snow lotus and Zue Xianlu are not something ordinary people can eat.
I wonder if we'll have the fortune to taste them today?
Xue Bao immediately perked up and asked.
Don't worry, leave it to me.
Huang Shuyang said confidently. Ding Chen, hearing this, looked towards Ma San on the other side, and indeed saw Ma-san looking over with a gloomy expression, clearly displeased with Huang Shuyang's betrayal. This Xuebao, really? Ding Chen couldn't help but shake his head, thinking that although Xuebao was clever, he was too ostentatious, showing off in the courtyard before even polishing his skills. By noon, Huang Shuyang kept his promise and called everyone to go to his family's restaurant for a meal. The others had nothing to do and found daily martial arts training boring, plus the food at Zui Xianlu was indeed good, so they all agreed. Ding Chen, who initially didn't plan to go, saw everyone going, and since Zui Xianlu was also where Miao Buzhen told stories, he was tempted and agreed to join. Among the senior brothers, only two didn't go, Cui Wansheng, who was too lazy to deal with these juniors, and naturally, Ma-san. Everyone was aware of this and didn't say anything more. By noon, everyone left the martial arts hall in a bustle, heading towards Zui Xianlu. Upon arriving at Zui Xianlu, Ding Chen found the first floor already packed. He subconsciously looked towards the corner where Miao Buzhen usually performed and indeed saw a group of people crowded around, drinking cold tea. What time is it? Why hasn't Mr. Miao arrived yet? He didn't take leave today. Hey, do you think Mr. Miao didn't take the tranquilizing pill last night and got high? Get lost, spouting nonsense, Mr. Miao is not like you. Then what should we do? Should we leave today? Let's wait a bit longer. Several listeners were anxiously drinking tea and frequently looking towards the street outside the restaurant, hoping to see the familiar figure. Ding Chen watched all this but showed no expression and followed his senior brothers to the third floor of Zui Xianlu. The third floor of Zui Xianlu was different from the first and second floors, which were open halls. Instead, it used partition rooms, focusing on creating a private space for distinguished guests. Of course, in the outer city of Qingfeng County, there were few people who could afford the private rooms on the third floor. As they ascended, there were plenty of options to choose from. As the eldest son of the owner of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Huang Shuyang was most familiar with each private room and led everyone directly to one of the inner rooms, explaining to the group, "This room may not be the largest, but it has the advantage of being by the window, allowing you to see the scenery on the street." As he spoke, Huang Shuyang also instructed the waiter who had followed them, "Bring 10 hot dishes and 8 cold dishes, all according to our specialties. And finally, bring 3 jars of drunken spring wine." "Understood, young master, I'll prepare it right away." The waiter quickly scanned the group, then smiled at Huang Shuyang. After the waiter hurried downstairs, Huang Shuyang said to everyone, "Come, let's sit down first." As expected of young Master Huang. Someone bowed to Huang Shuyang and then sat down first. With Master Bai and senior brother Cui absent, there were no formalities among the group, and they all sat down one by one. "Hey, did you hear? When I brought back that dispelling charm yesterday, my father knew at a glance that it was extraordinary and praised me for choosing this martial arts school." While Huang Shuyang poured tea for everyone, someone started the conversation. "Of course, do you think dispelling charms from the Yin Yang Palace or something anyone can get?" Huang Shuyang chuckled. "It seems the people from the Green Silk Temple are quite troublesome, otherwise they wouldn't have distributed such items." Someone analyzed. "Yeah, the patrol division investigated for half a day without any results. No one knows what's going on." As they talked, someone suddenly exclaimed, pointing out the window, "Look over there." "What?" Everyone was stunned and then looked out the window in the direction pointed by that person, witnessing a shocking scene. At the end of the street outside the window, 2 enormous demonic elephants had appeared out of nowhere, standing side by side and pulling a massive carriage slowly towards them. Why call them demonic elephants? These 2 giants were about 3 zhang tall, with curved tusks protruding from both sides of their mouths, their eyes blood red, and an eerie vertical pupil on their foreheads, clearly not normal beasts. Each demonic elephant was bound with 4 thick chains, which extended backward and were fastened to the 4 corners of a massive carriage. The carriage was built like a palace, if not even more magnificent. On top of the carriage stood 3 towers of varying heights, arranged like mountain peaks, all glittering in the sunlight, not knowing if they were truly made of gold. The entire carriage body was constructed from red-veined wood, adorned with golden patterns, showing the immense wealth of the owner. The carriage rested on 4 sets of huge double-layered iron wheels. As the carriage moved, 2 deep ruts appeared behind it, indicating the carriage's extraordinary weight. Behind the carriage, a uniformed cavalry of about several dozen followed, with various sizes of carriages behind them. The entire procession stretched as far as the eye could see, not knowing who they were. The normally wide East Street was now completely occupied by these 2 demonic elephants, with pedestrians screaming and fleeing to the sides of the road, staring in awe as the giants moved forward. "Wow, what a grand spectacle!" Ding Chen exclaimed, feeling the atmosphere shift again. The desolation of Little Jar Village, compared to the grandeur and luxury of this procession, was enough to make one doubt oneself.
Even the well-traveled Zhang Shuyan was stunned, murmuring, "Where did this dragon come from? Who in the entire Qingzhou would dare to be so presumptuous in a county town?" Xuebao said as he walked to the window, looking at the approaching caravan with a serious expression. The Yin-Yang Palace? The group immediately thought of a name upon hearing Xuebao's words. Ding Chen narrowed his eyes, looking at the distant grand carriage, feeling an ominous premonition. The Yin-Yang Palace already had an inspectorate station in Qingfeng County, so why send someone else? Combined with the letter Ding Chen found in Miao Buzhen's room, he felt that a storm might be brewing in Qingfeng County. "I wonder who this time?" Someone beside them wondered aloud. "Come back, don't stick your head out. If the Yin-Yang Palace people see us, we won't be able to escape," Xuebao quickly reminded, seeing someone leaning out to look. Right, almost forgot." The person hastily retreated, hiding behind the window. Judging by the style and decoration of the carriage, the visitor should be from the Yin-Yang Palace's Yin sect, but I'm not sure which one. Xuebao added. "Not bad, Xue Junior brother, you know quite a lot," Zhang Shuyang said in surprise. As a second-generation member, his knowledge was far less extensive than Xuebao's. "Yin sect? Is there a division within the Yin-Yang Palace?" Ding Chen asked. "Naturally, the Yin-Yang Palace is divided into Yin and Yang. The Yin sect consists of women, and the Yang sect naturally consists of men," Xuebao explained after glancing at Ding Chen. "What? There are men in the Yin-Yang Palace?" Ding Chen was taken aback. In his impression, the act of collecting human desires to refine evil energy seemed like something from a hedonistic sect in a novel, so how could there be men involved? The people in the Yang sect don't discriminate between men and women. Ding Junior brother, with your delicate skin, you'd better be careful, a senior brother beside them chuckled. Damn! Ding Chen felt a chill down his spine, realizing that these disasters were indeed one more bizarre than the next, defying conventional logic. Meanwhile, inside the grand carriage, a graceful figure lay on a lotus bed, propping her head with one hand, draped in a thin veil, seemingly resting with her eyes closed. Another woman in a light green lace dress sat beside the bed, gently massaging the woman's waist, saying, "Miss, Qingfeng County is just a small county town, why did you come in person?" The woman lazily sat up from the bed, yawning, "Biha, how long have you been with me?" In response to Miss, "It's been exactly 10 years. Biha knelt behind the woman, massaging her shoulders. 10 years, do you know how many people have been eyeing my Yin-Yang Palace's territory? The woman asked. That's a lot. Qingxi Temple, Baiyun Monastery, Luanshan Sect, Shijui Palace. Oh, too many. Biha counted on her fingers, exclaiming. The woman lazily placed her bare foot on the bed's edge, shaking her head after hearing Biha's words. Don't forget the court in Zhengzhou, though they lie low there, they pose the greatest threat to us. Really, miss? With the world in such a state, does the court of Dali still pose a threat to us? Luha blinked, looking at the woman curiously. Luha, you've seen too little of the world. That's why I chose to bring you out this time, to let you see the sordidness of the world and the vicissitudes of human life. The woman turned, lifting Lua's smooth chin, her eyes curving into crescents. In the Zui Xian Lu, everyone hid behind the windows, watching the grand procession pass by, slowly heading towards the inner city. Look, someone from the inner city is coming out. Ding Chen nodded towards the direction of the inner city. Hearing this, the others also looked towards the inner city, and indeed saw a group of people quickly emerging from the open gate of the inner city. Leading them was a man wearing a robe adorned with blue clouds and white cranes, his figure plump, who was none other than the magistrate of Qingfeng County, Wang Pingshan. After the calamity, although the magistrates within each province were appointed by the provincial governors themselves, they still sent the list of appointments to the central region for registration. The reason was simple. As long as the royal family in the central region existed for a day, the provinces of the world would not overtly make a complete break. The royal family seemed to be very aware of their current situation, completely relinquishing power to the provinces, indifferent and unconcerned, and even sending special envoys with gifts whenever there were new appointments, their attitude difficult to fathom. Wang Pingshan, however, had been the magistrate here even before the calamity, holding the rank of 8th grade, and had not been purged because of the calamity, which in the eyes of others, showed considerable skill. This official, Wang Pingshan, welcomes the special envoy of the upper sect. Wang Pingshan called out, then bowed deeply, and those behind him, including the county magistrate and the chief clerk, all followed suit. This envoy from the Yinyan Palace held the rank of 7th grade, with records in the imperial court, a legitimate official position, so Wang Pingshan's actions were reasonable. After Wang Pingshan finished speaking, the large carriage door slowly opened, and a mechanical staircase extended from inside, gently landing on the ground. Then, a woman in white gauze, supported by a maid in green, slowly emerged and descended the staircase. The front of the inner city gate was already crowded with onlookers from the outer city. They watched the two beauties descending from the carriage, their eyes lighting up, and then they began to whisper among themselves. Are these people from the Inyang Palace? How can they be so beautiful? They are high and mighty, unlike us who do these rough, tiring jobs every day. Lower your voice, they could kill us with just a glance. Meanwhile, Wang Pingshan, who was bowing, also sneakily glanced at the woman coming down from the carriage, slightly surprised, but quickly controlled his expression and slightly lowered his head. Then he heard the woman say, Magistrate Wang, there's no need for such formalities. The orderly governance of Qingfeng County is well noted within the sect. The woman stepped off the carriage and spoke to Wang Pingshan in a calm tone. Hearing this, Wang Pingshan straightened up, but did not dare to look directly at the woman, only slightly lowering his head, waiting for the woman's next instructions. It was only then that those behind Wang Pingshan got a clear look at the woman's appearance. She was about 30 years old, with fair skin and a dignified demeanor, her willowy eyebrows framing eyes like spring water, captivating anyone who looked into them. The green-clad maid beside her was also beautiful, radiating youthful energy, and seemed to have passed the age of maturity, her eyes lively as she looked at Wang Pingshan and the others, showing no sign of timidity. The two women standing there were like a breath of spring, but Wang Pingshan and the others dared not breathe heavily, not daring to meet their gaze, because these two women were from the Inyang Palace. The Inyang Palace, which had ruled Qingzhou for decades, was a calamity that had once fought for supremacy, causing the heavens to collapse and rivers to dry up. Those who had lived through that era had a deep memory of the Inyang Palace's dominance and terror. Just as everyone was silent, the woman suddenly asked, Where is my sex inspection department? Hearing this, a man behind Wang Pingshan immediately stepped forward and said, Director Yu is in closed-door cultivation, so, It seems I didn't ask you to speak, the woman said slowly, glancing at the young man. Ah. The young man's face went blank, then he seemed to remember something, his whole body trembling like a sieve, his face turning pale in an instant. Miss, let me do it, Biha said to the woman, then skipped over to the young man. Seeing Biha approach, the young man's cold sweat poured from his forehead, his face filled with despair as he looked towards Wang Pingshan, wailing, Lord Wang, save me, save. Before he could finish, Biha had already reached him, and with a light wave of her hand, a flash of white light shot past the young man's eyes, followed by a loud pop as he exploded like a balloon. The surrounding people were splattered with crimson blood and viscera, but none dared to move, not even to wipe the sliding pieces of flesh from their faces. Biha nodded in satisfaction, then skipped back to the woman's side, re-supporting her arm. Throughout, Biha's face remained smiling, as if she had done something trivial. The onlookers were dumbfounded, their bodies frozen, unable to move a step, only the cold sweat dripping from their foreheads conveying an unprecedented panic. Especially those who had just gossiped about the two women, their faces were ashen, regretting why they had come to watch the spectacle and what madness had possessed them to gossip about the envoys of the Inyang Palace. Fortunately, the woman didn't seem to say anything, instead addressing Wang Pingshan, Lord Wan, let's talk inside. With that, she gracefully walked forward. Only when the woman had reached the rear of the crowd did Wang Pingshan hurriedly follow, leading the group into the inner city. After everyone had entered the inner city gates, someone rushed over to clean up the bloodstains and shouted for the surrounding crowd to disperse. From the nearby tavern, the onlookers were also dumbfounded, thankful they hadn't stuck their heads out to look at the woman's convoy. That dead man seemed to be from the Zhang Shuyang muttered. It doesn't matter, in Qingzhou, offending the Inyang Palace, it doesn't matter who it is, Xuebao shook his head. Ding Chen, watching the scene, felt it was somewhat normal. These so-called disaster stars, called gods and temples in a good light, were nothing more than demonic cults. Otherwise, why would killing one grant him longevity? He was completely acting on behalf of heaven. The people of Qingfeng County, perhaps kept in the dark for too long, had forgotten their place, daring to openly gossip about the envoys of the Inyang Palace. Perhaps it was seeing this that made the envoy feel it necessary to remind these people of the fear they once felt, and for Wang Pingshan and others to understand who truly ruled Qingfeng County. Damn, a maid is that strong, how powerful must the woman be? Ding Chen thought back to the maid's move, his scalp tingling, but he also felt a surge of excitement. If the woman was that strong, killing her would surely grant a lot of longevity. But now was not the time. Even with his talisman and pistol, Ding Chen had a feeling they wouldn't be much use against those two women. Stop staring, it's none of our business, did you see where they went? The inner city. Zhang Shuyang clapped his hands, breaking the silence. Brothers, don't think about it, when someone reaches be sure to take us into the inner city for a look. Someone chuckled. Come, eat, the first challenge we face is still that of skinning. Xuebao also sat down, picked up the wine cup in front of him, and said loudly, Brother Shui is sure to succeed. Come, let's toast to you. Someone immediately shouted. Under the influence of alcohol, the group quickly became lively, and the entire tavern seemed to regain its vitality in the noisy atmosphere. In fact, people are like this: the despair that is far out of reach is far less than the happiness that is within reach. They are greedy yet easily satisfied, which gives them the most incredible resilience, forging one legend after another. Inside the inner city of Qingfeng County, in a large courtyard with 3 courtyards and 3 wings, Sun Shower was looking through the materials Wang Pingshan had just sent over, occasionally furrowing her brow. Miss, was the person we just killed really Wang Pingshan's confidant? He stood beside Sun Shower, somewhat curious. In fact, most of the news about Qingfeng County, the two of them already knew. Although there are many factions within the Yinyang Palace, the person behind Sun Shower is also extremely powerful. This time, the task of cleaning up the chaos caused by the external evil spirits in Qingfeng County fell to Sun Shower. Yes, Wang Pingshan appears to obey the Yinyang Palace on the surface, but it seems he is plotting something in secret. Combined with the appearance of the green silk evil spirit this time, the palace suspects that there is a change in Qingfeng County. Sun Shower put down the thick stack of documents in her hand and said, Miss, since the patrol department is full of Wang Pingshan's people, why don't we ask the palace's inspection department? He tilted her head, somewhat puzzled. Because Sun Shower had just said half of her sentence when suddenly a hearty laugh came from outside the room. So Sister Sun is here. Why didn't you tell me, your senior brother, in advance? Sun Shower looked in the direction of the door and slowly said, Sister doesn't dare to disturb senior brother's cultivation, please don't blame me. Ha ha ha, what are you talking about, sister? The words had just fallen when a tall man suddenly pushed open the door and strode into the hall, holding a blood-red statue in one hand, with a smile on his lips, his eyes half closed, and after a quick glance around the hall, he fixed his gaze on Sun Shower, who was sitting in a chair. Bold! Seeing this, he immediately shouted in anger, rebuking the man, You wrong one. Without Mrs. permission, how dare you enter directly? The man's gaze slowly shifted to Bai He, and he slowly said, A mere maidservant dares to disrespect her superiors. Sister, you've taught well. Since you've been laxing your usual discipline, then I'll discipline her for you. With that, the man pointed a finger at Bai He, and the entire hall was suddenly filled with strong winds. The tables and chairs inside were blown over by the sudden burst of evil energy from the man. The potted plants in the corners withered instantly, their dried branches igniting in mid-air, crackling with sound. My people, there's no need for senior brother to worry about them. Facing the onslaught like a storm, Sun Shower also extended a finger, and the temperature in the hall suddenly dropped. The raging hot air gradually dissipated, as if it had never existed. Yu Rongguang's face clearly showed a hint of surprise, but it quickly returned to a smile. I didn't expect that after several years, Sister's cultivation has improved again. Well, today I wanted to give Sister a blood god statue, it seems it's not needed. Yu Rongguang laughed heartily, then turned and left, without any hesitation. After Yu Rongguang was far away, he looked at Sun Shower in panic and asked, Miss, are you alright? Why is this you so bad? Sun Shower did not speak, only her eyebrows suddenly raised, then she looked at her finger. The tip of her jade-like, tender fingers suddenly showed a crack, like a shattered porcelain. He is Yu Rongguang, who is at the peak of the Xuanji realm, just one step away from entering the mansion. Sun Shower said softly, then turned to look at Biha. The first lesson I teach you is to never speak first. Upon hearing this, Biha realized her mistake and stuck out her tongue, saying sweetly, I know I was wrong, miss. On the other side, when Ding Chen returned home, it was already evening. Today at noon, Ding Chen had a few drinks of the drunken spring wine from the drunken immortal tower. Unexpectedly, it tasted like plain water but had a strong aftertaste. The entire afternoon, Ding Chen felt dizzy, but fortunately, his consciousness was clear, so he didn't reveal anything. To be safe, before leaving, Ding Chen directly asked for a half-day leave from the martial arts school, planning to sleep well tonight and return tomorrow. After entering the house, Ding Chen first checked the hair strand tied behind the door bolt, finding it unbroken, and then felt relieved. He drank a few sips of water and went to the bedroom. Ding Chen sighed deeply as he lay on the bed, feeling that life finally had some hope. His remaining lifespan had now reached about 75 years, and he could now try paths in cultivation that he dared not attempt before. As he lay on the bed, Ding Chen, for some reason, thought of the scene he saw at the restaurant today. As he thought, his breathing gradually stabilized, and he fell into a dream. After an unknown period, Ding Chen was suddenly awakened by a commotion. His eyes opened to see blinding light just 3 inches above the bed. He quickly grabbed the long knife by his side and sat up, then quickly identified the source of the noise and hurriedly got dressed. When he arrived in the courtyard, Ding Chen found that the sound was coming from outside the courtyard gate. Feeling something, Ding Chen put the long knife back in the room and, pretending to be curious, pushed the door open and walked out. Sure enough, as soon as he stepped out, he saw a group of people gathered at the gate of Miao Buzhen's courtyard, occasionally sighing. Ding Chen walked to the back of the crowd without making a sound, stood on tiptoe, and looked inside. He immediately saw the gate of Miao Buzhen's courtyard wide open, with several patrol officers in flying cloud uniforms standing inside. Ah, I knew something was wrong when Mr. Miao didn't come yesterday. I said it. Something must have happened. You have a big mouth. But the patrol officers don't look good. Could it be another disturbance by the Green Silk Fiend? Hard to say. The outer city is getting more and more unsafe. Didn't the Yin Yang Palace people come yesterday? Could it be related to this? Shoo, don't want to live. The crowd was in heated discussion, and Ding Chen pieced together the general situation from their words. It turned out that this morning, the listeners at the Drunken Immortal Tower, finding that Miao Buzhen hadn't come again, could no longer hold back and shouted to go to Miao Buzhen's home to find out the truth. These listeners had been listening to Miao Buzhen's stories for half a year and knew his address, so they came together in a large group. As a result, it was obvious when they arrived at Miao Buzhen's courtyard gate and saw the damaged hole in the roof, they realized something might have happened. Inside Miao Buzhen's house, several patrol officers were searching for clues. One of them stood in the center, arms crossed, brows tightly furrowed, seemingly deep in thought. If Ding Chen were here, he would recognize this person as Nangong Tian, who had once delivered a dispelling charm to the Bai Martial Arts School. Boss, the wounds on this person were indeed caused by a dispelling charm. A younger officer came to Nangong Tian and whispered, Dispelling charm? What kind of talisman could cause such injuries? Nangong Tian asked coldly, glancing at the charred and foul-smelling corpse. I don't know either, but Liang identified the Yin Yang Palace's Yin Yang curse within it, so it should have been injured by the Yin Yang Palace's talisman. The man continued. Go on. Nangong Tian said slowly, not asking further. Also, the real fatal wound of Miao Buzhen should be the hidden weapon hole in his head. But we don't know what kind of hidden weapon it was, as the murderer took it away, and there's nothing left at the scene. The murderer is a seasoned criminal. The constable beside him quickly added. So, you mean you've been looking for half a day and haven't made any progress? Nangong Tian snorted coldly. The constable's face turned bitter immediately. He had grievances but couldn't express them. After so many years on the job, this was the first time he encountered such a scene. Apart from the body, the murderer left no clues, even wiping the floor with a damp cloth before leaving. Although it was unclear why they did so, the room was in complete disarray, and at first, they thought the murderer was after money, but later, upon discovering the identity of the corpse, which seemed to be a worshipper of gods, they suspected it might be a case of silencing a witness. In short, they couldn't figure anything out. Nangong Tian didn't say anything after hearing the man's words but walked straight into the bedroom. Inside, someone was collecting evidence. Seeing Nangong Tian enter, they stood at attention and called out boss. Nangong Tian nodded to the person and then walked to the bed, examining the shredded bedding and mattress. Boss, it was a long sword. The person in the room immediately came over. Nangong Tian didn't speak but gathered the torn sheets and mattress, eventually piecing together a rough shape. A few pieces are missing. Did you find any mattress outside? Nangong Tian suddenly asked. It doesn't seem so. The person, looking at the nearly complete mattress, was somewhat surprised but quickly replied. Looks like it was taken from here. Interesting. Nangong Tian then walked over to the collapsed cabinet and started rummaging through it. Boss, there's nothing here, but we found a small hole under the floor tiles. The person said, then crouched down, pried up a tile, and pointed to the hole below. It doesn't look like it was left unfinished during the tiling. Half of the soil in this hole should have been filled in later. The constable said. Nangong Tian squatted down upon hearing this, felt the soil in the hole, and then said, it seems something was found here and taken away wrapped in the mattress. Really, boss, was the item so hot that it couldn't be touched? The constable beside him wondered. Who knows? Nangong Tian shrugged and then went to the living room, looking up at the hole in the ceiling. Boss, it was broken by a folding fan thrown from inside. The fan was found, and it was identified as Miao Buzhen's. A junior constable, seeing Nangong Tian's action, immediately handed over a folding fan. Nangong Tian glanced at the fan, took it, and then felt the notch at the top of the fan, looking at the charred corpse. The strength of a mid-stage Taizan cultivator, and the skull of the corpse still has the aura of Green Silk Curse. It seems he was the one creating Green Silk Curse in the Three Valleys market these past few days. After searching for so long, we didn't find any statues. It seems the statue was taken away. The method used to kill him was still a talisman. Interesting. Nandong Tian pondered in his mind and then went outside, leaping onto the roof and observing the hole from the edge. The person on the roof had heavy footsteps, no foundation in martial arts. Strange, how could someone with such strength kill a worshipper? Nandong Tian looked around the roof, deepening his doubts. Finally, he jumped back into the courtyard and waved his hand, "Fall back." Hearing this, everyone quickly packed up their things, wrapped the charred corpse in a cloth bag, and followed Nandong Tian out of the courtyard. The crowd outside the courtyard made way, and the inspectors from the patrol bureau ignored the onlookers, leaving the scene directly with their belongings. Alas, we won't be able to listen to stories anymore. You're still thinking about listening to stories. Didn't you hear the officials say that this Mr. Miao, the old demon Miao, is from the Green Silk Temple? So what? His stories were indeed good. You're quite a character. Amidst the discussions, Ding Chen quietly left and headed towards the martial arts school. In Ding Chen's view, Nandong Tian seemed to have found some clues at the scene, but they were very limited, making it almost impossible to pin it on him. In the following days, the incident involving Miao Buzhen seemed to have caused no ripple in the outer city of Qingfeng County. All news about him seemed to have been erased. Even Miao Buzhen's house had been repaired and cleaned by professionals, clearly preparing for a new resident. Ding Chen also visited the Drunken Immortal Tavern and found a new storyteller, an old man with a hunched back, whose stories were noticeably inferior to Miao Buzhen's, with nearly half the audience. Although the Miao Buzhen incident seemed to have passed, Ding Chen felt that a larger storm was brewing in the shadows. On this day, Ding Chen arrived at a medicinal herb shop in the city. This shop was not the one owned by Shuebao. After all, Ding Chen's purchases this time were entirely for himself, and although buying from Shuebao's shop could offer some discounts, he didn't want Shuebao to know about his affairs. "What can I get for you, young man?" The shop owner, a middle-aged man with a beaming smile, greeted Ding Chen as he entered. "Do you have any pills that enhance blood qi and strengthen bones and marrow?" Ding Chen glanced around the shop and casually asked. "Ah, we don't have those here. Only the shops in the inner city have them. Even if we had them in the outer city, they wouldn't sell." The owner's smile turned into a grimace as he replied. "Oh, is that so?" Ding Chen nodded but showed no intention of leaving. After toughening the skin comes the forging of bones, where blood qi enters the marrow and refines the essence. The forging of bones is different from toughening the skin. It emphasizes a gradual, cumulative process. Of course, during this process, exercises that enhance blood qi circulation and pills that boost blood qi can accelerate progress, hence the saying, "One exercise for 3 tendons, 1 pill for 5 bones." Ding Chen now possessed the white ape and python fist, and all he needed was blood qi enhancing pills. Although the Bai family martial arts school might have such pills, Ding Chen decided it was not yet time to reveal that he had reached the toughening skin stage, as his progress might raise suspicions. "However, young man, we have a blood qi soup made from ginseng, angelica, astragalus, and prepared remania. Although it's not as good as the blood qi pills from the inner city, it's quite effective. Would you like to try it?" The shopkeeper quickly added when he saw Ding Chen remain silent. "Oh, how much for 1 serving?" Ding Chen's heart stirred, but he frowned and pretended to be dissatisfied. 260 copper coins for 1 serving, 5 servings for 1 tael of silver. The owner held up 5 fingers. Ding Chen didn't comment on the price, and the owner quickly added, "Don't think it's expensive, young man. These are premium herbs, after all." "Alright, give me 5 servings first." After Ding Chen finished speaking, he took out a piece of broken silver from his and handed it to the shopkeeper. Alright, little brother, wait a moment," the shopkeeper said, hurriedly taking the silver and heading to the back room. After a short while, he came out with a string of medicine packages in his hand. "Little brother, the yin-yang curse is already draining your essence and vitality. If you take my blood and qi soup, you cannot be exposed to the yin-yang curse for 7 days, or it will harm your internal organs." The shopkeeper handed the medicine packages to Ding Chen and reminded him. "I understand that," Ding Chen replied, taking the packages and smiling at the shopkeeper before turning to leave. Once home, Ding Chen began his experiment. He first took out a package of blood and qi soup, writing "highly effective for bone strengthening and no side effects" on its back, then placed it in front of him. After 3 breaths, a line of text appeared in Ding Chen's vision. "Current enhancement available, requires 17 days of life, enhance?" 17 days, that's a bit long. Enhancing the Break Curse talisman only took 9 days, but this is the most cost-effective method. "Yes." Ding Chen narrowed his eyes and shouted in his heart. A familiar white light flashed, and Ding Chen felt that the medicine package in his hand, though unchanged in appearance, seemed heavier. Ginseng bone strengthening powder, made from a century-old ginseng, trimmed and boiled to extract a drop of essence. It can nourish the marrow, replenish essence, and strengthen bones and tendons.
Seeing the text in front of him, Ding Chen's lips curled into a smile, and he carefully placed it aside. Now everything was ready, only the bone strengthening technique was needed. Regarding the bone strengthening technique, Ding Chen had some ideas. The most life-saving method was naturally to obtain a complete bone strengthening technique and then enhance it. Ding Chen first thought of the martial arts hall, but to obtain the bone strengthening technique from there, he would have to expose his level of skin grinding, which Ding Chen was prepared for. The second option was to obtain it from the patrol bureau. Ding Chen learned from his senior brothers that serving in the patrol bureau allowed one to exchange for many things with merits, and there might be the bone strengthening technique among them, but this method was time-consuming and laborious, and Ding Chen didn't hold much hope. The last option was to directly enhance it, but this method consumed the most life, and Ding Chen would not use it unless absolutely necessary. I'll go to the patrol bureau tomorrow first. After much thought, Ding Chen had made up his mind and then turned off the lights to sleep. Early the next morning, Ding Chen headed towards the patrol bureau outpost outside the city. Having successfully ground his skin, it was natural to join the patrol bureau for an identity, which would not only allow him to be exposed to malevolent energy but also hide some of his secrets well. After observing for some time, Ding Chen found that the status of officials in Qingfeng County was quite high. Soon, Ding Chen arrived at the gate of the patrol bureau outpost in the outer city. Two burly men were still standing at the door, making Ding Chen secretly marvel at their size. These two men could only be maintained by the patrol bureau. In an ordinary household in the outer city, they would be starved to thinness in 3 days. After a slight hesitation, Ding Chen walked straight towards the gate of the patrol bureau. From the moment Ding Chen stood not far away and stared at them, the two men at the door noticed him. Seeing Ding Chen approach directly, one of them immediately glared and shouted, "What are you doing here?" "Ah, brother, I'm here to apply for a position," Ding Chen quickly replied. "Apply? Are you a martial artist?" The man was startled by Ding Chen's words and then softened his attitude. "Young master, even though you are a martial artist, you still need to go through the process. This is the patrol bureau's office, the application is next door." The burly man forced an awkward smile and pointed to the adjacent bungalow. "Oh," Ding Chen followed the direction pointed by the man, then cupped his hands in thanks. This almost made the fat man fall to his knees, repeatedly saying, "This is too much, this is too much." In this world, the hierarchy and rules were strict. Ordinary people could not afford to offend the officials in public. Once Ding Chen became a martial artist, he could at least gain a respectable status in the outer city, which was not something ordinary people could afford to provoke. Ding Chen had only been in this world for a month, and his thoughts were still in the modern, humble and reasonable atmosphere. A little politeness on his part made the burly man think that Ding Chen was mocking him. Realizing the burly man's reaction, Ding Chen finally understood that the world he was in was no longer Earth. He sighed inwardly and didn't say much more, turning to walk in the direction pointed by the man. After Ding Chen left, the burly man wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to his companion, "I almost died of fright. How is it that this young man is already a martial artist? How would I know? I keep telling you to be careful, don't get caught and drag me down." The other man immediately scolded. "How could I? I didn't know." The burly man scratched his head and muttered, "Strange, such a young martial artist is uncommon in the outer city, probably only found in the inner city." On the other side, as soon as Ding Chen entered the adjacent house, he found it very quiet. Unlike the Bai Clan martial arts hall where he had registered, there were almost no people in the courtyard of this house. "Is anyone here?" Ding Chen frowned and called out. As soon as he finished, a voice came from inside the room. "Who is it?" "Wait a moment." Shortly after, a man in a green martial outfit walked out. Upon seeing Ding Chen standing in the courtyard, he was taken aback, and so was Ding Chen. The two stood at opposite ends of the courtyard, staring at each other. "Li Baozhang, Ding Hai?" they both exclaimed simultaneously. "You damn rascal, you almost got me killed." Li Baozhang immediately burst into a tirade upon seeing Ding Chen, storming towards him. "Do you know I almost died in Xiatankan?" Li Baozhang reached out to grab Ding Chen's collar, but his hand was caught midair by Ding Chen's right hand, unable to move. Li Baozhang's angry expression suddenly froze, and he immediately tried to shake off Ding Chen's grip, but the next moment he exclaimed, "You've broken through the skin barrier?" Ding Chen firmly held Li Baozhang's arm, not even shifting his feet, and said with a smile, "I was just a step away at the time, and after settling down here, I broke through." "Well, no wonder you could take my strike that day," Li Baozhang muttered, his pupils narrowing. He didn't quite believe Ding Chen's words, as the latter didn't seem like a martial artist at all, except for his somewhat commendable swordsmanship. "What are you doing here?" Li Baozhang rubbed his aching wrist, realizing the young man had great strength, and asked. "I heard that breaking through the skin barrier allows one to join the patrol division, so I came to seek a position," Ding Chen replied.
Heh, do you know why the patrol division is short-handed? Are you sure you want to join? Li Baozhang seemed to find the idea amusing. Oh, I'd like to hear more, Ding Chen said. Our patrol division is actually a secondary institution of the county government, responsible for maintaining public order and dealing with disasters across the entire county. Public order is one thing, but do you know how high the mortality rate is for disasters? Li Baozhang grinned at Ding Chen. I have no idea, Ding Chen shook his head. Let me put it this way, my colleagues around here have changed 3 batches in 3 years. This time, I was lucky to escape from Shaonan village, otherwise, I would have died there too. Thinking of this, Li Baozhang felt a surge of anger. What happened to you in Shaonan village? Ding Chen asked, pretending to be puzzled. You son of a bitch, did you know there were evil practitioners refining malevolent energy there and deliberately didn't tell me? Damn it, the entire Shaonan village had turned into a malevolent domain. If I hadn't escaped wearing your Taoist robe, I would have died there. Li Baozhang shouted. In Li Baozhang's view, Ding Chen definitely knew about the situation in Shaonan village, not just passing by and killing an injured evil Taoist. What malevolent domain? I have no idea what you're talking about, Ding Chen shook his head, insisting he knew nothing. Let me put it this way, there will be many incidents like Shaonan village in the future for the patrol bureau. You'd better think it over. Li Baozhang seemed to have lost patience and said directly. Ah, that's really terrible. I choose to join. Ding Chen almost blurted out too good, but changed his words halfway. Li Baozhang was stunned upon hearing Ding Chen's words, then grinned, I've said my piece. If you join, I can get a recommendation fee. You're a good kid, you're my lucky star. After saying that, Li Baozhang turned and walked into the house, coming out with a notebook in hand. Come, sign here, make your mark, then take the badge to the nearby outpost to collect your uniform and saber. Li Baozhang handed the notebook and pen to Ding Chen, saying. Ding Chen didn't hesitate, signed his name, and returned the booklet to Li Baozhang, asking, by the way, what is a malevolent domain? Li Baozhang was flipping through the roster and glanced at Ding Chen, then said, other calamities refining malevolent energy are different from the Yinyang Palace here, they emphasize speed. Take this blood flesh temple, for example. They will fully activate the statue, bury it in the center of the malevolent domain, extract malevolent energy daily, and finally sacrifice the entire village to obtain a complete statue. Ding Chen was stunned upon hearing this and asked, are there complete and incomplete statues? Of course. And never destroy a complete statue, it will form a malevolent domain in a certain area, and then even gods will be helpless, Li Baozhang suddenly warned seriously. Alright, thanks. Ding Chen took the badge and thanked Li Baozhang, then left the courtyard and headed towards the nearby patrol bureau outpost. This kid has such high martial talent. What if he decides to follow the path of worshipping gods in the future? Li Baozhang muttered to himself, watching Ding Chen's back. Meanwhile, when Ding Chen came out of the patrol bureau outpost, he already had a set of cloud robes and a standard saber in his hands, indicating he had obtained the official identity of a patrol bureau officer. The onboarding was quite smooth, but the problem of the bone forging technique remains unsolved. The patrol bureau does have it, but it's not something a new recruit like me can get. I originally planned to leave the martial arts school if I could get the bone forging technique here, but now it seems I still have to rely on the school. Ding Chen looked at the clothes in his hand, recalling the experience in the courtyard, and couldn't help but shake his head. I can only try the first approach. Ding Chen muttered and walked towards his small residence, planning to put the clothes away before heading to the martial arts school. Just as Ding Chen returned to his residence and put away his things, he suddenly heard a knock from the backyard. Ding Chen's eyebrows furrowed upon hearing the sound, but he didn't hesitate and walked to the front yard to open the gate. A young-looking man stood outside the door. Ding Chen didn't recognize him, but seeing his fair skin, he didn't seem like a bad person, so he asked, "Who are you?" "Brother, I am Du Shuiqi, the new neighbor, and I will be bothering you a lot in the future." The young man introduced himself as Du Shuiqi, bowing slightly with a warm smile. Ding Chen was taken aback and then pointed to the courtyard next to Miao Buzhan's, asking, "This courtyard?" "Indeed," Du Shuiqi replied with a smile. "Ah, welcome, welcome. My name is Ding Hai. Please take care of me in the future." Ding Chen quickly bowed in return. Well, bang! Ding Chen slammed the door shut, leaving Du Shuiqi outside with his words unfinished. "What is this?" In such times, anyone who still has the mind to make acquaintances must be out of their mind. Ding Chen sneered inwardly before heading into his own house. Outside, Du Shuiqi looked at the suddenly closed gate without any change in expression, as if he wasn't the least bit angry about Ding Chen's action. He still wore a smile and then shook his head before turning to walk towards the next courtyard. Ding Chen hadn't expected a new neighbor to move in so quickly next door, likely another outsider like himself. Hopefully, this time it won't be someone unlucky, Ding Chen thought as he returned to his room,
waiting for a while before leaving the courtyard and heading towards the martial arts school. Upon arriving at the school, Ding Chen found the senior disciples gathered around Shuebao again, seemingly discussing something. Brother Ding, Brother Shui has made progress in his skin hardening training. Someone noticed Ding Chen and called out to him. Oh, congratulations, Brother Shui. Ding Chen congratulated Shuebao. Hee, keep it low-key, Shuebao chuckled, clearly enjoying the attention. By the way, is Master Bai inside? Ding Chen pointed towards the back. Probably. Why? Someone asked, puzzled. Nothing, I just want to talk to Master Bai about something. Ding Chen didn't elaborate, walking alone along the corridor to the back courtyard, where he found Bai Wangyun sitting and sipping tea. Master Bai, Ding Chen approached Bai Wangyun and bowed. Feeling bored with martial arts training? Bai Wangyun glanced at Ding Chen, then set down his teapot and said with a smile, young man, in this world, surviving is already difficult, and being able to practice martial arts is even harder. You should cherish your current life instead of following others in their daily frivolity. Bai Wangyun continued slowly. Master Bai, I have broken through the skin barrier and accepted a position at the patrol bureau, so I may not be able to come here often in the future, Ding Chen said. What? Bai Wangyun was stunned by Ding Chen's words, his hand shaking so much that hot tea spilled onto the table, steaming with white mist. Bai Wangyun stared at Ding Chen for a moment, then suddenly stood up, his hand instinctively grabbing Ding Chen's wrist. Ding Chen felt a blur and found his arm in Bai Wangyun's grasp. He was inwardly shocked, realizing that Bai Wangyun, despite his age, still had such speed as a blood-refining martial artist. Next, Ding Chen felt Bai Wangyun's grip tighten, so he instinctively tensed his muscles. Blood surges like a drum, skin as hard as leather. Indeed, the skin-hardening realm. Bai Wangyun blinked a few times, then tugged at his beard, seemingly doubting himself. That's odd, I checked the bones, there's no reason. Bai Wangyun muttered. Master Bai, I have a high pain tolerance and have been practicing with a blade since childhood, so I have some foundation. Ding Chen quickly recited the prepared statement. Tolerance for pain? Bai Wangyun was taken aback. The medicinal bath for refining the skin, I didn't feel much pain at all, Ding Chen said with a smile. I really misjudged you. What was your name again? Ding. Ding Hai. Ding Hai, right? From now on, you will be my 7th true disciple, Bai Wangyun declared with a wave of his hand. Master Bai? But I've joined the patrol division and can't come often. Ding Chen was surprised and quickly added. What does that matter? My other disciples are all in the inner city? One less won't make a difference. Besides, with your skin refining level, you'll at most serve in the outer city. Bai Wangyun said nonchalantly, crossing his arms. I'll tell Xiao Chui, your 6th senior brother, later. From now on, you don't need to pay the monthly fee, and you can come directly to me every week during your regular days off. I'll personally guide you. Bai Wangyun said slowly. Ah, Ding Chen was dumbfounded. What, do you look down on me? Bai Wangyun narrowed his eyes. Master, please accept my obeisance. Ding Chen quickly knelt down and kowtowed to Bai Wangyun. This time, Bai Wangyun did not stop Ding Chen but instead smiled with narrowed eyes. Little 7, everyone has secrets. Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one can do anything to you. Bai Wangyun said, then tapped his finger on the table. Ding Chen followed Bai Wangyun's finger and saw the steaming teacup, immediately understanding, and quickly picked up the teacup, kneeling halfway and holding it above his head. Bai Wangyun then took the teacup, took a light sip, and signaled for Ding Chen to stand up and speak. Since you have acknowledged me as your master, a gift is necessary. I observe that you have abundant qi and blood, and your eyes are bright, indicating you are not someone who indulges in desires, otherwise, you would not have been able to break through the skin barrier by indulging in yin yang sha. After refining the skin comes forging the bones. I also have a forging bones method here, follow me. Bai Wangyun said, leading Ding Chen to the back courtyard. Wait here for a moment. Bai Wangyun asked Ding Chen to wait in the hall while he went into the side room. When Bai Wangyun came out, he held a book and a small bottle in each hand. Take these, this book is the Bai family's forging bones method, and this bottle contains qi and blood pills, Bai Wangyun said, handing the 2 items to Ding Chen. Ding Chen took the items and looked closely, finding that the cover of the book clearly read Bai style forging bones method. He thought to himself, could this forging bones method be related to the Bai family's boxing techniques? Indeed, Bai Wangyun continued, this forging bones method, along with the skin refining method, is a set. You will memorize it here today and must not take it out or transcribe it for others. Your disciple understands. Bai Wangyun nodded at this and then said, before taking the qi and blood pills, you must not be exposed to yin yang sha within half a month, otherwise, it will harm your qi and blood, damaging your foundation, and you will never break through the bone barrier. Your disciple understands. Ding Chen quickly replied.
Well, since you have practiced until now, do you have any questions? Bai Wangyun suddenly asked. Ding Chen stood silently, thinking.
If there were doubts, there certainly were, and many, but the most curious one was naturally about worshipping gods.
Master, I don't think worshipping gods is strong. Why do they oppress the great Liang so much? After a long while, Ding Chen asked. Quite the bold statement. It seems you've encountered worshipping gods?
Bai Wangyun chuckled and then shook his head, saying, the fear of worshipping gods is not their strength, but their numbers and speed of cultivation. More importantly, martial artists can worship gods at any time. Once they obtain a high-level divine statue, they can break through barriers that were previously unbreakable, thereby greatly increasing their lifespan.
Do you understand how tempting this is for martial artists on the brink of death?
In those days, Jin Wuwan, the martial god of Zhengzhou, reigned supreme, being the foremost among the Lu immortals. He drove the barbarian tribes north of Minshan back by 100,000 li, laying the foundation for the great Liang. Unfortunately, just 3 years after the calamity struck, 10 Lu immortals were born within the borders of Great Liang, all through the influence of divine statues.
Do you know what that means?
These Lu immortals were old men who had given up on ever achieving immortality and were just waiting to die.
Now, due to the calamity, they have stepped into the realm of the Lu immortals overnight, rejuvenating their bodies.
More importantly, after worshipping the gods, their personalities changed drastically. Eventually, Jin Wuwan was surrounded and killed by these Lu immortals on Fengming Mountain. It's a pity that this martial god of Great Liang ended up in such a fate. Bai Wangyun said this with a melancholy expression, as if reminiscing about something.
Master, what realm is the Lu immortal? Ding Chen asked cautiously, noticing Bai Wangyun's troubled expression.
As expected, Bai Wangyun frowned immediately upon hearing the question. That is naturally the posture of an immortal. You've just broken through the skin barrier. It's too early for you to be concerned with such matters.
Since you've broken through the skin barrier, you don't need to attend morning classes anymore. Remember the bone forging method and get back to your training immediately.
Bai Wangyun glared at Ding Chen and then walked away, clearly heading to the front courtyard to discuss matters with Cui Wancheng.
Ding Chen watched Bai Wangyun's retreating figure and couldn't help but purse his lips. Just a Lu immortal. Given enough lifespan, I could even create a celestial cultivation technique.
Ding Chen muttered to himself and then sat down at the stone table in the courtyard, flipping open a book to start memorizing its contents. Although he was told to memorize it, Ding Chen only needed to remember the gist of it. He could copy it down on white paper later without needing to be too precise, as it would all be the same in the face of enhancement.
Within just half an hour, Ding Chen had memorized the small booklet.
He immediately prepared to return and write down the contents while the memory was still fresh. As Ding Chen walked through the corridor to the front courtyard, he suddenly noticed everyone's eyes turning towards him, staring intently. Surprise, jealousy, shock, anger. Ding Chen saw all these emotions in their eyes, making him wonder what they had just experienced. At that moment, Cui Wancheng called out to Ding Chen.
Seventh brother.
Hearing this unfamiliar address, Ding Chen raised an eyebrow. Cui Wancheng had even changed his title.
Cui brother. Ding Chen quickly bowed. Call me sixth brother from now on. Cui Wancheng said with a smile, walking towards Ding Chen. Master has told me everything. You don't need to come during the day anymore.
Just be careful at the patrol division, it's not an easy place.
Ding Chen quickly replied, thank you for the reminder, sixth brother.
After saying that, Cui Wancheng patted Ding Chen on the shoulder and then returned to the courtyard to supervise the others' training. Ding Chen looked at the people in the courtyard, noticing they were all staring at him, with many of them moving their lips as if wanting to say something. But no one spoke, so Ding Chen didn't linger and stepped out of the courtyard, leaving the martial arts school. Returning early today, Ding Chen treated himself to a bowl of hot noodle soup on the way. This soup, made with fine noodles and dough pieces, suited Ding Chen's taste quite well, and the cheap price made it popular, with many people sitting around the stall eating.
Hey, isn't the Black Dragon gang acting crazy lately?
It hasn't been long since they last collected protection fees.
A patron shook his head while eating.
Yeah, if this continues, how will we do business in the future? Another person also complained.
Black Dragon gang?
Hearing this term, Ding Chen's mind immediately recalled the figure of Ma San. According to Xue Bao, the father of this Ma San is the deputy leader of the Black Dragon gang, but this is the first time I've heard of the Black Dragon gang from the residents of the outer city. Let me tell you, the Black Dragon gang has been recruiting heavily and increasing protection fees recently, all for the sake of paying salaries.
A diner suddenly said. Still recruiting? Could it be that they are preparing for another gang war? Someone asked.
I don't know about that, but the Black Dragon gang dominates the outer city, and I haven't heard of any other gang rising recently. Others shook their heads.
Alas, if this continues, I wonder if we'll still be able to gather enough money for the yin yang curse. In this world, dying in a spring dream would be quite good. Ding Chen listened to the discussions but did not interject, silently finishing his gruel and leaving a few copper coins on the table before leaving the stall. When Ding Chen returned home, he first checked some small traps he had set before leaving and found they had not been triggered, then went directly to the inner room to prepare to transcribe the Bai's bone forging method he had just read. In just the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Ding Chen outlined the steps and methods of the Bai's bone forging method on a piece of white paper, choosing to gloss over the finer details. Next, Ding Chen wrote efficient bone forging and compatibility on the back of the paper, placing it in front of him and looking at it with some anticipation. Current enhancement available requires 2 years and 27 days of life. Is it enhanced? Seeing the text in front of him, Ding Chen hesitated slightly in his heart before choosing yes. White ape bone forging, derived from the Bai's bone forging method of the Bai martial arts hall, using the white ape as a guide, observing its walking, sitting, and leaping, a bone forging method is obtained. Well, it's indeed related to the white ape again. Won't I end up looking like a gorilla by the end of this? Ding Chen looked at the booklet in his hand, then flipped to the first page, only to find that this time there was no visualization diagram, but there was a very detailed description of the bone forging sequence. The human body has 206 bones, and the white ape bone forging method emphasizes starting from the bottom and gradually working upwards. The booklet also states that since the skull is the most important, with 29 bones protecting the brain, one can only attempt to forge the skull with qi and blood after fully familiarizing oneself with the bone forging process. This is much more detailed than the description in the Bai's bone forging method. Ding Chen rubbed his chin and looked for a while, immediately having a general idea, then prepared to try the feeling of bone forging. He first went to the already boiling stove, opened the medicinal package he had strengthened last night, and poured the powder into the teapot on the stove. The gray green medicinal powder dissolved instantly in the water, turning the clear well water into a dark brown and emitting a pungent medicinal smell. This stuff. Ding Chen looked at the medicinal water in front of him, feeling a bit uncomfortable, but if he couldn't overcome this level of difficulty, how could he become stronger? Thinking of this, Ding Chen picked up the teapot with a thick cloth wrapped around the handle and poured the medicinal water into a prepared bowl. Then, Ding Chen fanned the fire with a fan for a few minutes, feeling the temperature was about right, and picked up the bowl, drinking the medicinal water in one gulp. Feeling the scalding medicinal juice flow down his throat into his stomach, Ding Chen quickly put down the bowl, took a few steps back, and assumed the starting stance of the white ape snake fist. Within just a few breaths, Ding Chen felt a strange heat surge in his stomach. Here it comes. Ding Chen's eyes narrowed, he twisted his hips and threw a punch, letting out a light shout, and his muscles began to ripple in a rhythmic pattern. Under the powerful external force of skin compression, the surging blood in Ding Chen's meridians was wrapped up by the Yuan Mang force and continuously pressed towards the bone of his right leg. At the same time, the warm current from his stomach followed the blood and was also pressed towards that bone. In the next moment, a strong pain instantly rushed to Ding Chen's brain, as if he could feel his bones being pricked by needles, causing his body to tremble and his strength to wane. Damn, that hurts too much, Ding Chen cursed, his forehead already beaded with sweat after just one move. It must be said that this was Ding Chen's first time experiencing the sensation of blood refining bones, which was different from the pain of the skin grinding realm. In the skin grinding realm, the whole body felt like it was being bitten by ants, with a painful itch, while bone forging was a real bone pain, like gout. No, if this continues, the medicinal effect will soon wear off. Ding Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and then once again assumed a boxing stance. This time, Ding Chen mobilized the Changqing internal energy within him, hoping it could provide pain relief as it did during skin grinding. As Ding Chen controlled it, the Changqing internal energy, along with the warm current from his stomach, followed the blood and rushed towards his leg bone, starting the impact again. This time, Ding Chen clearly felt the pain significantly reduced, less than a tenth of what it was before, completely within the tolerable range. He was overjoyed and quickly focused his mind, starting the second blood impact. In this way, after a total of 36 refining sessions, Ding Chen found that the warm current in his stomach had disappeared, clearly indicating that the medicinal effect had worn off. However, Ding Chen did not stop immediately but continued to try to impact the leg bone purely with blood, but the effect was greatly reduced, like night and day compared to before. This enhanced medicinal soup is really strong. I wonder how the enhanced effect of that blood pill will be. It should be even stronger. Ding Chen stood up after finishing his practice, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and thought to himself. Once the bones in his legs were fully forged, Ding Chen could learn a light skill, and once the bones in his arms were fully forged, the power of his white ape and python fist would double. But when Ding Chen calculated his lifespan consumption, he suddenly felt uncertain.
The 70-plus years of life seem like a lot, but after supporting the bone-forging realm, there might not be much left, let alone the even higher martial arts realms that would surely require astronomical amounts of lifespan. No, I can't slack off, I can't be complacent with temporary gains, Dingchen sighed in his heart. But since he had already drunk the medicinal soup once tonight, drinking another bowl would only harm his body, so he went to the well in the courtyard, drew a bucket of cold water, quickly wiped his body, and went to sleep. The next morning, as soon as the sky brightened, Dingchen put on the uniform he had received from the patrol department the day before and prepared to report to the patrol department's outpost. It must be said that the sister who measured Dingchen's size yesterday really had some skills. This set of cloud-flying clothes fit perfectly on him, and even gave off a cool feeling, which was quite pleasant for Dingchen, who was used to wearing ragged clothes. Today is my first day at work, I wonder if I can get a good job. Dingchen checked his sword again and then looked around the room, finding nothing left behind, before finally leaving the house. Walking on the road, Dingchen suddenly understood the importance of identity. Originally, he was like a transparent person walking on the road, but now, people on the street kept greeting him. Sir, good day. Sir, good morning. Dingchen ignored them and walked straight ahead with his eyes fixed forward, but the more he did so, the more praise poured in like a spring. Sir, you look so majestic. This young sir is so unfamiliar, I've never seen him before. If my daughter could be a concubine to this sir, it would be a blessing for 3 lifetimes. Dead bitch, look at you drooling, you're probably the one who wants to warm the bed for the officer, aren't you? Dingchen had been listening all the way, and by the end, he felt like his ears were getting numb, but fortunately, he had now arrived near the outpost of the patrol bureau. The streets were much less crowded, and he finally felt a bit more peaceful. At the moment, there were already a few officers in flying cloud uniforms standing at the entrance waiting for the signal, and Dingchen's arrival caught their attention. Ha, a new recruit, and quite young too. Someone exclaimed, looking at Dingchen's flying cloud uniform. Looks like the big news the chief told us about yesterday was this. Interesting, it's not easy to become a martial artist these days, wonder what his background is. Dingchen walked over, and the officers immediately greeted him. Little brother, new here, right? We're all one family from now on, don't be nervous. Someone laughed, looking at Dingchen. Yes, brothers, I just reported in yesterday. Dingchen replied with a smile. No problem, no problem. After our shift, I'll take you to the brothel to listen to some songs and broaden your horizons. Another person said with a smile. Just as everyone was chatting and laughing, the gate of the outpost slowly opened inward, and the sound of a clapper echoed from the courtyard. Roll call. Hurry in. With a loud shout, everyone rushed into the courtyard like a swarm. Dingchen, at the back, followed everyone into the courtyard, hung his badge on the vertical sign at the front, and then followed the crowd through the courtyard into the back room. In the room, a man in a flying cloud and white day uniform was standing with his hands behind his back, and next to him was a young woman in a green gauze dress. The excited crowd, upon entering, saw the woman next to the man and immediately tensed up, their smiles instantly disappearing. Lu Bouton, seeing his stunned subordinates, coughed into his hand and then roared, "What are you standing there for? Get over here and line up." At Lu Bouton's shout, everyone came to their senses and quickly lined up in the open space in front of the room, all with their heads down, not daring to look up. Dingchen, following in, sensed something was off, and when he saw the woman standing next to Lu Bouton, he was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his back. This woman was none other than the demoness from the Yin-Yang Palace, the one who had killed in broad daylight. Dingchen quickly lowered his head like his colleagues, thinking to himself, what's going on? Isn't this demoness in the headquarters of the Inner City Patrol Bureau? Why is she here in the outer city? At this moment, Lu Bouton, seeing everyone had arrived, said to Bai He, "Sir, everyone is here." Bai He looked at the assembled patrol officers with wide eyes and then giggled. Why are they all afraid to look at me? Am I that scary? Sir, it's because they understand the rules and show humility. Lu Bouton was startled and quickly explained. Alright, Captain Lu, the young lady sent me here to investigate some matters. I need to borrow one of your men, is that a problem? Bai He twirled her hair with her fingers and said, no problem. Sir, my subordinates are all very excellent, but recently, well, you know the commotion about the Green Silk Temple, we still need to cooperate with the Inner City Patrol Bureau in the investigation, so manpower might be. Lu Bouton said cautiously. In the end, you're still afraid of me. Bai He turned to look at Lu Bouton, smiling with her lips. No. Sir, please feel free to choose. Lu Bouton gestured with one hand, thinking to himself, I've done my best to help you, the rest is up to you. Bai He nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this, then walked towards the crowd in the open space with her hands behind her back. She first circled around the group, as if observing something, then suddenly asked Lu Bouton, Lu,
I heard your team has a new member. Who is it? Ah, Lu Budong was taken aback, his heart filled with astonishment. He had only learned about the new member last night, but this woman already knew. It seemed their every move was under her surveillance. His palms began to sweat as he thought about the sinister Inyang Palace and what the people in the inner city were up to. Despite his discontent, Lu Budong still smiled and said, "You are indeed well informed, master." Ding Hai. When Ding Chen heard his name called, he was reluctant. Why was he, once again, targeted by this demoness from the Inyang Palace? He didn't think his killing of Miao Buzhen had been exposed, but he couldn't figure out what had attracted her attention. He had no choice but to respond. In an instant, all eyes in the courtyard focused on Ding Chen. A whiff of fragrance passed by, and he felt a petite figure beside him. He quickly composed himself, not daring to show any discontent. The scene of this demoness blasting a patrol officer with a single palm was still fresh in his mind. He didn't want to be the next. He looked at the handsome young man in front of her with some surprise. "You are Ding Hai?" she asked with a smile. "Yes, it's me," Ding Chen quickly replied. "Alright, you're coming with me. Take me to your home," he said. Ah, Ding Chen was stunned, thinking of the various rumors about the Inyang Palace, and felt a chill. His colleagues looked at him with strange expressions, thinking that while Ding Chen was good-looking, what hadn't the people of the Inyang Palace seen? "Ding Hai, move it!" Lu Budong shouted when he saw Ding Chen standing there in a daze. "Oh, yes, please follow me," Ding Chen quickly responded and led the way out of the courtyard, head down. At that moment, Ding Chen felt the taste of his fate being controlled by another, and this person was a girl who looked no older than 18. It was unbearable. He skipped along behind Ding Chen and left a message, "Carry on, Lu." After the two left the compound, the crowd immediately surrounded Lu Budong. "Boss, what's going on? Damn, that kid's lucky." "Lucky? He'll be a mummy by tomorrow," they chattered, making Lu Budong even more irritable. "Get back to work, all of you," he roared. "Ha, the boss wishes it was him," they laughed and scattered. Lu Budong sighed, watching his subordinates' antics. Only he understood the inhumility of living under the pressure of a behemoth like the Inyang Palace. On the other side, as Ding Chen stepped out of the compound, he heard He say, "Wait." He turned back to see her pointing to a nearby alley. "Master, what is it?" he asked, puzzled. "Go change clothes," she said with a smile. "Ah, I didn't bring any," Ding Chen replied, confused. "I said me," she clarified. A moment later, Ding Chen looked at He, now standing before him, with astonishment. At this moment, He looked completely different. The clean and neat green gauze she usually wore had been replaced with coarse cloth and linen, and her long hair that reached her waist had been tied into a double bun. A thin layer of yellow wax was applied to her fair face, making her look like a genuine poor servant girl. "What is this, sir?" Ding Chen was taken aback and couldn't help but ask. "Changing identities, you know, can you tell?" He twirled around, seemingly very satisfied with her new look. "If the sir wants to disguise as a servant girl, there's still one thing missing," Ding Chen pondered and then said. "What?" He couldn't help but ask curiously. "The sir still has the scent of perfume, which is not something a servant girl can use," Ding Chen explained. "Now that you mention it, I forgot." No wonder the young lady said to observe and learn more when going out. He clapped her hands, not angry at Ding Chen's words but rather excited. Then, with a slight shake of her body, a strong fragrance rose, but it was immediately dispersed by the passing breeze. "Now it's perfect." He lifted her sleeve to her nose and took a deep sniff, smiling brightly. Ding Chen watched this scene, not knowing what scheme this demoness had in mind. But there was no denying that her actions were undoubtedly under the instruction of the envoy from the Inyang Palace, which puzzled Ding Chen. He didn't think he had anything special about him, so why was he targeted? Wait, if there was something special, Ding Chen suddenly thought of Miao Buzhen. Now, he seemed to understand. So it's still about Miao Buzhen, Ding Chen sighed inwardly, wondering why these people were more excited now that Miao Buzhen was dead. He followed Ding Chen all the way to his small courtyard. As soon as they entered, he suddenly turned and pressed her hand on Ding Chen's shoulder, signaling him not to move. "No moving without my permission," he said with a smile and then walked towards the inner room. Ding Chen stood there, his eyes vacant, seemingly unresponsive to Baihe's words. Just as Baihe's hand touched Ding Chen's shoulder, he felt an overwhelming pressure, as if with a single thought from her, he would explode like the officer at the city gate that day. This demoness from the Inyang Palace was indeed unpredictable, switching from a neighborly girl on the street to a life-threatening specter in an instant. Ding Chen's back was now covered in cold sweat. This was the closest he had ever been to death, making him lose focus. He had been practicing martial arts with rapid progress, yet why was he still unable to control his own fate? At this moment, Ding Chen suddenly felt as if he had returned to Xiaotankan. His eyes were fixed on Bai He's back, and his right fist clenched slightly behind him. Meanwhile, Bai He reached the wooden door of the inner room. With a wave of her hand, the door latch behind it automatically popped up, and the door slowly opened inward, as if pushed by an invisible hand. Seeing this, Ding Chen frowned, realizing why he couldn't move earlier. Bai He's strength must be comparable to that of a martial artist at the Lianzan level. Only at the Lianzan level, where one's internal energy generates Yuan Gang, can one have the ability to kill from a distance. Bai He's movements were far from those of an 18-year-old girl, making Ding Chen sigh. Worshipping gods indeed allowed for such rapid cultivation, far surpassing ordinary martial artists. Seeing the door open, Bai He stepped into the room. Ding Chen realized that the people from the Yinyan Palace didn't trust him. Bai He's visit likely also included the intention to search his room. Fortunately, the statue and letters were all destroyed by me, otherwise, it would be hard to hide them. Ding Chen was secretly relieved at the moment, but at the same time, he felt a bit puzzled. The people from Qingxi Temple are already dead. Why are they still not letting go of this matter? Could it be that the people from Baiyun Temple haven't made a move yet? As Ding Chen pondered, Bai He also walked out from the inner room again. I didn't expect you to be quite simple, Bai He suddenly said with a smile. You flatter me, my lord, Ding Chen replied hastily, not daring to be careless in front of Bai He. Alright, I'll stay here for a few days, you can manage in the kitchen at night, Bai He suddenly said. Ah, Ding Chen was taken aback. Is there a problem? Bai He looked at Ding Chen, her smile fading. Of course not, it's an honor for me to have my lord stay in my humble abode, Ding Chen quickly said. In these few days, you must go about your daily routine as usual, without the slightest abnormality, Bai He suddenly added. This statement made Ding Chen instantly understand what Bai He was up to. It was a game of waiting for the rabbit to come to the tree. The people from the Yinyan Palace could suspect Ding Chen living next door, so could others. The people from Qingxi Temple were found dead in the courtyard, and the most anxious right now would probably be the Baiyun Temple mentioned in the letter. But only Ding Chen knew about the matter of Baiyun Temple, the people from the Yinyan Palace didn't. In this way, Bai He waiting here might really catch a few big fish coming to investigate. Thinking of this, Ding Chen quickly agreed, but in his heart, he prayed for the people from Baiyun Temple or Qingxi Temple to come to his place soon, to send away this great deity, otherwise, how could he sleep peacefully living with this unpredictable demon girl? If it weren't for seeing Bai He's move earlier, Ding Chen even had the thought of taking the risk to kill this demon girl, but now he didn't dare to act rashly, could only take it one step at a time. At night, Ding Chen leaned in the corner of the kitchen, feeling extremely uncomfortable. A demon girl comparable to the Lianzong realm was in the room next to him. He really didn't have the courage to sleep. Strength, it's still about strength, I must hurry up, Ding Chen sighed in his heart after a while, then took out the Qi blood dan given by Wang Yun from his, and lit the oil lamp, writing the word breakbone pass on the bottle with a wolf hair brush. The oil lamp and wolf hair brush were all brought to the kitchen by Ding Chen in advance, and Ding Chen deliberately placed several tilted bottles at the kitchen door. With thin threads hanging on the bottles, the threads were tied to the door. In this way, once someone came, they would definitely knock over these bottles, and Ding Chen could discover it in advance. Current enhancement available requires 29 years and 257 days of life. Is it enhanced? Ding Chen looked at the exaggerated lifespan floating in front of him, and hesitated. He had originally thought of relying on enhancement to directly cross the bone pass and enter the Lianzong realm, but it seemed that although the idea was feasible, the lifespan was indeed too much, and it would be very passive if he wanted to enhance it again later. In short, this was a one-time expenditure, the cost-performance ratio was too low. The Lianzong realm, in the eyes of ordinary people, was already a master, but Ding Chen thought of the yellow-haired girl next door having this strength, and he was not satisfied, so he erased the word breakbone pass and wrote the words breaksang pass no side effects in small letters. Current enhancement available requires 112 years and 131 days of life. Is it enhanced? It turned out that the lifespan was not enough to deduct. What's the point of enhancing? Ding Chen rubbed his temples, sighing in his heart. Relying on the enhanced Qi blood powder and white ape bone refining, he could refine bones 36 times a day, and it would take 2 days to refine one bone, and the human body has 206 bones, which would require more than 400 days, and this did not take into account the longer time required for refining the skull in the later stages. And the order of forging cannot be changed, meaning one bone must be forged completely before moving on to the next. This is because the weight and quality of a forged bone are completely different. If forged haphazardly, it can lead to uncoordinated movements, severe muscle and bone damage, causing progress to stall or even regress. Ordinary people forging bones, if using mediocre techniques, can only forge bones 20 times a day. Without the aid of medicinal powders like Qi blood powder, it might take hundreds of forging sessions to perfect a single bone. Therefore, ordinary people usually get stuck at the bone stage for at least 3 to 5 years after breaking through the skin stage, unless they are exceptionally gifted. What is exceptional talent? Ordinary people need to forge a bone hundreds of times to complete it, but those with exceptional bone quality can perfect a bone in just 20, or even 10, sessions. Thus, their speed in breaking through the bone stage is 10 times that of ordinary people. This is also why Bai Wang Yun always checks bone quality when taking on disciples. Thinking of this, Ding Chen had a new idea. The long time ordinary people spend forging bones is not only due to talent but also due to the limitation of the number of sessions. A single bone cannot withstand too many forging sessions in one day, otherwise, it will damage the foundation, which is counterproductive. If the number of forging sessions for a bone could be increased to 100 or 1,000 times a day, or if bone quality could be improved, similar to enhancing talent, both methods could speed up the bone forging process. However, talent affects not only the speed of cultivation but also the ability to be invincible at the same level, making it undoubtedly more cost-effective. Warriors with insufficient talent often seek divine breakthroughs to overcome the lifelong barrier, suggesting that malevolent energy can break through talent boundaries. If I can imitate the divine breakthrough without relying on idols, maintaining the freedom of a warrior, wouldn't that be perfect? Thinking of this, Ding Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly fetched a piece of paper. He first wrote down some basic knowledge of martial arts and divine breakthroughs, including levels, and then wrote forging malevolent energy, harmonization, ultimate realm on the back, placing it in front of him. The next moment, a line of text appeared in Ding Chen's vision. Currently available for enhancement. Enhancement requires 70 years and 15 days of lifespan. Enhance? To be or not to be, that is the question. Ding Chen's mind suddenly recalled this phrase from his previous life on Earth. With a frown, Ding Chen thought of his helplessness during the day when facing Bai He. In that instant, his heart felt like a breeze brushing past a hill, or moonlight reflecting on a river, and he silently muttered yes in his heart. Going all in is an art. 9 heavens and 10 earths malevolent energy regulation technique, the celestial palace beyond, merely a passing demon god, the ultimate path of humanity, merely a balance of blood and energy. Taking the malevolent energy of the world, achieving my eternal success, this path is regulation, and it can also be killing. 9 heavens and 10 earths malevolent energy regulation technique? Ding Chen looked at the newly transformed book in front of him, his heart trembling. From the imposing name, he knew this technique was definitely extraordinary. Ding Chen then looked towards the kitchen door, finding nothing unusual, and began to read under the dim light of an oil lamp. This technique, which cost Ding Chen a full 70 years of his life to enhance, had a symbol on the first page that Ding Chen was very familiar with. Isn't this the breaking malevolent energy symbol? Ding Chen was puzzled, feeling inexplicably. But soon, Ding Chen noticed the anomaly in the symbol. Having copied the breaking malevolent energy symbol from the Yin Yang Palace many times, Ding Chen found this symbol seemed more symmetrical, more complete, with an inherent mysterious charm, perfectly natural. It really is marvelous. Ding Chen looked at the symbol, inwardly marveling, then flipped to the second page to read it carefully. After a while, Ding Chen put down the book, his eyes shining with amazement. Incredible, it can actually be cultivated this way. Ding Chen immediately assumed an odd sitting posture and began to circulate the Changqing Jinqi within his body. During the enhancement process, Ding Chen added the fit tag, which indicated a strong connection between the technique and himself. The technique specifically explained the role of internal breath, which Ding Chen understood as his own Changqing Jinqi. Now, as he circulated the Changqing Jinqi, he visualized the mysterious talisman in his mind and, as described in the book, began to his several acupoints. Renning, Yunmen, Zhangfu, Tai, Chongmen. It seemed that Ding Chen's body was already accustomed to the presence of Changqing Jinqi, and after just a few attempts, the Jinqi left traces in those acupoints. Each cycle of the Jinqi through his body strengthened the Jinqi in those acupoints. If an X-ray machine were to scan Ding Chen at this moment, it would reveal that connecting the recently opened acupoints would form the mysterious talisman at the beginning of the 9 heavens and 10 earths Du Sha Ju. The essence of this divine technique was to use the human body as a furnace, evil qi as the elixir, refining evil qi to generate essence, and nourishing the entire body. Ding Chen immersed himself in cultivation for an unknown duration before suddenly sensing something and slowly opening his eyes to gaze at the void in front of him. Invisible evil qi rose from the ground, transforming into mist and drifting towards Ding Chen. The daily yin-yang evil qi had arrived as expected. It's time to test the power of this divine technique, Ding Chen muttered, and his acupoints suddenly vibrated. The Changqing Jinqi within them connected into a line, and in an instant, the yin-yang evil qi around Ding Chen was sucked into his body like a whale swallowing water.
Once inside, the evil chi was immediately refined into a surging heat, rushing from Ding Chen's head down to his limbs and bones. At this moment, Ding Chen could feel his skin beginning to regenerate, and the outermost layer of his skin, stimulated by this energy, seemed to be undergoing a transformation. Ultimate realm? Ding Chen suddenly understood, murmuring to himself. The ultimate realm of a level, which he had thought was just a legend, was now within his grasp in this manner. Truly incredible. This was the most coveted and elusive dream for martial practitioners. It's not over yet. Ding Chen's thoughts shifted, and the surging heat within him ceased. Then, following the description in the manual, he reversed the trajectory of the Changqing Jinqi. Instantly, the evil qi that had rushed into his body stalled and then dissipated. At the same time, Ding Chen saw new prompts appear before his eyes. You refined a strand of yin-yang evil qi, lifespan plus 0. 1 days, you refined a strand of yin-yang evil qi, lifespan plus 0. 1 days. The familiar text appeared before Ding Chen's eyes, completely dispelling his doubts. So, this is the essence of this divine technique. This technique is for self-purification and can also be for killing. It purifies the self and kills the lifespan, with the choice of forward or reverse entirely at the will, hence the name 9 heavens and 10 earths. The daily yin-yang evil qi lasted only an hour. Next, Ding Chen chose not to increase his lifespan but switched back to the evil qi purification mode, vigorously absorbing the yin-yang evil qi in the air, pushing his skin towards the ultimate realm. An hour later, the yin-yang evil qi in the void gradually disappeared, and Ding Chen, sensing this, slowly relaxed his tightly furrowed brow. Although he had refined an hour's worth of yin-yang evil qi and nourished his skin, Ding Chen could feel that his skin had only made a small advance towards the ultimate realm. Clearly, the slow progress was related to the concentration of the yin-yang evil qi and the amount of Changqing Jinqi in his acupoints. After all, he had just begun practicing this technique, so he didn't expect significant results. This technique is perfectly suited to Ding Chen. Others, even if they were to obtain it, would not know how many years it would take to practice it from scratch to the initial stage. But regardless, since Ding Chen has taken this step, it means he is now standing on the opposite side of the world's calamities. If there is even the slightest exposure, he will face the siege of all the divine palaces and immortal temples. The path ahead is as treacherous as walking on thin ice, but it is also filled with light. Ding Chen looked at the book in his hand, then glanced at the door of the kitchen, and after thinking for a moment, he tore off a piece of lining from his inner garment, shaped it into a pouch, and wrote the words void storage on it. Immediately after, he placed the small pouch in front of him, and within 3 breaths, a line of text slowly appeared. Current enhancement available requires 615 years and 18 days of lifespan. Enhance? Damn it! Enhance your uncle. Ding Chen hadn't really expected success, but he hadn't expected it to require 600 years. His eyes twitched involuntarily. It seemed that anything related to the immortal realm required an absurd amount of lifespan. Ding Chen remembered trying to enhance an immortal technique a few months ago, which needed over 1,000 years. Forget it, maybe another time, Ding Chen said, rolling up the book and tying it to his inner thigh, while a cold smile appeared on his lips. Even if that demoness were to become even more perverted, she wouldn't force me to take off my pants, would she? The night passed without incident, and Ding Chen slept against the kitchen wall in the second half of the night, only waking up when the sky began to lighten the next day. Upon waking, Ding Chen first checked the thin thread tied at the door, finding no abnormalities, and then relaxed, slowly standing up. Although the thread was ordinary, Ding Chen had woven it into a spiderweb shape, covering almost half the door frame. Even if the demoness had tiptoed here last night, she would have been unable to enter without touching these threads. Adjusting the book at his thigh, Ding Chen recalled yesterday's experiences, and his lips couldn't help but curl up again. Although only 1 night had passed, he was already vastly different from yesterday. From today on, he, Ding Chen, would definitely trample all these demonic worshippers underfoot and achieve his eternal fame. Ding Chen's smile grew wider, but suddenly, he heard a slight noise from the next room, and his expression instantly returned to calm. Ding Chen approached the door, picked up the bottle leaning against the wall, and along with it, pulled down the thread on the door, hiding them in the kitchen's firewood pile, before walking out of the kitchen slowly. "Sir, I am going to the roll call," Ding Chen said, bowing to the closed bedroom door. After a few breaths, a clear voice came from inside the room. "Master, go with ease, the house is left to Xiaohe." Hearing this, Ding Chen's eyelids twitched again, cursing the dog demoness in his heart, then turned and walked towards the courtyard. Only after leaving the courtyard did Ding Chen finally relax slightly twisting his right leg where the book was tied, adjusting to a slightly more comfortable position, before heading towards the patrol office. Upon arriving at the patrol office, Ding Chen found that the gate of the outpost was already open, and there were already 3 or 4 colleagues from the patrol office standing in the courtyard.
Ding Chen quickly ran into the courtyard, hung his badge on the vertical sign, but heard a surprised voice from the side. Ding Hai, you can actually come today? Ding Chen turned his head to see everyone in the courtyard looking at him in surprise, immediately stunned, then said, I took leave on the first day of duty yesterday, I can't do that again today. Ah, then, the Great One from the Inyan Palace didn't make things difficult for you? One person looked at the door, then asked cautiously. No, Ding Chen replied. Incredible, another person said. I told you, this guy has a big life. A gruff voice came from one side, and Ding Chen turned to look, only to find that it was Li Baozhang, who was picking his teeth and looking in his direction. What, is this kind of thing dangerous? Ding Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. Not really, Li Baozhang replied. Everyone tacitly stopped their discussions and then headed towards the side rooms at the back of the courtyard. Ding Chen watched this scene and immediately had some guesses, but he still followed the crowd out of the small courtyard. Today, Lu Badong seemed to be in a somewhat gloomy mood, but when he saw Ding Chen entering the courtyard, his fat face twitched violently. Go do your own things, Ding Hai, come here. This time, Lu Badong didn't say much, just waved his hand at everyone and then left Ding Chen behind. After everyone dispersed, Ding Chen approached Lu Badong and clasped his fists, saying, Boss, you called me. Did the superior have any special requests yesterday? Lu Badong asked. No? Ding Chen was taken aback. Well, that's good. Ding Hai, these few days you just take good care of the envoy from the Yinyang Palace, no need to report in daily. Lu Badong suddenly said. Sir, you've misunderstood, the envoy just went to check some things, Ding Chen quickly explained. Ding Hai, your walking posture is a bit off, no need to explain, I understand, Lu Badong said earnestly, then shook his head and was about to leave. Boss, I came today to ask if there are any particularly dangerous tasks, Ding Chen hurriedly said as he saw Lu Badong about to leave. Dangerous? The tasks of our patrol division are all dangerous, like you right now, Lu Badong said with a forced smile. Boss, that's not what I mean. Are there any tasks like clearing external malevolent influences? Ding Chen asked. Lu Badong was a bit surprised by Ding Chen's question and paused for a moment. Boss, to be honest, I fled here from another state, my whole family was. Ding Chen said, clenching his right fist tightly, as if bearing unimaginable anger. Lu Badong, upon hearing this, remembered that Ding Chen was an outsider and frowned, thinking for a moment before saying, Ding Hai, although I sympathize with your plight, you must act within your means. Calamities are not easy to deal with, let's talk about it another time. Lu Badong patted Ding Chen on the shoulder and then, without waiting for Ding Chen to say anything more, left the courtyard directly, not knowing where he went. Not a good start, Ding Chen muttered to himself, watching Lu Butong's back in the empty courtyard. However, Ding Chen didn't feel discouraged and also left the courtyard, heading towards the Bai Clan martial arts school. If one path doesn't work, try another. As soon as he entered the martial arts school, Ding Chen heard the familiar sounds of training. He made his way to the back courtyard with ease and saw his fellow disciples diligently practicing the Bai Clan fist. Ding Chen's arrival naturally attracted everyone's attention. Ding Shixiang, senior brother. Huang Shuyan was the first to call out. Ding Shixiang. Good morning, Ding Shixiang. The others then woke up from their daze and shouted out one after another. Chui Wancheng, standing in front of the group, also smiled at Ding Chen and asked, 7th Shitty, junior brother, why do you have time to come here today? Chui Shixiang, I want to ask the master some questions, Ding Chen quickly replied. That's right, learning is endless. The master should have just woken up, I won't take you there. Chui Wancheng nodded with a smile, then turned to the crowd behind him and shouted, see, Ding Shitty became a martial artist in a month and still remains humble and eager to learn. What excuses do you have for slacking off? This shout startled Ding Chen, who quickly hurried towards the side corridor, not daring to look at the expressions of the others. At that moment, Ding Chen realized what it meant to be the target of public criticism, feeling like a thorn in his back. When Ding Chen arrived at the back room, he found Bai Wang Yun just coming out of the side chamber and clasped his fists, saying, Master. Why are you here so early today? Bai Wang Yun seemed a bit surprised. I encountered some problems and wanted to consult with you, Master, Ding Chen quickly replied. Well, don't talk about anything else for now. Come, spar with me a few rounds so I can see your skills, Bai Wang Yun beckoned to Ding Chen casually. Ding Chen was taken aback. He wasn't afraid, but he was currently practicing the white ape overturning python, which was far from the Bai family's martial arts. As soon as they started, it would definitely be discovered. What? Are you worried about injuring your old master? Seeing Ding Chen's hesitation, Bai Wang Yun's face turned stern. Master, I specialize in using a blade, Ding Chen said after pondering for a few moments. It doesn't matter what you use. Come, show me all your strength. Bai Wang Yun rolled up his sleeves and strode towards Ding Chen. Ding Chen, watching Bai Wang Yun approach, felt his heart pounding. Bai Wang Yun was a solid blood refining martial artist, the highest level of cultivation he had ever encountered. But if they really started now, it definitely wouldn't work. He still had a book hidden near his crotch. So, Ding Chen quickly called out, "Master, now is not the right time. There are matters at the patrol bureau, and I took leave specifically to consult with you." Hearing this, Bai Wang Yun was slightly taken aback and then said with disappointment, "What a letdown. Everyone sees me like a tiger. So, what problem have you encountered this time?" Seeing that Bai Wang Yun was letting him off this time, Ding Chen quickly asked, "Master, do you know where in the outer city one could hide a deity statue?" Upon hearing this, Bai Wang Yun was stunned, and his expression immediately turned cold. "Shao Qi, are you thinking of worshipping a deity? I'll be blunt, any true disciple under my tutelage who worships a deity, I will personally kill them." Bai Wang Yun looked at Ding Chen, his eyes narrowing slightly as he spoke coldly. "Master, how could that be?" Ding Chen hastily explained. "The recent incident at the Green Silk Temple has caused chaos in the bureau, and we still haven't found any leads. So, I thought of asking you, Master, if someone really took a deity statue, where might they hide it? Of course, it would be best to also mention places where malevolent energy might naturally occur. Perhaps it's hidden there, otherwise, how could we not find it until now?" After Ding Chen finished, Bai Wang Yun's expression relaxed slightly. He looked at Ding Chen and suddenly said, "We martial artists have a difficult path of cultivation, enduring hardships that ordinary people cannot bear, to make daily progress. Worshipping deities, on the other hand, is like a smooth journey, with cultivation as easy as drinking water and eating. The key to this lies in malevolent energy. The most direct source of malevolent energy is naturally the deity statues, but these are treasures of various temples and shrines, and you generally won't encounter them. In the outer city, there aren't many places to hide a complete deity statue, as the malevolent energy is too strong, making it too obvious. If it could be found, it would have been found by now." Hearing this, Ding Chen frowned and then asked, "So, there's no way?" "Not entirely. A complete deity statue is too easy to expose. Breaking it into fragments naturally makes it easier to hide. However, a deity statue cannot be easily destroyed, as the sudden release of malevolent energy would create a malevolent domain, which you must also remember. As for the places you mentioned where malevolent energy is still normal, those would only be blacksmith shops and alchemy workshops. Some weapons used in worship rituals carry a sinister aura, and similarly, some demonic creatures also possess it," Bai Wang Yun said thoughtfully. "Demonic creatures?" Ding Chen had never heard the term before, but images of the two three-eyed elephant beasts that pulled the special carriage of the Yin-Yang Palace flashed in his mind. They follow the same path as worshippers, creatures that cultivate using sinister energy. However, they differ from humans and beasts corrupted by sinister energy. The latter have no sinister aura but have their minds and bodies altered by it, while the former use sinister energy for cultivation, belonging to the same lineage as worshippers. After explaining, Bai Wang Yun noticed Ding Chen's furrowed brow and thought he was still worried, so he added, "We martial artists, though living in this chaotic world, are not necessarily inferior to worshippers. You don't need to worry too much." Hearing this, Ding Chen quickly bowed and said, "Thank you, Master. I have learned a lot. Well, about worshippers, you can talk about them in front of me, but never speak carelessly outside, or you might offend the Yin-Yang Palace, which would be troublesome. Also, since you've reached the bone forging realm, you can receive 3 sets of medicinal bath materials from the martial arts hall each month. Since you're here today, take them with you." Bai Wang Yun added, "Ah, there's something to collect." Ding Chen was surprised. "Of course, you're my true disciple. However, the materials for bone forging are expensive, only 3 sets a month. You'll have to find the rest yourself," Bai Wang Yun said with a hint of annoyance. "Master, what about blood chi pills? Does the martial arts hall have a source for those?" Ding Chen suddenly remembered and quickly asked. "No, blood chi pills are different from ordinary herbs. They contain the flesh and blood of beasts, greatly beneficial for martial artists' cultivation, and are tightly controlled by the major families in the inner city." Bai Wang Yun shook his head. "Alright, if there's nothing else, go investigate. But remember what I said, never underestimate worshippers, they are theoretically no longer human. Most importantly, always stay away from sinister domains, which even worshippers themselves cannot resolve." After saying this, Bai Wang Yun waved his hand at Ding Chen. Sinister domain. Ding Chen's heart skipped a beat. Although he wanted to ask more, seeing Bai Wang Yun walking towards the stone table, he knew there wouldn't be another chance today. He called out, "I'm leaving, disciple," and left on his own. Ding Chen felt good as he left the martial arts hall. At least today he had clarified some places where sinister energy might exist. Although he was not a worshipper, he followed the same path. Theoretically, with a constant supply of sinister energy, he could continuously cultivate, truly achieving rapid progress. Last night, Ding Chen had tried to use the system to strengthen a deity statue with sinister energy for cultivation, but the required lifespan was a staggering 20 years. Considering that absorbing a white deity statue gave him about 16 years of lifespan, this result only showed that generating sinister energy out of thin air was more costly. As for the alchemy workshop and blacksmith shop mentioned by Wang Yun, both were in the inner city, and with Ding Chen's current status, he couldn't enter the inner city, so he couldn't access these places for now. After pondering, Ding Chen decided to try his luck in the outer city, looking for clues about fragments. Soon, he arrived at a two-story building called Treasure Pavilion. Treasure Pavilion had a decent reputation in the outer city, selling rare items, and it was said to be from the inner city. Upon entering the building, Ding Chen saw a few people wandering around, all dressed in fine silk, clearly not from poor backgrounds. The shop assistant, upon seeing Ding Chen wearing the Feiyan uniform, immediately changed color and hurried over to him. "Esteemed officer, what brings you here in person?" The assistant, who appeared to be no more than 16 or 17 years old, spoke fluently and with the right tone, clearly having been here for some time. "Nothing much, where is your shopkeeper?" Ding Chen glanced around and then asked. The assistant immediately smiled and said, "Sir, just tell me what you need, calling the master would only waste your time." Ding Chen frowned at this. "Hurry up." "Yes, sir, please calm down, I'm going now." The assistant realized Ding Chen wasn't here to buy anything and quickly said so before rushing towards the back room. In less than 10 breaths, the assistant led a plump middle-aged man over. "Sir, I am Zhou Gui, the manager of this treasure pavilion. What can I do for you, officer?" Zhou Gui, before even reaching Ding Chen, had already clasped his hands together and spoke with a smile. "Oh, I'm just asking about something." Ding Chen looked around but remained silent. Seeing this, Zhou Gui immediately gestured with one hand and said, "Sir, let's talk inside." The two of them went to the back room, where Zhou Gui first personally brewed a cup of hot tea for Ding Chen, then said with a smile, "Sir, our treasure pavilion has always abided by the law. The old manager just returned to the Sun family in the inner city. If there's anything we did wrong, please bear with us." Ding Chen inwardly snorted at this. As a businessman, Zhou Gui first lowered his stance and then pointed out the backing he had, all in one smooth motion, likely having done this many times. "Manager, don't worry, I'm just here to ask about something. I wonder if you've seen any fragments of a deity statue recently?" Ding Chen asked calmly. "Ah, this." Zhou Gui's face changed drastically, and he immediately knelt down. "Your Excellency, I run a small business here, how dare I touch anything related to the sect? I don't know where you heard this from, but someone must be framing me." This reaction, directly changing his address, surprised Ding Chen a bit. "What are you panicking for? I'm just asking. The case of the external malevolence hasn't been resolved yet, that's why I'm here to investigate," Ding Chen said, frowning at the kneeling Zhou Gui. "Your Excellency, investigating is one thing, but words can't be spoken carelessly. Possessing external malevolence is a capital offense if caught," Zhou Gui quickly said with a bitter face, his expression slightly calmer but still kneeling, which deepened Ding Chen's understanding of the prestige of the Yinyan Palace and its temples. "What a joke! What doesn't your treasure pavilion have? Do you think we're just here for show?" Ding Chen, though not having eaten pork, had heard the pig squeal, having watched many movies before his transmigration, and now said with a cold smile, "Sir, I've paid the monthly tribute this month, haven't I?" Zhou Gui suddenly said. Ding Chen realized Zhou Gui had misunderstood and quickly squatted down, looking at Zhou Gui's fat face and said in a low voice, "I'm not here to ask for benefits, I'm really here to investigate. Tell me, where in the city have you seen malevolent items?" Zhou Gui was a bit confused at this. When did the patrol officers start caring so much about the affairs of the inspectors? However, with the recent uproar about the Green Silk Temple, Zhou Gui knew about it. After pondering for a moment, he cautiously said, "Sir, even if such items could circulate, they wouldn't be sold in the outer city. Only certain people in the inner city could afford them. But if it's something recently seen in the outer city that's tainted with malevolent energy, there is one place, though I'm not sure if it's related to that incident." Ding Chen's eyes lit up at this, and he quickly grabbed Zhou Gui by the back of his collar, asking, "Tell me about it." "The Black Dragon Gang," Zhou Gui slowly replied. "The Black Dragon Gang." Ding Chen released his grip on Zhou Gui's collar, his eyes narrowing slightly. This wasn't the first time Ding Chen had heard that name. As the largest gang in the outer city, they certainly had the opportunity to come into contact with such shady things. Thinking this, Ding Chen slowly stood up, glancing at Zhou Gui still kneeling on the ground before saying, "Keep some things to yourself, or even the Sun family from the inner city won't be able to protect you." With that, Ding Chen pulled open the wooden door of the private room and strode out. What a madman! Seeing Ding Chen leave the treasure pavilion, Zhou Gui's smile finally faded, and he shook his head, standing up without the slightest trace of the previous panic. It seems the matter of the outer city's malevolent energy is far from over. I need to inform the main family. Zhou Gui stroked his chin, muttering to himself. Who are you going to tell what? Suddenly, a familiar voice entered Zhou Gui's ears, making his face turn pale. Ding Chen, who was supposed to have left, was standing at the door again, looking at him calmly, with a faint, inexplicable cold smile at the corner of his mouth. You didn't leave? Zhou Gui's face turned white. He hadn't expected this young officer to be even more cunning than himself. How could I have missed such an interesting story if I had left? Ding Chen. Ah, sir, I absolutely won't say anything. Seeing Ding Chen approach, Zhou Gui's hands shook in fear. Your hands flip pretty fast. Ding Chen looked at Zhou Gui's frightened expression, then grabbed him, drawing his long sword with a shing and placing it against his neck. If I hear a third person knows about you leaking the confidential information of our patrol department, I guarantee the Sun family won't be able to save you. With that, Ding Chen pushed Zhou Gui away, sheathed his sword, and with a cold snort, left the private room once more. Zhou Gui's face was ashen. After Ding Chen left the room, he hurriedly touched his neck, only to find it wet, and immediately began to wail in fear. But he didn't dare call for help, frantically searching the room until he found a towel, which he quickly covered his neck with, gasping for breath. On the other side, after leaving the treasure pavilion, Ding Chen glanced back at the direction of the private room he had come from, then blended into the crowd on the street and disappeared without a trace. Shortly after, Ding Chen reappeared in a hidden alley. The most dangerous places in the outer city of Qingfeng County were these headless alleys. Both sides of the alley were three-story commercial buildings, and although the outside was bustling with noise, a turn inside might reveal a stinking corpse. The public order in the outer city was not good, and it could even be described as quite bad. After all, in such a high-pressure environment, acts of rape and plunder were not uncommon. Some might wonder, with the torment of yin and yang malevolence, how could these people still have the energy to do such things? You must understand, seeing and touching are two different sensations. Ever since the Yin-Yang Palace took control of Qingfeng County, the business in the brothels and the market has been thriving every day. Ding Chen arrived at the corner of the alley and found the end filled with feces and urine, the pungent stench hitting his head, making him cover his nose. This place, Ding Chen muttered in his heart, but still took out a dough from his and began to knead it in his hands. This dough was just obtained by Ding Chen from a roadside noodle stall. Naturally, with his flying cloud robe, the boss didn't dare to charge him. After Ding Chen had kneaded the dough sufficiently, he flattened it in the palm of his hand, squeezed it into a thin layer, and carved the words "human skin mask" on it with his fingernail. Then, Ding Chen stared at the dough in his hand, and soon a line of text appeared in his vision. Current item can be strengthened. Requires 21 days of lifespan. Strengthen? Since he was going to contact the Black Dragon Gang, Ding Chen couldn't go in his official robe, not even with his real face. So, he thought of using a human skin mask. After choosing yes, a thin light enveloped the dough in his hand, and in a moment, it transformed into a mask as thin as a cicada's wing. Ding Chen touched the mask in his hand and suddenly felt a pang of regret. This thing felt exactly like his own skin. Could it really be made of human skin? But the lost lifespan couldn't be wasted. Ding Chen forced down his discomfort and then stuck the mask onto his face. Immediately, he felt a chill on his face, followed by a slight itch at the edges where the mask touched his skin. Ding Chen circled his fingers around the itchy area, and the strange sensation disappeared. Then, he jumped a few times on the spot, finding nothing unusual, and nodded in satisfaction. Looks good. I'll go out and see the effect first. Ding Chen muttered, then began to take off his flying cloud robe and took out a set of second-hand old clothes he had bought earlier with a dozen copper coins from his. After putting on the slightly sweaty old clothes, Ding Chen folded the flying cloud robe and placed it in his, wrapped his sword in cloth and stuck it together with the on his back, and finally walked out of the alley leisurely. The passers-by only glanced at Ding Chen and then lost interest, which made him feel a bit more at ease. Not fully reassured, Ding Chen entered and exited several shops with his, deliberately chatting with the shop assistants. Seeing that no one noticed his human skin mask, he headed towards Ma Lu Feng. In Ma Lu Feng, several young men in blue were sitting in a noodle stall eating noodles. Old man, hurry up, add more noodles. A youth banged the table loudly, shouting at the stall owner. The stall owner was a 50 or 60-year-old man, hunched over, looking at the young men with half-dragon bodies embroidered in black thread on their clothes, and shook his head. These people were recently recruited members of the Black Dragon Gang. After joining the gang, they did nothing all day but wander the streets,
often coming to his noodle stall to eat and drink for free. The people of the Black Dragon Gang, the old man didn't dare to offend. Even though they looked about the age of his grandsons, he could only silently scoop up the noodles. I thought that after joining the gang, it would be about collecting money. Who knew the work would be so boring? Just wandering the streets with this copper piece every day. A 17 or 18-year-old boy said discontentedly. Hee, let me tell you, this is a test. Another boy chuckled. What do you mean? Tell us quickly. I heard from my uncle that the gang is looking for something. If we can find it, the black dragon on our bodies will be completed, and we'll even get an extra claw. The boy lowered his voice but couldn't hide his excitement. No wonder, that thing must be very valuable, right? The others were also excited. It's said to be from the upper sect. The boy whispered. Just as they were about to discuss further, a strange voice suddenly entered their ears. What are you talking about? Is anyone here? Upon hearing the sound, several people turned their heads sharply, only to find an unfamiliar man who had somehow arrived beside them and sat down unceremoniously. Who the hell are you? Do you know who we are? A short man, seeing the newcomers sit down so calmly, immediately stood up and began to curse loudly. Who were they? They were members of the Black Dragon Gang. In this outer city, apart from the official authorities, the Black Dragon Gang was the most powerful. Although they had only joined the Black Dragon Gang a few days ago, the residents they encountered always lowered their heads and hurried past, fearing to avoid them. When had they ever seen someone who wasn't afraid of them like today? Unexpectedly, the man looked at the furious short man and smiled slowly, saying, to be out here at such a young age, you're already a lost cause. Fuck! Get him! Several youths immediately stood up from their chairs, pulling out hidden daggers from their waists and lunging at the man. The man was none other than Ding Chen, who had come from Sangu Valley. While at the martial arts hall, Ding Chen had heard a lot about the Black Dragon Gang. Now that he had encountered them, he found their actions to be even more overbearing and unreasonable than the rumors suggested. At this moment, Ding Chen looked at these young members of the Black Dragon Gang with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. His right arm shot out like lightning, grabbing one of their arms, then yanking and twisting fiercely, sending two others flying and crashing to the ground with screams. Ding Chen was no longer the naive college student who had just crossed over. He was now a martial artist who had broken through the skin barrier and entered the bone-forging stage. These ordinary people with knives were no different to him than chicks. If it weren't for needing them later, Ding Chen wouldn't mind crippling them, doing a favor for the people. Snap! Ding Chen released his grip on the youth's arm, who immediately cried out and retreated, his arm now swollen and bearing 5 deep finger marks, showing just how strong Ding Chen's grip had been. The vendor nearby saw this scene and groaned in distress, hiding behind his soup pot, neither daring to escape nor stay, only praying that these men would finish their fight and leave quickly. You wait. The two young men on the ground struggled to their feet, pointing at Ding Chen and shouting threats. But it was clear they realized Ding Chen was not to be trifled with and merely wanted to issue a verbal warning. After all, they were wearing the Black Dragon Gang's clothes, and their reputation couldn't be tarnished. Only the youth with the swollen arm was still moaning in pain. But Ding Chen had no intention of letting them off so easily. He stood up and approached the 3 young men, who now had fearful expressions. He grinned a terrifying smile and said, "Don't just talk the talk, let's go, take me to see your boss." A cup of tea later, Ding Chen, led by the 3 youngsters, arrived at a small courtyard and met their boss, a middle-aged man with a scar by his eye. This middle-aged man was clearly more discerning than the 3 young lads. When he saw the finger marks on the youth's arm, his pupils contracted, and after sizing up Ding Chen, he asked politely, "Which path does this friend walk?" Ding Chen looked at the man and determined he was just a small leader, but his status seemed sufficient. He said, "You don't need to know who I am. Do you know your recent actions have been a bit too much? What do you mean by that?" The scarred man was taken aback and then glared fiercely at the 3 young men beside him. They immediately understood and hurriedly ran out. "It's nothing. The inspectors told me that someone is eyeing the batch of items you recently dealt with that carry a malevolent aura." After Ding Chen finished speaking, the scar-faced man's expression immediately stiffened, and he quickly took a half-step back, saying, "Impossible. We, the Black Dragon Gang, know what we can and cannot do. Friend, some words should not be spoken carelessly." As he finished, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. "I'm just here to give a warning. If the item is lost, the agreement between me and your gang leader will be null and void," Ding Chen said, not bothering with the man, and turned to leave the courtyard. After Ding Chen left, the scar-faced man's expression became uncertain, and he began to pace anxiously around the courtyard. After a moment, it seemed he had made a decision. He quietly approached the courtyard gate, opened it, and peeked outside to check if anyone was paying attention. Satisfied that no one was watching, he left the courtyard, locked the gate, and hurried off in a certain direction. Only after the scar-faced man had left did Ding Chen's figure slowly emerge from a nearby alley. Then, he walked leisurely in the direction the scar-faced man had taken, occasionally stopping to look at the stalls on both sides of the street, appearing just like an ordinary shopper.
Thus, the two of them, one following the other, passed through Maliu Lane and arrived at a large residence in Xuanwu Lane.
Before entering the residence, the scar-faced man nervously glanced around, then stepped forward to knock on the door. The door of the residence was opened, and after a brief exchange with the person who opened the door, the scar-faced man stepped into the courtyard. Immediately after, a head wearing a felt hat quickly peeked out from behind the open gate, looked around, and then quickly withdrew, closing the gate swiftly. Standing under a tree far away, Ding Chen watched this scene, his eyes narrowing slightly. Clearly, the scar-faced man had gone to meet the real higher-ups of the Black Dragon Gang because of his words.
Although Ding Chen didn't know what the scar-faced man was saying inside the residence, he knew that even if there were fragments of a deity statue, the Black Dragon Gang wouldn't keep them in such a residence. After all, deity statue fragments are valuable to those who worship deities, but to ordinary people, they are poison to be avoided, and would never be kept in a place where people live. As expected, after only about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the scar-faced man emerged from the residence again, accompanied by a person wearing a gray robe.
A martial artist? Ding Chen murmured as he watched the figure following the scar-faced man from afar. From the way the person walked, Ding Chen could tell they were no ordinary person, most likely a martial artist at the level of refining the skin. Whether they had broken through to the level of forging bones, Ding Chen thought it was possible but not very likely. After all, in the outer city of Qingfeng County, someone at the level of forging bones would already be considered a master, and even though the Black Dragon Gang dominates the outer city, they wouldn't just casually have one around. Watching the three figures move further away, Ding Chen didn't rush to act but changed his position and continued to wait. Sure enough, not long after, he saw another person emerge from the large residence. This person followed the scar-faced man and his companions from a distance, occasionally looking around, clearly engaged in counter-surveillance. Seeing this, a smile flashed across Ding Chen's lips. When it came to tactics, how could the Black Dragon Gang compare to the thousands of years of wisdom from China on Earth? These little tricks, Ding Chen could recite backwards. Seeing the tail following behind, Ding Chen felt more at ease. Generally, there is only one counter-surveillance tail, as having more would not only easily arouse suspicion but also risk losing the target. So, Ding Chen began his own surveillance. It was now the afternoon, the time when the streets were most crowded. Ding Chen followed closely and slowly, finally arriving at a remote residence near the city outskirts half an hour later. This area was part of the city's farming region, and except for the morning, there were few people around at other times. Several members of the Black Dragon Gang arrived one after another at the front of the courtyard and entered it in succession. Ding Chen followed from a distance, watching the courtyard ahead, and his brow furrowed slightly. It was evident that if the Black Dragon Gang truly had hidden fragments of the divine statue, it was most likely here. Located in a secluded area, close to the city wall, digging a secret tunnel would easily allow the transportation of contraband into the city. The location was indeed ideal. At this moment, inside the small courtyard, Scarface was standing in the courtyard, speaking to an old man with a sinister expression. "What are you talking about? Do you doubt my ability to guard these things? I have never seen any suspicious people." The old man snorted coldly after hearing Scarface's words. Yes, we trust Mr. Xiu's work, but one can never be too careful, right? The deputy leader instructed me to bring 2 skilled men to keep Mr. Xiu company and relieve boredom for the next few days. Once the new place is ready, we will immediately move the goods. Scarface quickly bowed and said, "Heh, fine." Xiu Yuanhua looked at the 2 men standing behind Scarface and sneered, but did not say anything more. Seeing this, Scarface turned around and clasped his fists to the 2 men who had just followed him, saying, "I leave this place to you too. I will come to collect the goods early the day after tomorrow." The 2 men glanced at each other, then also clasped their fists to Scarface, remaining silent but clearly agreeing. Scarface then looked towards the direction of the back rooms and asked, "Mr. Xiu, have those women caused any trouble? The higher-ups are pressing for this batch." "Don't worry," Xiu Yuanhua said curtly, seemingly unwilling to elaborate. Scarface chuckled awkwardly and then quickly left the courtyard. On the other side, Ding Chen waited for a while and saw Scarface come out of the courtyard alone, not followed by anyone. After a moment's thought, Ding Chen guessed that the 2 martial artists who had followed Scarface probably stayed in the courtyard. It seemed his words had taken effect, and the Black Dragon Gang was increasing their guard. "Now that I know the location, I'll come back tomorrow. I should prepare well tonight," Ding Chen thought, looking at the sky, which seemed to be nearing the end of his shift. Without hesitation, he turned and left the area. Half an hour later,
Ding Chen arrived at the gate of his own small courtyard. Reflecting on this fulfilling day, Ding Chen couldn't help but smile. If there was an obedient and charming little maid waiting for him at home, it would be quite nice. However, inside was not a little maid, but a demoness from the Yin Yang sect comparable to a practitioner of the Lianzong realm. Ding Chen sighed and then knocked on the courtyard door. After a short while, a sweet voice came from behind the door. "Is the master back?" Hearing this voice, Ding Chen tensed up but forced himself to relax and put on a natural smile. "It's me." Creak. As the wooden door opened, Ding Chen saw Bai He standing behind it, her expression as calm as still water, completely different from the excited tone just now. "Ah, I'm back," Ding Chen said awkwardly, stepping into the courtyard. "What is the master carrying on his back?" Bai He suddenly asked. "Just some clothes I bought." "It's not good to have nothing to change into at home," Ding Chen said hurriedly, taking off the to open it. "I was just asking casually," Bai He said playfully, suddenly regaining her mischievous demeanor from before, and then pulled Ding Chen towards the house. Once inside, Ding Chen quickly clasped his fists and bowed to Bai He, saying, "It's an honor for you to stay in my humble abode, but I wonder." "Heard what you said." I suddenly turned around and smiled. "With your intelligence, you should have guessed my purpose, but there were no thieves during the day today, so it seems we'll have to stay for a while longer." "I understand. I'll prepare dinner for the master first." Ding Chen thought to himself, as expected, but his expression remained unchanged. "No need, I've already made the meal. By the way, what's the bottle you hid in the firewood pile for?" Bai He suddenly approached Ding Chen, her face close to his as he bowed, asking gently. The faint fragrance of her body entered Ding Chen's nostrils, stirring the sensitive nerves in his mind, but he dared not move at all. "Reporting to the master, it's for my martial arts practice," Ding Chen quickly replied. "Oh?" Bai He seemed interested and walked around Ding Chen, then said, "Tell me about it." "Master, I practice martial arts and prefer to simulate real environments. I tie these bottles to the beams, let them hang down, and then push them one by one. I move through them, aiming to touch none is the best, 1 is good, 3 is average, and 5 is below average." Ding Chen spoke slowly without changing his expression. "Is this practicing footwork?" Bai He was taken aback. "Exactly." Bai He nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this, saying, "No wonder the young lady said to go out more often. Your martial arts training methods are quite interesting." Ding Chen thought to himself, that was close. He had kept these bottles in the firewood pile without destroying them, hoping to attract the attention of this demoness and satisfy her curiosity with something strange. After all, if the house was too clean and had nothing suspicious, that would only make people more suspicious. However, this demoness was indeed a novice who had just come out of the mountains. She believed Ding Chen's words without asking him to demonstrate on the spot. "All right, you stay in the kitchen tonight." Bai He looked at Ding Chen and finally left with that remark, returning to her bedroom. Ding Chen squinted at the slightly closed wooden door of the bedroom in front, finally relaxing and straightening up. "I wonder how long this demoness will stay here. Doesn't her young lady need someone to serve her?" Ding Chen muttered to himself, then shook his head and walked into the kitchen. The pots in the kitchen were cold, and Ding Chen knew at a glance that the demoness hadn't made dinner. He thought to himself, of course, as a special envoy's maid from the Yin Yang Palace, even the county magistrate had to show respect. How could she cook for him? Forget it, I'll make do with some jerky. Although Ding Chen didn't know how the demoness managed her daily needs, he couldn't go hungry. He took out some jerky from a jar in the kitchen and ate it with water. It had been a long time since Ding Chen had eaten jerky, and tonight it tasted particularly bad. After all, he had been eating at roadside stalls for the past few days, and the taste was much better than this salty jerky. If he had enough lifespan at the moment, he wouldn't mind using some to enhance the jerky's taste, but after the last almost all-in operation, his lifespan was now only a little over 2 years. Plus, he still needed to prepare things for tomorrow's investigation, and he didn't know how much it would cost. At this moment, Ding Chen could only hope for some gains tomorrow. Soon, the sky gradually darkened. Ding Chen watched this scene, then stood up and took out the empty bottles from the firewood pile, hanging them again with ropes at the door. Although by he had discovered the bottles, Ding Chen could easily explain that he had forgotten to take them down after practicing. After all, the bottles mainly served as a warning. Whether the intruder noticed them or not, they would still work. Modern tactics are amazing. Looking at the densely packed bottles in front of the door, Ding Chen clapped his hands with a smile. Finally, Ding Chen leaned back against the wall and began planning tomorrow's actions. According to Ding Chen's deduction, since the Black Dragon Gang has increased their manpower, the probability of finding the statue fragments in the courtyard has risen to about 70 or 80%. But he must obtain them quickly, otherwise, if time drags on, they will surely transfer the fragments, and it will be much more difficult to locate them using the same method. As for whether taking this item is illegal, it is not within Ding Chen's consideration. Judging from those three young punks, it's clear that the Black Dragon Gang is not a good organization. I spared the lives of those three young punks, so taking something from you is quite reasonable, isn't it? Ding Chen chuckled. At this moment, there were three ways in front of Ding Chen. The first, a direct assault, Ding Chen naturally would not adopt, as he doesn't even know the strength of the guards in the courtyard. The second, a long-range attack, is also unsuitable. Ding Chen knows that his lifespan is not enough to reinforce a cannon, otherwise, he could let the people in the courtyard know what it means to be overwhelmed by firepower. The third, there is only the option of outsmarting them. Thinking of this, Ding Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Although today's probing through a stone to ask the way, it also startled the snake. The people in the small courtyard will undoubtedly be highly alert these days, making it much more difficult to outsmart them. After sitting by the wall and pondering for a while, an idea suddenly popped into Ding Chen's mind, causing his heart to skip a beat. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, and the tightly furrowed brow finally slowly relaxed. Having determined the approach, Ding Chen felt a bit more at ease. He took out the 9 heavens and 10 earths exorcism technique from his thigh and continued to study it under the dim light. This night, Ding Chen used the yin-yang evil energy to further refine the extreme realm of the skin pass. It seemed that due to the accumulation of some of the evergreen true qi in the acupoints in his body tonight, Ding Chen felt that the speed of refining the skin pass had increased compared to yesterday. He was overjoyed, thinking that the 70-year lifespan spent on this technique was indeed miraculous. The next morning, Ding Chen woke up early. He first tidied up the bottles hanging at the door, then walked to the hall and whispered towards the direction of the bedroom, "Is that awake?" After a while, a drowsy voice responded, "What is it?" "Ah, it's like this. Yesterday, while investigating in the outer city, I seem to have found a place that might have traces of external evil energy." As soon as Ding Chen finished speaking, the wooden door of the bedroom was instantly pulled open. Bai Yi, tying her light gauze belt, frowned and walked out of the room, clearly just waking up. "What do you mean?" Seeing this, Ding Chen dared not look at Bai Yi and bowed, saying, "I see that Thea is increasingly tired, so I am eager to help Thea. Hence yesterday, while on duty, I used some methods to find a place that might have external evil energy, but I'm not sure if it's what the needs." As Ding Chen bowed and spoke, his eyes corners stealthily observed Bai Yi's movements. After a while, Ding Chen heard Bai Yi suddenly giggle, "You clever Ding Hai, always so slick-tongued. What kind of scheme are you plotting now?" Ding Chen immediately pretended to be flustered and took a few steps back, saying, "I only have the worries in mind. If I have any selfish intentions, I will surely shorten my lifespan, leaving me with no more than 5 years. No, 3 years. Hearing this, Bai Yi narrowed her big eyes and looked at Ding Chen seriously, then frowned and said, "I'll trust you once. If you deceive me, you know the consequences. Please allow me to change my clothes, and we will set off immediately." Ding Chen's gaze was firm and righteous. Just at that moment, a ray of sunlight refracted through the window and fell on his clean face, making him appear even more majestic. Ding Chen put on the old clothes he had worn the day before and then hurriedly left the courtyard with Bai Yi. The two walked one after the other towards the direction of the city wall and soon arrived at the open area. At this time, there were already many farmers working here, unlike the previous day's desolation. Ding Chen pointed to a row of small courtyards and said, "Sir, it's there." The main reason Ding Chen dared to bring Bai Yi here was because Bai Yi was an outsider. As the largest gang in the outer city, Ding Chen didn't believe for a second that the Black Dragon Gang had no connections with the nobles in the inner city. But Bai Yi was different. As a special envoy investigating the Outer Sha incident, Ding Chen believed that even if the Black Dragon Gang was backed by the supervisory department, Bai Yi wouldn't hold back. Otherwise, there would be no need for her and her young lady to come here personally. Indeed, Bai Yi squinted slightly at the distant courtyard, seemingly calculating something. "Do you need to call for help, sir?" Ding Chen asked softly. "No need. The inner city is crowded and full of eyes. Many people are untrustworthy. Let's go," Bai Yi said and took the lead towards the distant courtyard. Seeing this, Ding Chen felt a surge of excitement but maintained a calm expression, following closely behind Bai Yi without any intention of leading the way. Both moved quickly, and soon they approached the residential area. At that moment, several figures in straw hats who had been bending over to work in the fields stood up and looked at them. Indeed, there are still lookouts. Ding Chen wasn't too surprised by this, but a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. Such a place with both internal and external surveillance was likely the real target. As the two got closer, the farmers began to surround them in a fan shape. Some held hoes, others sickles, looking like ordinary people, but their steps were steady and powerful, and the eyes hidden under the straw hats were filled with intense killing intent. "Sir," Ding Chen reminded Bai Yi in front of him, only to see Bai Yi's clothes slowly billowing. "Is this the power of qi?" Ding Chen's eyebrows jumped at this sight. Warriors who have refined their internal organs and those who have reached the Xuanji realm through worshipping gods can cultivate qi from their internal organs. The former is called Yuan Qi, the latter Sha Qi. Although their names differ, their power is similar. Those below the refined internal organs realm will be injured or killed upon contact. Ding Chen had also consulted by Wang Yun, whose explanation was simple. Qi is the first watershed for warriors. The reason why worshippers of gods call skin grinding and bone forging collectively is Taitang and internal organ refining and blood exchange as Xuanji is because there is a huge gap between these two realms. At this moment, Bai He in front moved faster and faster, almost running on the grass. Her light green gauze robe fluttered in the wind like a leaping spirit in the grass. In an instant, Bai He plunged into the encirclement like a sharp knife, and Ding Chen behind her only heard a few muffled sounds, and several bursts of blood appeared in his vision. The thick smell of blood was carried into Ding Chen's nostrils by the breeze, a nearly primitive stimulation that made his blood uncontrollably accelerate. Looking ahead again, that figure had already passed through the grass and reached the front of the courtyard, leaving only a trail of severed limbs and broken farm tools. The refined internal organs realm is already so fierce. I wonder how strong the old man Bai is? Ding Chen watched this scene and felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. Although he had divine skills, he started too late. In the future, he needed to be even more low-key, and without a sure victory, he must not act rashly. At that moment, Biha merely stood by the door, feeling it slightly, before thrusting her palm against the broad wooden door. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded, and the thick red-painted wooden door shattered into pieces, flying into the courtyard and revealing several astonished individuals behind it. Who are you? Zhou Yuanhua, seeing the wooden door fragments flying into the courtyard, eyed Biha at the doorway with apprehension and shouted coldly. This is the special envoy badge of the Yin-Yang Palace. Kneel and obey. Biha pulled out a golden badge from her waist and flashed it at the crowd. Upon seeing this, Zhou Yuanjin was greatly shocked. A special envoy of the Yin-Yang Palace? What is this? Isn't the Black Dragon Gang backed by the supervisory department? How did a special envoy suddenly appear? Since Zhou Yuanjin had been stationed in this small courtyard and had little knowledge of the inner city affairs, he was unaware of when a special envoy from the Yin-Yang Palace had arrived in Qingfeng County. But regardless of the envoy's authenticity, Zhou Yuanjin knew trouble was brewing. Concealing external malevolence was a capital offense. This girl looked young, but she had already cultivated a powerful force, most likely a deity worshipper. Damn it! Zhou Yuanjin's face turned ashen, cursing the Black Dragon Gang for being utterly useless. He covered his face with his sleeve, leaped onto the wall, and was clearly preparing to escape. Biha snorted coldly, leaping after Zhou Yuanjin. The two disappeared almost instantly over the rooftops, leaving no trace of where they had gone. Ding Chen, standing at the rear, watched this scene in astonishment, inwardly exclaiming how fortunate he was. The black-robed old man was clearly a martial artist with powerful force. Fortunately, he had not acted rashly and had brought Biha along, otherwise, he might have found himself in a precarious situation. The Black Dragon Gang could actually enlist the help of such a powerful martial artist, elevating Ding Chen's evaluation of the gang several notches. However, with Biha now chasing after someone, the remaining mess fell to him to clean up. Thinking of this, Ding Chen sighed inwardly as he looked at the two astonished men in the courtyard. Didn't you hear? The Yin-Yang Palace envoy is on duty. All of you, put your hands on your heads and squat down. Ding Chen stepped into the courtyard and shouted at the two men. These two were the martial artists Ding Chen had followed the previous day, at most bone-forged, which was why Ding Chen dared to enter the courtyard. Hearing Ding Chen's words, the two men glanced at each other, seemingly understanding the other's intent, and then charged fiercely towards Ding Chen. What Yin-Yang Palace envoy? Kill the intruder and break out. The world is vast, can it really trap us? Seeing this, Ding Chen indifferently tossed out a jade-green cylinder and then leaped out the door. Boom! A blinding white light flashed in the courtyard, so intense that even in broad daylight, Ding Chen could sense the exaggerated light from behind. Sure enough, two screams immediately echoed from the courtyard. Despicable! My eyes! What kind of hidden weapon is this? Leaning against the wall beside the courtyard gate, Ding Chen muttered SB as he listened to the screams behind him, then drew his saber and turned back into the courtyard with an expressionless face. Inside, two martial artists in hemp clothes knelt on the ground, their eyes tightly shut, lips twitching, hands groping around, and emitting desperate moans. Ding Chen strode forward, slashing one with each stroke of his blade, then adding a final cut to their throats. They offered no resistance, their throats sliced open by the long blade, collapsing to the ground like lifeless fish, convulsing. Indeed, mere skin-hardened martial artists. Ding Chen felt the sensation of the blade piercing flesh just moments ago, but his brow furrowed slightly. How was it that after only a few months in this world, he felt no reaction to killing 2 people? Shaking his head, Ding Chen then turned his gaze towards the front chamber. After a moment's thought, he bent down and tore a piece of cloth from the fallen martial artist to cover his mouth and nose. With a slight exertion of strength, he lifted the burly man, who weighed over 100 jin, and slowly made his way towards the chamber. Ding Chen carried the man to the entrance of the chamber, then with a burst of strength in his right foot, his waist twisted like a snake coiling around a tree, and his spine propelled his right arm forward, flinging the man several meters away and crashing him into the wooden door of the chamber. The sound of the door shattering and falling to the ground was accompanied by a dull thud as the man broke through the door, revealing the scene inside the chamber. Inside the chamber, there were 3 or 4 women tied to the beams, their faces expressionless as they stared blankly ahead, unmoved even by the loud disturbance of the broken door, as if they were in a trance. Ding Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected there to be women tied up in the chamber. He stood outside for a dozen more breaths, and seeing no hidden weapons fly out, he narrowed his eyes and stepped inside. The moment Ding Chen entered the chamber, he sensed something was amiss. A familiar feeling welled up in him, and he quickly turned his head to look at the women tied to the pillars, his brow furrowing. Malevolent chi? Though he didn't know why the chamber was filled with such intense malevolent chi, Ding Chen didn't hesitate. He immediately activated his technique to dispel the malevolent chi, and the chi quickly transformed into pure energy flowing through his skin. The continuous influx of malevolent chi made Ding Chen feel his skin realm boundary loosening, at a speed nearly twice that of refining yin-yang chi the previous night. He inwardly rejoiced, thinking this trip was indeed worthwhile. Meanwhile, Ding Chen didn't idle. He held his long blade in front of him and began to inspect the chamber. The rear courtyard chamber was quite large, with 2 side rooms on either side. Ding Chen pushed open the wooden door of the left side room with his blade, finding several women lying on the bed inside, their expressions still vacant, and from the gaps in the blankets, it seemed they were not dressed. Seeing this, Ding Chen had some guesses, but he still circled the rest of the chamber before finally focusing on the floor tiles at the bottom. There was no other reason. The malevolent chi concentration was heaviest in this area, and Ding Chen's technique to dispel the chi noticeably sped up when he stood there. After a moment's thought, Ding Chen directly inserted his blade into the gap between the floor tiles and then kicked the blade lightly, causing the tile to fly up. The tile revealed a square pit below, containing a yellow cloth bundle. The cloth was wrapped into a ball, and it was unclear what was inside, but Ding Chen knew that the item he sought was now within the bundle. Just as Ding Chen was about to reach for it, he suddenly sensed something and quickly retracted his hand, standing there in a seemingly helpless manner. In the next instant, a figure descended from above, landing steadily at the entrance of the chamber, clad in a greenish-blue gauze dress. It was Bai He who had returned. However, Bai He's breath was slightly unsteady, her chest rising and falling, drawing a few more glances from Ding Chen. Bai He's gaze was immediately drawn to the women tied to the beams inside the room, but she quickly shifted her attention to the pitted Ding Chen's feet. "Master, have the thieves been dealt with?" Ding Chen asked cautiously, looking at Bai He. "Don't mention it. That guy ran away quickly, really annoying," Bai He said with a pout, then looked at Ding Chen again. "Although there is malevolent energy here, it's not the green silk malevolence. It seems we've come to the wrong place." "Not the green silk malevolence?" Ding Chen was taken aback, then pretended to be surprised. "This is the 7 evils malevolence from the 7 evils palace, induced by the 7 emotions and 6 desires. These women have had their emotions devoured, becoming emotionless living dead," Bai He explained as she slowly walked into the room. "Living dead? But what do these martial artists want with the 7 evils malevolence to create these living dead for?" Ding Chen was curious. I don't believe you didn't guess." Bai He gave Ding Chen a sidelong glance, then walked to a pillar, lifting a woman's chin to examine her for a while, clicking her tongue. "She's quite pretty, just a bit thin, should fetch a good price." Ding Chen heard this but remained silent, standing still. "You martial artists, claiming to be the righteous path of the world, look down on us who worship gods as demons. Yet in our eyes, you are even more despicable and disgusting." Ding Chen muttered as he listened to Bai He's words. "You can't sacrifice villagers for that." "Sacrifice villagers?" Bai He glanced at Ding Chen upon hearing this, then shook her head. "We are merely pursuing the path to immortality, and besides, we haven't wiped them out. The martial artists in the Central Plains call us demons who raise humans as livestock, but they don't realize that if sacrificing could enhance their realm, the world would have been in chaos long ago." Ding Chen was taken aback by this, feeling that Bai He's words made sense, yet something felt off. "All right, I've already notified the patrol department to take over here, let's go," Bai He said, looking at Ding Chen again. "Master, we don't need to rush to hand over this evidence to the patrol department, taking it back might be useful," Ding Chen suddenly said.
Bai He frowned, seeming quite displeased today as Ding Chen had interrupted her several times.
Master, before we came, we didn't know it was the green silk malevolence. Since we didn't know, others wouldn't either, why not take it back? If someone comes to investigate tonight, wouldn't that be? Ding Chen clapped his hands, giving a look that said you get it. Bai He was first stunned, then her expression gradually became lively. You're clever, Bai He said excitedly, licking her lips. Ding Chen, seeing Bai He's pink tongue, felt an itch in his heart like being scratched by a cat, but he dared not look too long, quickly turning his head to pretend to look at the corpse outside that had just breathed its last breath. Dog demoness, trying to disturb my mind. From the time Ding Chen and Bai He rushed into the courtyard to the end of the battle, it seemed like a long time, but in total, it was only about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Now, Ding Chen held a yellow cloth wrapped around the fragments of a deity statue, found a piece of torn cloth in the room to wrap it further, and was about to leave. He didn't choose bedding and cushions because he had used cushions to wrap the deity statue when dealing with Miao Bujin, fearing that Bai He would see this and become suspicious of him, which would be troublesome. Although you are already a martial artist, being exposed to this malevolent energy for more than a cup of tea's time will deplete your vitality. Are you sure you want to carry it like this? Bai He suddenly said, watching Ding Chen's actions. These are just fragments of the deity statue, it's not a big problem. Ding Chen said with a smile. Joking, how could he let Bai He carry it? If he couldn't get it back later, that would be a huge loss. Find a wooden box to wrap it in, especially willow wood, which can block the dispersion of malevolent energy. Bai He said. Is there such a thing? Ding Chen was a bit surprised, but considering that Bai He was a worshipper of the Yin-Yang Palace and must know more about statues than he did, he immediately found a food box in the side room, which was just the right size, and placed the package inside it, finally carrying it by hand. Seeing this, Bai He nodded, and then the two of them left the residence, one after the other, heading towards Ding Chen's small courtyard. On the way, Ding Chen saw a few people in flying cloud robes hurrying towards the direction he had come from. Clearly, they had received Bai He's message and were coming to handle the matter of the Black Dragon Gang. As the two of them were dressed normally and inconspicuous among the crowd, the inspectors from the patrol bureau did not recognize them. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Ding Chen placed the food box on the table and then heard Bai He say again, today's matter, I need to go to the inner city and report it to the young lady in person. If all goes well, I can be back before sunset, but don't open this wooden box before I return. I understand, please be assured, master. Ding Chen quickly replied. Ha, you look so nervous, but if I find out you disobeyed, don't blame me. Bai He looked at Ding Chen's appearance and suddenly chuckled, saying so. Although Bai He looked like a neighbor's little sister at the moment, Ding Chen knew that if he really opened the food box early and was discovered by this demon girl, the cute girl in front of him would truly kill him without hesitation, just like killing a chicken. I dare not. Ding Chen quickly lowered his head and said. Seeing this, Bai He pushed open the door and stepped out, then with a flicker of her figure, she disappeared from Ding Chen's small courtyard in a few steps. Ding Chen stood motionless in the inner room, and only after several minutes passed without seeing Bai He return did he finally relax and sit heavily on the stool. Finally free. Heaven knows how stifling these days have been for Ding Chen here, not daring to urinate too loudly at night, for fear of being heard by the demon girl and being used as an excuse to kill him. Even practicing the Du Sha Ju was done in a corner, not daring to make a sound. The feeling was no different from being tortured. Thinking of this, Ding Chen stretched and spat outside. This stupid White Cloud Temple, for so long, didn't even come to check on me, had to bring back some things myself, give you a hint, right? After complaining, Ding Chen closed the wooden door and returned to the table, opening the food box a crack. At this moment, the dense evil aura inside the food box surged out from the crack, and Ding Chen was overjoyed, placing his palm on the crack and simultaneously activating the Du Sha Ju. A steady stream of energy flowed through Ding Chen's meridians like a gurgling stream, finally reaching Ding Chen's skin. The extreme realm of the skin barrier seemed more difficult than Ding Chen had imagined. Even though he felt a slight loosening, Ding Chen still felt his skin like an abyss, constantly absorbing the evil aura that had been purified. Thus, it was not known how long it had been, and as the sky outside began to darken, Ding Chen finally reluctantly withdrew his hand and gently closed the box. Standing in front of the table, Ding Chen circled the food box, making sure there were no signs of movement or traces, before finally sitting back down, waiting for the demon girl to return. It was just as the sun was setting completely that a knock came from the courtyard gate. Master, I'm back. Hearing this familiar voice, Ding Chen sighed in regret, then changed his expression and hurried towards the courtyard gate. Pulling open the wooden door, Bai He, who had left at noon, stood behind it. Ding Chen quickly moved aside, indicating for Bai He to enter. Creak. After Bai He entered the courtyard, Ding Chen quickly closed the wooden door and followed closely behind Bai He into the house. "How is it? No problems, right?" Bai He asked calmly as she entered the room, glancing at the food box on the table. "Of course not," Ding Chen replied without batting an eye. "Master, can I open it now?" Ding Chen asked, preparing to open the food box. "What's the hurry? Once you open it, anyone who worships the gods will know it's the 7 deadly sins," Bai He said, frowning. "Ah?" Ding Chen's hand froze in midair. "What do you mean, master?" Ding Chen quickly asked. "This time, I went to see the young lady and brought back the scent of evil," Bai He said, taking out a handkerchief wrapped item from her. Bai He unfolded the handkerchief to reveal a piece of agar wood, as if it had just been snapped in half, with some fine ash at the break. "With this scent of evil, others won't easily recognize what kind of evil it is," Bai He said, taking out a censer from her and placing the broken incense on it, then instructing Ding Chen to light it. "Master, since even those who worship gods can identify the source of evil, why didn't we bring a Qingxi deity statue earlier?" Ding Chen asked, lighting the incense with a flint, still puzzled. "Do you think external evil statues are that easy to come by? To those who worship gods, the statues are more important than their lives. Unless there's an accident, they will destroy them before they die," Bai He explained. "I heard from the young lady that back then, our palace and the Qingxi fought near Mang Mountain. The Qingxi was defeated and destroyed all their statues, creating a 100-mile evil domain," Bai He said, watching the smoke rising from the incense, then opening the food box. "Even though our Yin-Yang Palace now rules Qingzhou, we only have 100 or so external evil statues in our collection, let alone in this small Qingfeng county," Bai He said, waving her hand slightly above the food box, causing the smoke to drift out the window and quickly dissipate into the air outside the courtyard. Meanwhile, in the room next to Ding Chen's, Du Shuiqi was sitting cross-legged on the floor, meditating. Suddenly, he frowned, as if sensing something, and his eyes slightly opened. "Evil?" Du Shuiqi muttered, then his body rose as if someone was supporting him from behind. He slowly walked out of the inner room, his eyes suddenly flashing with golden light as he looked at the sky outside the courtyard. Following a certain trajectory, his gaze slowly fell on the small courtyard next door. "Yin-Yang evil? No, too faint, I need to get closer to identify it. Interesting, is it really that young man next door? Amit Ba." In the room, Bai He was still waving the incense, but suddenly she frowned and muttered, "So soon?" Ding Chen, hearing this, immediately asked, "Master, what's so soon?" Bai He didn't answer but became serious, stopping her and looking towards the small courtyard outside the door. Seeing Bai He's expression, Ding Chen immediately understood and unconsciously took a few steps back. "Trouble," Bai He said, taking out a delicate iron sculpture in the shape of a butterfly from her. Bai He slightly turned a dial on the butterfly's head, and its 2 wings began to vibrate rapidly. "Master, what is this?" Ding Chen asked, puzzled. "This is a sound butterfly, to inform the young lady that something has happened here," Bai He said, placing the sound butterfly on the table. After hearing this, Ding Chen silently took another half step back, realizing that the strength of the person outside had already put Bai He under great pressure. Sure enough, with a crisp creak sound, the wooden door of the courtyard slowly opened, revealing a standing figure. Even a fleeting glance made Ding Chen's scalp tingle, his ears ringing with emptiness, as if he could only hear the beating of his own heart. Xuanji mastery. Bai He's pupils constricted, but she quickly regained her composure. Her clothes fluttered without wind, clearly indicating she had activated her Sha Gang. Seeing this, Ding Chen took a few steps back and stealthily grabbed some white paper and a brush. Ignoring Ding Chen's actions, Bai He took the initiative, darting out of the room like an arrow, charging towards the figure outside. "Who dares to cause trouble within the jurisdiction of the Yinyan Palace?" Bai He's clear voice echoed throughout the courtyard, causing the roof tiles to rattle. This was both a warning and a signal. However, outside, the figure stood quietly at the courtyard gate, with all sounds dissipating by 70 to 80% once they passed the courtyard, as if an invisible barrier covered the entire yard. From the inner room to the outside was just a dozen steps. Bai He gathered her strength and arrived in an instant, striking towards the figure outside the gate. Bai He practiced the Yin-Yang Palace's Yinji Palace's charming maiden minor Yuan Gong, a skill that could be cultivated from the initial stage of Taizong to the perfection of Xinji, making it a very commendable technique. In midair, Bai He executed the 8-9 Yinin palm from the minor Yuan Gong. Her palms, infused with Sha Gang, fluttered like butterflies, targeting 10 major acupoints on the figure. The figure, however, remained unmoved, extending their hands flat but accurately catching each of Bai He's palms. Boom boom boom! The muffled sounds exploded like thunder in the courtyard, with scattered Sha Gang creating craters on the ground. Inside the room, Ding Chen, hearing the commotion outside, remained calm,
focusing and swiftly drawing exorcism symbols on yellow talismans.
Simultaneously, he reversed the Du Sha Ju, continuously absorbing the Sha Qi emanating from the inner room.
You refined a strand of 7 disaster Sha, lifespan plus 0. 5 days, you refined a strand of 7 disaster Sha, lifespan plus 0. 5 days. On the wooden table in the inner kitchen, the iron butterfly's wings flapped faster and faster, almost ready to take flight. The sounds of Sha gang clashes in the courtyard grew louder. In just half a cup of tea's time, a delicate figure crashed through the window and fell into the inner room, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Bai He's breath was disordered, her wide sleeves torn, revealing her fair arms. Her vision blurred, but she still glanced around, searching for something. Seeing the empty room, a look of anger flashed across her face. That damn slippery boy, he actually ran. Outside the courtyard, clear footsteps approached, indicating the figure was leisurely walking, a sign of absolute confidence in their own strength. Xuanji mastery, comparable to the blood exchange mastery of martial artists, with qi and energy forming a cohesive unit, and Sha gang capable of extending 3 zhang. Such individuals were the highest combat power in a county, with ordinary MOPI practitioners being no match for 100, hence they were also called masters. Lying on the ground, Bai He felt despair. Being a novice, she had naively thought through things. If she had set up some measures beforehand, she wouldn't be in such a predicament. Just then, a sudden footstep reached Bai He's ears. As she was about to turn her head, she felt her mouth being covered from behind.
Ding Chen?
Bai He rolled her eyes upwards and saw the person.
Ding Chen's expression was calm, as if the Xuanji master outside was just an ordinary person.
Bai He couldn't figure out why, and wanted to ask, but found her mouth tightly covered, unable to speak for a moment. Ding Chen, at this time, was also lost in thought as he watched the figure outside the courtyard.
Kill Bai He?
The Bai He from the Xuanji realm would definitely bring him excessive benefits, and even 50 years of life was not impossible. Then frame it on the person outside the courtyard, who could say he was the one who killed her? But Ding Chen glanced at the iron-winged butterfly that had slowly risen into the air on the table, and his furrowed brow gradually relaxed. In this situation, Ding Chen didn't need to think to know that Bai He's backup would probably arrive soon, and now was indeed not a good time to kill. Thinking of this, Ding Chen inwardly sighed, then prepared to knock Bai He unconscious before going to meet the person outside the courtyard. But it seemed he was covering her too tightly, or maybe Bai He was too badly injured, as just as Ding Chen was about to act, Bai He rolled her eyes and passed out.
Damn!
Ding Chen, seeing this, still wasn't quite reassured, then reached his hand into Bai He's clothes, but halfway through, finding no reaction from Bai He confirmed that this demoness was truly unconscious. Placing Bai He on the ground beside him, Ding Chen slowly stood up, looking at the figure outside the door, not knowing what he was thinking. The person was shrouded in shadow, their appearance indiscernible, but Ding Chen felt the figure was somehow familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before.
Young friend, please take out the item.
The person stopped in the courtyard and slowly said. Ding Chen didn't speak, directly throwing out a bamboo wooden flashbang, then quickly turned his head and closed his eyes. With a muffled bang, Ding Chen opened his eyes again and looked back outside the courtyard. But this time, Ding Chen didn't hear the familiar scream, his heart skipping a beat. In the courtyard, the person remained in the same posture, their forward steps halted by the white light of the flashbang, but seemingly unaffected.
Damn, this is the first time I've seen a flashbang fail.
Ding Chen, seeing this scene, although he had already prepared for the possibility of it not working, was still somewhat surprised.
How did this person manage it?
The person stood in the courtyard, looking at Ding Chen in front of him, and slowly said, strange hidden weapon, but if you think it can save you, that's a bit delusional. The figure stood under the moonlight, shrouded in a layer of shadow, making their face indiscernible, but it seemed this layer of shadow around their body hindered the effect of the flashbang.
Ding Chen didn't speak, raising his hand, and the next moment, a breaking evil talisman flew out from his sleeve, shooting towards the person. Boom! The enhanced Great Yin Yang breaking evil talisman exploded directly 3 inches in front of the person, producing a deep bang. The breaking evil talisman of the Yin Yang Palace? No, the power isn't this strong. From the smoke, the figure took another step, but now his tone was clearly surprised. Young friend, don't resist, all your efforts to lure me here, only these means are not enough. Or, take out the item you found in Miao Buzhen's room, and I can spare your life. As the person spoke, a terrifying pressure slowly emanated from his body, making Ding Chen feel that the person walking towards him was not a human, but a tiger in human skin. Miao Buzhen wasn't killed by me, believe it or not.
Under this pressure, Ding Chen's expression remained unchanged, calmly saying,
Then don't blame me.
The person said, his figure flickering, immediately pouncing towards Ding Chen inside the house. But Ding Chen, standing in the inner room, had a strange smile at the corner of his mouth,
then suddenly pulled open his shirt, revealing the densely packed breaking evil talisman stuck to his chest. "Get down on your knees." Ding Chen's body trembled, and the exorcism talismans fell one by one from his clothes, drawn by the malevolent aura of the person in the courtyard, transforming into streaks of light that flew towards them. Seeing this, the person in midair immediately clasped their hands together, and a thin layer of golden light enveloped their body. In the next instant, dozens of exorcism talismans swarmed towards them like bees. In Ding Chen's small courtyard, it was as if fireworks were exploding one after another, with blinding lights stacking up to their limit and suddenly forming a dazzling light sphere that illuminated a large part of the sky. Even from inside the house, Ding Chen could feel the exaggerated explosive energy in the courtyard and quickly rolled backwards, hiding behind the wall. "Big sister, which deity did you call? It's been so long, why haven't they arrived yet?" Ding Chen leaned against the wall, looking at Bai He lying on the ground, feeling a bit helpless. Although the exorcism talisman seemed like a barrage of firepower, he hadn't received any kill notifications, which meant the person outside was still alive. No wonder they were a master of the Xuanji realm, able to withstand such a barrage. If it were someone like Qing Yunzi, they would have been blown to dust by now. A few moments later, the light outside the courtyard gradually dimmed, and the familiar footsteps sounded again. "Young friend, why take such futile actions? There is no mortal enmity between us. What are you afraid of?" The voice grew closer, and by the last word, it was almost right by Ding Chen's ear. "Fuck you, acting like you're the victim." Ding Chen cursed out loud upon hearing this. Just as he was about to escape through the kitchen window with the fragments of the divine statues, he suddenly noticed the iron-winged butterfly on the table emitting a piercing screech. At the same time, a chill instantly enveloped the entire courtyard, making Ding Chen, who was already sweating profusely, feel a sudden cold. "Which deity dares to cause trouble in the territory of our Yinyang Palace?" A lazy voice came from somewhere, making Ding Chen's heart skip a beat. The reinforcements from the Yinyang Palace had arrived. Ding Chen thought, feeling relieved, and quickly got up to peek out the window. In the courtyard outside, a woman in palace attire and barefoot had descended, her single hand in a lotus position, facing off against a gaunt figure. "Ha! Isn't this the special envoy of the Yinyang Palace I saw at the tavern the other day? She actually came in person." Ding Chen recognized the person and was quite surprised. The figure in the courtyard seemed to know that Sun Shower was formidable and no longer acted as arrogantly as before, standing still as if pondering something. From the window, Ding Chen clearly saw that the shadow in front of the figure had thinned significantly, indicating that his continuous bombardment with exorcism talismans had also affected him. At that moment, the figure turned and leaped towards the back, apparently trying to escape. But Sun Shower stepped forward expressionlessly, and a phantom appeared in the air. When she came to her senses, she had seemingly teleported to the figure's back. "Until we meet again," the figure said calmly to Sun Shower, who was right in front of him, and then accelerated sharply, turning into a black line that appeared on the wall and then disappeared into the night. Seeing this, Sun Shower's figure also flickered and chased out of the courtyard. Ding Chen's heart skipped a beat, thinking that Sun Shower was really a fool. What if the black figure pulled a diversionary tactic? Wouldn't he be doomed? Thinking of this, he quickly went to Bai He's side, pinching her nose and slapping her face, finally managing to wake her up. The intense pain in her body made Biha, who had just woken up, gasp sharply, but when she saw Ding Chen leaning over her, she became even more furious. "Don't help me up," Biha called out weakly. Hearing this, Ding Chen quickly helped her up and sat her down in a chair, only to hear Biha ask, "Did the young lady come?" "Yes, the envoy herself arrived and has gone after that person," Ding Chen quickly replied. "Phew, now we're safe," Biha sighed in relief, unlike Ding Chen. "Your Excellency, who exactly was that person? Why is he so strong?" Ding Chen asked. "I don't know. He seems to follow the path of worshipping gods but deliberately hid his appearance and techniques. His realm is one level higher than mine, otherwise, I wouldn't have lasted less than 10 moves, Biha said, slightly blushing but still speaking out. "Your Excellency, have you considered that if he wanted to hide his techniques, why would he also hide his appearance? Could it be someone you know?" Ding Chen suddenly asked. Biha was taken aback by Ding Chen's words and thought of Yu Rongguang, but quickly shook her head, saying, "I don't think so. Even if it were someone I know, a mask would suffice. There's no need to use spiritual energy to cover oneself." Hearing this, Ding Chen inwardly sighed, thinking, "My dear lady, can't you deduce further?" At this moment, Ding Chen hadn't expected the person mentioned in the letter from Baiyun Temple to be so formidable, completely out of the same league as Miao Buzhen. This made him feel like he was now on the same side as the Yinyang Palace. Unless the Yinyang Palace deals with this person from Baiyun Temple, how could he live in peace? Thinking of this, Ding Chen continued, "Your Excellency, Is it possible that he's hiding not his appearance, but rather, a feature that would immediately reveal his origin? Biha felt like her brain was growing, blinking her big eyes at Ding Chen. Just then, a familiar voice came from outside the courtyard. You seem to know something. Why not share it? Ding Chen quickly turned around to see Sun Shower walking into the room with a calm expression. Up close, Ding Chen could see Sun Shower's appearance. Indeed, as Xuebao and others had said, the people from the Yin Palace were all top-tier beauties. The more beautiful, the faster their worship speed, which is the opposite of the Yang Palace. Even in her palace attire, Sun Shower's graceful figure was hard to conceal, and with her age around 30, she had a unique charm of a married woman. Ding Chen only glanced at her before quickly kneeling on one knee, saying, "Greetings, envoy." Sun Shower ignored Ding Chen and walked straight to Biha to check her injuries. Young lady, Biha tried to get up when she saw Sun Shower, but was pushed down by Sun Shower with one hand, while the other hand was placed on her chest, seemingly checking something. You were too reckless, Sun Shower said after a while. Yes, Biha lowered her head. Ding Chen, kneeling on the side with his head down, saw this scene out of the corner of his eye and couldn't help but feel a jump in his heart. Could these two have that kind of relationship? Would I be killed for discovering this? Thinking of this, Ding Chen felt a throbbing pain in his temples, wondering why these worshippers were all so abnormal. It was only then that Sun Shower turned her attention to Ding Chen, saying, "Stand up and speak." Ding Chen quickly stood up and stood still, not daring to move. Are you Bai Wangyun's disciple? Sun Shower suddenly asked. Yes, Ding Chen replied, though he was unsure why. You mentioned that the person in the courtyard was hiding something. Do you have any findings? Sun Shower looked at Ding Chen calmly, her lips curling into a smile. Ding Chen listened and knew that he could no longer afford to be evasive. This Sun Shower was different from the naive Bai He. She was a bona fide envoy, with both experience and insight far surpassing Bai He's. Your Excellency, when I used the Breaking Evil talisman to attack that person, I noticed that the evil aura below his head was almost transparently thin, while the aura around his head still remained thick. So, I speculated that he was fiercely protecting his face, likely because he had a secret he couldn't expose, Ding Chen explained. Upon closer inspection, it does seem so. Sun Shower furrowed her brows slightly, as if recalling the confrontation with that person earlier. Seemingly thinking of something, Sun Shower quickly approached Bai He and then glanced at Ding Chen. Seeing this, Ding Chen promptly turned around, even plugging his ears. Sun Shower, satisfied, then pulled down the shoulder of Bai He's garment, revealing a large patch of snow-white skin. However, on this fair skin, there was a dark palm print embedded. Did he deliberately restrain his evil aura and only use pure physical strength to strike? Sun Shower examined the palm print closely, then looked at the bruise marks around its edges before covering Bai He's garment again, as if she had already made up her mind. You know how to explain today's events, Sun Shower said suddenly to Ding Chen, after picking up Bai He. I understand. Ding Chen responded immediately, still with his back turned. As soon as he finished speaking, Ding Chen felt a whiff of fragrance beside him, and when he regained his senses, he saw a figure flash past the courtyard ahead, disappearing within a few breaths. Ding Chen couldn't help but turn back to look, finding the room now empty. He muttered to himself, this place is too dangerous. I need to move to the martial arts hall immediately. After his reminder, the envoy must have discovered something, otherwise, she wouldn't have left so hastily. This left only him in danger. Thinking of this, Ding Chen cautiously stayed in the room for a while longer, confirming that the two demonesses had indeed left, before hurrying to the courtyard and pushing aside the stone table. Fortunately, the courtyard was in disarray from the previous battle, with finger-sized craters everywhere. The spot where the item was buried, covered by the stone table, remained unscathed. Ding Chen kept an eye on his surroundings while digging with an iron knife, finally unearthing the buried item after a few minutes and refilling the hole with fresh soil before rushing back to the inner room. The urgency to retrieve these items was because the most crucial map was among them. Ding Chen took out the map from the muddy, took a deep breath, and spread it under the oil lamp. To his surprise, the map showed no red crosses, remaining calm as before. What's going on? Doesn't that guy from White Cloud Temple want to kill me? Ding Chen was puzzled. Although he didn't understand, it was ultimately a good thing. He quickly folded the map and tucked it into his chest. Next, Ding Chen also placed the demon-breaking spear on his person, and for the other secret manuals, he only tore out the first page's meditation diagram, burning the rest with the oil lamp and placing them on the ground to be destroyed. Having done all this, Ding Chen let out a long sigh and turned his attention to the food box on the wooden table. With the two demonesses present earlier, Ding Chen hadn't dared to risk practicing his skills, but tonight he definitely had to refine all these fragments, leaving only one or two for the sake of appearance. After all, if anything was amiss, it was the White Cloud Temple's doing. What did it have to do with him, Ding Chen? With this thought, Ding Chen opened the food box,
directly taking out the yellow cloth inside and spreading it on the table. Inside the yellow cloth were 8 fragments of varying sizes, slowly releasing evil aura. Ding Chen raised an eyebrow, then selected 2 of the smallest fragments and placed them back on the yellow cloth, rewrapped it, and put it back into the food box. He then took the remaining 6 pieces and walked into the kitchen. It had to be said that being forced to sleep in the kitchen by that demoness by he these past few days had actually revealed some of its advantages to Ding Chen. Not only was the space hidden, but the back window could be easily climbed out of, landing directly on the street outside, making it very convenient to escape in case of trouble. Ding Chen returned to the kitchen, sat down on the pile of firewood, and then picked up 2 fragments with one hand each, immediately starting to practice the Du Sha Ju. Meanwhile, in the county yamen, in the side room, Wang Pingshan, who had been sleeping with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He glanced at the sleeping concubine beside him, then quietly sat up. Moving his obese body, he took the robe hanging on the bed, got out of bed, wrapped himself in the clothes, and slowly walked to the door. After pushing it open, he stepped out into the courtyard. At that moment, a full moon hung high in the sky, casting cold moonlight on the small pond in the courtyard, where a shadowy figure appeared indistinctly beside the light. Wang Pingshan looked at the figure and then walked over with measured steps. "Why are you here suddenly?" Wang Pingshan asked with some dissatisfaction. "The people from the Yinyang Palace have intervened," the figure said slowly. "What do you mean? Were you discovered? How do you do things?" Wang Pingshan's tone was low. "No, but I found some interesting things." "Speak." "The incident at the Green Silk Temple was probably not done by the Yinyang Palace. They are also searching, and there should be another force in the city, possibly the one who got the item." The figure continued. "Another force?" Wang Pingshan was taken aback. He couldn't understand what other matters in Qingfeng County he didn't know about. "What should we do now?" Wang Pingshan asked slowly. "Let's hold back for now. The woman from the Yinyang Palace isn't stupid." "I'll wait until I reach the Xuanji stage before making any plans," the figure said, then clasped his hands together. In the inner city, at the Tian Palace mansion, Yu Rongguang was sitting in a large chair, each hand holding a maid, with another kneeling at his feet. He leaned back with his eyes closed, looking very satisfied. In the room, a faint yin-yang sha drifted slowly, making the maids blush even more and their eyes completely dazed. Suddenly, Yu Rongguang's expression changed, and he sat up straight, pushing away the maids on either side, then put on his coat and walked out of the room. Outside, a shadow was standing there. Seeing Yu Rongguang come out, it immediately stepped forward and whispered something in his ear. After a while, Yu Rongguang listened to the person's words and his face showed a hint of surprise. "My junior sister went out of the inner city in the middle of the night? Send someone to investigate what she did." Yu Rongguang thought for a moment and then said, "Something happened again this morning at the Black Dragon Gang. Send someone to handle it. Also, tell Ma Dongyuan that if he screws up again and I have to clean up after him, he can just roll off the position of the Black Dragon Gang leader." The shadow nodded slightly and then turned to leave. "Damn it, these useless fools, once my term is up, I'll kill them all." Yu Rongguang cursed after the shadow left, then turned and walked back into the side room. The next morning, Ding Chen carried the food box to the patrol bureau. As soon as he entered the gate of the patrol bureau, the people who were standing in the courtyard for roll call looked over. "Ha! Isn't this Ding Hai finally decided to show up?" Everyone laughed, clearly envious of the shortcut Ding Chen had taken. "Don't tease me, where's the chief?" Ding Chen shook his head and said. Inside, someone pointed to the side room. "The people from the Yinyang Palace sent someone early this morning. The chief has been talking with that person for half an hour." Ding Chen nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. After a while, the door of the side room opened, and a woman dressed as a maid walked out, but she looked straight ahead as she headed towards the door. Seeing this, everyone stopped their discussions and quickly moved to the sides, making way in the middle. After the woman left, everyone looked towards the side room door. Sure enough, Lu Budong walked out, his face showing no joy or anger, just giving a routine lecture before dismissing everyone to go about their business. But before leaving, Lu Budong noticed Ding Chen and waved him over. Ding Chen walked up to Lu Budong, who then looked him up and down and secretly gave him a thumbs up. "Ding boy, you're amazing, taking good care of our Yinyang Palace officials." Ding Chen immediately knew this guy must have misunderstood again and gave an awkward smile. "Alright, someone from the inner city just came, saying the Black Dragon Gang case is yours to handle. Is that fragment in the box you're carrying?" Lu Budong pointed at Ding Chen's food box. "Yes, boss," Ding Chen replied. "Dispose of it quickly. Although it's isolated by the wooden box, it still has an impact. After you register at the archives, finally Baozheng, he'll tell you what to do. Also, the scar-faced guy from the Black Dragon Gang is being held in the prison. With this, you can go in."
Lu Budong said, then took out a badge from his waist and handed it to Ding Chen. Then, Lu Budong left on his own, leaving Ding Chen a bit stunned. Wasn't it too casual to let him handle these fragments? Didn't they want them? And they were letting him handle the Black Dragon Gang case? Double good fortune, it's time to celebrate. At this moment, Ding Chen thought to himself that after being unlucky for so many days, his fortunes were finally turning around. After Lu Budong left, Ding Chen immediately went to the archives. The archive room housed various documents from Qingfeng County over the years. At the moment, 2 clerks were organizing and cataloging them. Seeing Ding Chen walk in, one of them immediately came over. "Esteemed official, are you here to register?" the clerk asked. "Yes, I'm here to register the Black Dragon Gang's external evil event," Ding Chen said. "Sir, registering a case requires at least 2 people in the presence of an inspector. It can't be done by one person alone," the clerk said with a smile, seeing Ding Chen alone. "Will this do?" Ding Chen directly placed the badge Lu Budong gave him on the table. The clerk glanced at the badge, then at Ding Chen, and silently nodded. Seeing this, Ding Chen smiled and took back the badge. Meanwhile, the clerk sat down and took out a thick register. "Sir, you may proceed. Describe the event, location, people involved, and outcome," the clerk said, dipping his brush in ink. Ding Chen thought for a moment, then began to narrate slowly. After a cup of tea, Ding Chen finished his narration and added at the end, "The statue fragment is highly dangerous. I have destroyed it the next day." The clerk looked up at Ding Chen but didn't say anything, continuing to record. Finally, the clerk handed the register to Ding Chen, who pressed his thumbprint on it, and the case was officially closed. Ding Chen left the archives with a smile and then went to find Li Baozhang. At the moment, Li Baozhang was sitting at a tea stall on the street, drinking tea. Seeing Ding Chen walk over with a wooden box, he frowned. "You rascal, you've been here less than a week and you're already learning from me, old Li, to slack off?" Li Baozhang jokingly scolded as Ding Chen sat down. "What's slacking? It's the task assigned by the boss." Ding Chen placed the food box on the small table and patted it. "What is it?" Li Baozhang was puzzled. "Fragments of a deity statue," Ding Chen whispered. "Put." Li Baozhang jumped up in shock and started cursing at Ding Chen. "You bastard, didn't I just cut you once, and now you're trying to get me killed?" Ding Chen was confused and asked, "Why are you yelling so loudly? You're full of it. You want to get me killed, take it away from me," Li Baozhang said in a lowered voice. "The chief told me to come to you for a solution. If you're not going to handle it, then I'm going back," Ding Chen said, getting up as if to leave. All right, you bastard, bring that thing and follow me," Li Baozhang said, feeling helpless. He grabbed his sword, threw a few copper coins on the stall, and left with Ding Chen. The two of them returned to the patrol station one after the other. Only then did Li Baozhang say to Ding Chen, "You dare to carry these deity statue fragments around? You really don't want to live." Ding Chen was puzzled. "I'm carrying it in a wooden box. The malevolent energy is very sinister. Just because you can't see or feel it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Go and destroy it quickly," Li Baozhang said. Ding Chen thought about it and realized this was similar to radiation. If that's the case, the deity statue is like a radioactive source. If I use the statue to create a pseudo-malevolent nuclear reactor, could I continuously generate malevolent energy? Thinking about it, Ding Chen felt it was a bit far-fetched. The uranium-235 and plutonium-239 used in nuclear reactors don't even exist in this world, and even if I could enhance them out of thin air, their lifespan would be astronomical. Forget it, I'll try it if I get the chance in the future, Ding Chen thought to himself. "Brotherly, you haven't told me how to destroy these fragments yet," Ding Chen asked Li Baozhang. "In the last room of the station, the whole room is made of willow wood, destroy it there. There's a round plate inside, just place the fragments on it. The plate is connected to a formation set up by the people from the Yinyang Palace, it will slowly wear away the fragments," Li Baozhang explained. "Ah, that's simple?" Ding Chen was a bit surprised. "You think it's difficult? Or do you plan to slowly grind it away with a dispelling talisman? If you're the illegitimate son of the Yinyang Palace's master, then go ahead," Li Baozhang chuckled. "Alright, you're not coming in with me?" Ding Chen pointed to the room. "Who would go into that room for no reason? Don't you want to live?" Li Baozhang cursed, feeling unlucky. Ding Chen secretly rejoiced, suppressing the smile at the corners of his mouth. This way, the last 2 fragments were now in his possession. It really was a case of fortune coming and not being able to be stopped. Last night, he refined 6 fragments and finally broke through the extreme limit of the skin realm, and the Duxingju also officially began the process of forging bones. And in just one night, he successfully forged 3 bones, although it exhausted all the fragments. The speed was simply incredible. Having tasted the sweetness, Ding Chen thought that for now, the main focus should be on finding the deity statue. As his strength increased,
All these evil beings would be nothing but illusions. Thinking of this, Ding Chen asked Li Baozhang, "Brotherly, did you encounter any blood-flesh sect members when you went to Shouten Village last time?" Li Baozhang heard this and immediately became furious. "You bastard, that white-haired old Taoist was at the peak of the Taishu realm. If I hadn't run fast, your Li grandpa would have been a dried-up corpse by now." Li Baozhang cursed at Ding Chen and then turned to leave, not wanting to spend another minute with him. Ding Chen, seeing this, pondered. It seemed Li Baozhang had encountered Bai Yunzi in Shouten Village, but after more than a month, just to be safe, Ding Chen positioned Bai Yunzi's cultivation level at the early stage of the Xuanji realm. "Wait until I break through the bone barrier and enter the refining of internal organs to meet you, Bai Yunzi, you better stay alive for me." Ding Chen thought of the helplessness he felt that day at the Taoist temple, suppressing the urgent urge for revenge in his heart. He then turned around with the wooden box and walked towards the innermost wooden house in the outpost. Pushing open the wooden door and entering the room specially used for dispelling evil spirits, Ding Chen immediately smelled a peculiar wood fragrance. This unique fragrance of willow wood, when too strong, actually made Ding Chen feel dizzy. He quickly shook his head and then walked to the most conspicuous stone platform in the room. On the platform was a stone bowl the size of a faceplate. Ding Chen looked at it and noticed that the bowl was also carved with some strange patterns. These patterns extended from the bowl and covered the entire surface of the platform, making the whole setup look eerie and mysterious. Ding Chen looked at the platform, finally stretched out his hand above the stone bowl, and then started to operate the evil dispelling technique, hoping for an unexpected surprise. But after a few moments, Ding Chen shook his head disappointedly and lowered his hand. Obviously, the array here did not disperse evil spirits, but Ding Chen had not held much hope to begin with. He then took out the last two fragments from the lunchbox and held them in his hands. This time, Ding Chen decided to reverse the fragments to increase his lifespan. After all, after last night's fierce battle, although he absorbed evil spirits and made evil dispelling talismans, his overall lifespan had still decreased significantly, now barely maintaining a little over a year, the closest he had been to death since his transmigration. "Play it safe," Ding Chen muttered to himself, and the deity fragment in his hand immediately emitted a slight tremor, absorbing evil spirits into his body and turning them into a bit of lifespan. You refined a bit of 7 evil spirits, lifespan plus 0. 1 days, you refined a bit of 7 evil spirits, lifespan plus 0. 1 days. Half an hour later, Ding Chen walked out of the evil dispelling room and then inquired about something, heading towards the dungeon. The entrance to the dungeon of the inspection department was located in a small courtyard at the back of the outpost. This was the first time Ding Chen had seen such an underground prison, so when he first descended the stone steps, he was indeed quite shocked. Unlike his previous rigid impression, the passage here was very narrow, only allowing one person to pass sideways, and even slightly overweight people would have to squeeze through, let alone 2 people walking side by side. According to the jailer who led the way, this tunnel design was specifically to prevent prisoners from escaping or being rescued. As long as someone dared to rush down, people outside with long spears would be waiting, making it impossible to bring anyone out, let alone the prisoners who were shackled with heavy leg irons and collars. The narrow passage was about several dozen meters long, and by the end, Ding Chen felt suffocated and irritable. This was a physiological reaction caused by long-term confinement in a dark and cramped space, which also made Ding Chen understand that once a person was caught in this dungeon, they were basically done for. Fortunately, after finishing the steps, the space of the dungeon became slightly larger. Individual stone caves were lined up side by side, with the area next to them being the resting area for the guards. "Boss." The guard, recognizing the visitor's identity by the dim light in the cave, immediately stood at attention and called out, "Yes, this is Ding Hai, tasked with interrogating the Black Dragon Gang's illegal possession of external evil spirits." The jailer introduced Ding Chen to the guard. "Understood, boss, I will cooperate with Brother Ding." The guard quickly understood. "Brother Ding, the prisoner is in the second to last cave. Oh, and you know, this guy's mouth is too hard, no matter what method we use, he won't talk." The jailer sighed. "Have you tried water torture, intestinal extraction, or the tin snake test?" Ding Chen asked. The jailer was taken aback by Ding Chen's question and then his face changed. "May I ask where Brother Ding was previously stationed?" The prison official took a subtle half-step back and asked with a fist salute. "Ah, let's not mention the past," Ding Chen chuckled. Seeing this, the prison official also gave an awkward smile, then signaled to the jailer with his eyes and quickly left the place. The jailer had also heard Ding Chen's words and, seeing Ding Chen looking at him, his heart skipped a beat, involuntarily gulping down a mouthful of saliva. "Mr. Ding, the person is inside, you can go in yourself, I won't accompany you," the jailer stammered. Alright, Ding Chen said with a chuckle, seeing his goal achieved, and then walked towards the depths of the dungeon. In the stone caves on both sides of the dungeon, most were now occupied by people. These people, both men and women, were dressed in tattered prison clothes, disheveled and lying motionless on the ground, not knowing if they were dead or alive. The thick stench stimulated Ding Chen's nostrils, and he couldn't help but cover his face with his sleeve, frowning as he continued forward. Finally, Ding Chen reached the second to last cave and saw the person he was looking for, the scar-faced man from the Black Dragon Gang. The scar-faced man's appearance was extremely miserable, his bare upper body covered in bloodstains, his head drooping and hanging in the cave, with hooks piercing through both shoulders, obviously to prevent him from escaping. The efficiency of the patrol department in handling cases was quite high, but that was all. The martial artist who guarded the courtyard and the mastermind behind the mansion were not found, only this small-time leader was caught. It seemed that this man had been abandoned by the Black Dragon Gang and pushed out as a scapegoat. The scar-faced man's name was Guo Fengchun, and the record stated that he was driven by greed, colluding with outsiders to smuggle fragments of divine statues, while also trafficking in people, earning 300 taels of silver. When Ding Chen saw this number, he was very skeptical. 300 taels? Who the hell would risk so much for 300 taels, and hire a martial artist? This number should be multiplied by 10. But disbelief aside, Ding Chen's purpose was not to audit, but to find out the channel through which the Black Dragon Gang purchased the fragments of divine statues. Thinking of this, Ding Chen took out the key given by the jailer and opened the prison door, bending down to enter the cave. The light inside the cave was very dim, and Ding Chen held a lamp close to the scar-faced man, then lifted his drooping head and called out, "Guo Fengchun?" Hearing his name, the scar-faced man's eyelids twitched slightly, then he struggled to open his eyes and saw Ding Chen standing in front of him, a cold smile appearing on his face. "Don't look at me like that. I'm not asking who the mastermind is, I'm asking, who did you contact? Where did you get those fragments of divine statues?" Ding Chen asked, frowning at Guo Fengchun's appearance. Unexpectedly, when Guo Fengchun heard Ding Chen's words, he opened his mouth and let out a strange hee-hee laugh, then suddenly lunged at Ding Chen, opening his mouth to bite Ding Chen's face, like a mad dog. Seeing this, Ding Chen's face showed no surprise, and he slapped Guo Fengchun's approaching face with a powerful blow, the immense force causing Guo Fengchun to spin in the air, and if not for the two bone-piercing hooks on his back, he would have flown far away. After the slap, Ding Chen also looked at his palm with some surprise, thinking that after reaching the extreme realm of skin hardening, his strength had increased too much, making him a bit unaccustomed to his first strike. Guo Fengchun was also stunned by Ding Chen's slap, kneeling there with wide eyes, seemingly questioning his own life. It was fortunate that this guy was a skin-hardened martial artist, otherwise, that one slap could have cracked his bones and left him half paralyzed. Ding Chen, seeing this, bent down and gently patted Guo Fengchun's face, continuing, "For the beastly things you've done, you should have expected this day. But if you can tell me the source, I can make your suffering a bit less." Guo Fengchun, upon hearing this, slowly focused his eyes back on Ding Chen, but then burst into laughter. "You bastards think you can trick me? You don't know who your Guo grandpa is. Bring out all your tricks, and your Guo grandpa will never cry out in pain. Never! Ha 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 ha!" Ding Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. It was clear that this guy wasn't going to talk, and the jailer had mentioned that even torture hadn't worked on him. Even if he did talk under torture, there was no guarantee the information was true. Thinking of this, Ding Chen rubbed his chin and then noticed a bowl of water nearby, suddenly coming up with an idea. Ding Chen walked to the corner of the cell, picked up the bowl of water, and after a moment's thought, returned to Guo Fengchun's side. In his surprised gaze, Ding Chen dipped his finger in the blood on Guo Fengchun's body and then left the cell. After exiting the cave, Ding Chen looked around to ensure no one was watching, then walked further in and found an unoccupied cave to enter. Inside the empty cave, Ding Chen dipped his finger in the blood and wrote on the bowl, "Truth Serum, limited to skin refining realm, 5 minutes. His gaze then fixed on it. A few moments later, a line of text appeared in Ding Chen's vision. "Currently upgradable, requires 17 days of life, upgrade? 17 days, not bad." Ding Chen thought and then silently affirmed. Immediately, with a slight glow in his hand, Ding Chen noticed the water in the bowl seemed a bit murkier. "I will tell all a secret technique from an unknown sect, when consumed, can control the deepest nerves of the cerebral cortex, revealing all without reservation, but only for 5 minutes remaining lifespan, 2 years and 167 days." Seeing the text before him, Ding Chen's lips curved into a smile. He then carried the bowl back to Guo Fengchun's cave. Guo Fengchun thought Ding Chen was going to give him water and snorted disdainfully. Ding Chen didn't say much, directly walked over, pinched his mouth, and poured the water into it. Ugh, gulp, gulp. Guo Fengchun's eyes widened, glaring at Ding Chen, but after just a few breaths, his eyes began to glaze over.
Ding Chen knew immediately that the "I will tell all" had taken effect and tentatively asked, "Do you like your sister-in-law?" Guo Fengchuan's eyes clearly showed a struggle but still nodded and said, "Yes." Hearing this answer, Ding Chen pondered, realizing this guy wasn't pretending. "Where did you buy the statue fragments?" "From a man named Lao Ba." Guo Fengchuan replied emotionlessly. "Is Lao Ba from Qingfeng County? Where does he live? How do you trade?" "I don't know. I first contacted Lao Ba through someone else. He's always on the move but passes through Qingfeng County once a month. We meet at the tea stall in Malu Alley on the 9th day of each month." Ding Chen thought for a moment and then asked, "Besides you, who else knows about Lao Ba?" "No one. The deputy leader knows about Lao Ba, but not the details of the transactions. That's how I can skim off 10% each time," Guo Fengchuan slowly said. Ding Chen raised an eyebrow, thinking this was a stroke of luck. After asking a few more details, he planned to knock Guo Fengchuan out before leaving, but unexpectedly, chaotic footsteps suddenly echoed from the end of the passage outside. Ding Chen listened carefully and knew that at least 3 or 4 people were coming down. He quickly stepped forward and performed a cross-collar choke on Guo Fengchuan, who passed out within 3 breaths. Why not just strike the back of the neck to knock him out? Ding Chen believed he hadn't yet mastered the precision to control the force so finely, so he chose the most reliable method. At that moment, the chaotic footsteps echoed again in the passage, rapidly approaching Ding Chen. He dusted off some dirt on his clothes and walked out of the cell expressionlessly, just in time to see several people in Feiyun uniforms approaching. To Ding Chen's surprise, he didn't recognize these inspectors from the patrol bureau. A thought immediately crossed his mind: Inner City Patrol Bureau. 3 inspectors in Feiyun uniforms strode up to Ding Chen. The leader sized him up and asked with a frown, "Are you Ding Hai?" Ding Chen quickly clasped his fists and replied, "Yes, I am. We'll take over here. You can leave." Hearing this, Ding Chen calculated the time. It had probably been less than 5 minutes since Guo Fengchuan had taken the truth serum. He furrowed his brow and said, "What do you mean by this?" "I am investigating this case under the orders of the envoy of the Yinyang Palace." "Has the envoy given new instructions?" The leader sneered, "You ungrateful wretch, don't you know what uniform you're wearing? Relying on the envoy to show off in Qingfeng County? We are acting under the orders of Chief Inspector Yu of the Supervisory Bureau to take over this case. Get lost." As he spoke, the man glared and placed his hand on the hilt of his saber. Ding Chen stood still, silent. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. He stood motionless for over 10 breaths. The Inner City Patrol Bureau officers thought he might resist, readying their sabers, but after waiting for a while, they saw no movement from Ding Chen, who just stood there as if in a trance. "Get lost." The man finally grew impatient and shouted again. Ding Chen looked up at him, smiled, and then walked out of the passage without looking back. That guy. The 3 Inner City Patrol Bureau officers found it strange that Ding Chen left so easily, but they didn't think much of it and shook their heads before entering the cave. Inside, they saw Guo Fengchuan kneeling with his head drooping, his arms stretched long by chains. One of them quickly checked and called out, "He's unconscious." The leader pulled Guo Fengchuan's hair to lift his head, puzzled. "Did that kid do this to him? What should we do?" someone asked. "Give him the stuff and leave," the leader said, taking out an oil paper package from his. Carefully opening it, the package contained white powder. The leader glanced around, then picked up the bowl Ding Chen had used, finding it empty with bloodstains on the rim. He frowned but then smirked, unzipped his pants, and urinated into the bowl. Afterward, he zipped up, carried the bowl to Guo Fengchuan, and forced the white powder and urine into his mouth. After completing all this, the 3 began to skillfully clean up the traces in the area. In just a few dozen breaths, they erased numerous traces, making it impossible for even professional investigators to find any clues in the current prison cell. Finally, the leader opened Guo Fengchuan's eyelids and saw that his eyes were already bloodshot, knowing that the drug's effect had begun. He waved his hand and hurriedly led the other 2 out the door. As they passed the rest area, they told the guard, "The prisoner has fainted. We'll come back when he wakes up." The guard quickly agreed, aware that the interrogation process of these 3 was not in line with regulations, but knowing that they had significant backing and were not someone he, a lowly guard, could afford to offend. On the other side, Ding Chen, who had left the dungeon, did not know who had commissioned the 3 men, but he roughly guessed what they were about to do. "I never thought that even in this small county, in the midst of this chaotic world, there would be so much intrigue. As long as human nature remains unchanged, history will continue to repeat itself." Ding Chen sighed to himself and prepared to go to the martial arts school to inform Bai Wang Yun about his intention to move in. As a true disciple, one would be assigned a separate room, which was spacious and even had servants to attend to them. Previously, as Ding Chen had not yet become a true disciple, he had to share a large dormitory with his fellow apprentices, which was why he chose to commute daily.
Now, although living in the martial arts school was still somewhat uncomfortable, it was much safer. Ding Chen, carrying his bundle, directly arrived at the martial arts school and saw that his fellow apprentices were still diligently practicing in the courtyard. It seemed that Ding Chen's meteoric rise had spurred them on. They were all serious, which was quite unexpected for Ding Chen. Seeing Ding Chen enter the courtyard, they were all taken aback and then called out "Senior Brother Ding" one after another. Ding Chen realized that as a true disciple, his status was far above theirs, and they could only address him as their senior brother, making Xuebao the youngest apprentice again.
"Where's Senior Brother Chui?" Ding Chen asked, looking around but not seeing Chui Wancheng. Senior Brother Chui went to the inner city, Huang Shuyang quickly replied. It said he became a retainer for the Zhao family. Someone else added, "The Zhao family." Ding Chen nodded slightly upon hearing this. The inner city of Qingfeng County had three major families, the Zhao, Ma, and Sun families. In this inner city, apart from the county magistrate and the supervisory department, they had the most authority. The Zhao family managed the salt and rice businesses, the Ma family was backed by the Yin-Yang Palace and controlled the medicinal business, and the Sun family was supported by the county magistrate Wang Pingshan and controlled the ironware and clothing businesses. Among these, the Zhao family was slightly weaker, but for ordinary people, it was still a formidable entity. "Senior Brother Ding, are you staying for lunch today? I'll treat you." Huang Shuyang called out again. "No, I still have to patrol the streets in the afternoon, so I won't eat lunch, Ding Chen." Ding Chen was surprised in his heart. He thought that this martial artist at the blood exchange level not only possessed profound strength, but there might also be a small circle within that passed on information. At the same time, he was glad that his decision to take a master was truly worthwhile. Just 40 taels had secured him a blood exchange bodyguard, which was definitely not a loss. Practice your fists diligently. Once you reach the internal organs stage, you will truly undergo a transformation. Bai Wangyun glanced at Ding Chen and then reminded him again. Ding Chen had now joined the patrol bureau, which was somewhat regrettable for Bai Wangyun. After all, he had to patrol during the day and could only practice at night. But everyone has their own choices. As a master, Bai Wangyun could only do his best to teach his disciple well. Moreover, practicing martial arts required a lot of silver and precious medicines. Without a proper job, how could one afford it? "I understand, disciple," Ding Chen quickly bowed again and said. And so, Ding Chen stayed at the martial arts school. At night, Ding Chen resumed the process of brewing medicine. Although he could now refine the yin-yang sorrow to strengthen his bones every night, this did not conflict with the enhanced blood qi powder. With both methods combined, the speed of bone strengthening naturally increased. At the same time, he also needed to find ways to improve his white ape and python fist technique. According to Bai Wangyun, the reason the internal organs stage was a leap in martial arts progress was due to the skin and bone membrane compressing the internal blood and qi, nurturing a powerful force within the organs. This powerful force was related to the fist force. The more proficient one was in a fist technique, the faster one could cultivate this force. Hence, there was the saying, blood flows through the 5 organs, and fist force circulates through the body. After entering the internal organs stage, martial artists needed to use fist force to suppress the blood and qi into the organs. Over time, they could nurture a trace of powerful force. Therefore, a good fist technique was extremely important for martial artists at the internal organs stage. However, different fist techniques naturally varied, so there were differences in the powerful force among martial artists at the internal organs stage. Thinking of the 108 calamity stars, with 108 major forces and over 3,000 minor forces, plus martial artists, there were probably tens of thousands of powerful forces in the world. This made Ding Chen sigh. It was already difficult for martial artists to reach the internal organs stage, and they were also restricted by factors such as fist techniques and body techniques. No wonder there were so few martial artists who could achieve the status of a Lu immortal. This path was indeed too difficult. That night, sitting in his room, Ding Chen drank the medicinal juice brewed with the enhanced blood qi powder and continued to strengthen his bones with the white ape and python fist. In the room, Ding Chen's figure moved back and forth under the lamplight, casting a silhouette on the window. Outside the room, Bai Wangyun stood in the corridor, looking at Ding Chen's room, and couldn't help but nod in approval. He's quite diligent. No wonder he broke through the skin barrier so quickly. Alas, it's rare to come across such a good seedling. I really don't want to drag him down. Let's talk about it later. Bai Wangyun muttered to himself and then shook his head as he left the corridor. The next few days, the outer city of Qingfeng County remained calm, as if the incidents from the previous days had passed. Ding Chen took the enhanced blood qi powder every day, combined with refining the yin-yang sorrow to strengthen his bones, making rapid progress. In just half a month, he had strengthened over 80 bones.
In the inner city, at the Heavenly Palace Mansion, Yu Rongbong sat in the main hall of the residence, playing with a jade ring on his hand, and said to the person beside him without looking up, "Sister, I've had people investigate the monks and nuns you mentioned for several days. All the bald heads have been caught. If you still can't find them, it's not my fault." Sun Shower sat in the chair beside her, her eyes closed, and after a long while, she said, "Brother, you should know the situation in Qingfeng County better than I do. If you want to benefit from the situation, be careful not to end up in a ditch." Hearing this, Yu Rongbong's face immediately showed a cold smile. "Sister, just take care of your own affairs. I heard that your maidservant solved the Black Dragon Gang's external calamity case a few days ago." "That's great," Yu Rongbong said coldly. "They are much better than the people around my senior brother." Sun Shower's expression remained calm as she took a gentle sip of tea from her cup and then stood up. "Senior brother, I have said all I need to. Goodbye." With that, Sun Shower moved gracefully, slowly exiting the living room. After Sun Shower left, Yu Rongbong finally put down the jade ring in his hand and looked to the side. A figure quickly approached and said to Yu Rongbong, "Wang Pingshan doesn't seem to be making any moves. It looks like he's stopped. This damned bitch ruined my big plan." Yu Rongbong's face twisted in anger upon hearing this. "Make sure everyone keeps a close eye on him. Inform me immediately if Wang Pingshan makes any moves." After Yu Rongbong finished speaking, the shadowy figure slowly retreated, leaving the hall empty except for Yu Rongbong himself. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. "I want to see how you insects play your game." Yu Rongbong's tone was low and heavy, and with a fierce squeeze, the jade ring in his hand turned into a pile of dust, slowly falling. On the 3rd of August, the weather was gradually turning cooler. Ding Chen sat at a tea stall, watching the pedestrians on the street, his eyes gradually losing focus. Unconsciously, he had been in this world for over 2 months, from almost being turned into jerky to becoming a martial artist in the patrol division. The journey had been extremely bumpy. At this moment, he had already tempered 173 bones in his body, and it would only take another half a month to reach the peak of bone forging. It was unimaginable that the bone forging that usually takes ordinary people 3 to 5 years could be completed by Ding Chen in just 2 months. If seen by outsiders, this could no longer be described as talent. At this moment, a thin man with a pair of mustaches also came to the tea stall and sat down, tapping his fingers on the table. "DD. 2 long, 1 short," repeated 3 times. This special code immediately caught Ding Chen's attention. He looked at the man and then also tapped his fingers lightly on the table. "DD. 1 long, 2 short," repeated twice. This action naturally drew the man's gaze to Ding Chen. After the tea was served, the man carried his cup and walked over to Ding Chen, sitting down opposite him. He sized up Ding Chen, raised an eyebrow, and said in a low voice, "Where's Guo Fengchun? Wei Ji's affairs will be handled by me from now on, but I don't work for the Black Dragon Gang." Ding Chen said expressionlessly, wearing a human skin mask. Seems Guo trusts you quite a bit." "Alright, in my line of work, I recognize money, not people. What do you want?" Sun Yan smiled at Ding Chen. Lao Ba was just Sun Yan's alias, as he was the 8th child in his family, hence the name. "The same as Guo. I want that thing," Ding Chen said. No cheating here, 300 taels of silver per piece," Lao Ba said with a smile. "Are you joking? The price you gave Guo wasn't this." Ding Chen narrowed his eyes. "Kid, I don't just do business with anyone. That's the price. If it works, we make a friend. If not, I'm not forcing a sale." Sun Yan looked at Ding Chen, rubbing his teacup. "How many do you have?" Ding Chen was silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "What?" Sun Yan was taken aback by Ding Chen's question. He had only been testing Ding Chen, but didn't expect his tone to be so big, thinking about buying in bulk. 4 pieces, it's not easy to get, only this much in a month. Sun Yan held up 4 fingers. "Break the curse talisman, trade or not?" Ding Chen suddenly asked after a moment of silence. "You have a break the curse talisman? Which families?" Sun Yan's eyebrows shot up. In this era of rampant disasters, the break the curse talisman was a solid currency. He had been wandering far and wide for years, deeply understanding the function of the breaking evil talisman. For him, this item was not only for self-defense but also could fetch a good price in foreign lands. Exchanging this rarely sought-after deity statue for the breaking evil talisman was not a bad deal. "From the Yin Yang Palace, 100 taels each," Ding Chen said. "Nonsense," Sun Yan muttered under his breath. "The market price is only 50 taels each. Even if it's from the Yin Yang Palace, the premium is at most 5 taels. Calling you old 8, do you really think you're the 8th master now? You want to charge me the market price, but sell me your stuff at sky-high prices?" Ding Chen sneered, unmoved.
Sun Yan was taken aback upon hearing this, realizing that the man had been waiting for him. How about this, for breaking evil talismans for 1 fragment, Sun Yan pondered and said. My talismans are life-risking, 3 for 1 fragment. Ding Chen shook his head. Brother, in this world, who isn't risking their life for money? Do you think my stuff is given away for free? Sun Yan sneered. Ding Chen looked at Sun Yan for a while, then nodded. When can we trade? Sun Yan replied, the usual, I stay in Qingfeng County for 3 days each month. If you want something, find me at the usual place. By the way, do you have a complete deity statue? Ding Chen suddenly asked. Are you joking? How could I get that? Sun Yan was stunned. I said if you can get it, I can offer you a satisfying price, Ding Chen said. I'd been a merchant for so many years, never got my hands on one. Even if I could, it would be sky high. Sun Yan shook his head and stood up. Opportunity knocks but once, Sun Yan said one last time before hastily leaving the tea stall, leaving Ding Chen sitting there lost in thought. The next day, Ding Chen exchanged the breaking evil talismans for 4 deity statue fragments with Sun Yan in a tavern. Sun Yan was a very disciplined smuggler. He neither inquired about the origins of the talismans nor made any last-minute price hikes, which pleased Ding Chen. Although Ding Chen had considered using some lost soul water to rob Sun Yan of the fragments before coming, thinking of this as a long-term transaction, he decided not to be greedy for immediate gains and gave up the idea. Each deity statue fragment could add about 9 months to Ding Chen's life. 4 fragments would add over 3 years, minus the half-year life he spent enhancing the talismans, netting him 2.5 years. Unfortunately, only 3 or 4 fragments could be obtained each month, making Ding Chen nostalgic for the feeling of sudden wealth when he first obtained the green silk deity statue. When will there be another Miao Buzhen? Ding Chen sighed deeply in his heart. On August 22nd, the autumn equinox. That night, Ding Chen's 206 bones were finally fully tempered. Standing in the room, his blood and qi surged like mercury, his skin rippled like waves, and with each breath, white air flowed from his nostrils, dissipating within half an inch of his body. Feeling the surging blood and qi within, Ding Chen felt his entire skeleton connected, an irresistible impulse rising from his feet to his head. He twisted his waist, reached out, and executed the first move of the white ape turning python. With this punch, Ding Chen's entire skeleton cracked, a dragon's roar and tiger's howl echoed faintly within, and a white mist burst from his fist, dissipating after half a foot. Is this the beginning of the Gangjing? No, that's not right. Gangjing is formless and bodiless, not this white mist. This should just be the heat escaping from the pores due to the strength of the blood and qi. Ding Chen raised an eyebrow, then slowly retracted his fist, unable to hide his disappointment. These days, he also diligently practiced the white ape coiling python fist, and every day he took time to meditate on the image of the white ape coiling python. However, the progress of this fist technique remained slow, and he had only just reached the level of minor mastery. The fist technique, like the martial artist's realm, is divided into 3 stages: minor mastery, major mastery, and perfection. Only when one reaches major mastery, achieving the state of introspection, can the fist technique's power mobilize the skin, muscles, and bones throughout the body, pressurizing the blood into the internal organs. Currently, there are 2 ways to solve this situation. The first is to follow the path of worshipping gods, recultivating the worshipping gods techniques, and using the killing aura to enter the internal organs to generate killing energy, thus not needing to consider the fist technique's realm. However, Ding Chen does not have a blueprint for the worshipping gods techniques, and his lifespan is not much left. Even if he were to recultivate, it would be full of difficulties, and there might be new troubles. The second method is naturally to find a way to directly achieve major mastery in the fist technique, which, although conventional, is the most reliable. At this moment, Ding Chen stood in the side room, pacing back and forth, weighing the pros and cons of the 2 methods in his mind. After a moment, Ding Chen made up his mind. He planned to accumulate enough lifespan and then use the second method to enter the internal organs. Early the next morning, Ding Chen found Bai Wang Yun and claimed that he hoped to take a look at the techniques for the internal organs stage in advance, to have a reference. For Ding Chen, who had been practicing bone forging for over a month, Bai Wang Yun did not say much. He fished out a book titled 5 Viscera Method from the box and handed it to Ding Chen. According to the old rules, Ding Chen could only read it once on the spot, and Bai Wang Yun did not allow him to read it more. He just instructed Ding Chen to understand the general idea after reading it once, otherwise, knowing the difficulty in giving up would only dampen the enthusiasm for bone forging. Ding Chen naturally had no objections. He sat at the stone table, opened the 5 Viscera Method, and began to read. Just half an hour later, Ding Chen stood up, closed the book, and returned it to Bai Wang Yun, then hurried back to his side room. While the memory in his mind was still clear,
Dingchen ground ink and held a brush, starting to write a simplified version of the 5 viscera method on white paper according to his memory. Looking at the thin layer of paper in front of him, Dingchen couldn't help but smile bitterly. With this technique in hand, his lifespan was not much left. It was truly guarding a gold mine but unable to use it, but fortunately, everything was in place now, only waiting for the east wind. On the 9th day of the 9th month, the wind was cold. That night, Dingchen sat cross-legged on the bed in the side room as usual, holding a fragment in his right hand to refine it. Yesterday, according to the agreement, he exchanged with Sun Yan for 4 more divine statue fragments, and now there was only the last one left. As Dingchen breathed, the fragment in his hand trembled continuously, and fine cracks appeared on it one after another, about to turn into dust and dissipate. Suddenly, Dingchen, who was practicing, felt a crisp crack sound from within his body, followed by his entire spine twisting and undulating like a dragon emerging from the sea. His blood surged out from the bone marrow, gushing through the 8 extraordinary meridians. Realizing the abnormality in his body, Dingchen's eyes suddenly opened, a flash of surprise passing through, and he couldn't help but mutter, "The bone realm's extreme limit, broken." In the next moment, Dingchen's blood returned to his heart, and the pure energy formed after refining the killing aura collided with his internal organs. Dingchen inexplicably thought of the 5 viscera method he had read today, and immediately, with a thought, he guided this energy to his kidneys as described in the book. The moment the energy entered the kidneys, Dingchen felt a warmth in the kidney gate, like ants crawling, but he could not feel itching, only extreme comfort. Your realm has improved, lifespan plus 10 years, remaining lifespan, 14 years and 258 days, wow. Dingchen, who had not yet figured out the reaction in his body, suddenly saw the prompt in front of him, and his heart trembled, unable to help but open his mouth wide. Standing still, Dingchen took several breaths before he finally understood what had just happened. It seemed that his breakthrough in cultivation had increased his lifespan. Just now, as Dingchen completed the extreme realm of bone refinement, the energy transformed by the Du Shaju automatically surged into his kidneys, taking the first step in the realm of internal organ refinement through the method of worshipping gods. However, this internal organ refinement only had the realm but lacked the vital energy, and even because it was not formed from evil energy, it did not generate evil energy aura. In this regard, it could only be considered half of the internal organ refinement. It is said that once blood exchange is completed, one can add half a cycle of 60 years to their lifespan. It makes sense that the internal organ refinement period adds 10 years. Dingchen finally remembered the rumor that each realm in the later stages of martial cultivation could increase one's lifespan, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud with joy. This way, the problem of his lifespan that had been troubling him was also solved. Tonight was the perfect time to cultivate the vital energy. Dingchen quickly got out of bed, lit an oil lamp, and began to think about how to increase the proficiency of the white ape and python fist. After a moment, Dingchen seemed to have made a decision. He found the small medicine bottle containing the blood vitality pills from the bedroom of the side room, and then brought over the wolf hair brush and inkstone, sitting down at the table. Dingchen first wrote the phrase, "Generate vital energy," fit on the bottle, then focused his gaze on the small porcelain bottle. Currently available for enhancement, requires 20 days of lifespan, enhance? Seeing the prompt, Dingchen frowned. It was simple, the required lifespan value for enhancement was clearly incorrect. Dingchen did not believe that just 20 days could allow him to generate vital energy, even if the material was based on blood vitality pills. It seems the phrase is not right. Dingchen thought for a moment, then wrote the phrase 10 years of white ape and python fist experience, fit on the porcelain bottle, and then focused his gaze on it again. This time, the required lifespan for the prompt directly became 10 years and 72 days. This seems more reasonable. Dingchen stroked his chin and pondered for a moment, then poured the blood vitality powder into the bottle, replacing it with blood vitality pills. This time, the required lifespan for the prompt surged to 12 years and 114 days. It seems the level of the material does have a significant impact on enhancement. Dingchen thought for a moment, then wiped the phrases off the bottle and wrote White Ape and Python Fist Mastery, fit again, and focused his gaze on it once more. Currently available for enhancement, requires 9 years and 15 days of lifespan, enhance? Seeing the prompt in front of him, Dingchen was taken aback. It's actually lower, not bad, continue. Thinking this, Dingchen hurried back to the bedroom, took out the white ape twisting python meditation diagram from the gap under the bed, copied it onto paper, crumpled the paper into thin strips, and placed them in the porcelain bottle. Again! Currently available for enhancement, requires 7 years and 65 days of lifespan, enhance? Adding blood vitality pills, again. Currently available for enhancement, requires 7 years and 65 days of lifespan, enhance? Seeing the identical prompt,
Ding Chen knew that the enhancement system had been pushed to its limit. Unless a substance that crossed stages was added, it would not be reduced. Thinking of this, he quickly poured out the blood vitality pills, and after seeing the prompt, directly chose yes. In the next moment, a faint light flashed on the small porcelain bottle, and Ding Chen felt the bottle in his hand become heavier. At the same time, a line of text also appeared in front of Ding Chen's eyes. Divine Reflection White Ape Heart Intent Pill, Dream of 3000 Realms, Divine Reflection of Flesh and Bone. With the divine reflection of the White Ape and Python Fist, taking it can directly reach mastery. Remember, when taking it, press the tip of the tongue against the medicine on the palate, and observe oneself properly. Wow, it really works! Ding Chen was a bit stunned at this moment. This system was too powerful, even capable of such timeline and memory enhancements, which was simply incredible. With a slight suppression of his excitement, Ding Chen opened the medicine bottle, poured out its contents, and found a flat, lozenge-like solid. Following the instructions, Ding Chen went to the bedroom, sat cross-legged on the bed, and placed the medicine in his mouth, pressing it against the roof of his mouth with his tongue. In the next moment, Ding Chen felt a boom in his mind, and his eyes instantly lost focus. The surrounding scenery was rapidly pulled backward like on a train, and the speed increased faster and faster, until it became a series of fluctuating lines in a few breaths. At the same time, bright white light spots appeared in Ding Chen's vision and gradually condensed into colorful shadows. In a daze, Ding Chen seemed to feel that he was a giant white ape, running among the mountains, accompanied by ancient trees and befriended by pythons. Day and night alternated, and the white ape sat on the top of a giant tree, watching the sun rise and the sea of clouds surge. It seemed to have passed for years, or just a moment, when Ding Chen suddenly snapped back to reality, only to find his body completely soaked in sweat, and the heart intent pill in his mouth had disappeared without a trace. This feeling. Ding Chen clenched his hand, and an instinct honed through countless trials instantly surfaced. He jumped off the bed and waved his hand, creating a sound like a thunderclap. Is this the power of the essence? Ding Chen felt the mysterious force that had traveled from his internal organs to his fist and was suddenly moved. Unknowingly, he had successfully cultivated the first trace of essence within his internal organs, making him a true martial artist at the internal cultivation level. Ding Chen was excited but thought of something and quickly went outside the bedroom, blowing out the oil lamp on the table. In the darkness, Ding Chen took a deep breath and then once again performed the white ape serpent fist. This time, Ding Chen felt as if he had practiced this fist a million times, each move and posture instinctive, and a powerful ape python force drove his entire skeleton, with the skin pulsating, pressing the blood and chi continuously into his internal organs. After one round, Ding Chen took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with joy. Unlike traditional martial artists, he had not only mastered the white ape serpent fist but also could generate essence by pressing blood and chi into his internal organs, without the need for blood and chi cultivation, because the Du Sha Ju had completed this step through the path of worshipping gods. As a result, his speed of internal cultivation and essence generation was twice as fast as that of a talented martial artist, and far superior to ordinary internal cultivation martial artists. Not bad. Tonight is the right time to cultivate. Ding Chen's heart stirred slightly, and then he stood in the darkness, his body slightly swaying, as an ape python force rose from his feet, driving his entire skeleton and muscles, continuously pressing blood and chi into his internal organs, transforming into strands of ape python essence. The next morning, Ding Chen dressed neatly and hurriedly left the room. In the outer courtyard, Wang Shuyang and a few others who had just come out for morning practice saw Ding Chen getting up so early and couldn't help but feel regret. At this time, Chui Wancheng had already gone to the inner city, and Ding Chen had become the easiest target for them to curry favor with, but they hadn't expected Ding Chen to be a workaholic who left earlier than they got up. Brother Ding is a role model for us. Brother Ding, take us with you. Everyone shouted at Ding Chen's back, but all they got was a middle finger from Ding Chen. Only Xue Bao looked at Ding Chen with a thoughtful expression, not knowing what he was thinking. Ding Chen left the martial arts hall and directly went to the patrol station to clock in. After hanging up his badge, Ding Chen found Lu Badong and explained his intentions. What? You want to go to Shaoten village? Lu Badong was taken aback. Boss, I can't help it. I'm too eager to make progress. Ding Chen spread his hands. In the patrol office, to move up, one needs solid achievements. Resolving external malevolence is one such achievement, and the higher the level of the malevolence, the greater the merit. Last time, Li Baozhang wanted to see if he could handle the external malevolence in Shaoten village, hoping to take advantage and gain some merit, but unexpectedly encountered a tough situation and barely escaped with his life. Ding Hai, didn't Li Baozhang tell you about Shaoten village? The blood-flesh cult there is at the peak of the womb realm. Going there is suicide. Wait a few days until the patrol office in the inner city can spare some manpower, and we can organize an encirclement. I'll sign you up to go and gain some experience. Lu Butong shook his head and said, "Don't worry, sir. If Li Baozhang could return, so can I. Actually, when I came here, I left something behind, and I think after several months, the cultists should have left Shouten village by now. I just want to retrieve it," Ding Chen said with a smile. "Good lad, you're using the pretext of an inspection to take a vacation, aren't you?" Lu Butong realized, his face showing displeasure. "Boss, I heard the new girls at the Drunken Spring Pavilion are quite pretty." Ding Chen slipped his hand into Lu Butong's sleeve and quickly withdrew it. Lu Butong was taken aback, then weighed the contents of his sleeve and coughed, saying, "All right, 4 days." After leaving the patrol office, Ding Chen returned to the martial arts school and found Bai Wanyun, informing him that he would be away for a few days. Bai Wanyun didn't say much, only reminding him that the outside world is not like Qingfeng County, and he must be careful in everything. Ding Chen agreed wholeheartedly and then returned to his room, taking off his flying cloud uniform and putting on ordinary clothes, even adding a layer of hemp padding. It was now autumn, and the weather was getting colder. Ordinary martial artists, with their abundant blood energy, were not afraid of the cold, but ordinary people had already started wearing thicker clothes. Ding Chen's attire was to better hide his martial artist identity, otherwise, his thin clothing would immediately reveal him as a practitioner of martial arts. After leaving the martial arts school, Ding Chen headed south along East Street and soon arrived at the city gate again. It was just before dawn, and the guards were slowly opening the heavy city gate by turning a winch. Outside the gate, a long line of people waiting to enter the city had already formed. Some were merchants, some were slave owners, but most were refugees seeking refuge. Ding Chen watched this scene and inwardly sighed. In Qingfeng County, ordinary people were suffering daily from the torment of desires to satisfy the needs of the Yin-Yang Palace's worship practice. Yet, despite this, people continued to flock here from outside, which was enough to show how desperate the areas beyond Qingfeng County were. Tightening his bundle, Ding Chen approached the city gate and handed the guards the inspection document from the patrol office. In Qingfeng County, one could come and go as they pleased, but leaving required official documents. Those wandering merchants mostly had passes from the prefectural government. Qingfeng County was like a giant mouth, swallowing everyone who came, not even spitting out a single bone. Unlike the long line of people entering the city, those leaving were few. After passing the identity check, Ding Chen set off on the road to Shouten village. Unlike his arrival, Ding Chen was now a martial artist at the Lianzong realm. With his full strength, he could cover over 100 miles in half a day, and with night travel, he could reach Shouten village in a day. However, since there were still many people around Qingfeng County, Ding Chen decided to travel at a normal pace and occasionally took out a map to check. The further away from Qingfeng County, the more desolate the surroundings became. Ding Chen once again felt the despair of this chaotic era, but this time, his gaze was calm, and there was no emotional fluctuation. Early the next morning, Ding Chen, already wearing a human skin mask, stood at the entrance of Shouten village. He glanced at the map once more, confirmed that there were no anomalies, and then took a step forward. The transparent film that had previously enveloped Shouten village had disappeared. Ding Chen, stepping forward, did not feel any obstruction and entered the village. What met his eyes were mostly dilapidated houses, with doors tightly closed in every household. The bleak autumn wind rolled the weeds haphazardly along the village's dirt roads. Has the blood sacrifice been completed? Ding Chen thought to himself, then continued walking forward, soon arriving at the door of Wei Laoda's house. The house was half burned down. Looking through the collapsed door, Ding Chen saw only blackened earth and collapsed charred wood, his eyes flashing with a trace of emotion. The scene of the life and death struggle with Qin Jianzi surfaced in his mind once more. Ding Chen did not enter the house but turned and continued walking, pushing open the door of the next small house. Inside, 2 dried-up corpses lay on the hall floor. Both corpses had claw-like hands and contorted expressions, indicating they had suffered greatly before death. Seeing this, Ding Chen, as if expecting it, did not linger and continued walking further. Soon, he reached the end of the village. After this investigation, Ding Chen found that there were no living souls in the entire village, all turned into mummies and died inside their homes. Clearly, Bai Yunzi had successfully completed the blood sacrifice of the entire Shouten village and left with the statue. Ding Chen took one last look at the lifeless village and then continued walking along the small path behind the village. This path was the one he had followed with the villagers to the temple on the mountain. Back then, it took them half a day to reach the temple, but this time, Ding Chen arrived at the foot of the mountain in just over an hour. Taking out the Lusha map, Ding Chen glanced at it and found no red crosses, so he continued up the mountain. When he reached the halfway point, he saw the red-painted temple still standing among the woods. The occasional bird calls made the forest seem even more eerie. Ding Chen slowly ascended the stone steps, and after a cup of tea's time, he he arrived at the temple's entrance. The temple door was half open. Ding Chen stood at the door and listened quietly for a while, finding no movement, then slipped inside. It was noon, and the temple was as quiet as when Ding Chen had last visited. The sunlight shone on the bare floor tiles inside the temple, but it brought no warmth. Ding Chen took out a broken evil charm and held it in his left hand, his right hand resting on the hilt of the long knife at his waist. He then lightened his footsteps and walked towards the back courtyard of the temple. In the back courtyard, the huge Taoist statue still stood in the center, but now it was covered in cracks, as if it might collapse at any moment. Unlike before, a thick stench emanated from the statue, like the smell of dead fish and shrimp floating in the lake. It seems Bai Yunzi has left, Ding Chen thought, then returned to the courtyard and entered the Taoist hall he had not entered before. Inside the hall, Ding Chen found that the three statues were all faceless, but each had a closed-eyed human face on their chest. Indeed, it's the work of evil demons and heretical paths. Ding Chen let out a soft snort upon seeing this, then continued deeper into the hall. Behind the statue was a narrow corridor. Following the corridor, Ding Chen arrived at an open courtyard. The courtyard had 3 side rooms in a row, and Ding Chen guessed that these were probably where Bai Yunzi and the others had rested. I wonder if I can get something with a bit of malevolent energy. Ding Chen glanced at the side rooms in front of him, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He chose the one on the left, pushed open the wooden door with his long knife, and after seeing no movement inside, he slowly entered. After a cup of tea's time, Ding Chen had checked all 3 side rooms but found nothing particularly useful, which slightly disappointed him. However, he wasn't entirely empty-handed. In his hand, he now held a small porcelain bottle, containing some hair and fabric fragments he had collected from the 3 rooms. Next, Ding Chen set down the bundle he had been carrying, spread it out on the ground, and took out ink and brush. After a moment, he dipped the brush in ink and wrote Bai Yunzi's trail on the bottle, then stared at it quietly. Current enhancement available. Requires 4 months and 15 days of lifespan. Enhance? Yes. With a silent thought from Ding Chen, the porcelain bottle in his hand suddenly trembled and then immediately calmed down. Bai Yunzi's ribbon, a thread of fate connects within 10 miles. Wearing this on your wrist allows you to sense Bai Yunzi's trail within 50 miles and receive prompts. What is this thing now? Ding Chen, having long since become accustomed to the system's enhancements, opened the bottle and poured out its contents, only to find a thin red cord inside. Alright, so this is the thread of fate, huh? Ding Chen's face darkened, but thinking of the immense allure of Bai Yunzi, he couldn't help but lick his lips and tie the red cord around his wrist. In the next instant, the red cord on Ding Chen's wrist seemed to sense something, and one end of it suddenly stood up, pointing straight in a direction. Ding Chen looked at this scene, feeling helpless but then quickly packed up his bundle and left the temple, hurrying down the mountain towards the direction the cord pointed. Since it could sense within 50 miles, it meant Bai Yunzi had not fled after the blood sacrifice at Shouten village but had chosen to stay nearby. Undoubtedly, the audacity of this demonic Taoist was beyond comprehension. Ding Chen sprinted along the direction indicated by the red cord, passing through one village after another, some reduced to ruins, others still with a few households. Finally, he arrived at a slightly larger village, where the red cord on his wrist, which had been still, began to shift directions continuously. Glancing at the red cord on his wrist, Ding Chen knew he was very close to the target, otherwise, the cord wouldn't sway so precisely. Looks like it's in this village ahead. Ding Chen sneered inwardly, then opened the sand map and glanced at it before stepping into the village. This village seemed to be in better condition than Shouten village. As the sun was about to set, there were still many people moving about, though they were clearly hurrying back to their homes. Ding Chen, a stranger, entering the village naturally drew the attention of the villagers. They watched Ding Chen walk slowly into the village, their faces all showing signs of vigilance. The men secretly took out their pitchforks and clubs, while the women hurriedly pulled their playing children into the house and peeked at Ding Chen through the windows. Seeing this, Ding Chen actually relaxed. These reactions indicated that the villagers were still normal people. If they had been corrupted by bloodlust, they would have gradually lost their minds, becoming mere walking corpses like the villagers of Shouten village. Young man, where are you coming from and where are you going? At that moment, an old man stepped out from behind the crowd of villagers, looking at Ding Chen with a cold expression. Sir, I am from another province and am heading to Qingfeng County. As the sky darkens, I saw smoke here and thought I could ask for a place to stay for the night, leaving early tomorrow morning. Ding Chen quickly explained to the old man. We don't welcome you here. Go find lodging elsewhere. The old man did not relax his vigilance because of Ding Chen's words but instead spoke coldly. Upon hearing the old man's words, the men behind him immediately showed fierce expressions, stepping forward and pointing their weapons at Ding Chen. Ding Chen, seeing this, did not change his expression. Instead, he reached into his sleeve with one hand and pulled out a white object, tossing it directly to the old man. The old man reflexively caught the thrown object, only to find it was a small, pure silver ingot. His eyes twitched, and after weighing it, he estimated it to be about 3 or 4 taels. His hands trembled slightly. "Esteemed guest, you are a precious visitor to our Yunchi village." The old man immediately changed his expression, smiling and waving at Ding Chen. "Please, if you don't mind, stay at my house for the night." Ding Chen's mouth curved into a smile at the old man's words, while the men behind him looked at each other, slowly lowering their weapons. Ding Chen glanced at the red rope on his wrist, which had slightly lifted, then said to the old man, "Then I'll trouble you, sir." With that, Ding Chen followed the old man towards the back of the village. "By the way, sir, is it rare for strangers to come here? Otherwise, why would they be so wary of me?" Ding Chen suddenly asked the old man as they walked. "Ah, yes, in this world, how could we let strangers into the village so easily? If we encounter those cursed ones, it's all over. Several villages around here have been swallowed by them. Our Yunchi village might have to move soon." The old man sighed. "However, a group recently stayed here, but they are merchants, not strangers. We rely on them to bring many things from outside." The old man suddenly thought of something and continued. "Merchants?" Ding Chen muttered, then fell silent, following the old man quietly. Soon, the old man led Ding Chen to a slightly larger house. "I am the village head here, and this is my house. There's an empty room inside, please stay there tonight, esteemed guest," the old man introduced with a smile. "Thank you for the trouble," Ding Chen quickly replied with a smile. The old man's house was large, unlike an ordinary home, fitting his status as the village head. The room he mentioned was in the farthest corner, small, containing only a bed and a cabinet. Ding Chen entered, placed his bundle on the cabinet, and leaned against the bed, pondering the old man's words. If Bai Yunzi were indeed here, he must be the merchant the old man mentioned. After nightfall, he would go and take a look. Thinking of this, Ding Chen got up to check if the window of the room was easy to climb out, but was unexpectedly surprised to find that the outside of the window was sealed with wooden planks after pushing it open. He was slightly stunned. At that moment, the old man pushed open the wooden door, carrying a bowl of something sticky like porridge. "This is to prevent outsiders from climbing in at night," the old man explained with a smile as he saw Ding Chen looking at the window. Ding Chen glanced at the old man, smiled slightly, and then shifted his gaze to the bowl in the old man's hand. "Ah, this noble guest must be hungry after a long journey. Here, freshly cooked porridge, have a bite to warm up," the old man said, handing the bowl to Ding Chen. Ding Chen glanced at the porridge in the old man's hand, then suddenly smiled and shook his head, saying, "Old man, I've already eaten on my way here. Times are tough for everyone, no need to waste it on me." Hearing this, the old man's smile became a bit awkward but quickly masked it. "All right, then please rest well, noble guest. I won't disturb you," the old man said, turning to leave the bedroom and gently closing the door. In the bedroom, Ding Chen watched the gradually closing door, and the smile on his face also gradually cooled. As night fell, Ding Chen lay on the bed with his clothes still on, as if waiting for something. Sure enough, soon there was a faint noise outside the door. "What a fat sheep, he gave out 3 taels right away. We'll just chop him up later, remember not to leave the clothes like last time. Hee, father, I think he's quite handsome, why not keep him to bear children for me?" The faint sounds like mosquitoes came through the crack in the door, making Ding Chen feel complicated. He suddenly remembered Bai Wangyun's meaningful smile when he left, and the helpless expressions of his colleagues when they heard about his inspection tour. He also thought about why Li Baozhan would rather live alone in a desolate village than find a lighted home. In this damned chaotic world, human hearts are not necessarily purer than demons, and the greatest malice often comes from the most inconspicuous people. Thinking of this, a certain shackle in Ding Chen's heart silently opened, a shackle of reason from his previous life when he viewed this chaotic world. "Ha!" Ding Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, and the oppression in his chest seemed to ease a bit. At that moment, a small knife suddenly extended from the crack of the wooden door, gently lifting the bolt. In the dimly lit bedroom, the weak light from the hall outside shone through the opened crack, elongating the shadows of several people standing at the door. Outside, the old man pushed the wooden door in front of him with some confusion but found it couldn't be moved, letting out a soft "ha." Unexpectedly, the next second, an incomprehensible force came from the door, and the old man let out a scream, flying out with the door. In the dark bedroom, Ding Chen walked out calmly, his gaze then falling on the people inside the room. Besides the old man, there was a man and a woman, both young, looking like a couple. Ouch, ouch. The old man, pinned under the door, lay there groaning weakly, causing the other two in the room to panic. The man wielded an axe, aiming it at Ding Chen's head, while the woman swung a sickle at his legs. Although they were not martial artists, their coordinated attack from top and bottom clearly showed they were not doing this for the first time. Ding Chen unsheathed the long sword hanging at his waist, then blocked the axe above his head with a horizontal parry, and with a single kick, sent the woman flying several meters away, knocking over tables and chairs before lying motionless on the ground. Ah! The man's eyes turned red as he saw this, his grip on the firewood knife tightening until veins bulged, but Ding Chen's right hand, holding the knife with one hand, remained unwavering. So it's a natural-born powerhouse, no wonder you dare to engage in such a deadly trade, Ding Chen sneered, then delivered a powerful kick, sending the man flying through the air, spinning before crashing heavily to the ground. Ding Chen looked at the man and woman lying on the ground, then walked over to the old man, kicked away the wooden door that was pressing him down, and pulled him up from the ground. Cough cough, sir, spare my life, please spare my life. The old man pleaded incessantly, looking at Ding Chen. Put! Ding Chen's knife plunged directly into the old man's heart, twisted, and then was pulled out. The old man's eyes widened in shock, his face contorted in extreme pain, but Ding Chen pressed him back down to the ground. Ding Chen looked at the old man's convulsing body beneath his feet, his heart never as calm as it was now. At this moment, he seemed to have undergone a transformation born from the firm self-discovery in this chaotic world, from the true meaning that allowed him to survive. I am Ding Chen of Qingzhou. Ding Chen watched the old man gradually lose his vitality, then turned and walked towards the remaining two. The man, seeing this, struggled to get up and flee, but the next moment, a flash of cold light in the air, a long knife flew straight and pierced his chest, nailing him to the ground. The burly man let out a scream but dared not move, the sharp blade causing him excruciating pain, far beyond what an ordinary person could endure. The woman on the other side finally regained her senses, frantically crawling to Ding Chen's feet and starting to undress. Sir, don't kill me, I'll do anything you say. The woman's face, though sallow from long-term malnutrition, still carried a hint of exotic charm. Sister-in-law, I don't kill women, Ding Chen suddenly said. Ah, big brother, is that true? The woman asked tremulously. Bitch. The man on the other side, seeing this scene, was furious, his eyes wide with rage, shouting. I'll give you a chance, don't let me see you again, Ding Chen said to the woman. Okay, big brother, I understand, I'll leave right away. The woman was about to get up when she found Ding Chen suddenly closing his eyes, then opening them again. Second time we meet, don't say I didn't give you a chance, Ding Chen said with a grin, looking at the woman's stunned face. You're a devil. The woman screamed frantically, wanting to pick up the firewood knife on the ground to fight Ding Chen, but Ding Chen flicked his finger at her forehead. Dawn! A crisp sound came from the woman's forehead, her body shuddered violently, and her eyes gradually lost their luster. Blood trickled from the woman's 7 orifices, she collapsed to her knees with a thud, her body slowly going limp. The man watched this scene, his expression gradually replaced by fear, but he was still pinned to the ground by the long knife, unable to move, only able to watch helplessly. Ding Chen, however, didn't pay attention to the man, but walked over to the old man, bent down to lift the door panel from the ground, and carried it towards the bedroom. Ding Chen placed the wooden door back in its frame, then found a rope to tie the old man and the woman's bodies together. The man watched Ding Chen's actions, his eyes somewhat bewildered, unable to understand Ding Chen's actions, but his intuition told him that this young-looking man must have his reasons for doing what he did. Soon, Ding Chen cleaned up the blood on the ground, finally circling around before looking at the man. Almost forgot about you. Ding Chen walked over to the man, ignoring his terrified gaze, and bent down to flick his finger against the man's forehead. At this moment, Ding Chen's body was as hard as steel, and the force of his finger could pierce through thick wooden planks, let alone a layer of skull. Put! The man's forehead instantly caved in, and Ding Chen then pulled out the long knife stuck in his body, wiped it on his clothes, and sheathed it. Afterwards, Ding Chen returned to the inner room, took out his bundle, and retrieved some fragments of Taoist robes from it. These fragments were taken from the mountain Taoist temple, and Ding Chen didn't know if they belonged to Master Baiyun or Master Qingyun, as long as they weren't his. Ding Chen threw the clothing fragments into a corner of the house, cleaned up the bloodstains under the man, and then lifted the 3 corpses, walking out of the room. In a small house at a corner of the village, Master Baiyun was sitting cross-legged on a cushion in the main hall, meditating, with a dozing boy sitting beside him. The boy looked young, but he was a hunchback, with a bulge on his back the size of a head. Master, when are we going to make our move? This place is so boring. The boy seemed to have woken up, glanced around, and finally looked at Master Baiyun beside him, asking, After I eat the people in this village, we'll return to the mountain. Master, aren't you already a Xuanji? The boy asked, puzzled. Back in the mountain, where would there be so much fresh meat? I've just entered the Xuanji realm and need to consolidate my cultivation. Unfortunately, there are no more statues, so I can only eat these mortals. Master Baiyun glanced at the boy beside him and then said,
your master Qing Yun is the best example. He practiced according to fate, and now, even his corpse is nowhere to be found." The boy also let out a strange laugh when he heard this, but just as he was about to say something more, he noticed Master Baiyun suddenly turn his head towards the door. The boy was a bit puzzled, but the next moment, with a loud bang, 3 black shadows broke through the window and rushed towards the two sitting in the main hall. Seeing this, Master Baiyun raised an eyebrow, grabbed the hilt of the long sword beside him with one hand, and leaped into the air, his whole body like a big bird. With a flick, a stab, and a slash of his sword, he blocked all 3 incoming shadows. Ha! Master Baiyun felt something was wrong the moment his sword touched the shadows. Landing, he twirled his sword with his right hand, stroked his beard with his left hand, and looked at the 3 shadows lying on the ground, his eyebrows furrowed. By the moonlight, Master Baiyun finally recognized the faces of the 3, his pupils contracting. They were the village head's family of Yunshi village. But these 3 had pale faces, clearly having been dead for a while. Master Baiyun's heart sank as he saw this, and just then, something suddenly fell from the man's mouth, which turned out to be a bamboo tube-like object. Retreat! Master Baiyun immediately turned and flew back, shouting loudly. The boy, hearing this, quickly ran towards the back of the house, and just then, a loud explosion sounded behind them. Standing outside the house, Ding Chen looked at the motionless red rope in his hand and the sudden burst of white light inside the house, then shouted loudly, "What kind of demon dares to attack the people of Dalian? I am Li Baozhang of the Qingfeng County Patrol Bureau. Surrender now!" After the shout, Ding Chen stood still, not moving a muscle, standing at the doorway without any intention of entering. Damn it! The next moment, a shrill scream came from inside the house, and then a figure instantly flew out from the broken window, rushing towards Ding Chen. The figure was extremely fast, like a bird in the forest, the long sword in his hand gleaming with cold light, the wind from his clothes pressing down on Ding Chen like a solid force. Xuanji! Ding Chen's heart skipped a beat as he realized that Bai Yunzi had indeed reached the Xuanji realm. The unique aura of this evil energy was something Ding Chen had felt many times from Bai He. As he thought about it, the long sword on the other side was already close to his face. Ding Chen blocked with his blade and took several steps back to create distance between himself and Bai Yunzi. The flashbang has failed again. He really is an old fox. Ding Chen watched as Bai Yunzi's ethereal movements showed no sign of being affected by the flashbang. He realized that the higher the enemy's realm, the lower the success rate of the flashbang. At that moment, Bai Yunzi was also scrutinizing this stranger in front of him. The claim of being from the Inspection Bureau was something Bai Yunzi absolutely did not believe. Who would announce their identity before starting a fight? But this young man's appearance was too youthful. Could he be a deity worshipper from the Yinyan Palace? Ding Chen looked at Bai Yunzi standing before him and felt a sense of emotion. Once upon a time, this person, whose mere words could instill fear in him, was now looking at him with wary eyes. This feeling of possessing strength instantly made Ding Chen feel a sense of exhilaration. "Come, let me see what abilities you demonic cultivators have," Ding Chen said, and his blood flow began to accelerate. Simultaneously, the threads of evil energy within his internal organs started to circulate throughout his body, causing his clothes to flutter. Martial artist. Upon seeing this, Bai Yunzi finally understood that the young man in front of him was indeed a martial artist who had refined his internal organs. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately held his long sword in front of his chest, ready to block. But Ding Chen was the first to act, flicking his wrist to send a yellow talisman flying from his sleeve straight towards Bai Yunzi. "Break evil talisman! You are from the Yinyan Palace!" Bai Yunzi screamed upon seeing the talisman and without hesitation, drew a circle with his sword in front of him. Boom! The break evil talisman exploded within half a foot of Bai Yunzi's sword tip, and a burst of fire engulfed his entire figure. "You won't die from that." Ding Chen didn't expect a single break evil talisman to bring Bai Yunzi to his knees. He continued to throw talismans, each one flying out from his sleeve like they were free. Thus, low muffled sounds echoed through the village, and thick smoke enveloped Bai Yunzi's figure. For a moment, half the village was illuminated by the light emanating from here. A few houses began to light up, clearly awakened by the commotion and starting to check the situation. Ding Chen also noticed this and frowned, but he dared not approach the smoke in front of him and instead took a few steps back. Sure enough, a red light shot out from the smoke and aimed at the spot where Ding Chen had been standing. Seeing this, Ding Chen immediately slashed at it with his blade. Ding! Ding Chen's blade struck the red tongue, producing a metallic clang, but Ding Chen's expression remained calm. He spun his blade in the air several times and then forcefully stabbed it into the ground. This way, Bai Yunzi's long tongue was locked by the blade, allowing Ding Chen to act freely. Ding Chen lifted his clothes hem, draped it over the tongue, and then grasped the tongue through the hem with one hand. He bent his legs, lowered his stance, twisted his entire body into one force, and shouted, "Up!" With this shout, Ding Chen's blood surged, producing a deep drum-like sound. An irresistible force instantly pulled Bai Yunzi, hidden behind the smoke, towards Ding Chen. "Come at me!" Ding Chen shouted, his fists transforming like a monkey leaping across a ravine, meeting Bai Yunzi head-on. Bai Yunzi's face was filled with astonishment, his blackened face still showing disbelief. When did this martial artist become so powerful? This is not his fault. Ding Chen, having broken through the skin and bone barriers to the extreme realm of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, possesses strength far surpassing that of his peers. Not to mention Bai Yunzi, even a martial artist at the late stage of refining internal organs, Ding Chen dares to compete in strength. Bai Yunzi, seeing Ding Chen's fist about to land on him, immediately counterattacked, his long sword manifesting a wisp of killing energy, and he stabbed 3 times at Ding Chen's vital points. But at this moment, Ding Chen's fist technique had reached perfection, switching freely between ape and python forms. He instantly transformed his fist into a palm, transmitting his internal energy to his palm, blocking 3 sword strikes around his body, and then delivering another punch that shattered Bai Yunzi's protective killing energy and struck his chest. The ape and python energy surged into Bai Yunzi's body, instantly destroying his meridians and sending him flying. But before Bai Yunzi's tongue could stabilize on the ground, it was pulled back by Ding Chen, who then delivered another punch to his arm joint. Bang bang bang! Ding Chen's fists flew, shattering Bai Yunzi's limbs and pinning him to the ground like a dead dog. He then grabbed Bai Yunzi's skull and activated the technique to absorb killing energy. A month ago, while staying with Bai He, Ding Chen had wondered if he could use the technique to absorb killing energy from a deity and convert it into life force. But at that time, his strength was weak, and he was in the territory of the Yin-Yang Palace, so he never had the opportunity. This time, he left the city to find Bai Yunzi, partly for revenge, partly for life, and partly to test his idea. Bai Yunzi, now disheveled and with eyes full of anger and confusion, didn't understand why Ding Chen's internal energy was so strong that his killing energy couldn't withstand a single blow. He also didn't understand how he, a deity at the Xuanji level, a rare existence even in a county, could be beaten like a dead dog by a young junior. Simply put, he was completely overwhelmed. Ding Chen, with one hand on Bai Yunzi's head, suddenly felt a suction force on his palm, actually drawing out Bai Yunzi's killing energy from his body, which was then neutralized by his own internal energy and transformed into a familiar energy entering his body. You refined a trace of blood-killing energy, lifespan plus 0. 1 days, you refined a trace of blood-killing energy, lifespan plus 0. 1 days. Holy cow! It works! When Ding Chen saw the prompt in front of him, his eyes lit up, and his gaze towards Bai Yunzi became a bit more friendly. What he was holding down was no ordinary Taoist priest of the blood-flesh sect, but a living treasure. After a few breaths, Ding Chen's smile gradually faded. Although the technique could absorb killing energy from Bai Yunzi, this killing energy was only present after Bai Yunzi's killing energy was neutralized. In other words, once Bai Yunzi's killing energy was exhausted, he would be useless, no different from a deity at the Taishu level. Deities at the Taishu level, although possessing killing energy, it was hidden within their blood vessels and meridians, unable to be projected out of the body like killing energy, which meant Ding Chen couldn't obtain killing energy from them. Bai Yunzi, having just entered the Xuanji level, didn't have much killing energy to begin with. After this battle with Ding Chen, he was already at his limit, and now being drained of his killing energy by Ding Chen, he had none left. Seeing that he couldn't absorb any more killing energy from Bai Yunzi, Ding Chen angrily patted Bai Yunzi's head and said, "Resist, why don't you resist? Ah, this is too much, too much." Bai Yunzi, disheveled and frantic, was helpless with his limbs broken and his killing energy exhausted, on the verge of fainting. Facing Ding Chen's almost humiliating actions, he could only lie on the ground and howl. Ding Chen saw this and looked around at the villagers who had already surrounded them with torches in hand. He immediately pulled Bai Yunzi up and shouted to the crowd, "This man is a demonic Taoist from the Blood-Flesh Temple. A few days ago, he committed a heinous crime by sacrificing the entire village of Shaotan. I am an official from the Qingfeng County Patrol Office, and I have been tracking this demonic Taoist for a long time. Today, I finally caught him here." The villagers who were watching began to murmur among themselves after hearing Ding Chen's words. They had naturally seen the long, red tongue protruding from Bai Yunzi's chest, and thus believed Ding Chen's words to some extent. I knew these two traveling merchants were suspicious. Who travels with an old man and a child? Yes, I heard that wherever the Calamity Star goes, nothing grows. Alas, we should urge the village head to move quickly. By the way, where is the village head? Let's call him over to take a look. Ding Chen was startled by the noisy discussions around him. A child? What child? Ding Chen suddenly looked at the person who spoke and asked. "Sir, when this old man came, he was with a little boy, about this tall," someone gestured. "Damn it!
Ding Chen suddenly thought of the twin-faced demon baby that had entered the room that night and cursed, then picked up Bai Yunzi's long sword and rushed towards the side room. At the same time, a little boy was quickly darting through the wilderness behind Yunxi village, fleeing in the opposite direction of Qingfeng County. At the moment, he had a venomous expression, and the large bulge on his spine had disappeared, replaced by another head perched on his shoulder, but this face was smiling. Run, run, he, laughing your mother. The master is dead, and you're still laughing. Perfect, he always restricted us so much, now we're free. Yeah, so much flesh, the master used to eat it all himself, now. The two heads talked while seemingly remembering something and simultaneously stuck out their tongues to lick their lips. No, we should hurry back to the temple and tell the uncles what happened. By the way, what was the name of that person just now? Li Baozhang. I heard it clearly. Good, let's go. The two discussed as they sped forward, their small figures stretching long under the moonlight. On the other side, Ding Chen stood grimly in the room, looking at the open window behind the wall, cursing himself for forgetting about the twin-faced demon baby. It seems that in the future, I should find someone I can trust to act with me. One person can't cover too many places. Ding Chen sighed, then turned his head to look at the three bodies on the ground. After thinking for a moment, he used the long sword to stab the old man's heart and the heads of the couple a few more times before turning and leaving the room. Outside, Bai Yunzi still knelt there, surrounded by a large group of villagers. They looked at Bai Yunzi with curiosity and anger, but no one dared to approach. Ding Chen strode over, pressed the long sword against Bai Yunzi's shoulder, and then loudly addressed the crowd. The village head has been killed by the demonic Taoist. This demonic Taoist should be publicly executed. Upon hearing this, Bai Yunzi's face turned pale, and he opened his mouth to shout, "Don't listen to him." Ding Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light, and with a sudden slash of his right hand holding the sword, the next moment, a head rolled off and landed with a thud, causing a commotion among the onlookers. You have killed the demonic Taoist Bai Yunzi, adding 34 years and 267 days to your lifespan. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Ding Chen suppressed the smile at the corner of his mouth, then walked to the back and pulled his long knife out of the ground. After shaking off the sticky liquid on the knife, Ding Chen reinserted it into its sheath and then threw Bai Yunzi's long sword to the ground. Sir, you are mighty. Your Excellency is mighty. Your Excellency saved Yunxi village. Suddenly, someone shouted in the crowd, and soon all the villagers began to shout frantically towards Ding Chen. Ding Chen watched the scene and appropriately revealed a hint of a smile on his face, but he did not linger any longer and turned to leave immediately. This outing not only earned Ding Chen over 30 years of life but also provided him with a crucial piece of information. Worshippers of gods can also provide life for themselves while alive, and it is renewable. This immediately gave Ding Chen some ideas. If worshipping gods can raise mortals, why can't I raise worshippers of gods? In the eyes of others, these temples and shrines are disasters to be avoided, but in Ding Chen's eyes, they are walking nutrient bags. This matter requires long-term planning and careful consideration. Otherwise, if the worshippers of gods become aware, it would be a fate worse than death, never to be reborn. Ding Chen sighed inwardly, realizing he had already placed himself on the opposite side of all worshippers of gods in the world. The path ahead was uncertain, and he must be extremely cautious. One day later, Ding Chen returned to Qingfeng County. He first went back to the martial arts school to report his safety to Bai Wangyun. Bai Wangyun, seeing Ding Chen return dusty and tired, nodded first and then asked, "How was it? What did you gain from this solo patrol?" Ding Chen replied with a smile, "Naturally, there was something." Bai Wangyun did not inquire further and instead urged Ding Chen to continue practicing diligently, not to slack off just because he had achieved bone forging. Next, Ding Chen went to the patrol station to report his completion of the task. Lu Budong, seeing Ding Chen return, did not say much, as he had been quite exhausted these past few days, almost unable to straighten his back. That night, in the side room, Ding Chen sat at the table, looking at the handwritten copy of The Method of Five Viscera, quietly waiting. Soon, a line of text appeared in his vision. Currently available for enhancement. Enhancement requires 12 years and 15 days of life. Enhance? So much? Ding Chen frowned and did not rush to choose yes, instead hesitating. The viscera training method primarily described the method and route for cultivating within the five viscera. However, Ding Chen was currently training his viscera through the path of worshipping gods, rendering the method of cultivating ineffective. As for the viscera training route, the method of five viscera already provided detailed instructions, significantly reducing the cost-effectiveness of enhancing this viscera training method. Forget it, I've just reached the subsistence level, I can't use it like this. It must be used on the blade. Ding Chen finally gave up on enhancing the viscera training method and instead took out the blood chi powder,
pouring it into a medicine bottle and writing "Accelerate cultivation, no side effects" on the bottle with a brush.
Currently available for enhancement. Enhancement requires 1 month and 28 days of life. Enhance? That's too much. It's over a month. Ding Chen saw this life value and immediately frowned. Then, after thinking for a moment, he took out the blood chi pill and replaced the blood chi powder in the bottle. Soon, a line of text slowly appeared. Currently available for enhancement. Enhancement requires 28 days of life. Enhance?
Ding Chen looked at this number and thought to himself, as expected. According to Bai Wang Yun, the blood chi pill contained the flesh and blood of monsters, which was not easy to obtain, especially in this chaotic world. The viscera stage naturally had higher requirements for blood chi, which led to the gradually widening gap in effectiveness between blood chi powder and blood chi pills. After thinking it over, Ding Chen no longer hesitated and directly chose yes. In the next moment, the porcelain bottle in Ding Chen's hand trembled slightly, and he immediately pulled out the stopper, pouring out the pill inside. Blood transforming and force concealing pill, transforms blood and moves force, hides chi within the 5 viscera. The exact origin is unverifiable, but for a martial artist practicing internal organs, it should be a good pill. Blood transforming and strength hiding pill. Ding Chen murmured as he looked at the pill in his palm, then directly popped it into his mouth. The pill dissolved into a fragrant liquid upon entering his mouth, pooling at the base of his tongue. Not only was this liquid not bitter like medicinal herbs, but it was sweet with a hint of fragrance. Ding Chen's eyes lit up as he felt his blood flow accelerate unconsciously, and even the evergreen true chi in his body became restless. Knowing that the liquid was taking effect, Ding Chen quickly stood up, assumed a boxing stance, and, using the power of the pill, began to drive his blood into his internal organs. Under the effect of the pill, Ding Chen felt that the speed of transforming his strength had increased several times over. The power in his kidneys was increasing at an astonishing rate, which gave Ding Chen a false sense of confidence. This internal organ training realm isn't so difficult after all. This continued until the liquid in Ding Chen's mouth completely disappeared, and the speed of the power generation in his body gradually slowed down and returned to normal. Even at normal speed, it was much faster than that of ordinary martial artists. At this rate, with enough pills, it would only take about half a year to reach perfection in internal organ training, Ding Chen thought to himself as he stood up, feeling the changes in his internal energy. Blood transforming pills, I need to find a way. Ding Chen's gaze fell on the bottle of pills on the table, then he shook his head. The yin-yang sorrow would be here again soon, which was Ding Chen's free benefit every night. Everything could wait until tomorrow. The next day, Ding Chen, full of energy, dressed and left the martial arts hall. After roll call, everyone discussed going to the Drunken Immortal Tower for drinks at noon, with the expenses split equally among them. Ding Chen joined in as well. As a newcomer, he had to attend such occasions, especially since he had something to inquire about. By noon, everyone had changed out of their cloud robes and into casual clothes, linking arms and laughing as they headed towards the Drunken Immortal Tower. Jo Sun, among them, seemed to be quite familiar with the innkeeper, leading everyone straight to a private room on the 3rd floor, which was Ding Chen's second time up there. Ding Hai, this is your first time out with us, isn't it? Someone asked after they sat down. Ah, it seems so, Ding Chen replied with a smile. Hey, we should have known not to come here today. We should have taken Ding Hai to the Drunken Spring Pavilion for an experience. Wouldn't that have been great? Another person chuckled. With your measly silver, you want to go to the Drunken Spring Pavilion? Don't get your pants pulled down halfway. Jo Sun spat. By the way, the outer city has been pretty quiet lately. Someone suddenly said. What, you wanted to get chaotic? A few years ago, the outer city's external afflictions were like firecrackers, one after another. How many brothers died during that time? Someone shook their head. It should be due to the special envoy's arrival, which has restrained those external afflictions. Speaking of which, the green silk sorrow from before still hasn't been resolved, making me too scared to go to the Three Valleys Market now. Hey, Ding Hai, you're from the Three Valleys Market, right? Have you noticed anything unusual lately? Someone seemed to remember something and quickly asked. Not really, but something else happened when Elder Bai He was here before, Ding Chen replied with a smile. Wow, Ding Hai, don't say anymore, is this something we should hear? Someone hurriedly said. Yes, matters of the upper sect should not be discussed outside, or it could bring about disaster if overheard by the wrong people, Jo Sun nodded. I see, Ding Chen paused, then asked, does anyone know where to get blood transforming pills? Blood transforming pills? Ding Hai, do you have too much money? Someone was surprised. No, Master gave me a blood chi pill, and I felt great after using it. Ding Chen smiled innocently. Ding Hai, blood chi pills are only available in the inner city. If you want to get one, you need connections in the inner city. Zhou Sin chuckled. The inner city is not as simple as the outer city, and, well, Ding Hai, just focus on being an outer city patrol officer, you can still make a living. Zhou Sun seemed to think of something and added at the end. Ah, Ding Hai, others may not have connections in the inner city, but what are you afraid of? Your senior brothers, aren't they all in the inner city? Why don't you ask them? Someone suddenly said. Hearing this, Ding Chen remembered his senior brothers from the martial arts school. Although he had only met Chui Wancheng and Nangong Tian so far, as everyone said, his senior brothers were indeed all in the inner city. Maybe I should really ask Master if he can help me get into the inner city, Ding Chen thought to himself. After finishing his shift, Ding Chen hurried back to the martial arts school and found Bai Wang Yun again. What? You want to go to the inner city? Bai Wang Yun asked incredulously, looking at Ding Chen. Yes, Master. Ding Chen replied. Is something not going well in the outer city? Bai Wang Yun frowned. Not really, Master, the pay is higher in the inner city. Ding Chen quickly said. Bai Wang Yun almost pulled out his beard, and couldn't help but take another look at his youngest disciple before saying, the relationships in the inner city are complex, and while the pay is higher, you need to be stronger. But since you want to go, I won't stop you. Your third senior brother, Nangong Tian, is in the inner city patrol department, so it should be easier to arrange. I'll write him a letter, but whether it works or not depends on your luck. Hearing this, Ding Chen knew that the matter was halfway done, so he bowed to Bai Wang Yun and said, Thank you, Master. September 17th. Ding Chen finished his shift as usual and headed towards the martial arts school. Upon returning, he noticed a familiar figure in the front courtyard of the school. It was Nangong Tian. Nangong Tian was currently conversing with Bai Wang Yun in the courtyard. Suddenly, Bai Wang Yun pointed at Ding Chen who had just entered the courtyard, and Nangong Tian turned to look at him. Seeing this, Ding Chen strode forward and bowed to both of them. Master, third senior brother. Xiao Tian, this is your seventh junior brother, Ding Hai. Bai Wang Yun said. Nangong Tian looked Ding Chen up and down, and the cold expression on his face softened slightly with a smile. You're a good seedling. Master said you've reached the forging bone stage? Yes, third senior brother. Ding Chen said. Wanting to go to the inner city shows ambition, but reaching the forging bone stage is still a bit weak. Nangong Tian said, looking at Ding Chen's unchanged expression before nodding slightly and continuing. However, the department is in need of manpower recently, so I can recommend you to join as a clerk. Hearing this, Ding Chen was taken aback. A clerk was a minor official responsible for registration in the archives, not even ranked as a 9th grade official, just a nominal position. To others, this position might be looked down upon, even considered a humiliation. But Ding Chen was different. He went to the inner city to develop himself and secretly practice. If he became a patrol officer, constantly patrolling and unable to obtain divine statues, it would be better to be a clerk. So, Ding Chen quickly bowed and said, Thank you, third senior brother. Nangong Tian looked at Bai Wang Yun, who appeared innocent, and then shook his head with a smile, taking out a badge from his and handing it to Ding Chen. Come to the inner city patrol department before roll call tomorrow. After saying that, Nangong Tian said a word to Bai Wang Yun and then hurriedly left the martial arts hall. After Nangong Tian left, Bai Wang Yun looked at Ding Chen and said, Xiao Qi, the internal city's power structure is complex. Do more and talk less once you're inside. Also, you need to come back to collect your monthly qi and blood dispersal quota. Without an official order, you can't get in. Ding Chen nodded hastily in response, and then Bai Wang Yun gave him some more advice on his cultivation before leaving leisurely. Ding Chen stood in the courtyard, looking at the ancient bronze-colored plaque in his hand. A smile gradually appeared on his lips. Early the next morning, Ding Chen retrieved some things he had hidden in his room and packed them into a bundle before leaving the martial arts hall and heading towards the internal city. As for the external city patrol department, someone from the internal city would personally notify them in the morning and handle Ding Chen's transfer procedures. At the gate of the internal city, a squad of soldiers in iron armor blocked Ding Chen's path. These soldiers were no ordinary men, they were all martial artists at the level of skin polishing, and with their iron armor, a dozen of them trained in unison could easily defeat an ordinary bone-forging martial artist, and even a viscera-refining martial artist would only have the chance to escape. Only a blood-changing master, whose chi and blood surged like a lion or a tiger, could fight 100 armored warriors and ignore these guards. However, Ding Chen had anticipated this and took out the plaque given by Nangong Tian, handing it to the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper only glanced at the plaque before returning it to Ding Chen and making way for him to enter. Ding Chen, maintaining a calm expression, stepped into the inner gate and walked forward. Passing through the inner gate, Ding Chen finally arrived at the core area of the county, the internal city. The buildings in the internal city were quite different from those in the external city.
They were not only well maintained but also the streets on both sides were cleaner and wider than those in the external city. Even though it was still early, there were already many people on the streets, all of them dressed well, presumably not from poor families. Ding Chen observed his surroundings as he walked, but he found a significant difference between the internal and external cities. It was quiet. The internal city was too quiet. Although there were many pedestrians, they spoke in low voices and rarely changed their expressions, exuding a confident aura. Unlike the external city, where both the vendors and passers-by shouted loudly, as if speaking softly would make them seem inferior. It's interesting, Ding Chen chuckled inwardly and then stopped paying attention to these details, walking straight along the central street towards his destination. Before entering the internal city, Ding Chen had already inquired about the location of the internal city patrol department, which was in the official district on the right side of the central street. In just half an hour, Ding Chen arrived at the gate of the internal city patrol department. At that moment, a group of officials in flying cloud and sun uniforms were waiting outside for roll call. Ding Chen's arrival also attracted the attention of a few people. "Ding Hai, over here." Nangong Tian also saw Ding Hai and waved his hand. Ding Chen hurried over to Nangong Tian's side. "Third senior brother," Ding Chen called out. "Yes, I'll introduce you to some people inside and then take you to report," Nangong Tian said. Hearing the conversation between Nangong Tian and Ding Chen, the expressions on the faces of the others varied. Unlike the external city patrol department, where Ding Chen's first day on duty was filled with familiar conversations, it was completely different here in the internal city. This made Ding Chen realize that the factions within the internal city patrol department were likely very serious and clearly divided. Ding Chen followed the crowd and waited for a while until the gate of the patrol department finally opened. Everyone filed in, with Ding Chen closely following Nangong Tian. The internal city patrol department was very large, with an area twice that of the external city outpost. And most importantly, the newcomers split into two groups upon entering. One group went left, the other right, and Ding Chen, following Nangong Tian, headed to the right. Inside, there were two small courtyards on either side. After passing through a long corridor, Ding Chen and the others arrived at the right courtyard, where a man stood with his hands behind his back, waiting for them. "This is our team leader, Wu Qingfeng, a late-stage Lianzang expert," Nangong Tian whispered to Ding Chen as they entered. Indeed, a formidable expert, Ding Chen nodded, agreeing. The roll call at the inspection bureau in the inner city was no different from that in the outer city. The captain spoke a few words, and then everyone dispersed to their respective duties. Nangong Tian led Ding Chen to Wu Qingfeng's side. "Boss, this is my junior brother," Nangong Tian said with a smile. "Oh, also from Bai's martial arts hall? What's your current level?" Wu Qingfeng glanced at Ding Chen, showing interest. "Sir, I've just entered the Dangu level," Ding Chen quickly replied. "Just at the beginning of Dangu," Wu Qingfeng said, a bit disappointed. "Assigning him to work in the archives should be fine," Nangong Tian added. "All right, you handle it," Wu Qingfeng said, then turned to Ding Chen. "I know the reputation of Master Bai. I hope you can progress as quickly as your Nangong senior brother and enter Lianzong soon, so you can help me in the future. Xiao Tian, take him to complete the onboarding process." With that, Wu Qingfeng smiled and walked past the two, exiting the courtyard. "Senior brother, what about the other team?" After Wu Qingfeng left, Ding Chen pointed to the adjacent courtyard and asked. "Their leader is Zhao Xian. Try to avoid them if you encounter them," Nangong Tian said, then walked towards the back of the courtyard. "Follow me, I'll take you to the archives." A cup of tea later, Ding Chen had completed his onboarding and sat down in the archives. Besides him, there were an old and a young clerk. The younger one was named Zhou, said to be from Zhao Xian's team, while the older one was a veteran of the archives, whose full name was unknown. Everyone just called him Mo Lao. The work in the archives was mainly organizing documents, categorizing them, and registering cases when they came in, which wasn't particularly busy. At the moment, Ding Chen was browsing through some documents, hoping to find clues about statues or fragments, but Zhou quietly approached him. "Brother Ding?" Zhou said with a smile. "Zhou brother, is there something?" Ding Chen glanced at Zhou, then continued looking at the document in his hand. "Ah, nothing, just that brother Ding seems to be slacking off right from the start, which isn't good, so I came to remind you," Zhou said with a smile. Zhou, being from Zhao Xian's team, naturally didn't get along with Ding Chen. Seeing Ding Chen arrive, he wanted to put him in his place. The officialdom was like a battlefield. Ding Chen hadn't felt it in the outer city, but he experienced it on his first day in the inner city. "None of your business, you bureaucrat," Ding Chen said indifferently, his eyes not leaving the document. "What?" Zhou was shocked. Did he mishear? Was Wu Qingfeng crazy to let a madman in?
He needed to inform Zhao Xian quickly, otherwise, managing the documents would become troublesome. But after the initial shock, Joey didn't argue with Ding Chen. Instead, he was secretly pleased. Ding Chen seemed like a reckless person who would make a big mistake sooner or later, and then Wu Qingfeng's reputation would be tarnished. Then, Joey sneered and left, presumably to inform Zhao Xian. Ding Chen glanced at Zhou Yi's retreating figure, let out a cold laugh, and continued browsing through the documents. By the afternoon, Ding Chen suddenly picked up paper and pen, looking like he was about to leave. Ding Hai, where are you going? You're abandoning your post. Zhou Yi suddenly shouted. I'm going to the disposal house. The records say that 6 pieces of foreign demonic statues were delivered yesterday and then sent to the disposal house for destruction. I want to see if there really are 6 pieces, Ding Chen said. You dare to doubt our records? Zhou Yi was stunned. It's not doubt, I'm just thorough, Ding Chen replied and then left. Seeing this, Zhou Yi gritted his teeth and followed Ding Chen out. In his opinion, Ding Chen going to the disposal house on his first day must be suspicious. Soon, the two arrived at the disposal house of the patrol bureau, one after the other. Unlike the outer city, this disposal house was significantly larger, but like the outer one, it was deserted, as if martial artists avoided the place. Ding Chen didn't hesitate and walked in directly. Seeing this, Joey cursed that the kid was crazy. Even the clerks didn't want to stay long in the disposal house, and you, a mere scribe, are showing off what? But thinking of the task Zhao Xian gave him in the morning, Joey gritted his teeth and waited outside. He wouldn't go in. Could Ding Chen eat the fragments inside? In less than 10 breaths, Ding Chen came out, still writing something on the records. Why aren't you leaving? Ding Chen stopped and looked at Joey. Joey snorted and walked forward. Watching Joey's back, Ding Chen was delighted. Just arrived in the inner city patrol bureau and already got some benefits. The 6 fragments delivered yesterday had the last bit left, which he just refined on the spot, gaining nearly half a year of life. Although such opportunities were rare, even a small gain was valuable. Returning to the archives, Ding Chen didn't continue reading the records but leaned on the chair like Mo Lao, waiting for the end of the shift. Time flew, and soon it was time to leave. Ding Chen picked up his bag and walked out of the archives, took his badge from the wooden stand at the entrance, and headed towards the inner city's market area. He came to the inner city for the blood chi pills. The only place selling them in the inner city was the Precious Medicine Pavilion. The Precious Medicine Pavilion was a business of the Sun family, which Ding Chen had already inquired about before coming. Soon, Ding Chen arrived at the Precious Medicine Pavilion. After glancing at the tall building, he walked in expressionlessly. The inner hall of the Precious Medicine Pavilion was quite large, and as soon as Ding Chen entered, a shop assistant greeted him. What can I do for you, sir? Blood chi pills, Ding Chen said directly. This way, please. Our blood chi pills are 5 taels of silver each, and if you buy 10, it's 30 taels. The assistant seemed used to dealing with customers buying blood chi pills and said with a smile. Wow, that's expensive, Ding Chen thought to himself. 30 taels were enough for a family in the outer city to live for a year. What's the difference from robbery? But after a slight hesitation, Ding Chen said, give me a bottle. The assistant then said, please follow me to register. Register? Ding Chen was surprised. Of course, blood chi pills cannot be taken out of the inner city. Each pill has a unique mark from our Precious Medicine Pavilion, traceable to the buyer, the assistant explained with a smile. Alright, Ding Chen said, realizing this was the inner city's way of monopolizing power, intending to completely separate the inner and outer cities and cut off the outer city's path to advancement. After buying the blood chi pills and leaving the Precious Medicine Pavilion, Ding Chen unfolded a folded piece of paper. The paper marked an address. This was given to Ding Chen by Ri Nangong Tian when he left, saying it was Ding Chen's residence in the inner city. It must be said that this fellow disciple was quite generous, as housing in the inner city must be hard to come by. As he walked and asked his way, Ding Chen finally arrived at a small courtyard. Looking at the somewhat dilapidated courtyard before him, Ding Chen felt no disdain and instead took out the key given by Nangong Tian, opened the courtyard gate, and walked straight in. Creak! With the wooden door pushed open, Ding Chen entered the courtyard. The courtyard was clean and tidy, and after looking around, Ding Chen pushed open the door and entered the back room. The room was still a one-bedroom, one-living room layout, but the walls were somewhat worn, clearly indicating that it had been uninhabited for a long time. Ding Chen placed his bundle on the dusty table, took out the sand map inside, and then spread it out to take a look. Finding nothing unusual, Ding Chen checked each room in the house before finally sitting back at the table. The first step is completed, now it's time to think about how to obtain the malevolent energy, Ding Chen mused, stroking his chin, and then fell into deep thought. After these days of interaction, Ding Chen had roughly figured out the nature of this system.
Any path that could directly benefit him was blocked off. For example, creating a white deity statue might require 20 years of life, but refining a white deity statue would only yield 16 years of life. Another example was creating gold, which consumed an exorbitant amount of life, and was not as cost-effective as creating silver. Directly enhancing oneself was not possible, nor was enhancing life. In other words, to make good use of this system, one had to take the indirect route. So, the next train of thought was actually quite simple. There were only two ways to obtain a large amount of life. One was to kill deities of worship, and the other was to obtain deity statues. Deities of worship, in Qingfeng County, existed, but they were all from the Yinyang Palace. Killing deities of worship from the Yinyang Palace in Qingfeng County was a one-time deal, not sustainable. Deities of worship from outside the county, however, could be killed, like Qinjianzi, Baiyunzi, and others, but these deities were elusive, and with the Yinyang Palace's envoy now high-profile in the county, investigating the Qingxi malevolence, Ding Chen surmised that there wouldn't be any external malevolent deities in the near future. That left only the path of deity statues. Where were the most deity statues of deities of worship? Naturally, they were in the temples and shrines of the world. But Ding Chen was not a deity of worship and could not access these statues, so he could only find ways to deal with these deities of worship. If he could control these deities of worship and make them serve him, all problems would be solved. First, naturally, was to use the malevolent energy of the deities of worship to practice, with a stable daily source of malevolent energy. Second, to have the deities of worship hand over their annual cultivation quota, which was the deity statues. Of course, the higher the level of the deity of worship, the more and better the deity statues obtained would be. Third, in the face of uncontrollable crises, killing the controlled deities of worship would instantly yield a large amount of life, and this method was stable and practical. Fourth, the deities of worship could assist him in his work. The escape of the double-faced ghostly infant from Yunxi village had always been a thorn in Ding Chen's side. If someone had been there to assist him at the time, this situation would never have occurred. It must be said that controlling deities of worship was a method that yielded 4 benefits from one action. Even capitalists from the blue planet would shed tears. Thinking of this, Ding Chen became excited, rubbed his hands, and took out the writing materials from the bundle on the table, beginning his experiment. Ding Chen first wrote down some characteristics of the deities of worship, their cultivation methods, and information about the deity statues on the paper, whatever was relevant, striving to make the information as comprehensive as possible. Added to this were the new pieces of information about deities of worship that Ding Chen had come across in the archives in the morning, which he now added in all at once. After more than half an hour, Ding Chen had written several thousand words, filling up 5 sheets of paper. Then, on the back of the last page, he wrote the phrase "Control worship God suitable," and with some nervousness, placed it in front of him. Currently available for enhancement, enhanced lifespan 114,526 years and 175 days. Enhance? Ding Chen initially thought he was seeing things, but after rubbing his eyes, he found that the long string of numbers remained unchanged. He gulped and muttered to himself, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. UTMD, 100,000 years. Ding Chen was astonished but also felt something was off. No matter how powerful the worship gods were, they shouldn't require such an enormous amount of lifespan. Ding Chen furrowed his brows, stroked his chin, and pondered for a moment. Then, he added the phrase quantity 10 at the end. This reduced the required lifespan for enhancement to just over 90,000 years, still outrageously high. Ding Chen felt he had found the answer with this phrase and then added Xuanji realm in the middle of control worship gods, making it control Xuanji realm worship gods. This brought the required lifespan down to 137 years and 23 days. Seeing this result, Ding Chen immediately fell into deep thought. Clearly, the difference in strength among worship gods had a significant impact on lifespan. Ding Chen even suspected that the true source of the 108 calamities was also among the worship gods, otherwise, the figure of 110,000 years wouldn't have appeared. However, despite the reduction in the lifespan figure, Ding Chen found himself hesitating. The addition of conditions and restrictions had turned his perfect plan into a deadlock. The Xuanji realm worship gods were just the starting point for absorbing malevolent energy for Ding Chen, yet even so, the enhancement still required over 130 years of lifespan. Moreover, how to control the worship gods after enhancement remained unknown. If it meant having to drug the worship gods, it would be better to directly enhance a pill. Right, why not directly enhance a pill? The approach was wrong. Ding Chen's mind lit up, and he quickly took out the qi and blood pills he had bought that afternoon. He poured out 9 pills from the small porcelain bottle, leaving only one, and then wrote on the bottle, "Control Xuanji realm worship gods suitable undetectable." Currently available for enhancement. Enhance lifespan 39 years and 175 days. Enhance? Seeing the text appear in front of him, Ding Chen finally relaxed. Compared to the previous method of controlling worship gods, he preferred this one-time pill. Although the pill could only control one person, it had the advantage of a shorter formation time, unlike a technique that required practice to be effective. And the pill could be carried at all times, ready to be used directly at a perfect opportunity, even knocking out a deity. Thinking of this, Ding Chen chuckled, then decided not to enhance it immediately but to carry the bottle with him and enhance it when the opportunity arose. Having decided on the route, Ding Chen didn't attempt anything further. He hid the visualization diagrams and maps in the kitchen of the side room again and then went to the bedroom, lying down on the wooden bed, and soon fell into a deep sleep. That night, Ding Chen had an unprecedented dream. He dreamt of himself lying on a pile of statues, gold, purple, jade, and two beautiful maids massaging his shoulders, a picture of a wealthy man. After an unknown amount of time, when the sunlight shone into the hall, Ding Chen habitually opened his eyes. He looked around at the somewhat unfamiliar surroundings and then slowly sat up. This wandering life. Ding Chen sighed inwardly and then got up, casually wiped his face, and hurried out the door. Upon arriving at the outpost, Ding Chen hung his badge on a wooden rack and headed towards the archives. On the way, he ran into Joey, who was also going to the archives. Joey glanced at Ding Chen but didn't greet him, coldly walking ahead, clearly still upset about Ding Chen's rudeness yesterday. Ding Chen didn't care about him, such minor characters, as long as they didn't provoke him. He couldn't be bothered to waste words on them. The two entered the archives one after the other and then began their work for the day. In the following days, everything proceeded in an orderly manner, and Ding Chen gradually adapted to the work and life in the inner city. After work, he would cultivate, and during work hours, he would slack off, register visitors, and curse at Joey when he felt annoyed. If it weren't for Ding Chen knowing that the people from Baiyun Temple were holding back a big secret, he would have thought he could retire here. One day, Ding Chen was sitting in the archives chair, seemingly resting with his eyes closed, but in reality, he was secretly cultivating the Changqing Gong. But the next moment, a clerk hurried towards the archives. "Scribe! Scribe!" the clerk shouted as he entered the archives. "Brother Wang, what's the matter?" Joey immediately stood up and went over, smiling and asking. Ding Chen and old Mo also slowly stood up, the former slightly frowning, while the latter looked calm, as if accustomed to such situations. "Supervisory Officer Lu from the Supervisory Department is about to come to the archives. You need to immediately organize all external evil records that occurred within the jurisdiction of Qingfeng County this year," the Wang clerk told Joey, then glanced at Ding Chen and old Mo. "Ah, Officer Lu is coming? Don't worry, Brother Wang, we'll prepare right away," Joey quickly responded, and the wine clerk, seeing this, turned and left the place. Hearing this, Ding Chen couldn't help but look at old Mo beside him and asked, "Who is Officer Lu?" "A supervisor from the inspection department, 8th rank, equal to the county magistrate," old Mo slowly explained. "Old Mo, this sudden request to check 3 years' worth of records, is there something wrong?" Ding Chen continued to ask. "What else could be wrong? The duty of a supervisor is to oversee external evils and adjust the fluctuations of yin and yang evils based on their frequency. It's probably near the end of the year, and the inspection department is about to start its assessment," old Mo said with a smile. Ding Chen's heart skipped a beat as he couldn't help but ask, "Can the supervisor control the yin and yang evils in Qingfeng County?" Of course, it's originally their yin-yang palaces thing. In previous years, external evils erupted frequently, even reaching a frequency of once every 2 days. Otherwise, the population of Qingfeng County would collapse, and the inspection department would be heavily punished by the yin-yang palace, old Mo said, looking at Ding Chen with a smile. "I wonder what realm Officer Lu is in." Ding Chen suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked old Mo. "Naturally, it's Xuanji, whether it's a major or minor achievement, that's unknown," old Mo shook his head. "It's said that having an old person at home is like having a treasure." It's clear that old Mo has been in the archives for a long time, otherwise, he wouldn't be so familiar with this information. Ding Chen quickly bowed to old Mo to express his thanks. In fact, in the faction-divided inner city inspection department, there are very few people like old Mo who are detached from worldly affairs, which is worthy of Ding Chen's respect. Joey glanced at Ding Chen and then hurried to prepare. In his eyes, a good performance in front of Officer Lu was far more important than arguing with Ding Chen. Ding Chen watched Joey pushing the ladder up and down, then unobtrusively walked to the innermost part of the archives and took out a small porcelain bottle that he had been carrying in his. As he stared at the dried but still legible ink on the medicine bottle, Ding Chen narrowed his eyes and focused on the porcelain bottle for a few breaths, after which the familiar text appeared.
Current enhancement available, increase lifespan by 39 years and 175 days.
Enhance? Yes. Now is the time to take a gamble. What else is there to wait for? Going all in is an art.
In the next moment, the porcelain bottle in Ding Chen's hand trembled slightly, then suddenly returned to stillness. Ding Chen raised an eyebrow, opened the bottle, and poured out the pills inside into his palm. A line of text appeared in his vision. Blood limit control pill using extreme blood essence as a guide. It conceals the shadow of the evil god in the divine palace. Through extreme simulation, it controls the god with blood, the evil with the god, and the person with the evil. Note, after consumption, use one's own blood essence to sense, and simulate the divine light with the evergreen true chi. This. Looking at the ordinary little pill in front of him, Ding Chen fell into silence.
Could a Xuanji realm practitioner who worships gods really control him with this pill? Is it really that miraculous?
Ding Chen found it hard to believe, but everything was happening right before his eyes. Even though such incidents had occurred many times, each time still made Ding Chen feel a bit unreal. He put the pill into his sleeve, wiped off the ink on the porcelain bottle, and then placed it back in his embrace. After about another stick of incense time, chaotic footsteps finally sounded outside the archives. Ding Chen and the other two hurriedly walked out of the archives to greet Magistrate Lu and his entourage. Soon, a young man in a purple robe with gold trim and a hat strode over, followed by two officers in flying cloud and white day uniforms and a servant in green. The four of them walked briskly to the entrance of the archives, not even glancing at Ding Chen and the others standing outside, and directly stepped inside. At this moment, the table was already filled with case files, all of which were incidents of external evil invasions in Qingfeng County this year. Magistrate Lu entered the archives and immediately picked up the first case file to read, occasionally saying something to the servant beside him. Meanwhile, Ding Chen stealthily observed Magistrate Lu, finding that not only was he young, but his skin was unnaturally pale.
Most strangely, his mannerisms were effeminate, like a woman.
However, the people from the inspection bureau were all from the Yangji Palace of the Yinyang Palace, and women would never appear in the Yangji Palace, which made Ding Chen secretly puzzled. Next, Magistrate Lu, along with the two officers, stood there reading for about an hour and a half, even as the sky began to darken. Only then did Magistrate Lu put down the case file in his hand and took a handkerchief from the servant beside him to wipe his hands.
Who organized these case files? Magistrate Lu suddenly asked. It was me, sir, I'm Joey. Joey quickly ran over, smiling and responding. What kind of nonsense did you organize? Why so many? Do you want to kill me with exhaustion? Magistrate Lu suddenly pointed at Joey and shouted. Joey was stunned by this unexpected outburst and didn't know how to respond. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out in everyone's ears. Sir, this servant is ignorant and has tired your hands and wasted your breath. Please enjoy this ancient spring tea from Yunqi village to soothe your throat, relieve fatigue, and calm your anger. Ding Chen, who had somehow brought a bowl of tea, walked over slowly. Lu Sun was taken aback, glanced at Ding Chen, then at the teacup in his hand, and after a few seconds, suddenly laughed. You and the archives are indeed sensible, not bad. Lu Sun said, walking up to Ding Chen, first sniffing the steaming tea, then suddenly turning cold and staring at Ding Chen. Ding Chen was puzzled by Lu Sun's sudden change and wondered if the pill had been exposed. But then he thought again and realized it was impossible. Since he had added the term undetectable, there was no way this guy could have discovered it. Just then, Ding Chen suddenly saw Mo Lao across from him giving him a meaningful look. After a slight pause, he understood and quickly took out an empty cup, poured a little tea into it, and drank it all in one go. Only then did he hand the cup back to Lu Sun. Seeing this, Lu Sun regained his smiling expression and took the cup, taking a small sip. His eyebrows shot up. Not bad. Why do I feel a bit homesick? Hearing this, Ding Chen immediately smiled and said, Sir, it's malt sugar. I added some malt sugar. Malt sugar. No wonder, Lu Sun muttered to himself, then drank the rest of the tea in one go. After finishing his tea, Magistrate Lu hurriedly left the archives with his men. According to him, the unfinished documents would be left here, and he would come back tomorrow. After Lu Sun and his group left, Joey glared at Ding Chen with eyes red with anger. Ding Hai, were you doing this on purpose? Watching me make a fool of myself, waiting to get me back? Joey pointed at Ding Chen and shouted. You piece of shit who deserves to have a son with no asshole. Ding Chen wasn't about to put up with Joey, pointing at him and cursing. If it weren't for me stepping in to save your ass, you'd have been dragged out and flayed alive by now. How dare you curse at me? You! Joey covered his face, looking at Ding Chen's cold expression, and felt a chill in his heart. He didn't dare say anything more and just angrily flicked his sleeve, storming off. Xiao Ding, well done. Mo Lao slowly walked over to Ding Chen and said with a smile. It was all thanks to Mo Lao's reminder, Ding Chen quickly replied with a smile. Keep up the good work. This world will still be yours in the future, Mo Lao said, then strolled back to his reclining chair, sat down, closed his eyes, and rhythmically tapped his right hand on the armrest, looking like he was just waiting for his shift to end. Ding Chen, meanwhile, looked in the direction Lu Sun had left, feeling a bit uneasy. After all, he didn't know if the medicine he had drunk would actually work, or how effective it would be. Time passed slowly, and soon it was time to end the shift. Ding Chen went to the front courtyard, took his badge from the wooden rack, and was about to leave when he heard someone call his name. Ding Hai. Ding Chen turned around and saw one of the officers who had accompanied Lu Sun during the day. Is there something you need, sir? Wang Mingyuan was an officer under Lu Sun. Seeing Ding Chen now, he said with a fake smile, Magistrate Lu is looking for you. Ding, kid, I didn't realize you were quite good at being a dog. Come with me. Ding Chen knew what Wang Mingyuan was thinking, given the rumors about the people in the Yangji Palace. He inwardly sneered, noting the man's appearance, but his expression remained unchanged as he said indifferently, Please lead the way, sir. Seeing Ding Chen's reaction, Wang Mingyuan felt it was boring and didn't say anything more, just leading Ding Chen out of the inspection office. As they exited the courtyard, Ding Chen saw a carriage parked at the gate. The two horses pulling the carriage were about 8 feet tall, with a glossy coat of blue, a red line running from their backs to their tails, adding a splash of red to the blue tails. These two demon horses, waiting there, kept stomping their hooves on the flagstones, making a clop-clop sound, while their nostrils emitted hot white steam, showing their restlessness. After seeing Sun Xiao's demonic elephant entering the city, Ding Chen was no longer as surprised by the demon horses. Instead, he wondered how much lifespan he could gain if he killed these beasts. Which one is Magistrate Ding? Please have Magistrate Ding board the carriage, the coachman sitting in front said to Ding Chen and Wang Mingyuan. Ding Chen listened to the words, glanced at the Wang official beside him, then emotionlessly lifted the carriage curtain and stepped directly into the carriage. Once inside, he found the spacious carriage lavishly decorated, with sandalwood incense burning on the wooden floor in the corner. Quite extravagant, Ding Chen thought to himself, then sat down on the soft couch inside the carriage and closed his eyes to rest. On the other hand, the coachman, seeing Ding Chen board the carriage, whipped the reins, and the green demon horse, receiving the signal, slightly exerted its hooves, slowly moving the massive carriage forward. The Wang official watched the scene, turned his head, spat, and then left the place. The green demon horse ran very steadily, and Ding Chen inside the carriage felt almost no bumps, of course, also due to the exceptionally smooth roads within the inner city. After about half a cup of tea's time, the carriage slowly stopped in front of a residence. Lord Ding, we've arrived, the coachman's voice came from outside the carriage. Ding Chen, upon hearing this, opened his eyes and lifted the curtain to disembark. The carriage had stopped in front of a large residence, where two maids in light-colored palace dresses were standing at the gate, waiting with their heads lowered. As soon as Ding Chen got off the carriage, the two maids, with small steps, approached and curtsied to him, then one of them said, Please follow me, Lord Ding. The maids were both beautiful, their voices soft and sweet, obviously carefully selected. Ding Chen glanced at the mansion in front of him, where the words Lu Mansion hung in the center above the gate, feeling the scene somewhat strange, but still calmly said, Let's go. Hearing this, the two maids moved in unison, leading Ding Chen into the residence. The Lu Mansion's courtyard was vast, a 3-in, 3-out mansion, with not only rockeries and ponds in the front courtyard but also various exotic flowers and plants, far more luxurious than anything Ding Chen had seen before. However, the maids seemed uninterested in showing Ding Chen around. Their steps were small but quick, and soon, Ding Chen was led to the innermost wing room. Lord Ding, the master is waiting for you inside, the two maids said to Ding Chen expressionlessly. Ding Chen, upon hearing this, slightly frowned. To be honest, coming alone to this large mansion, if not for the elixirs provided by the system, he would never have made such a decision. But with such immense wealth within reach, no matter what, he had to take a gamble. Going all in was not just a gamble with life, but also a courage to face death and emerge stronger, just like now in this high-walled, red-bricked courtyard, under the flowing water and stone mountains. But necessary preparations were still needed. Ding Chen quietly surveyed the surroundings, finding the courtyard walls extremely high, more than double the height of ordinary residential walls. However, the stones on these walls were uneven and had grooves. With Ding Chen's strength at the Lianzong stage, he could use them to climb out, a route of escape instantly forming in his mind. But one route was not enough. Ding Chen then looked around, his gaze finally settling on the roof. This wing room was at the back of the entire residence. If he climbed onto the roof and jumped back, it would be the second escape route. Ding Chen observed briefly and made his calculations. Just then, the maid beside him softly said again, Lord Ding, the master is waiting for you inside. Ding Chen glanced at the maid, then walked forward expressionlessly, pushing open the wide red lacquered wooden door. Creak! The large wooden door slowly opened, and Ding Chen walked in, leaving it slightly ajar and placing a flashbang on the door latch. At this moment, Ding Chen held his breath and focused intently, his eyes slightly narrowed as he looked ahead, guarding against any sudden attacks. Unexpectedly, a piercing scream suddenly rang out in Ding Chen's ears. "Master! You've finally come, Master! Your servant has been waiting for you for so long." Ding Chen looked at the figure kneeling before him, his expression unchanged, as he subtly stepped back towards the door. "Minister Lu?" Ding Chen tentatively asked. "Master, just call me Little Lu, it's too much for your servant." Lu Xin raised his head, looking at Ding Chen with an aggrieved expression. "Minister Lu, what is your biggest secret?" Ding Chen did not relax his vigilance and continued to ask. This, your servant has secretly communicated with the Hong concubine." Lu Sun stammered. Ding Chen was genuinely shocked and couldn't help but ask, "Are you a eunuch?" "Master, your servant followed the Prince of Xiang before worshipping the gods, and only entered the Yinyang Palace after the worship," Lu Sun quickly explained. "Damn, it really is a perfect fit for you to be a servant." Ding Chen was speechless, then said, Lu, whatever, Little Lu, do you have a knife?" Lu Sun was puzzled but still replied, "Master, yes." "Find it and stab yourself with it," Ding Chen said emotionlessly. "Master, you still don't trust your servant." Lu Sun's face turned pale with shock. "Just do it," Ding Chen said, continuing to step back while his internal energy, which had been dormant, began to stir. Hearing this, Lu Sun gritted his teeth, quickly got up, and went to the side room. When he came out again, he was holding a dagger. Immediately, Lu Sun stabbed his arm with the dagger, plunging it in deeply. The sound of the blade piercing flesh was particularly clear in the quiet environment, causing Ding Chen to raise an eyebrow. "Stab your leg," Ding Chen continued to instruct. Lu Sun did not hesitate and directly stabbed his thigh. This stab went all the way to the hilt, showing that Lu Sun held nothing back, which slightly eased Ding Chen's frown. With Lu Sun's arm and leg now half disabled, even if something went wrong later, he would make a good hostage. Thinking of this, Ding Chen beckoned Lu Sun to come closer. "Tell me, why did you suddenly call me master?" Lu Sun slowly moved towards Ding Chen while gritting his teeth. "Master, your servant doesn't know. Ever since returning from the archives, your servant's mind has been filled with your image. Later, your servant felt extremely uncomfortable, as if the 5 viscera were burning, just wanting to see you soon and share your worries." "Watch your mouth, I'm a man." Ding Chen shivered at Lu Sun's words, almost turning to run. What kind of blood limit control pill was this, with effects that sounded like a love potion? However, Ding Chen remembered the last line of the pill's description, simulating the divine light with evergreen qi. At that moment, Ding Chen looked at Lu Sun approaching and then swiftly placed his hand on Lu Sun's head, and the evergreen qi in his body immediately surged towards his palm. This evergreen qi, originally a form of internal energy, could not be projected out of the body like the energy of the body, but now, as soon as it reached Ding Chen's palm, it automatically rushed into Lu Sun's head as if attracted by something. The moment the evergreen qi entered Lu Sun's mind, Ding Chen's vision was suddenly shaken, and the surrounding scenery and light changed, as if he saw a bizarre scene. A strange figure was floating in the darkness, one side white, the other black, clearly defined yet extremely harmonious, like the most perfect creation. "Come, come." This shadowy figure emitted strange murmurs, not only causing Lu Sun under Ding Chen's palm to become disoriented but also gradually weakening the divine light in Ding Chen's eyes. At that moment, Ding Chen's blood surged suddenly, circulating at an astonishing speed, and an invisible force gradually appeared around him. On the other side, Lu Sun's blood resonated with Ding Chen's, colliding within his body and dispersing streams of bloody vapors that swiftly moved upward along the meridians. When this blood energy reached his mind, it swarmed like bees towards the light shadow in Lu Sun's mind, eventually enveloping the figure in a bloody human shape. Ding Chen and Lu Sun's eyes also began to clear up. In the next second, the Changqing Jinqi that entered Lu Sun's mind rapidly spun, soon transforming into a green figure, assuming the exact same posture as the black and white figure, which made Lu Sun shudder involuntarily. Ding Chen on the other side instantly sensed the connection with Lu Sun. This connection was subtle, indescribable, uncontrollable, and unutterable, just a strange feeling. Thus, the blood restriction control poison pill hidden in Lu Sun's bloodline finally exhausted all its energy, making Ding Chen realize that Lu Sun in front of him had completely become his own. "Master? Master? Can I go stop the bleeding first?" Lu Sun asked, enduring the pain as he looked at the dazed Ding Chen. Little Lu, go ahead." Ding Chen noticed that Lu Sun's wound was still bleeding and quickly waved his hand. After Lu Sun hurried back to the side room to bandage his wound,
Ding Chen was still immersed in what had just happened. Clearly, the figure just now was the same as the one he saw when he enhanced the statue from Miao Bujin, both related to the Calamity God. This Changqing Jinqi had ultimately replaced the Calamity God, forming a light shadow in Lu Sun's mind, which was the so-called usurpation of the nest? It had to be said, the system's functions were too explosive. But Ding Chen finally relaxed, then looked around. The big house, the courtyard, the beautiful maidservants, all were his now. Once upon a time, he was just a piece of fish lying on a broken wooden bed, coveted by others. Now, although he was still short-lived, at least he had stood up, hadn't he? All this was thanks to his wisdom and hard work. Ding Chen clenched his right hand, thinking to himself. Soon, Lu Sun had bandaged his wound and cautiously returned to Ding Chen's side. Master, wouldn't you like to sit down and talk? Lu Sun bowed and flattered Ding Chen. No need, I'll ask, you answer. Ding Chen continued. Please ask, Master. Lu Sun quickly said. What realm are you in? Master, I am at the Xuanji initial stage, equivalent to the Lianzong stage among martial artists. Lu Sun said cautiously. Oh? Ding Chen felt a bit disappointed. This guy was only worth about 30 years of life. Do you have a statue? Yes, Master, I haven't used up my cultivation quota this year. Lu Sun quickly said. Hearing this, Ding Chen perked up. Hurry and bring it here. Ding Chen ordered. Master, do you want to worship the gods? I can introduce you to higher-level statues. You can't waste yourself on these low-level ones. Lu Sun quickly said. What worshipping gods? I want the statue. Ding Chen scolded. Yes, as long as Master doesn't worship the gods, I'll bring it to you right now. Saying this, Lu Sun hurried back to the side room, and when he returned, he was holding something wrapped in green cloth. Master, I have absorbed most of this deity statue, but the quota for next year is about to come down. When you need it, I will send it to you, Lu Sun said as he opened the blue cloth. A blood-red deity statue suddenly appeared before Ding Chen's eyes. Ding Chen stared at the blood-red deity statue, his expression momentarily dazed. Lu Sun actually had a blood-red deity statue. Master, most of the yin-yang evil energy inside has been used by me. It's just that I met you too late. Lu Sun said cautiously, watching Ding Chen's expression. It's fine, wrap it in willow wood for me, Ding Chen commanded, waving his hand. Although Lu Sun was already under his control, Ding Chen still wouldn't reveal his ability to refine evil energy in front of him, to prevent Lu Sun from being captured and having his soul searched, exposing Ding Chen's most core secret. Ding Chen didn't even know if such a technique existed in this world. I will do it right away, Lu Sun quickly replied. Wait, do you have anything else with evil energy? Ding Chen asked. I have a sword tempered with evil energy, it's my precious possession for survival, Lu Sun quickly said. Pack it up and take it with me. I understand. Wait, do you have any silver? Or blood chi pills? I have 300 taels of convertible silver notes, but Master, blood chi pills are for martial artists, I can't use them. Lu Sun said with a bitter face. Take the silver too, not bad, little Lu. Ding Chen patted Lu Sun's shoulder and then began to walk around the large room. After looking around, Ding Chen didn't find anything he wanted, so he sat down in the hall and continued to ask, Little Lu, I heard you manage all the yin-yang evil energy in Qingfeng County? Lu Sun quickly walked to Ding Chen's back, his hands naturally resting on Ding Chen's shoulders, ready to massage, but Ding Chen slapped his hands away. Just talk, don't touch me. Ding Chen said expressionlessly. Master is right, I'll remember next time. Lu Sun cautiously glanced at Ding Chen and then said, Master, I do manage the yin-yang evil energy in Qingfeng County. What does Master want me to do? Lu Sun asked. Simple, take me near the source of the evil energy. I want to confirm something, Ding Chen slowly said. That's easy, but it will be a bit of a hardship for Master to disguise as my attendant and enter with me. Ding Chen was overjoyed in his heart but kept a straight face and continued to ask, when can we leave? Master, we can only enter once a month on the first day. We've already gone this month, so we'll have to wait until next month, Lu Sun quickly said. Good. Send someone to inform me before the next entry. Ding Chen said and stood up, clearly ready to leave. Lu Sun quickly put the statue in a wooden box and took out his sword and silver notes from the side room, handing them all to Ding Chen. Master, please rest assured. Is there anything else you need? Should I arrange a few maids to follow you? Without my service, what will you do when you go back? Forget it. Ding Chen hesitated slightly but decisively refused Lu Sun. Living alone was entirely to keep his secrets, and with more people, it would be easier to be discovered. Also, don't reveal your identity in front of anyone. Don't see me out, I can leave on my own. Ding Chen suddenly thought of something and reminded Lu Sun again before picking up the wooden box and walking out the door. Before leaving, Ding Chen took the flashbang that was placed on the door latch. Although the mission went smoothly, he still decided to take it. Ding Chen carried the items and walked out of the Lu residence, passing by the garden with its flowers, insects, and fish. For some reason, he felt much more affectionate towards them than when he first arrived. As he reached the outside of the mansion, a carriage was already waiting there. Without hesitation, Ding Chen got in, and the carriage slowly carried him away from the Lu residence. As night fell, Ding Chen sat at a table in his room, staring at the blood-red deity statue in front of him. He rubbed his hands vigorously and then placed his palm on the statue's head. In the next moment, Ding Chen activated the Du Sha Ju, feeling a burning sensation in his palm, followed by a series of prompts appearing in his vision. You refined a trace of Yin Yang Sha, lifespan plus 1 day. You refined a trace of Yin Yang Sha, lifespan plus 1 day. You refined a trace of Yin Yang Sha, lifespan plus 1 day. Watching the rapidly scrolling prompts, Ding Chen felt that his decision to control Lu Sun was absolutely correct, and a smile appeared on his lips. Ding Chen continued to absorb for a full 1.5 hours, until the blood-red statue turned into a pile of white powder on the table. Only 12 years? Although he had prepared himself, Ding Chen still felt a bit disappointed. He had estimated that the statue should have provided him with at least 30 to 40 years of life, but it turned out that Lu Sun had already used most of it, leaving him with only 12 years. Ding Chen shrugged and then took out the long sword, pulling it out and examining it closely under the dim light. The sword still emitted a cold, sharp glow, and the traces of Sha Qi that emanated from it added to its extraordinary aura. It was rumored that weapons forged with Sha possessed an innate, eerie effect. This sword of Lu Sun's was clearly forged with Yin Yang Sha. Ding Chen speculated that being stabbed by this sword would be akin to being struck by Yin Yang Sha itself, possibly causing immediate loss of mental control and falling into desire. These demonic practitioners sure know how to play. Ding Chen narrowed his eyes and then used 2 fingers to hold the sword, activating the Du Sha Ju once more. At that moment, he found that the sword in his hand began to tremble violently, as if it had a will of its own and was resisting something. But all of this was in vain, as the familiar text soon appeared in Ding Chen's vision. You refined a trace of Yin Yang Sha, lifespan plus 3 days. You refined a trace of Yin Yang Sha, lifespan plus 3 days. This time, after only half an hour, no more prompts appeared in Ding Chen's vision, and the sword in his hand did not turn into powder like the statue, but instead developed some fine cracks on its surface. Ding Chen looked at the sword in his hand, then exerted a bit of force, and the sword instantly shattered into countless small fragments on the table. Following that, Ding Chen took out a cloth bundle, swept the sword fragments and hilt into it, and prepared to throw them into a garbage pit the next day. In just 2 hours, Ding Chen had gained about 17 years of life, bringing his total lifespan, which was originally only 3 years, to around 20 years. Ding Chen rubbed his chin and then took out the Qi Shui Dan, continuing his strengthening practice for the night. Meanwhile, in the underground of the county office, Du Ji stood before a complexly inscribed array, looking at the jade deity statue at the core of the array. He clasped his hands together, his face expressionless. Behind him stood another bald monk, dressed the same as Du Ji, clearly from the same Baiyun temple. Du Ji Shixiang, will today's attempt to blend Sha be successful? Du Ji looked at the jade-colored Buddha statue in front of him and slowly said, "Rest assured, junior brother. A few days ago, I used the green silk curse to divert the attention of the Yin-Yang Palace and connected this divine statue to their Yin-Yang Great Array. Today, we will see the results." Du Nan, looking at the great array in front of him, also clasped his hands together and said, after refining the first mother-child flesh pill and handing it over to Wang Pingshan, "How much confidence does senior brother have in summoning our Buddha's descent?" Hearing this, Du Ji turned his head to look at the cauldron beside him, which was burning with raging flames, and said, "Once Wang Pingshan converts to our faith, we will be able to convert the entire city. Even the powerful Yin-Yang Palace will not be able to escape. We will witness our Buddha and attain great freedom." As night fell, Ding Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, waiting for the arrival of the Yin-Yang curse today. Now, Ding Chen used the Yin-Yang curse to advance his internal organs training, supplemented by the enhanced blood qi powder to nurture his vital energy. His cultivation speed was rapid, completing 1 internal organ and 1 viscera in less than a month. The remaining organs would take at most half a year to complete. Soon, Ding Chen sensed the agitation in the air, knowing it was a precursor to the curse's arrival. Immediately, he activated the curse absorption technique, and his green true qi began to flow rapidly within him. However, not long after, Ding Chen raised an eyebrow, feeling that today's curse absorption was a bit strange, somewhat different from usual. Thinking about it, Ding Chen immediately reversed the curse absorption technique. The next moment, a line of prompts appeared in his vision. You have refined a strand of Yin-Yang curse, lifespan plus 0. 1 days, you have refined a strand of golden light curse, lifespan plus 0. 1 days. Golden light curse. What is this thing?
Ding Chen suddenly opened his eyes, unable to believe it. Something was wrong. Ding Chen raised an eyebrow and quickly went to the window, slightly opening a crack to look outside. To his surprise, the street outside was still quiet, as if no one had noticed the golden light curse. How could this be? Ding Chen felt a vague sense of unease, a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time, which alerted him to a potential crisis. But at this moment, Ding Chen couldn't go out shouting, and to prevent being affected by this mysterious golden light curse, he decided to sit down and refine it to advance his internal organs training. Tomorrow, he would find a way to ask Lu Sun what was going on. Time passed quickly, and the next morning, Ding Chen hurriedly dressed and left with the bundle containing the broken sword. When he arrived at the patrol bureau, he found everyone behaving as usual, taking roll call and starting their duties, not mentioning the golden light curse from the previous night. Did they not notice it? Or did they notice but didn't care? Ding Chen was very puzzled but didn't dare to expose himself. With a heavy heart, he went to the archives room and sat down on a chair, waiting for Lu Sun's arrival. After all, Lu Sun hadn't finished checking the documents yesterday, so he should come again this morning. Sure enough, after a while, Lu Sun came in with 2 officers and his attendant. Lord Lu, the documents are exactly the same as yesterday, untouched, Joey said with a smile as he saw Lu Sun. Lu Sun didn't look at Joey but instead turned his gaze to Ding Chen, noticing that Ding Chen was frowning and not paying attention to him. Only then did he turn his gaze to the documents on the table. Lu Sun responded softly and then continued to flip through the documents while standing at the table. After a while, seeing that Ding Chen was still standing there motionless, Joey sneered. Lord Lu has been standing for so long, and someone hasn't even offered him a cup of tea, as if yesterday's eagerness was all an act. Ding Chen, who had been frowning, finally snapped out of his thoughts upon hearing this and looked at Joey as if he were an idiot. Stupid jerk. Your Excellency, look, this Ding Hai is absolutely lawless and unrestrained in his speech, Joey said, pointing at Ding Chen, who had just insulted him. Instead of getting angry, Joey was actually pleased. Lu Sun, seeing this scene, immediately burst into a tirade. You dog, drag him out and behead him. The Wang official beside him became excited at once and rolled up his sleeves, heading towards Ding Chen, but Lu Sun kicked him in the buttocks and continued to curse. I meant to behead this dog slave who spews nonsense. As he spoke, Lu Sun pointed at Joey. Joey? The Wang official? Both of them were momentarily confused and stood there in a daze. Your Excellency, Joey didn't say anything, did he? The Wang official asked, bracing himself. Well, you people from the patrol department have grown bold, daring not to listen to the supervisory department, huh? Lu Sun narrowed his eyes, revealing a sinister and ruthless expression on his face. The Wang official, looking at Lu Sun and then at Ding Chen, who stood by impassively, seemed to understand something. He quickly grabbed Joey by the hair and forced him in front of Ding Chen. You useless fool, how dare you slander the esteemed Mr. Ding? Kneel down and kowtow until Mr. Ding is satisfied. Joey's face turned pale at this moment. Although he didn't understand what was happening, hearing the Wang official's words, he subconsciously began to kowtow to Ding Chen. Thud thud thud. Knowing the style of the supervisory department, Joey was really kowtowing, the dull sound like someone pounding a watermelon. Ding Chen, seeing Joey's forehead bleeding from the kowtowing, felt extremely bored. Thinking of last night's events, he became even more annoyed and kicked Joey away. Then, he clasped his fists and said to Lu Sun, Your Excellency, I have important matters to report. Lu Sun, upon hearing this, knew that Ding Chen must have discovered something significant, otherwise he wouldn't have said so at this moment. So, Lu Sun waved his hand, and the surrounding people immediately understood, dragging the already unconscious Joey away. The scene was now only between Ding Chen and Lu Sun. Master, it's been a day since we last met, and your servant misses you to death. Lu Sun, seeing no one around, immediately reverted to his eunuch demeanor. Spare the nonsense, did you notice any abnormalities with the Yin Yang Sha last night? Ding Chen asked, frowning. Abnormalities? No, there weren't any, Lu Sun replied, puzzled. Golden Light Sha, whose is it? Ding Chen asked again. The Golden Light Sha belongs to the White Cloud Temple. Why does the master ask about this? Lu Sun was confused. White Cloud Temple. So it is. Ding Chen suddenly understood many of his doubts. It seemed that the White Cloud Temple's plan in Qingfeng County was still ongoing, but why couldn't the patrol department and the supervisory department detect it? Thinking of this, Ding Chen quickly said, I suspect the White Cloud Temple is hidden in Qingfeng County. After you return, investigate this thoroughly. Master, it's not that your servant doesn't want to do it, it's just that my jurisdiction only covers the Yin Yang Sha. Investigating external Sha matters falls under the patrol department, and your servant has no authority over it, Lu Sun said with a bitter face. Patrol department.
Ding Chen was momentarily stunned, pondering for a while before considering a possibility, though it seemed far-fetched. He then asked, "What do you know about the county magistrate Wang Pingshan?" Ding Chen continued to ask. "Well, Wang Pingshan is usually very low-key, and your servant doesn't know much about him. However, I've noticed that the special envoy has been quite interested in Magistrate Wang recently. Perhaps the special envoy knows more." Lu Sun finished and then said, "Should your servant go ask the special envoy?" Ding Chen, hearing this, raised his hand and shook his head, saying, "Forget it. I have a task for you. Every day, store some malevolent energy inside it. The method is simple, just pour malevolent energy into it." Ding Chen said, handing a small gourd hanging from his waist to Lu Sun. Lu Sun was taken aback. Although he didn't know why Ding Chen was so insistent on collecting malevolent energy, he still accepted it. "I'm quite satisfied with your sword. Try to collect more weapons or malevolent demon flesh for me," Ding Chen said, taking out a small capsule-like object from his pocket and handing it to Lu Sun. "Place it in the gap between your back teeth. If you ever fall into enemy hands, shatter it with malevolent energy first." "I understand, Master. I guarantee to complete each task you assign." Lu Sun took the capsule, then inserted it into the gap between his back teeth, and said with a smile, "By the way, Master, what should be done with that clerk?" Lu Sun suddenly asked. "Didn't you already say to execute him? Why are you asking me?" After Lu Sun left, Ding Chen sat down in the chair of the archives and began to ponder. It seemed that yesterday's golden malevolent energy had not attracted anyone's attention, except for himself. After all, he practiced the Dusha Ju, which made him far more sensitive to malevolent energy than others, otherwise, he wouldn't have discovered the golden malevolent energy. But the most important thing was that the golden malevolent energy seemed to have no effect on people, otherwise, the residents of the outer city would definitely have reacted today. This external malevolent energy, in essence, absorbs various special emotions or parts of people to complete the condensation of malevolent energy, allowing those who worship the gods to use it for cultivation. Once, Ding Chen had also pondered the principle of worshipping gods. Initially, he believed that worshipping gods was to worship the 108 disaster stars, and after the worshipper's body was transformed by the god statue, they could withstand the erosion of malevolent energy and use it for cultivation. But after sensing the bizarre disaster god shadow in Lu Sun's mind yesterday, Ding Chen felt that this matter was not so simple. "What the hell is this damn disaster god?" Ding Chen shook his head, giving up on pondering. With his current strength, considering these things was too far-fetched, it was most urgent to quickly improve his strength. After finishing his shift, Ding Chen did not return to his residence in the inner city but instead took his badge and exited the inner city gate, preparing to return to the martial arts school today to ask by Wang Yun if there were any light kung fu manuals, and to consult on some questions. As soon as he exited the inner city, the familiar hustle and bustle immediately hit him. Just this one wall seemed to divide the city into two worlds. Ding Chen first arrived at the noodle stall where he often ate, ordered a bowl of noodles, and sat at the stall listening to the discussions of the surrounding diners. But after listening for a while, Ding Chen was disappointed to find that no one was discussing any unusual events from last night, and even the mention of yin-yang malevolent energy was rare. It was clear that the residents here had completely gotten used to this kind of malevolent energy invasion. Shaking his head, Ding Chen finished his noodles and headed towards the martial arts school. When he arrived at the school, Xuebao and others were still practicing their punches in the front courtyard, except that there was a new face among them, presumably a recent apprentice who had joined the school. Seeing Ding Chen, everyone greeted him. Ding Chen looked around and found that Ma San was not there, so he walked over to Wang Hong and asked, "Wang Shitty, where is Ma San?" Wang Hong was also happy to see Ding Chen return and said, "He said something happened at home a while ago and hasn't come back, probably helping out at home." Everyone knew that Ma San was the son of the vice leader of the Black Dragon Gang, so his sudden departure was not surprising. Ding Chen pondered upon hearing this and suddenly said to Wang Hong, "Wang Shitty, practice well. When you reach the stage of forging bones, I will recommend you to enter the inner city." "Ah!" Wang Hong was excited at once, knowing that Ding Chen wanted to help him, and he repeatedly thanked him. Ding Chen smiled and then left the front courtyard, walking along the corridor towards the back courtyard side rooms. To Ding Chen's surprise, when he arrived at the back courtyard, he found that Nangong Tian was also there. "Third senior brother, master," Ding Chen called out directly. Nangong Tian and Bai Wanyun seemed to be discussing something, and upon hearing Ding Chen's voice, they both turned to look. "Good lad, finally decided to come back today?" Bai Wanyun beckoned to Ding Chen, signaling him to come over. Nangong Tian glanced at Bai Wanyun again, nodded, and then walked out of the courtyard. "Senior brother, won't you stay for a meal?" Ding Chen asked curiously as Nangong Tian approached. "No, I have matters to attend to."
You should spend some time with Master. Nangong Tian smiled at Ding Chen and then left the courtyard. Strange, Nangong Tian's visits seemed to be getting more frequent. Ding Chen watched Nangong Tian's retreating figure and suddenly had a thought. Shao-Chi, your third senior brother is very busy, so don't worry about him. Come, let me see how your fist techniques are coming along. Bai Wangyun called out to Ding Chen with a smile. Master, I've been on duty all day, too tired to stand, and I still have to practice martial arts tonight. Don't trouble me. Ding Chen quickly replied with a smile. You rascal, we martial artists don't worship gods. Only by mastering a fist technique can we refine our internal organs, and only by perfecting it can we change our blood. Otherwise, the strength will be insufficient, and that could lead to big trouble. Bai Wangyun thought Ding Chen was being lazy and immediately frowned. Don't worry, Master, Ding Chen said with a forced smile. By the way, you didn't come back today just to chat with me, an old man, did you? Bai Wangyun added. Master, I came to ask, is there only a difference in cultivation between martial artists and those who worship gods? What did you mean before when you said that after worshipping a god, one is no longer oneself? Ding Chen suddenly asked seriously. Oh, this. Bai Wangyun's eyes seemed to glaze over as he heard Ding Chen's question, as if lost in some memory. After a while, Bai Wangyun beckoned to Ding Chen and walked towards the back room, with Ding Chen quickly following. Entering the room, Bai Wangyun found a chair and sat down. Seeing this, Ding Chen quickly poured tea into an empty cup and presented it to Bai Wangyun. Bai Wangyun was quite satisfied with Ding Chen's attitude and took the teacup, sipping as he began to speak. I was born into the military, and it was only by following General Huang Yuanhuan that I truly saw the horror of the. I had a comrade who was like a brother to me. One day on the battlefield, he obtained a blood-red statue, which was a great merit. That night, I was asleep in my tent when suddenly I heard the sounds of battle outside. Thinking it was a night attack by the, I quickly put on my armor and rushed out. At this point, Bai Wangyun glanced at Ding Chen and continued, guess what I saw? Outside the tent, only one man was wielding a knife, wildly killing, surrounded by others with spears, and at his feet lay dozens of corpses, all of them my fellow soldiers of the Great Liang. And that man was none other than my close friend. Bai Wangyun sighed heavily as he said this. At first, I thought he was controlled by the evil arts of the, but then I saw his eyes. Calm, indifferent, devoid of any emotion, yet he smiled at me. I could feel that he recognized me, but I couldn't understand why he suddenly became like that. It wasn't until he was pierced through by dozens of spears that I remembered the statue he had captured that day. My friend would never worship a god, he just brought the statue back to the tent, saying he wanted to study it. Bai Wangyun's gaze shifted to Ding Chen, his pupils suddenly widening as he spoke word by word. The statue is, do not look directly at it. Hearing this, Ding Chen was startled and suddenly recalled the scene when he was about to enhance the statue he had brought back from Miaobuzhen. At that time, he too had fallen into a hallucination, where he saw a bizarre figure in the dim light. If not for the intervention of the Changqing Jinshi, the consequences would have been unpredictable. Master, even if worshipping gods is easier to cultivate, but when it comes to the battlefield, it's not easy to defeat the army of the Great Liang, right? Ding Chen suddenly thought of something and asked. The idea is good, but no matter how strong an individual's ability is, it's extremely limited on the battlefield. But worshipping gods is different. Take the Yinyang Palace in Qingzhou for example. Do you know what their capital is for standing firm in Qingzhou and intimidating others? Bai Wangyun smiled mysteriously. I don't know. Ding Chen quickly replied. It's the Black Armor Guards. Bai Wangyun sighed. These Black Armor Guards are at the very least formed by martial artists who have worshipped gods. They are already incredibly strong, and with the ferocious beasts they ride, the Qingzhong red-tailed horses, which are as tough as steel, they are a nightmare on the battlefield. Bai Wangyun sighed again. What? All of them worshipped gods? Ding Chen was pleasantly surprised. Bai Wangyun thought Ding Chen was shocked by the terror of the Black Armor Guards and immediately said with a smile, but you don't need to worry too much. After all, the number of divine statues is limited. The Black Armor Guards are the elite of the elite in the Yinyang Palace. They won't be dispatched unless absolutely necessary. Back then, when I followed General Huang to fight against the Calamity Star first drove the people into battle, then ordinary people infected by the malevolent energy, and finally the Black Armor Guards. Look at this Qingfeng County, why are there so many civilians left? It's simply to be infected with malevolent energy and used as soldiers in critical moments. Hearing this, Ding Chen immediately thought of the elderly couple he met in Shaotan village. Although they were old, they had incredible strength, moved swiftly, and their combat power was even stronger than that of a normal adult. Now it seemed, they must have been infected by blood malevolent energy, their bodies affected, turning into what Bai Wangyun called human malevolent beings. Damn!
Ding Chen finally realized the terror of the Calamity Star, which was truly like an invasion of a demon god, destroying the entire ecosystem of this world. Don't think too much, just work hard on your cultivation. Bai Wangyun glanced at Ding Chen and then said with a smile, "All right, master, I came to ask if there's any light footwork technique." Ding Chen continued. The recent discovery of the golden light malevolent energy made Ding Chen feel something was amiss. He must cultivate this light footwork technique, whether for chasing or escaping, it would come in handy. Light footwork? You've been in the forging bone stage for several months now. Once your leg bones are forged, you can start practicing. Bai Wangyun recalled Ding Chen's cultivation time and then said wait before getting up and heading towards the side room. When he came out, Bai Wangyun was holding a thin book and handed it to Ding Chen. "This isn't a light footwork technique from my family, you can copy it tonight and take it with you. Also, this light footwork technique is extremely difficult to practice. I also acquired it from the battlefield. You can start practicing, and if you have any questions, ask me," Bai Wangyun said, handing the book to Ding Chen. Ding Chen took the book and saw that it was titled Mulu Yun. "What level of technique is this, master?" Ding Chen asked. "To be honest, I've only practiced it to the small success stage. I estimate it's at least at the 4th level of the mortal body." Bai Wangyun stroked his beard and said, "In the martial arts of the Great Liang, there are a total of 9 levels of techniques, with the 1st level being the strongest and the 9th level the weakest. The techniques before the Yuanqiao stage are all called mortal body, because these techniques only involve the movement of qi and blood, the flow of gangjin." Ding Chen didn't know what level his white ape snake fist was, but now it seemed, it must be at least at the 2nd level. "Thank you, master." Ding Chen chuckled, put away the book, and then whispered, "Master, did you feel anything unusual about the yin-yang malevolent energy last night?" Bai Wanyun's pupils contracted imperceptibly at these words, and then he quickly smiled. "What could be abnormal? Just focus on your training and don't think about irrelevant things." Ding Chen didn't say anything more upon hearing this, but asked Bai Wangyun a few more questions. It wasn't until the sky began to darken that he stood up to take his leave. After leaving Bai Wangyun's room, Ding Chen saw a figure flash by in the corridor, so he furrowed his brows and quickly walked towards it. When he reached the front courtyard from the corridor, he looked around and saw Xuebao standing in the yard, seemingly moving something. "Xuebao?" Ding Chen asked, frowning. "Ah, it's senior brother Ding," Xuebao said, surprised to see Ding Chen. "What are you doing so late at night?" Ding Chen asked, looking at Xuebao. "I'm just carrying a bucket of water to take a bath," Xuebao chuckled, then said to Ding Chen, "By the way, senior brother Ding, you've never bathed with us, have you?" "Get lost," Ding Chen cursed, then turned and left. Xuebao watched Ding Chen's retreating back, let out a sigh of relief, then bent down to pick up the water bucket and continued towards the rooms. At that moment, half a face peeked out from the corner of the wall. Ding Chen pressed himself against the wall, his head tilted as he watched Xuebao's every move, his brow furrowed. He hadn't gone far, but had returned to see what Xuebao was up to. Ever since Xuebao joined, Ding Chen had felt something was off. He was too proactive towards himself. In this chaotic world, being so enthusiastic towards a stranger one had just met didn't seem like a good thing to Ding Chen, especially when Xuebao recognized the style of the carriage entering the city as belonging to the Inji Palace at the Drunken Immortal Tower, which was highly inconsistent with his background. So Xuebao's strange behavior tonight only deepened Ding Chen's suspicions. Xuebao carried the wooden bucket into the room and didn't come out again, while the room was filled with the noise of people bathing. Ding Chen didn't move, just stood there motionless. After about 10 minutes, the wooden door of the carriage opened again, and Xuebao carried the bucket out. Ding Chen watched as Xuebao carried the bucket to the corner of the courtyard and poured out the dirty water. Then, Xuebao picked up an empty bucket and casually walked back into the house, showing no abnormal behavior. "Did I guess wrong?" Ding Chen frowned, feeling puzzled. He exhaled a breath of turbid air and continued standing by the wall. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. After 10 minutes, Ding Chen finally determined that Xuebao wouldn't come out again and slowly moved away from the spot. Back in the martial arts hall's room, Ding Chen thought it was all very strange. What secret did Xuebao have? Thinking about it, Ding Chen took out paper and pen, writing Xuebao's secret in Qingfeng County, Qingzhou, Liang Kingdom under the lamplight, then placed it in front of him. Currently can be strengthened, requires 21 years and 13 days of life. Strengthen? Damn! Is this even possible? Ding Chen was deeply shocked. So, this kid really has a secret. Ding Chen stroked his chin and came to a conclusion. Although Ding Chen was eager to strengthen it now, whether this secret had anything to do with him was still uncertain. Besides, everyone has secrets, and maybe his secret is just a pile of shit in your eyes, while the secret you care about is insignificant to him. This deal isn't worth it. Ding Chen pouted, then felt a bit reluctant, so he directly wrote down Xuebao's secret of entering Bai's martial arts hall and related to Ding Chen on the paper. After writing it down, Ding Chen himself found it a bit amusing, thinking that it was fortunate it was on paper, as there was nowhere else to write it. At this moment, the enhanced lifespan was directly reduced to 3 years and 7 months. There was potential, but it wasn't enough to be enticing. Ding Chen pondered for a moment, then changed the word secret in the first entry to hint. The prompt in front of him suddenly changed to current enhancement available, requires 3 months and 3 days of lifespan. Enhance? Damn, I simplified it this much, and it still wants so much life. Unbelievable, Ding Chen muttered inwardly, while also seeming to understand something. That is, the cost of enhancing information that can be directly exposed is particularly high, somewhat akin to the notion in Blue Planet of revealing heavenly secrets, which is said to incur heavenly retribution. Damn it, I'm going to see what you're up to. Yes. As Ding Chen's inner voice cried out, the white paper before him quickly emitted a faint glow, and then all the black characters vanished without a trace. Following that, 2 faint characters appeared on the paper: Chaos Spirit.